Chapter 101, Refining Material Star Sand. Tong Yu saw the stone that Li Yunpeng was playing with, and said, "Xiaoping, where did you find this stone? Can you let uncle take a look?" Li Yunpeng, hearing that someone wanted to see the stone in his hand, immediately handed it to Tong Yu. "I picked this up at the foot of the mountain in my hometown. I often use it to smash pine nuts and hazelnuts. It's hard and sturdy." Du Lingxiang recognized the stone in Tong Yu's hand as a material for refining spiritual tools. She took out a large amount of cash and handed it to Li Yunpeng. "I can't let you call me uncle and aunt for free. This is for your school supplies." "Hey, why are you giving him money?" Li Jigang couldn't say much, and He Shuping quickly intervened. "It's the first time meeting my little nephew. I won't give it next time. Sister-in-law, don't stop me. Since aunt has given it to you, just take it. Aren't you going to thank aunt?" "Thank you, aunt." Li Yunpeng was thrilled to receive so much money for the first time and quickly expressed his gratitude. Tong Yu returned the stone to Li Yunpeng, thinking that he would visit northeast China sometime, since he now knew where Li Yunpeng had picked it up. He wanted to see if there was still any star sand left there. Li Jigang's mother was just over 60 years old, but already had a head full of white hair. However, her health was quite robust. For lunch, they had northeastern cuisine. Now that Li Jigang had money, the meals were sumptuous, and He Shuping had gone early to buy ingredients. There were only 6 dishes on the table, but each dish was plentiful, more than double the size of the plates in restaurants, and some were even served in bowls. After returning from Li Jigang's house, Du Lingxiang asked Tong Yu, "That son of Li Jigang, the star sand that Li Yunpeng is holding, is it this small piece of star sand? What can it do? Isn't it a bit too small?" Du Lingxiang was puzzled. She couldn't refine tools and only recognized star sand from the introduction in the jade slip. Don't underestimate such a small piece. It can still be used to enhance your storage ring, increasing the space inside quite a bit. "Oh, I see. After graduation, we should go to northeast China to find star sand. By the way, Li Jigang's wife, He Shuping, makes authentic northeastern dishes. I enjoyed the meal today. When I have time, I'll ask her to teach me how to cook." Tong Yu reached out to touch it, feeling that he could barely hold it with one hand. "Isn't that what you like? I can only try to satisfy you since I can't live without you." "Ugh, why are you using so much strength?" As they talked, the two started to playfully tease each other. The next day at school, Gui Yunxing found him and said, "I asked the teacher yesterday, and I might be assigned to work in the Xiqing District Prosecutor's office." "Xiqing is fine. Is there anything you're dissatisfied with?" Seeing his downcast expression, Tong Yu sensed that Gui Yunxing wasn't very happy about the job, but didn't know why. "Su Yue was assigned to the Dongxing District, and our workplaces are too far apart. One is in Xiqing, and the other is in the east that I have to cross a city to pick her up after work every day." "Which unit is Su Yue assigned to? Do you have confirmed news?" Tong Yu originally wanted to suggest that he could buy another apartment in Xiqing for convenience, but he didn't expect them to be so far apart even if he bought another apartment. It wouldn't be convenient. She might be assigned to the Urban Planning Bureau, which is quite close to where we live, but the society is chaotic now. I'm worried about her walking alone on the street after work. I plan to pick her up from work. The Urban Planning Bureau is a good unit. The work isn't tiring. It's still an office job. Tong Yu knew that the Urban Planning Bureau was responsible for guiding the city's planning and surveying work, such as where to demolish and where to construct, which required the Bureau to conduct surveys and planning. Moreover, the Bureau belonged to a government agency. Her assigned job is good, but it's just too far from home for me. You two are still in the same city. What about those couples who live in different cities? Don't be ungrateful that if your jobs were assigned to 2 different cities, what would you do? You wouldn't be able to live together." "You're right, Sai. I can only work a bit harder for now." After their conversation, Gui Yunxing turned to leave, and Tong Yu spat, "Hypocrite." During this period, the Sunta graduate seniors were all anxious, trying to find out about their job assignments. As in his previous life, Professor Zhang came to ask Tong Yu if he was willing to stay at the school, saying many persuasive words about how being a teacher and educating others was a noble contribution to the country's prosperity. Professor Zhang was indeed a leading figure in the literature department. If it weren't for Tong Yu's memories from his previous life, he might have been persuaded to stay. "Professor Zhang, my job has already been arranged. Thank you for your guidance, and I appreciate the school's leader's attention that I will work hard in my new position and contribute to the country. Since you have a job, I won't keep you. I wish you success in your future work." After Professor Zhang finished speaking, he went to look for the next target. Tong Yu's consciousness followed Professor Zhang's tracks and saw him persuading other students in the economics department. Only then did Tong Yu realize how it was. In his previous life, after he agreed to stay at the school, Professor Zhang left and didn't ask other students. He thought the school valued him and specially sent Professor Zhang to find him, and he was quite happy at that time. Now he understood that Professor Zhang was looking for a student in each department to stay at the school. Nowadays, universities are lacking teachers, so they would choose a student among the graduating students to stay. If that student didn't want to stay, Professor Zhang would find another student. Each department in the university had dozens of students. There would always be someone willing to stay. After understanding this, Tong Yu couldn't help but smile wryly at his naivety in his previous life. In fact, being a teacher in this era was also a good job. It was just that in his previous life, after he took the position, he was suppressed by Su Zhongli's family, which made him regret staying in this life. Although he no longer faced suppression from Su Zhongli's family, he also didn't want to stay at the school. He was tired of the job he had done in his previous life and wanted to change to a new workplace. Chapter 102. University Graduation. On May Day, Tong Yu received a telegram from Robert. This time he didn't go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but sent the telegram directly to Capital University. Before going to Hong Kong City, Tong Yu had already sent a telegram to Robert, and after arriving in Hong Kong City, he sent him another telegram. Tong Yu thought that since he would graduate in June, there was no rush to handle the employment procedures, so he decided to meet Robert in Hong Kong City. He sent a telegram to Robert, asking him to send a telegram with the exact time before coming to Longhua, and he would wait for him in Hong Kong City. Once Robert arrived in Hong Kong City, he wouldn't need to come to Longhua anymore. International flights now first land in Hong Kong City before flying inland, saving Robert some time. The university also held a graduation ceremony in the auditorium, where students took turns to speak and confess their feelings to their crushes. The success rate in this era was still quite high. A classmate wearing glasses stood on the stage and loudly confessed to Du Lingxiang below. Du Lingxiang's team consisted of fellow students from the finance department, and she did not stand with Tong Yu. Upon hearing a classmate confess on stage, Du Lingxiang stepped out of the line and slowly walked onto the stage. The classmate on stage was so excited to see Du Lingxiang approach that his body trembled. He thought she had agreed to his confession. The classmates in the audience, who had been cheering, suddenly fell silent, each with their mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to believe that Du Lingxiang would say such things. Du Lingxiang is already married. Are you still trying to play this moral coercion game? I don't believe it. How can you be married? Why? Why did you get married? Don't you know I like you? Why can't I get married? Your feelings for me are your own business. I can't stop others from liking me. Just because you like me doesn't mean I have to like you back. That's nonsense. Hearing Du Lingxiang's words, the classmates in the audience began to discuss among themselves. Du Lingxiang is right. Your feelings are your own business. Does that mean others have to like you back? You are just being one-sided. Hurry up and get down. Can you tell me who your spouse is? The classmate with glasses still held on to hope, asking Du Lingxiang. Du Lingxiang took out her marriage certificate from her bag and opened it for the classmate to see. So it's him. I guessed it long ago. I know he is very brave. Congratulations to you both, the classmate with glasses said before turning and leaving the stage, not returning to the line, and directly walked out of the auditorium. Hey, do you know who Du Lingxiang's partner is? I didn't hear what that classmate on stage said. I didn't hear clearly either. I just saw him mumbling a few words. Let's ask the classmates in front. Du Lingxiang walked down from the stage and glanced in the direction where Tong Yu was standing. Some smart classmates, seeing where Du Lingxiang was looking, guessed who she was watching and nudged the classmates beside them. I know who Du Lingxiang's partner is. It's Tong Yu, the one who rescued her from the ice cave before. Really? Then it's not surprising a hero saving a beauty. Of course, they would end up together. After the graduation ceremony, the students walked out of the auditorium and returned to their respective classrooms. They started taking photos and exchanging contact information, with those returning to their hometowns hugging and saying goodbye to their classmates. Those assigned to work in the capital also left their workplace contact information and agreed on a time for a reunion before heading back to their dorms to pack their things and leave the school. Tong Yu also made a special trip back to the dormitory to say goodbye to a few roommates. Qin Yaoi and Wang Hailong requested to return to their hometown, where their jobs had already been arranged. Graduates from Capital University were still in high demand during this era, and various units in their hometown were eager to recruit them. Feng Jiantao was assigned to work in the capital, and Tong Yu didn't ask which unit he was assigned to. This roommate was not sociable and had a slightly introverted personality, belonging to the type that was somewhat cynical, so Tong Yu didn't want to socialize with him. Li Jigang was assigned to work at the research institute. He was from the physics department, so this type of unit suited him. Tang Yueping and Sun Baojun were also assigned to the research institute, and the three of them, who were partners before, ended up in the same unit again, which could be considered fate. Du Lingshuang also said goodbye to her roommates. These girls were sentimental, and as they parted, they were all tearful and reluctant to leave. Finally free, I won't have to go to school anymore. Du Lingshuang returned to the courtyard and sprawled out on the bed. When are you going to report to your unit? Are you going to go after returning from Port City? Tong Yu sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing her delicate white legs, discussing their future. After I report to the unit, I won't be able to rest anymore. They'll tell my uncle to wait until August to report in these few months. I want to practice hard and strive to break through to the 8th level of qi refining. That's fine. I plan to go back to my hometown for a visit in a few days after graduation. I should go back and take a look. Tong Yu originally didn't want to go back, but a few days ago, his elder brother wrote to him, asking when he would graduate and telling him to come back to handle some family matters after graduation. He didn't know what was going on at home. His brother didn't mention it in the letter. He guessed that given his brother's limited education, he might not have been able to articulate some things in writing, just conveying that he should return home. When do you plan to go back? We need to buy tickets in advance. Students from several universities have graduated, and everyone is taking the train home, so train tickets will definitely be hard to get. No need to buy tickets in advance, just find a ticket scalper. They can even get sleeper tickets, it just costs a bit more. The matter of ticket scalpers was something Gui Yunxing had told him when he and Sui Wei went home. They bought sleeper tickets from a scalper. Tong Yu knew how hard it was to get hard sleeper tickets in this era. He remembered a colleague from his past life telling him that when he wanted to send his father back to his hometown, he had to stand in line at the ticket counter for 1 or 2 days and still couldn't get a sleeper ticket. In the end, he had to pay an extra 30 yuan to a scalper to buy an overpriced ticket. Chapter 103, The Unexpected Death of His Mother. Tong Yu went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find Director Wang, stating that he wanted to return to his hometown for a while and would report back after he returned. Then I'll give Minister Liu a call. I think he will agree to your request. After receiving Director Wang's call, Minister Liu quickly agreed to Tong Yu's request and mentioned over the phone that he was granted 2 months of paid leave, and his rank and salary would be determined after he started working. Minister Liu had long known about Tong Yu's donation efforts, while the lower-level staff were unaware. Leaders at their level definitely had knowledge of it. Not to mention that Tong Yu had taken a leave of absence. Even if he just hung his position without working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it would be acceptable. He had brought foreign exchange to the country and made such a significant contribution, which also brought honor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As soon as Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang arrived at the train station, a young man in jeans approached them. Wait a moment, I'll go ask and be right back. As soon as the young man heard there was a chance, he immediately turned and squeezed into the crowd, disappearing. There really are ticket scalpers? This is the first time I've heard of such people. Gui Yunxing often buys overpriced tickets from scalpers. He told me all about it. Each ticket is an extra 10 yuan, and they have seat numbers. The train will depart in a little over half an hour. If you want it, I can get it for you. The scalper took less than 3 minutes to come back after leaving, having clarified everything. After rattling on the train for over 10 hours, they finally arrived at Yi County Railway Station. Fortunately, this county town wasn't very large, and Tong Yu knew where the medicinal herb procurement station was. Once they got there, they would be able to see his elder brother or sister-in-law. Let's walk this way. Tong Yu pointed towards the street where the medicinal herb procurement station was, and pulled Du Lingshuang's hand to walk over. A middle-aged man pedaling a tricycle came over, and there were 2 wooden boards across the tricycle's compartment for passengers to sit on. This tricycle isn't as comfortable as the ones in the capital. This hard wooden board makes my bottom hurt from all the bumps. Du Lingshuang sat on the wooden board and quickly lifted her bottom whenever she saw a bumpy section on the road. Otherwise, it would really hurt from the jolts. What kind of luxury vehicles does this small county have? Even the taxi tricycles are just newly introduced. We'll have to make do. As Tong Yu spoke, he let his spiritual sense sweep over to check. However, since the train station was a bit far from the medicinal herb procurement station, it exceeded the range of his spiritual sense. Otherwise, he would have found his brother. Long ago, the middle-aged man pedaling the tricycle, perhaps bored, overheard Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang speaking and said, I can tell from your accent that you're from around here. Which village are you from? I'm from Yuha village, just back today. You're from Yuha village? Something big has happened there recently, and you might not know about it. The middle-aged man, initially surprised, then began to recount the story. A family in Yuha village has 3 sons that I heard the eldest is a worker, The second is a university student, and the youngest, though still young, is a little troublemaker. This youngest son often gambles outside. I heard he got his leg broken because of gambling and even lost a finger. But even after healing, he didn't change and continued to gamble. A few days ago, it was said that this youngest son, to pay off gambling debts, went home to steal money and even pushed his mother down. When his mother fell, the back of her head hit the corner of the table, and this youngest son didn't even look at her, just took the money and ran. After the old lady fainted, no one took care of her. Later, when someone visited their home, they found out she had bled too much and died. The villagers quickly reported it to the police. When the police arrived and examined the scene, they said it was a robbery and murder, and the murderer was that youngest son, who has already been caught by the police. He admitted to pushing his mother. Hearing this from the tricycle driver, Tong Yu felt as if his head had exploded. This was about his own family. What happened next? Was there no one else in his family? Tong Yu wanted to know why his father wasn't home and asked. There are people in his family, and quite a few. Originally, both parents went to the city to take care of their grandson, but his mother was worried about the youngest son, so she said she would go back to check on him. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? His eldest son and father don't even know. They think the old lady is at home taking care of the youngest son, so they didn't go to the city. Sigh. Uncle, stop the car. We'll get off here. Tong Yu's consciousness had already spotted his sister-in-law. She was at home sorting clothes, wearing a black scarf on her left arm, which is worn when someone in the family has passed away. The middle-aged man pedaling the tricycle took the 2 yuan fare Tong Yu handed him and left. This is about your family, right? Du Ling Shuang, sitting in the tricycle, also heard it. Although the man spoke in dialect, it was close to Mandarin, with just some differences in pronunciation, so she could understand most of it. Yes, it's about my family. No wonder my brother didn't mention this in his letter. He just told me to come home, and he didn't know how to tell me. Xiaoya, Ling Shuang, you're back. His sister-in-law opened the door and, seeing them, quickly greeted them. Sister-in-law, what happened at home? Who are you wearing this for? Sigh. Grandma has passed away, all because of that useless Xiaoyong. His sister-in-law recounted the events, which were basically the same as what the tricycle driver had said. This incident had spread throughout the nearby villages, but no one had exaggerated or spread rumors. Tong Yu hadn't expected his mother to pass away like this. In his previous life, he remembered his mother had died of illness, and it was in the mid-1990s at this time. She had died a decade earlier, and he didn't know what had caused this deviation from the timeline. His sister-in-law had a poor relationship with his mother, largely because she had given birth to 2 daughters, so she didn't seem to show much sadness. However, this was quite normal. How could a daughter-in-law be sad over the death of her mother-in-law? She wasn't her biological mother. Where's my brother and father? Where are you going? Tong Yu saw his sister-in-law packing some clothes into a bag, looking like she was going out. Your brother, father, and the children are still at our hometown. Grandma hasn't been buried yet. I'm back to pack a few change of clothes. We'll go together. Tong Yu was taken aback by his sister-in-law's words. It had been a few days, and why hadn't his mother been buried yet? The weather was hot now. How could they keep a body for several days without it smelling? Why hasn't she been buried yet? In this hot weather, don't you worry about the smell with the body just lying there. Chapter 104. The Difficulties from 2 Cousins. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Tong Yu was filled with anger. He had long heard of such things happening in the village. When someone's elderly mother passed away, her family would come and make all sorts of unreasonable demands. If these conditions weren't met, they wouldn't allow the burial. Some families were reasonable and would negotiate to handle the funeral, but he feared encountering those unreasonable maternal relatives who would find various excuses to delay the burial, perhaps deliberately making things difficult for the nephew. His sister-in-law had returned home on a bicycle, and now the 3 of them needed to go home. With only one bicycle, they had to let Du Ling Shuang sit on the front beam while Tong Yu rode, with his sister-in-law sitting on the back seat. Tong Yu rode quickly, and in just over 10 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at Yuha village. Seeing the white cloth hanging at the entrance and the couplets written on white paper, the courtyard was bustling with people talking. Tong Yu nodded to the villagers, but didn't say anything, heading straight for the main house. The morning hall was in the living room of the main house. His brother was wearing mourning clothes and was talking with 2 middle-aged men, who were his cousins he hadn't seen much. His sister was also in mourning clothes, and both his nieces were in mourning attire, while his nephew had a white cloth tied around his head, all kneeling on the ground on either side of the living room. As Tong Yu entered and spoke, he raised his hand and tied a strip of white cloth around his head. Although his relationship with his mother wasn't good, she was still his mother, and he needed to wear mourning clothes as required. If they don't agree, then let them take the body to their place and handle the funeral themselves. It'll save us some trouble. Tong Yu overheard the two cousins talking in the courtyard. His uncle, the biological one, was just shedding tears without speaking, while these two distant cousins appeared, flaunting their authority in the house. Tong Yu wouldn't indulge them. He reached out, grabbed one of them by the neck, lifted him up, and threw him out. The people in Yuha village, seeing Tong Yu's strong presence upon his return, had long been displeased with these two cousins. However, it was their family's matter, so they could only persuade and not resort to violence. His brother was also fed up with them. Upon hearing Tong Yu's words, he immediately made a gesture to the village chief, Tong Jinghua, who was in charge of village affairs, including weddings and funerals. The villagers had long been discontented, and upon hearing Tong Zhenghua's words, they surged forward, pushing the two cousins and their children aside, taking the opportunity to kick and hit them a few times. His brother-in-law, Li Monsong, was wearing mourning clothes as a son-in-law, walking along the edge of the road. This was the custom here. Sons-in-law didn't walk with the mourning children. Seeing this scene, the two cousins and their children realized no one was paying attention to them, so they turned and left, not following to the grave site for the burial. Only the biological uncle remained, accompanying the coffin cart to send off the deceased, the eldest daughter-in-law. His sister-in-law took the first cart, while Du Ling Shuang also put on mourning clothes and sat in the second cart. His sister sat in the third cart, with the two nieces in the back cart, followed by Tong Yu's sister-in-law, all heading towards the grave site. His father, seeing that the mourning children had all left after the funeral commenced, finally came out of the house to greet the older uncles and cousins. Zhongshan. It's still thanks to Xiaoye returning otherwise. If the body were left in the house like this, how much would it cost every day? I've long said you should be tougher, don't give them face. If you hadn't held back, they wouldn't have become so shameless. Zhongshan is honest, but these two blood relatives are shameless. They never came to our house before, and now that the person is gone, they come looking for trouble, putting forth so many conditions. Can Xiaojun still live his life in the future? Sigh. This is all because of that spendthrift Xiaoyong that I've told his mother many times, but she just won't listen, thinking this spendthrift can change for the better. Now he's lost his life. On the village street, people watching the commotion were pointing and whispering. I heard that after Xiaoye came back, he directly threw out his two cousins who were pointing fingers to AT first. Tong Yue even asked his elder brother Tong Jun to take their mother's body to his cousin's house, and they didn't want to take care of it. It should have been like this long ago. This is Xiaoyong's doing. Why make things difficult for Tong Jun? Isn't it because they see that Tong Jun is doing well now, and these two cousins want to show off? Who is that woman sitting in the second horse-drawn carriage? Does anyone know? The one in the second carriage must be the daughter-in-law. Could it be Tong Yue's wife? No one else would dare to sit in the second carriage. I haven't heard that Tong Yue got married. Did he marry someone in the city? I just inquired a bit. This is Tong Yue's wife. She came back home with him for the new year 2 years ago. I heard her family is in the capital and holds an official position. Now that you mention it, I remember during the new year 2 years ago, Tong Juan's wife said that Tong Yue's wife came home with him. They say Tong Yue got into college and wouldn't come back. Isn't this slapping them in the face? Not only did he come back, but he also brought his wife home. And this wife is sensible. She directly found the white widow who makes mourning clothes and got the mourning outfit. After the mother was buried, the villagers who attended the funeral had a meal at Tong Yue's house and then left. Big brother, how much did the funeral cost in total? I'll give it to you. Tong Yue was sitting in the living room with his elder brother, father, and brother-in-law. Forget it. I still have money. You don't need to give me anything. The elder brother immediately refused. That's not okay. Even close brothers need to settle accounts clearly. Whatever the amount is, it is what it is. Besides, the gifts the villagers gave while I wasn't home are all yours, and you will have to pay them back in the future. Just give your big brother 300 yuan. I remember how much has been spent during this time. The father took out a small notebook filled with dense handwriting. For some characters he couldn't write, he used symbols instead. Tong Yue couldn't understand what his father had written and handed over 300 yuan to his elder brother. The elder brother couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Father, what will you do in the future? Stay at home or go to the city with big brother? Or would you like to come with us to the capital? Tong Yue looked at his father's aging face. His mother's passing was a significant blow to him, and mainly it was his younger brother Xiaoyong who had disappointed him. I'll go with your big brother. I still need to take care of Xiaobao, and the land at home is rented out to others. When you have children in the future and need me to take care of them, I will go to the capital then. That's fine. I will send you money every month. We have graduated now. I have been assigned to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I earn over 100 yuan a month. Ling Shuang has also been assigned to the Public Security Bureau, and her salary is not less than mine. Chapter 105. Searching for Star's Sand. After the funeral of their mother, no one mentioned going to the prison to see younger brother Xiaoyou. It was as if he didn't exist at all, and no one brought him up. Aside from their father feeling a bit sad, the others were not particularly mournful. Sometimes, the eldest brother would go to burn paper at their mother's grave. After staying at home for 10 days, Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang were ready to return to Beijing. By the time they got back to Beijing, it was already June. After spending 2 days at home, both their spiritual power and consciousness had returned to peak condition. The two of them went to the Beijing train station again, this time heading to the northeast, specifically to Li Jigang's hometown. They spent almost an entire day and night traveling before arriving at the provincial capital station of Liaoning province. After exiting the station, they took a long-distance bus and traveled for over 3 hours to reach their destination. When Du Ling Shuang got off the long-distance bus and saw this small county town, which was even more run-down than Tong Yu's hometown, she couldn't help but sigh. The trains were slow, there were few trips to Beijing, and the road to the county town was not easy to navigate, so it was inevitable that they would arrive at the provincial capital early. Do you know where his family lives? I think this county town isn't very big, even smaller than your hometown. Not far from this county town, I can see a big mountain. How do we get there? Tong Yu extended his consciousness, and more than half the area of the county town was covered by it. He quickly located Li Jigang's home, which had rows of bungalows, later known as urban villages. At the entrance of one locked bungalow, Tong Yu saw a framed family photo of Li Jigang's family hanging on the wall inside. Let us go. I have a rough idea of where it is, Tong Yu said, pulling Du Ling Shuang's hand as they walked towards the northern road of the county town. Once outside the county town, seeing that there were few pedestrians on the road, they quickened their pace and turned onto a small path at a fork. Hurry up, there's no one here. Tong Yu wrapped his arm around Du Ling Shuang's waist and used the wind control technique to rush towards the mountain. Soon, Tong Yu discovered a pit about 0.5 meter in diameter and over 2 meters deep on the mountainside, with the surrounding rocks cracked from the impact. Found it. I'll go get it, Tong Yu said, using earth escape technique to enter the pit. Grabbing the piece of star sand and storing it in his ring before using the earth escape technique to come back outside. Such a large rock is star sand? Since it's called sand, shouldn't it be grains? Du Ling Shuang asked in confusion, looking at the piece of star sand in her hand, which was the size of a watermelon. I don't know either. Maybe the terminology in the cultivation world is different, or maybe on another planet, they call rock sand. Tong Yu also found it strange, but didn't think too much about it. As long as the star sand was useful to him, what did it matter what it was called? Is there just this one meteorite here? Are there any other meteorites? Let us look some more, Du Ling Shuang suggested, opening her consciousness to search again. Don't look anymore. Do you think there's a meteor shower here? I've checked this mountain with my consciousness, and there's only this one meteorite. Let us find a place deeper in the mountain to refine your ring again. I have a feeling that the space in your ring is unstable. Tong Yu stopped her from continuing to search, not giving her a chance to speak, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, using the wind control technique to fly deeper into the mountain. The mountains in northeast China are much richer in resources than the Yanshan Mountains. They saw many animals along the way, including wild chickens, hares, elk, roe deer, wild goats, and flying dragons, as well as carnivorous beasts like leopards, wolves, and groups of wild boars. However, they did not find any traces of the Siberian tiger, possibly having been hunted to extinction by locals or fleeing to even farther places. After more than half an hour, Tong Yu stopped in a valley where the spiritual energy was thicker and a small stream ran through it. There was a concave area in the mountain wall, about 2 meters deep, with a dry ground that could provide shelter from wind and rain, making it a good place for cultivation. Let us do it here. You remove the restrictions on the ring, and I'll refine it for you again. Tong Yu took Du Ling Shuang's ring and pulled out a formation flag from it, first setting up a defensive formation to prevent wild beasts from approaching. I'll go catch some game. I've seen elk, flying dragons, and roe deer before. I've only heard of these delicacies, but never tasted them. Du Ling Shuang drew a short sword from her waist, which transformed into a 3-foot-long blade with the activation of her spiritual power, and she dashed out of the valley. Tong Yu took out a long sword and the piece of star sand, cutting off a chunk the size of a walnut. raising his hand to cast a flame of spiritual power to melt this small piece of star sand. When refining the storage ring again, he was much faster than before. After purifying the molten star sand, he took Du Ling Shuang's ring, transferred all the items from her ring to his own, and then added the liquid star sand to refine the storage ring anew. Half an hour later, Tong Yu carved the last stabilizing formation pattern on the storage ring, successfully completing the refinement. He scanned the space within the ring with his consciousness and found it to be almost twice the size of the previous space. And the space within the ring was stable, not easily collapsing even after being attacked. Chapter 106. Battle with the Forest Giant Python. Tong Yu took out various seasonings, and the two of them roasted an elk leg with spiritual fire, then took out a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao, enjoying food and drink together. This elk meat is really delicious. Let us hunt a few more when we go back, and also some flying dragons and roe deer. We should bring them back for Sister Shuping to cook. I'll do whatever you say. Are you planning to break through to the 9th layer of qi refining here? Tong Yu checked the spiritual power in his dantian. It was already more than half full. To break through to the 9th layer of qi refining, he estimated it would require several more months of cultivation to fill his dantian completely. After eating and drinking enough, Tong Yu took out a spirit stone and set up a gathering formation, and the two sat cross-legged to cultivate. While Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang were cultivating, Robert Abroad released the second novel of the Terminator series. After the success of the first book, he printed 5 million copies this time. Even if his head was blown apart by a shotgun, it could reassemble, and if his body was frozen into fragments, the droplets of liquid could merge together again, allowing him to stand up once more. He was almost an indestructible demon. Such thrilling and exciting content was perfectly suited for the adventurous spirits of people in Europe and America, who would surely find it widely appealing. On the 3rd day after the release of this novel, Robert's company received letters from people around the world, urging him to hurry and make the movie adaptation of Terminator 2. Tong Yu had only cultivated in the mountains for a day, but felt that he had refined more spiritual power than when he was in the Yinshan Mountains. This made him happy, and he speculated that there might be a smaller spiritual vein in this valley that was providing so much pure spiritual energy. With this thought in mind, Tong Yu decided to absorb all the spiritual energy here and then look for other spiritual veins in the mountains. He slowly opened his eyes, stopped his cultivation, and used his mind to communicate with Du Ling Shuang. Upon hearing his message, Du Ling Shuang ceased her cultivation and looked at him in confusion. After Tong Yu shared his thoughts with her, Du Ling Shuang also felt it, but she didn't know that the spiritual energy in this valley was emanating from the spiritual vein. She thought that the energy deep within the mountains was just a bit denser than outside. After discovering a place with rich spiritual energy, they stopped to feel it and then continued along the direction where the energy was denser. After half a day, Tong Yu suddenly sensed that the surrounding spiritual energy had become even more abundant. Both of them simultaneously released their spiritual senses to check, and a few hundred meters ahead, they spotted a cave from which wisps of spiritual energy were seeping out like smoke. Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuai exchanged a glance. Seeing excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes, they immediately drew their spiritual swords and slowly approached the cave. Before they could get close to the cave entrance, Tong Yu's spiritual senses detected a giant python inside, as thick as a baby's waist and about 10 meters long, coiled deep within the cave, breathing in the spiritual energy. Wow, is this a giant python spirit? Is it also cultivating here? Tong Yu saw the giant python inhaling the energy, and with each opening and closing of its mouth, wisps of spiritual energy were drawn into its belly, releasing a thin mist of gray vapor. This gray mist did not mix with the spiritual energy in the cave, and as it accumulated, the spiritual energy began to seep out of the cave. Be careful, there's a giant python in this cave. We can only occupy this cave after we slay it. Tong Yu pulled Du Ling Shuai behind him and prepared to set up a trapping formation at the cave entrance to lure out the giant python and kill it with the formation. Just as he placed 2 formation flags, the giant python suddenly stopped breathing and lunged out of the cave, opening its massive mouth to reveal 4 sharp fangs, aiming to bite Tong Yu's head. With his spiritual sword empowered by spiritual energy, the sword light instantly expanded to over 2 meters long, slicing down at the giant python's head. With a muffled thud, a burst of blood sprayed out. The scales on the python's head were cut open, but its head was not severed. The giant python howled in pain, its tail whipping like a thick steel whip, sweeping toward Tong Yu with the force of a gale. Seeing the python's tail coming, Du Lingxue activated her spiritual sword, which also surged in power to a meter long, and struck down at the tail. Another muffled thud rang out as the giant python's tail was severed halfway, leaving only a layer of scales still attached to the remaining segment. Seeing that Du Lingxue blocked the tail, Tong Yu seized the opportunity to strike down again at the already cut scales on the python's head. Another muffled thud echoed, and blood exploded from the python's head once more. The giant python, realizing it was being attacked, quickly turned its head to avoid being struck at the original wound. But a new gash opened on its head. Hissing in pain, the giant python emitted a series of howls, showing some awareness that it could not defeat these two humans. This was mainly due to the sharpness of the swords in their hands. Previously, hunters had shot at it, and its scales could withstand bullets. Yet, these two human swords could cut through its defensive scales and injure it severely. It knew that if it continued to fight, it might be killed by them. The giant python opened its mouth, spewing out clouds of red mist, while its massive body crashed toward the two, adopting a desperate, life-or-death stance. "Be careful," Tong Yu shouted, swinging his spiritual sword toward the python's body. "You be careful too." Du Lingxue saw Tong Yu step in front of her to protect her, and quickly shouted back. With a loud thud, the giant python collided with the spiritual sword, its scales flying off, exposing tender flesh beneath, and its blood gushed out like a fountain. The giant python howled in pain once more, but swiftly attempted to escape. Just as Tong Yu was about to chase after the python, he suddenly felt a strong desire surge within him. He immediately realized something was wrong. He had been affected by the python's lustful poison. He knew that dragons had a strong lust, and the red mist spewed by the giant python might be a lustful poison mist. Just as he was about to sit down to circulate his energy and expel the poison, he felt a warmth on his back as Du Lingxue tightly embraced him. "I'm feeling so uncomfortable. It's so hot." In the cave, springtime was in full bloom, and the two of them lost track of time in their frenzy. After the python's poison dissipated, they finally fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, Tong Yu felt a massive yet gentle energy enter his body, instantly filling his dantian with spiritual power. His cultivation method began to operate on its own, breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement. The spiritual power in his dantian transformed into drops of true essence, stored within, and this massive energy combined with the spiritual power in the spiritual veins and acupoints, instantly breaking through the barrier to the foundation establishment stage. Du Lingxue, consumed by the fiery energy within her, felt no pain at all. Under the influence of the lustful poison, she frantically fought back, instinctively releasing the desires she had suppressed over the years. In her daze, a huge and violent energy surged into her, directly breaking open the barrier of the 8th level of qi refinement. And then it continued to break through the barrier of the 9th level. With a crack, a crisp sound echoed within her as a massive aura radiated from her body. She and Tong Yu had now united as one. Time passed, and eventually, Tong Yu opened his eyes to find Du Lingxue, unclothed, in his embrace. He looked down at himself, finding he was the same. Shocked, he quickly checked the spiritual energy in his dantian and was taken aback. He sensed the surging spiritual energy in his dantian. "No, this isn't spiritual energy. This is true essence. Did I break through to the foundation establishment stage on my own while lost in this fiery state?" Looking at the sleeping Du Lingxue, who had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he was even more shocked. Had they both quietly broken through after uniting? He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop pondering. After all, they had both broken through to the foundation establishment stage, which was a great joy for them. At that moment, Du Lingxue let out a soft groan and woke up. She opened her eyes to see herself and Tong Yu in an embrace. She didn't check her cultivation level first, but instead felt the changes in her body, realizing she had united with Tong Yu. "We've both broken through to the foundation establishment stage, but you're at the initial stage, while I'm at the peak of the initial stage. Since we're together now and have both broken through to the foundation establishment stage, there are no more concerns. I didn't feel much at first, but now I want to really experience it and see if it's as delightful as Su Yue said." After saying this, Du Lingxue began to act, first putting away the blood-stained sheet that Tong Yu had underneath him before he lost his mind. This was proof of her maidenhood. Then she took out some bedding to spread on the ground. 10 days later, the two emerged from the cave, rejuvenated. Du Lingxue was radiant with a smile, and Tong Yu looked handsome, appearing like a perfect couple deep in the mountains. If anyone saw them, they would surely suspect they had encountered immortals. That shouldn't be the case, right? I have no experience with this kind of thing, but I estimate it won't happen because it's very difficult to get pregnant after cultivating. Tong Yu recalled the cultivation novels he had read, which all said it was hard to conceive after cultivating, but he wasn't sure if it was true. Du Lingxiang didn't pay much attention to what Tong Yu said. If she wasn't pregnant, there was no need to worry, and she could enjoy a few more years of fun. Now she finally experienced the feeling that Su Yue had talked about. She felt even happier than Su Yue. After all, Tong Yu was a cultivator, and during these 10 days, they had indulged in their desires and hardly had any downtime. Fortunately, both of them had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and could already stop eating grains. Whenever they got tired of playing, they would retreat to the cave to cultivate. Once their true essence in their dantian was replenished, they would resume their passionate entanglements. After exhausting the spiritual energy in the cave, Tong Yu had not managed to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. It seemed that relying solely on the energy in the cave was insufficient for him to advance, so they both decided to leave the cave. Upon seeing signs that the defensive formation had been attacked, Tong Yu speculated that it might be the giant python returning for revenge after healing its wounds. Or perhaps it was reluctant to part with the spiritual energy in the cave. This place has been attacked. Don't you think it's that giant python's doing? Du Lingxiang, now at the foundation establishment stage, had a divine sense that was dozens of times stronger than that of the qi refining stage. So she naturally noticed the traces left by the attack on the defensive formation. I think it might be. It probably couldn't bear to leave the spiritual energy in the cave and came back for a check after healing up, but when it encountered the defensive formation, it left after failing to attack. After Tong Yu finished speaking, he released his divine sense to locate where the giant python was hiding. Wanting to test how powerful the divine sense was at the foundation establishment stage. Once he opened his divine sense, he could see everything clearly within a radius of 50 kilometers. However, he did not find the giant python, suggesting that it had realized it could not break through the defensive formation and had gone elsewhere to search for spiritual veins. Although he didn't see the giant python, he spotted various wild beasts in the mountains. Even though they had both stopped eating grains, they couldn't forget their instinctual desire for food. Now that we've both broken through to the foundation establishment stage, we can practice sword flight here. Once we learn to fly with our swords, we can fly back to the capital directly and won't have to take the train anymore. All right, I've wanted to fly with a sword for a long time. Let's start practicing quickly. Du Lingxiang was delighted to hear Tong Yu's words. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage meant she could use true essence to control a sword. Tong Yu took out a spiritual weapon sword and manipulated it with his divine sense. The sword floated in midair as he jumped onto it. He swayed a bit on the sword and almost fell off, quickly stabilizing himself with true essence and urging the sword to fly forward. Just after flying about 10 meters, his true essence did not coordinate well with his intent, and he fell off the sword. Hee, darling, keep it up. Nothing succeeds on the first try. After several failures, Tong Yu quickly grasped the knack for sword flight and began to fly at a height of 2 to 3 meters above the ground. Du Lingxiang was overjoyed to see him flying with the sword and called out, "Darling, hurry down and teach me." Another day passed, and Tong Yu became increasingly skilled at sword flight, reaching heights of up to 1,000 meters with faster speeds. While flying in the mountains, his divine sense detected the giant python in a cave, where it had found a small spiritual vein and was currently breathing and absorbing energy. According to the information in the Jade Slip about demonic beasts, Tong Yu knew that this giant python was close to the level of a first-tier demonic beast. He was unsure why it had embarked on the path of cultivation. After the python had escaped and consumed several types of healing herbs to recover from its wounds, it couldn't bear to leave the place of cultivation and return to its original cave. However, it was blocked by the defensive formation and, after several days of fruitless attacks, reluctantly left. As soon as the giant python burst out of the cave, it saw a massive sword light descending with a chilling and terrifying killing intent. Instantly aiming for its head, startled, the giant python quickly shrank back to avoid the strike. But now that Tong Yu had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he was using true essence instead of spiritual power. The difference between the two was not only quantitative, but also qualitative. Moreover, his divine sense was dozens of times stronger than before, so how could he allow the giant python to evade his sword light? With a swoosh, the giant python's head was instantly severed by the sword light, and blood gushed out from the severed neck like a fountain. A few minutes later, Tong Yu used his spiritual weapon sword to cut open the python's belly and took out a snake gallbladder the size of a bowl, wrapping it in several large leaves and storing it in his ring. He then cut open the python's head and found that it indeed had not yet formed a demon core, not belonging to the ranks of demonic beasts, but was close to the first-tier level. He also didn't discard the python's skin, intending to use it to make bags, shoes, and belts. Although he wouldn't use them himself, he couldn't throw them away. Frugality was his habit. Darling, what kind of meat is this? It's so tender and chewy, and it smells great. Infused with a bit of spiritual energy, it's delicious. Du Lingxiang praised while eating the python meat. This is the meat of that giant python. I found it in the mountains and killed it. Since this python was close to becoming a demonic beast, its meat has spiritual energy. Eating it is beneficial for cultivation. 5 days later, the two had already boarded the flying sword and reached outside the planet, breaking through the atmosphere. Looking down at the blue planet below, which was moving along its trajectory, both felt very excited. Wow, here again? You're such a lecher. Can't you think of anything else? I just miss you. I don't think of anything else. Hurry, carry me inside. We haven't been at home yet. Before Du Lingxiang could finish her sentence, she eagerly kissed Tong Yu. 2 days later, Tong Yu finally got out of bed. Looking at the sleeping Du Lingxiang, he murmured softly, "This girl has turned into a woman. Is she so infatuated with this? The change is too significant. Darling, I still want." Du Lingxiang was asleep, her face flushed, mumbling something, whether intentionally or just dreaming. Tong Yu hurriedly left. Now it was June, and Tong Yu planned to go to Port City. He intended to send a telegram to Gui Yunqing upon arriving, asking him to take the telegram as proof to apply for a Port City pass. Gui Yunqing and Su Yue had already started working at their units. Su Yue was worried that Tong Yu's frequent trips would take a toll on his health, so she forbade him from picking her up after work. But Gui Yunqing was concerned for her safety on the road and insisted on picking her up, saying it was a good way to exercise by riding a bicycle. After work, Su Yue would wait for him at the unit, and then they would go home together. On Sunday, Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang went to Gui Yunqing's house to discuss going to Port City and asked if he could take a day off. As soon as Su Yue saw Du Lingxiang's appearance and then looked at her body, she felt that Du Lingxiang was somewhat different from before and immediately pulled her into the room for a private conversation. "I'm planning to go to Port City in a few days. Can you take a day off? When the time comes, I'll send you a telegram, and you can use it as proof to apply for a Port City pass at the Shenzhen port. Taking a day off shouldn't be too difficult. I'm currently in my internship period, learning from the older colleagues. Then I'll go to Shenzhen next Sunday, and you can pick me up at the port. When are you going to start working? It's been so long, and you still haven't reported. Don't let someone else take your position." "I'm fine. Minister Liu has agreed and given me a 2-month leave. After several years of university, I really need to take a good rest." "Damn, you're still impressive. But I've had a tough life." "No way. You have to treat us to a meal, otherwise, I won't feel balanced in my heart." The two of them joked while drinking tea under the grape trellis outside, but inside, the conversation was different. "When did you two get together? It must feel good to do that. I can see it on your face. I guess when you came to our house, you weren't idle either. You must have stayed in bed every day. I just realized you're the shy type. You're the shy type. You used to flaunt in front of me every day, showing off how comfortable and enjoyable it was. Really shameless. Why bother being shameless? Can that be comfortable? When two people are together, you have to let it all out without holding back. That's what makes you happy. I must say, doing that is really comfortable. It feels like I'm about to fly to the sky. Tell me, how many times do you do it every day?" "Once." "No way." Su Yue saw Du Lingxiang holding up one finger and suspected that Du Lingxiang wasn't telling the truth. Chapter 109. Back to Port City after returning from Gui Yunqing's house. Du Lingxiang eagerly pulled him into the house, saying, "I have something to tell you. Come in quickly. What are you in such a hurry for? Can't we talk outside?" After Du Lingxiang finished speaking, with a thought, her magical clothing instantly disappeared, revealing her underwear and black stockings on her long legs. And she directly pounced on him on the bed. More than 2 hours later, Du Lingxiang, her face flushed, reached out to stroke Tong Yu's chest. That little flirt. Su Yue was right. If I had known it would be so enjoyable, I wouldn't have listened to you in the first place. How much good time did we miss out on? When can we make up for that lost time? Right. I've lived longer than Su Yue. When she gets old and doesn't have that much energy, I'll still be young and full of vitality, and I'll laugh at her again. Hee hee, but for now, I still want to. Dear, flying with a sword is really fast. It only took us a few minutes to reach Port City. It's much quicker and more convenient than taking a plane. Right now, I'm still in the foundation establishment stage, but once I reach the golden core stage, the speed of flying with a sword will be even faster. I can circle Blue Star in just a few minutes, from the capital to Port City. It would take no more than 10 seconds. I estimate that the remaining spirit stones will allow us to cultivate to the golden core stage. But it's best to find some spiritual herbs to refine pills. With pills to assist, we can save a lot of spirit stones. What if I miss you? Otherwise, when you go abroad, I'll use the evenings to find you and come back to work during the day. Sure, I can come back to find you too and wait at home for your affection. After the two joked for a while, they walked to the entrance of the villa, directly using the wall-passing technique to enter the villa. They saw that the villa had been completely renovated according to his wishes. Although Du Lingshuang had already checked the villa with her divine sense, she still personally inspected the villa to feel at ease. Tong Yu looked at the villa, which had been renovated in a Chinese antique style, and felt very satisfied, knowing he would have a place to stay when he came back to Port City in the future. In the eyes of cultivators, everything in the mundane world is illusory. No matter how powerful or wealthy one is, they cannot escape the laws of nature. Aging, illness, and death are inevitable. 100 years later, it's just a pile of yellow earth. He didn't want to be famous now. Besides, if he wanted to make money, it wouldn't be very difficult. Moreover, he planned to go to Japan to grab their money after a few years, once the Plaza Agreement was in place, and also plunder Japan. That's what a reborn person from the Dragon Country should do. Seeing the telephone in the living room, Tong Yu picked it up and tried it. The call went through, so it must be that Lawyer Chen paid the phone bill. He quickly dialed Lawyer Chen's number. Hello, Lawyer Chen, this is Tong Yu. Can you come to my house for a visit? Yes. I've returned to Port City and have already moved into the villa. More than half an hour later, Lawyer Chen opened the villa door and saw Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang sitting in the living room drinking tea. He was puzzled. The walls of this villa were so high, and the door was sturdy. How did these two get in? Moreover, he had specifically checked the walls when entering and found no traces of climbing. Lawyer Chen, don't look anymore. We both know lightness skill. Don't say this wall is over 3 meters high. Even if it were twice as high, it wouldn't stop us. So Mr. Tong and Ms. Du are both martial arts masters. No wonder they could enter the villa silently. I admire you both. Lawyer Chen mimicked characters from the martial world and gave Tong Yu a fist salute. You're too polite, Lawyer Chen. I believe the villa in Deepwater Bay is also renovated, right? Tong Yu waved his hand, signaling him not to be so formal. He wasn't a person from the martial world. It's already renovated. I personally oversaw the completion. When would Mr. Tong like to come check it out? Lawyer Chen thought that since the remaining payment to the renovation company hadn't been settled, Tong Yu's visit would be just in time to pay it off. As he was still the guarantor, Lawyer Chen dared to be Tong Yu's guarantor because he saw that Tong Yu had 2 villas and wasn't worried about him defaulting on the payment to the renovation company. He didn't know how Tong Yu acquired the previous villa, but he personally witnessed Tong Yu buy the one in Deepwater Bay with real cash. And it was a villa he recommended. Let us go take a look, and I'll settle the remaining payment for the renovation. Also, my friend wants to buy a few more villas. Do you know if anyone nearby is selling? Your friend wants to buy a few villas? I'll inquire and get back to you in a couple of days. Hearing that Tong Yu would settle the renovation payment, Lawyer Chen felt relieved. Upon hearing that his friend wanted to buy more villas, he was immediately delighted. Was business coming again? Lawyer Chen drove while Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang sat in the back, heading towards the Deepwater Bay villa area. Old Chen, we're familiar now, so just call me Old Chen. This feels more friendly. I want to buy a car, something more luxurious. Do you know which dealership has them? Sure. Just call me Old Chen. I also think it feels friendly. There's a dealership, Huiji, where they have all sorts of imported cars. How about we check the villa first, and then go buy a car? Hearing Tong Yu take the initiative to call him Old Chen, Lawyer Chen felt happy. It meant he was now in Tong Yu's good graces and not seen as an outsider. Before reaching Deepwater Bay, Tong Yu's divine sense spotted the villa he bought. The renovation indeed looked good. Although it was also a Chinese style, it had a different decorating style. Not bad. This renovation is just like my design, and the materials are very cost-effective. Can you calculate how much remaining payment is owed to their company? Let us go to the bank to transfer it now. Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang both looked at the villa and were very satisfied. It was close to the sea, and the environment was tranquil, making it more suitable for cultivation. Chapter 110. Buying a car and arranging a driver's license. Tong Yu didn't shortchange Lawyer Chen and directly transferred him 40,000 Hong Kong dollars as a token of appreciation. Although he knew Lawyer Chen would get a kickback, he felt that Lawyer Chen was reliable, and he was willing to give a few thousand more. Seeing that Tong Yu had given him an extra 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, Lawyer Chen was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him, deciding to do a good job on the tasks Tong Yu assigned. Tong Yu originally wanted to buy a Tiger head Benz, but since that model hadn't been released yet, he turned and saw the first-generation Bentley Mulsanne. This car, along with Rolls-Royce, is produced in the UK. If he couldn't buy a Mercedes, a Bentley would do for now. Tong Yu was already able to drive in his past life, but he wasn't used to right-hand drive cars. However, now that he had divine consciousness, it was no longer a problem. Du Lingxiang had never driven a car, but she also possessed divine consciousness. Within 10 minutes of getting into the car, she could freely drive back and forth. After waiting for less than an hour at the car dealership, their driving licenses were ready and brought to them. Du Lingxiang didn't care whether traffic police would stop her for violations on the road. She continuously overtook other cars and drove at a very high speed, still complaining that the car was slow. "Honey, let's go to the mall and buy some things. We're missing quite a few supplies in the villa." After parking the car in the mall's underground parking lot, they bought a large number of various daily necessities and a few sets of bedding. Driving on the road was too slow, and sometimes there was traffic. The roads in Port City weren't as wide as those in the capital, making it less fun. After stopping the car, Du Lingxiang started complaining. Tong Yu thought to himself that in 20 years, she'd see that the capital would be the most congested. He paid no attention to her complaints. Now that they were in Port City, they had to go eat some seafood. Although both of them were fasting, an occasional meal would still satisfy their cravings. After the mall's delivery arrived, they used their divine consciousness to check the purchased items and sign for the delivery after confirming everything was correct. This time, the two didn't drive. Tong Yu's divine consciousness had already spotted the treasure seafood boat docked at the pier. This seafood boat was over 70 meters long, more than 20 meters wide, and 3 stories high. It was nighttime, and the lights on the seafood boat were dazzling, illuminating the area as bright as day. And the reflection from the water made it shine even more, resembling a brilliant pearl embedded in the ocean. As soon as they stepped onto the boat, a friendly waiter greeted them and led them to a great window-side position where they could clearly see the shimmering sea outside, with the water sparkling under the lights. The scenery here was truly beautiful, and there were even restaurants on the boat. Such sights were not seen in the country, which was quite eye-opening. Du Lingxiang looked at the seafood boat, marveling at its luxurious decor, and couldn't help but praise it. Looking at the menu presented by the waiter, filled with a variety of seafood dishes, Du Lingxiang excitedly pointed at different seafood items, telling Tong Yu, "I want to eat this one, and this one." Tong Yu smiled and nodded. After ordering, Du Lingxiang began to explore the seafood boat. Although Tong Yu had seen places even more luxurious than this seafood boat in his past life, he had only admired them from afar and never had the money to spend. Now sitting on the seafood boat himself, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the heights at which people stand lead to different perspectives. Soon, dishes full of color, aroma, and flavor were served, including fresh lobsters, fat crabs, and succulent shellfish. Du Lingxiang couldn't wait to grab her chopsticks, pick up a shrimp, and put it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up instantly. "It's so delicious. This is the first time I've had such tasty seafood." As she spoke, she kept stuffing seafood into her mouth. Seeing her enjoy the meal so much, Tong Yu joined in, and the two indulged in the delightful seafood feast. Just as they were happily eating, they suddenly heard a heated argument from a nearby table. Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang turned to look and saw several fashionable young people arguing with a waiter. One young man, looking impatient, slammed the table and shouted, "What kind of service attitude is this? There's a fly in this dish. We're here to eat seafood, not flies. What are you going to do about it?" The waiter appeared anxious and repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, gentlemen. I will replace it with a new one right away." The young man was relentless, and his companions joined in the uproar. Tong Yu scanned with his divine consciousness and found that there was indeed a fly in the broth of a fish dish. But it was clear that the fly had been placed there later. These young people were clearly looking for trouble. Didn't they know who the owner was? Who gave them the audacity to cause a scene here? Was it a gang, or were they enemies? He furrowed his brow. He didn't want to meddle. But the noise was getting louder, clearly intended to attract attention, and their argument was disturbing other diners. Du Lingxiang was happily eating when she heard the commotion and felt somewhat displeased, putting down her chopsticks to look over there. At that moment, a manager-like person hurried over, bowing and trying to appease the young people, even offering a 50% discount. However, the young people were still unwilling to back down. They not only demanded a free meal, but also wanted the manager to compensate them, asking for 100,000 yuan, saying, "We need to go to the hospital for a checkup. The seafood isn't clean, and we're afraid of infectious diseases." The young man was Lin Tianhao, the eldest son of the Xingyi gang. It was known that the Xingyi gang had a grudge against the owner of the treasure seafood boat. I could see they were deliberately causing trouble. If the treasure seafood boat dared to retaliate, the Xingyi gang would have an excuse to act. Chapter 111. The fraudster exorcist Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang understood from the discussions that these people were from a gang looking for trouble. In this era, Port City had many gangs, a mix of good and bad. Vendettas, smuggling, and massacres frequently occurred, especially since it was now a colony with all sorts of people. Du Lingxiang initially wanted to drive these people away, but Tong Yu held her shoulder and shook his head, saying, "They haven't provoked us. Why meddle? Let them fight amongst themselves. Sorry, everyone, our service was inadequate. Here is the compensation fee." The young man in a suit said as he handed a check to the manager. "Humph, this time you were smart. But next time it won't be so easy to resolve. We're leaving." Lin Tianhao glanced at Yi Tenglong, a ruthless glint in his eyes, and left the seafood boat with his companions. "Thank you, young Master Yi. You're truly too polite," young Master Yi said, giving the manager a look, and the manager immediately went to make arrangements. Young Master Yi then turned to leave, followed by 2 bodyguards. "All right. This time we will make sure the Xingyi gang disappears from Port City forever," young Master Yi said, clenching his hands tightly. After enjoying a seafood feast and drinking a bottle of complimentary red wine, before leaving, the waiter also gifted them a lighter and a bottle of perfume, expressing apologies and hoping they would visit again. Although young Master Yi was ruthless, he knew how to do business and how to win over customers. When the two arrived at the Deepwater Bay Villa area, they saw a villa with flames flickering inside. There were over a dozen people of all ages in the villa, along with several middle-aged men in suits, all with serious expressions, watching a yellow-robed Taoist priest performing a ritual. This family was holding a ceremony. People in Port City were very superstitious and believed in such things. "This villa has some issues. I see a few wandering souls hiding in the northeast corner. This Taoist might have some power," Tong Yu noted. Who set up this gathering of Yin energy here? There's also a piece of soul-raising wood. It's clear someone wants to harm this family. The Taoist's abilities were lacking. He hadn't trained thoroughly. Hearing Du Lingxiang's words, Tong Yu also scanned with his divine consciousness and quickly realized there was indeed something wrong with the villa. He was a third-level formation master and soon understood why there were wandering souls appearing in the villa. A gust of Yin wind blew through, extinguishing the yellow paper instantly. One wandering soul attached itself to a peachwood sword, while another opened its ghostly mouth and lunged at the yellow-robed Taoist. Another wandering soul landed on the altar and spat out a stream of Yin energy, extinguishing the incense on the altar. "Not good. The ghost has come out. Everyone hide first to avoid being possessed by the ghost," the Taoist in the yellow robe shouted, and the peachwood sword in his hand suddenly felt as heavy as dozens of pounds, making it seem a bit sluggish to swing. "Oh." The giant mouth of the ghost bit into the neck of the Taoist in the yellow robe, yet not a trace of blood appeared. But a black mark in the shape of a mouth emerged on his neck. "Those who are about to engage in battle, take your positions. Now." After the Taoist recited the 9-character truth of Taoism, he bit his tongue, opened his mouth, and sprayed a blood arrow onto the peachwood sword with a pu sound. The ghost attached to the peachwood sword let out a scream and instantly fled, its originally solid form becoming transparent. The ghost quickly escaped back to the Yin gathering array, attaching itself to the soul-nurturing wood to recover. The ghost's scream echoed in the night, sounding even more eerie and terrifying, causing the onlookers to flee in panic, with cries of children, screams of women, and shouts of the elderly mixing chaotically in the villa. After spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, the Taoist's face turned waxy pale, and the peachwood sword no longer felt sluggish. He picked up a stack of yellow talismans again, raised his hand, and pointed. Boom. Flames erupted once more. "Heaven is round. The earth is square. The laws are in 9 chapters. I now write, and all ghosts hide. Please summon the heavenly gods. Mobilize the heavenly soldiers. Which ghost dares to appear? Which ghost dares to confront? Heaven is clear. The earth is spiritual, supreme lousy. Urgent as the law commands. All evil spirits retreat." After the Taoist finished reciting the Taoist mantra, he pointed the peachwood sword towards the sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the 2 other ghosts, hearing the thunder, immediately fled to the gathering array, trembling as they clung to the soul-nurturing wood. Thud! The Taoist was drenched in sweat, his face pale, sitting on the ground. After watching the Taoist's performance, Tong Yu realized that the ghosts in this villa were the ones he was nurturing here. However, if this continued with mutual attacks, these ghosts would eventually backfire on him. Thank you, Taoist Wang. Thank you, Taoist Wang. This is just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. An old man with white hair walked out of the villa, repeatedly cupping his hands in respect to Taoist Wang, then took out a check and handed it to him. This money is really easy to make. Du Lingxiang saw the amount on the check, which was a full 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, and couldn't help but feel envious. This is all a scam for money. Forget it. Let's just consider it a spectacle and leave. Tong Yu didn't want to meddle further. He knew that in a few days those ghosts would come out again, and the villa's owner would still invite Taoist Wang to exorcise them. This was like catching a sheep and pulling its wool. This scammer, Taoist Wang, was a bit detestable, but who told the villa's owner to be wealthy? Besides, it's better to take the capitalist's money than to let it go to waste. Chapter 112. Gui Yunqing comes to Hong Kong City after Gui Yunqing received Tong Yu's telegram. He asked for a few days off from his superiors. Since he was still in his internship period, no one paid much attention to him, especially since the work at the prosecutor's office wasn't busy at this time. He would be busy next year when the crackdown began. Su Yue also asked for leave from her superiors, and on Friday, they sent Tong Yu a telegram stating their arrival time in Shenzhen. They bought 2 sleeper tickets from a ticket vendor at the train station and boarded the train to Yueqing. Upon reaching the port, seeing that it was still early, Du Lingxiang went to buy a newspaper. After reading it, she learned that the Shengyi gang had been wiped out yesterday, and their territory had been completely divided up. These people are ruthless, treating lives as nothing. They killed everyone in one go. What are the police in Hong Kong City doing? Are they just for show? After reading the newspaper, Du Lingxiang handed it to Tong Yu, her face showing indignation. Tong Yu glanced at the newspaper, having already finished reading all the content, and tossed it into the car while speaking. Exiting the port of Hong Kong City, there were regulations allowing a few electrical appliances to be carried. Therefore, many people sought connections to go to Hong Kong City, or when returning from business trips, they would bring a few electrical appliances back to the mainland. In this era, the domestic electrical appliance manufacturing industry was not developed, and the prices in Hong Kong City were cheaper, especially for imported appliances, which were more varied than those on the mainland. People from Hong Kong City noticed that mainlanders liked to bring electrical appliances, but the number allowed was limited. Some people bought too many appliances and couldn't bring them back, so they had to leave them in Hong Kong City. Thus, there emerged intermediaries who specialized in helping people carry appliances, charging a fee for each transport. Tong Yu turned to see a middle-aged man with a heavy backpack, the straps digging into his flesh, clearly filled with items, who smiled warmly and pulled out a pack of cigarettes to offer him. How much do you charge for each transport? Tong Yu, with nothing better to do, was also heading to Shenzhen, so helping him carry it would be fine. It would be a way to make money. No shame in that. All right, where are the items? I'll go get them. You wait here. The middle-aged man said and walked off, carrying the heavy backpack with surprising ease. Du Lingxiang, who was listening to their conversation nearby, shot Tong Yu an unhappy glare. Tong Yu smiled and playfully scratched Du Lingxiang's well-defined nose. I really admire you, making money off everything. Du Lingxiang swatted his hand away and then playfully touched the soft flesh at his waist, a hint of a smile in her eyes. The middle-aged man quickly returned, carrying a large cardboard box with one hand, showing no signs of effort. Here's 50 Hong Kong dollars. You'll get another 50 after we go out. After putting down the box, the middle-aged man handed him the Hong Kong dollars. Okay, when do we leave? Tong Yu, not knowing there was such a rule, took the Hong Kong dollars and stuffed them into his pocket as he asked. You go first. Someone will be there to receive the goods. He will give you the remaining money first, and then you can take the goods. I still need to get some things. The middle-aged man said and walked off again. Tong Yu noticed that the middle-aged man didn't go far but was watching him from a distance, probably worried he would run off with the television. Du Lingxiang also noticed the middle-aged man's position and understood he was concerned about Tong Yu, unable to help but laugh a little. These people were really cunning. Those who can do this business must be alert. Otherwise, they would have lost their pants long ago. They must have been cheated before, gaining this experience from being scammed. Let's go. Tong Yu picked up the 2 boxes and walked toward the port inspection station, with Du Lingxiang following him. The 2 had Hong Kong City identification cards and quickly passed through the inspection after showing them. Tong Yu saw the middle-aged man visibly relax with a smile on his face as they exited the port and turned to leave. Hello, sir, here is the remaining money. Just as Tong Yu stepped out of the port and into Shenzhen, a middle-aged man approached him, directly handing him 50 Hong Kong dollars without saying a word about the goods. Is this your cargo? How did you know? Tong Yu was aware that there were no mobile phones in this era, and communication was impossible between the two sides. How did this middle-aged man know it was their cargo? Sir, don't ask, no one will tell you. Just take the money and leave quickly. The middle-aged man smiled and said a few words, clearly used to being asked these questions, and walked away with the 2 boxes. The people from Longhua are really smart. Especially in doing these kinds of things, it feels like meeting a spy. Tong Yu couldn't help but sigh, even with his spiritual sense. He couldn't figure out how this middle-aged man knew it was their cargo, mainly because he wasn't focused on observing these dealings. Otherwise, he would have certainly found out the reason. Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang waited outside the bus station for over half an hour until they saw Gui Yunqing and Su Yue coming out of the bus station. Old Gua, over here. Ah, finally saw you. Yue was saying on the bus, what if we didn't see you when we got here? I was worried the whole way. Gui Yunqing rushed over upon seeing Tong Yu, but was pushed away by him. Why do 2 big men need to be so close? Go away. Su Yue and Du Lingxiang, however, hugged each other and shared their experiences from the trip. After obtaining the Hong Kong City pass at the port, the 4 entered Hong Kong City, and Gui Yunqing and Su Yue couldn't help but look around. Gui Yunqing exclaimed repeatedly, wow, this place is way more prosperous than where we are, so many cars, and even double-decker buses. Look at how revealingly these women are dressed, Lao Tong. This is really a feast for the eyes. Ah, take it easy, take it easy. Tong Yu watched as Su Yue pinched Gui Yunqing's waist, making him wince in pain, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, saying this in front of Su Yue is just asking for trouble. Which woman would want her man to look at other women? Wow. Lingxiang, you've learned to drive too. Teach me how to drive a car. Chapter 113. Bargaining for a villa throughout the journey. Gui Yunqing didn't talk to Tong Yu. His eyes were too busy taking in the sights of Hong Kong City through the car window. Su Yue was the same. It was their first time in Hong Kong City, and they were amazed by this bustling metropolis, much of which they had never seen in their home country. As soon as Gui Yunqing arrived, he fell in love with the place and immediately started chatting with Tong Yu. Su Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pulled Du Lingxiang around the courtyard, exclaiming as they walked, this is so beautiful. It feels like every corner has been meticulously designed. Gui Yunqing ran to the poolside, dipped his hand in the water, and smiled, saying, the water temperature is just right. I need to swim a few laps later to test my swimming skills. Once Gui Yunqing and his wife entered the villa, they were even more shocked by the interior decoration, realizing how comfortable it was to live in such a nice house. Du Lingxiang made them tea, as they hadn't bought any fruits yet, so they had to settle for tea first. After all, they weren't outsiders and wouldn't be picky about such details. Let us buy 2 villas. Where's my other villa? Can I buy it next to yours? That way, we can gather often. When Tong Yu saw Lawyer Chen arrive, he introduced them, and after everyone got to know each other, they sat on the sofa and chatted. There is also a villa in Shallow Water Bay, owned by the Li family. They heard that the family wants to immigrate, so they plan to sell the villa and go abroad. Additionally, there is a villa on Baijianxi Road, owned by a counselor from Hong Kong City, who is returning to his home country for work. After Lawyer Chen mentioned these villa locations, Gui Yunqing felt they were all good options. But since he was unfamiliar with the geography of Hong Kong City and didn't know which villas were good, he looked to Tong Yu. Old Chen, can you contact the Zheng family and casually bring up the haunted villa issue? We'll offer 500,000 Hong Kong dollars to buy this villa, and your commission will be calculated separately. We won't shortchange you. Lawyer Chen was shocked to hear Tong Yu's words. But then he realized why the Zheng family wanted to sell the villa at a loss. It turned out that the villa had such a serious problem. Gui Yunqing was also stunned when he heard that Tong Yu wanted him to buy the haunted villa. But he believed that Tong Yu wouldn't harm him and just kept silent. Lawyer Chen picked up the phone in the living room and got in touch with the person who was selling the Zheng family's villa. Mr. Liu, regarding the Zheng family's villa, I'm offering 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. Don't rush, the Zheng family will definitely sell it. Just tell him I already know about the villa. However, Lawyer Chen making the call in front of them indicated that he was on their side and knew he wouldn't shortchange him. While waiting for the call, they also discussed the locations of several other villas. Shallow Water Bay is very close to Deepwater Bay, but the environment there isn't as nice as Deepwater Bay, although it's much more bustling. making it suitable for young people to live in. Then there's South by Jianxi Road. Tong Yu wasn't familiar with that area either, but since villas could be built there, the environment couldn't be too bad. After all, these are places where the wealthy and officials live. If the geographical environment were poor, they wouldn't build villas there. It's a symbol of status and also a matter of face. However, about 10 minutes later, the phone rang. Hello, it's me. Oh, okay, that's fine. See you in half an hour. Tong Yu didn't answer the phone. He knew that no one in Hong Kong City would call him. He gestured to Lawyer Chen, picked up the phone, and it turned out to be a call for him. The two quickly discussed how to proceed with the villa transaction over the phone. Mr. Tong, let us go to the Zheng family's villa. They agreed to the price. After Lawyer Chen hung up, he smiled and shared the news with Tong Yu. Old Chen, you did a great job. The price you negotiated is all yours. We're only putting in 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, and you'll handle the rest. Also, please help me get 2 Hong Kong City ID cards for these 2 friends. The cost will be calculated separately. Tong Yu's words made Lawyer Chen very happy. He knew Tong Yu wouldn't shortchange him, but he didn't expect him to be so generous, directly giving him a 100,000 Hong Kong dollar price difference. Thank you, Mr. Tong. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Mr. Guo and Ms. Su will be able to get their Hong Kong City ID cards in 2 days. Guo Yunqing didn't have any Hong Kong dollars, so he could only ask Tong Yu to advance the payment for him. Fortunately, when Guo Yunqing and Su Yue came to Hong Kong City, Tong Yu reminded them to bring their photos, so they didn't need to take new ones. The old master of the Zheng family received Mr. Lu's call and learned that the other party knew about the issues with the villa. Originally, they planned to sell it for over 1 million Hong Kong dollars. But now the other party only offered 400,000. The old master acted decisively and immediately agreed to the transaction, knowing that once the news about the haunted villa spread, no one would dare to buy it, and it would become worthless, even if given away for free. However, the old master Zheng had been in the business for many years and was a ruthless character who managed to carve out a place in Hong Kong City. He wouldn't allow himself to be manipulated easily. He wondered why the other party knew about the villa's problems and still wanted to buy it. Boss, send someone to investigate who is buying the villa. If it turns out someone is laying a trap to buy the villa at a low price, you know how to handle it. If the other party is more powerful than Wang Daochong, don't offend them, and try to make good relations. Chapter 114. Warning Yi Tenglong. The villa buying transaction went smoothly. Tong Yu transferred the funds. Both parties signed the transaction contract. And Lawyer Chen took the property deed to handle the transfer while also processing Hong Kong City ID cards for Guo Yunqing and Su Yue. Tong Yu and Du Lingxiong didn't need to eat, but Guo Yunqing and Su Yue wanted something to eat. Being from the north, they weren't used to southern cuisine, so they suggested having seafood. Let us go to Jinbao Seafood Restaurant. The seafood there is delicious, and there's a wide variety. We've been there once. Not only is the environment good, but you also eat seafood on a boat while enjoying the sea view. When Guo Yunqing and Su Yue arrived at the dock and saw the luxurious and elegant Jinbao Seafood Restaurant anchored in the sea, both were shocked, thinking to themselves, so there are places like this in the world. This trip to Hong Kong City was worth it. We've really seen the world. After the 4 of them sat down, Du Lingxiong directly ordered a large table of various seafood and some exquisite local snacks from Hong Kong City. Any mainlanders who dared to eat at Jinbao Seafood Restaurant were certainly not ordinary people, who isn't someone of power and influence in the mainland. Although people in Hong Kong City look down on mainlanders, they do consider who they are looking down upon. After Du Lingxiong broke through to the foundation establishment stage, she carried an ethereal aura about her. Her originally beautiful appearance, along with some minor flaws, had been perfectly restored to an exquisite state as her cultivation level advanced. Yi Tenglong learned from his subordinates that these 2 young people were a married couple, both from the mainland, who had also bought a villa in Deepwater Bay, which had just been renovated a few months ago. Although he suspected that these 2 young people were not ordinary mainlanders, he thought that once they were in Hong Kong City, it would be his territory, either under his control or that of others. However, yesterday he received another piece of news. The villa of the foreigner William on Victoria Peak had been transferred to someone named Tong Yu. After the transfer of William's villa, he drove off a cliff, and all the money in his account was transferred away, along with his goods and cargo being sold off. These details were not something the police could uncover, but he could find out through underground channels. This was also why the Hong Kong police relied on informants. There are ways for snakes and mice. If Tong Yu was someone he couldn't afford to provoke, then it was better to abandon that thought early on. It wouldn't be worth risking his life over a beautiful woman. In the afternoon, he received a call from his subordinate, informing him that the Zheng family's villa in Deepwater Bay had been sold, and the buyer was a friend of Tong Yu who had just arrived from the mainland at noon. In Hong Kong City, relying on his family's influence, Yi Tenglong did not fear any other wealthy individuals aside from the old Master Hua. Even some foreigners with little power could easily be made to disappear. He knew who could be touched and who could not. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold such power in his family. If he couldn't bring more benefits to the family or prove himself, he would have long lost his position. Today, at the top of the Treasure Seafood restaurant, he saw Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang enjoying seafood again, this time accompanied by two young men. As Tong Yu and Guo Yunqing were drinking, he felt someone staring at them and instantly scanned the area with his divine sense. Yi Tenglong found a spot, held a glass of red wine, and stared at Du Ling Shuang, when suddenly he felt a gaze from below the restaurant. Startled, he trembled and spilled his drink onto the carpet. At that moment, Du Ling Shuang also sensed someone peeping at her and felt displeased. She scanned the area with her divine sense, but her released divine sense carried a chilling, killing intent. Bang! The wine glass that fell on the carpet suddenly exploded, sending shards of glass into Yi Tenglong's body, causing him to scream in pain. This is a warning. If you keep staring, you will end up as a corpse, Du Ling Shuang transmitted to him. Just as Yi Tenglong, still shaken, stood up, he heard a voice beside his ear, the voice of the woman named Du Ling Shuang. He was immediately frightened and looked around, only to find no one there. The bodyguards were outside and hadn't he come in. Could this be a technique for transmitting sound over a distance? Yi Tenglong was not a playboy. On the contrary, he graduated from a prestigious university and had studied some ancient martial arts, having some understanding of martial arts legends. After hearing the transmission, Yi Tenglong completely abandoned his desire for Du Ling Shuang. This woman was evidently a master of internal martial arts, likely at the master level according to martial arts rankings. The first gaze that had looked at him, though not filled with killing intent, was still formidable enough to penetrate several layers of iron. Seeing that Du Ling Shuang had warned Yi Tenglong, Tong Yu didn't pay him any more mind. After all, he hadn't done anything to Du Ling Shuang. He couldn't just kill someone for merely looking at her. In public places, whether on the street, in shopping malls, or anywhere else, many people looked at Du Ling Shuang. After all, she was beautiful. If he were to kill anyone who looked at her, how many people would he have to kill? He might as well do nothing but kill every day. After the four of them had enjoyed a hearty meal, Guo Yunqing and Su Yue both expressed their satisfaction and said they would come back for another seafood feast next time. Chapter 115. The grievance of Taoist Wang. Yi Tenglong returned to the family ancestral home and went straight to old Master Ye's room. Grandpa, today I discovered. You don't need to worry about this. That was a warning. If they wanted to kill you, there would be no escape even if you hid abroad. A martial arts master is not something ordinary firearms can deal with, old Master Yi reassured him. Yi Tenglong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His grandfather was an old hand at this, and his words put him at ease. 2 days later, Lawyer Chen brought the property deed for the villa Guo Yunqing bought, along with their Hong Kong ID cards, to Tong Yu. It's nothing. There's no hardship. The villa in Shallow Water Bay can be traded today. I've already made arrangements. Once he acquired both the Shallow Water Bay and Baijin Shido villas, he could buy a large house in Hong Kong City and perhaps even a storefront for rental income. All right, let us go. We need to return to the mainland in a few days. The villa renovation matters will need to be handled by you. The two villas in Shallow Water Bay and Baijin Shido were not as cheap as the Zheng family's villa. The total cost for these two villas was 2.3 million Hong Kong dollars. This time, they only needed to handle the transfer procedures, which sped things up significantly, and Guo Yunqing received the property deed that afternoon. That night, after Guo Yunqing and Su Yue went to sleep, Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang arrived at the Zheng family villa. Du Ling Shuang didn't even take out her spiritual weapon long sword. She simply raised her hand and shattered the gathering yin array with a slap, a flame flashing by. And 3 yin souls turned to nothingness. In a house several dozen miles away from the Zheng family villa, Taoist Wang spat out a blood arrow. Who are you? How could you break my gathering yin array and annihilate my yin souls? Before Tong Yu could finish speaking, he and Du Ling Shuang appeared in Taoist Wang's room. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you ruining my plans? The Zheng family forced my father to death back then, causing my family to be destroyed and displaced. Now I seek revenge for my father. Is there anything wrong with that? I advise you to seek revenge only against the Zheng family and not drag innocent people into it, lest you suffer backlash. Leave now. After Tong Yu finished speaking, he embraced Du Lingshuang and slowly rose into the air, then instantly vanished from sight. Great immortal, I will remember your teachings. I will only target the Zheng family and never harm innocent people. The next morning, Tong Yu took Gui Yunqing and his wife to the Zheng family villa. Upon entering the courtyard, they felt a sense of peace, no longer the terrifying atmosphere from before. Everything is fine here now, so you can live here with peace of mind. Don't ask, I won't tell you either. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Tong Yu pretended to be mysterious, leaving Gui Yunqing stunned, looking at him with a mix of confusion and surprise. This place is much better than a few days ago. I feel very comfortable since entering. Su Yue and Du Lingshuang took a tour of the villa, checking every corner before returning to the living room to chat with Gui Yunqing. As long as you feel comfortable. Isn't it time for us to return to the mainland? The holiday is almost over. Gui Yunqing calculated the time. They had taken a week off. And considering the time spent traveling by train, they needed to return to the mainland today to buy a few buildings in Deep City, or else they would run out of time. Oh, you're right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I really don't want to leave. It's great to live here, eating seafood every day and swimming in the sea. Time flies too fast. Su Yue exclaimed, although she said she didn't want to leave. She stood up and walked outside. Du Lingxiang drove them to the port, and when they passed a large shopping mall, the two of them got out to buy a bunch of things to take back for their families. Old Tong, I don't have Hong Kong dollars, so I won't exchange them for you. I'll buy you some shops in Shenzhen and a few buildings to exchange instead, Gui Yunqing said before leaving the port. Whatever. You know I'm not short on Hong Kong dollars, don't take it to heart, and have a safe trip. Tong Yu patted his shoulder and injected a strand of true essence into him, which could gradually improve his health. He noticed that Gui Yunqing seemed a bit weak lately, so he helped him out, watching him and Su Yue pass through the port. Old Tong is really a good person. Having a friend like him is truly a blessing for you. At first, I couldn't stand Du Lingxiang. She always had a cold expression, as if someone owed her money and hadn't paid it back. I had never seen her smile. But later, after getting to know her, I realized she was just pretending in college. Now I see her smile every day, and with you and Old Tong's connection, our relationship has improved a lot. Su Yue said to Gui Yunqing after exiting the port. I make friends with sincerity for sincerity. From the first day I entered the school, I felt that Old Tong was trustworthy, and after getting to know him, I found my sixth sense was indeed right. You talk about your sixth sense while panting. You really can brag. I'm not bragging, the facts prove it. Aren't we happy together? That's my sixth sense telling me that you are the one I want to marry in this lifetime. Oh, how cheesy, but I like to hear you say that. Especially when you say it at night. Su Yue looked at Gui Yunqing with affection, hiding a hint of charm. When Tong Yu sent Gui Yunqing and the others off, there was news from the Zheng family. Father, we have found out that the person who bought our villa came from the mainland. He had previous contact with lawyer Qin Binghui from here in Hong Kong. I sent someone to investigate this lawyer, and his background is very clean. So it's not someone scheming against us. Did you investigate the mainland buyer of the villa? Is there any news about him now? Chapter 116 Robert's oath. Zheng Kaiping shook his head in response to the old man's question and said, there hasn't been any movement yet. The two mainland buyers returned today, and the remaining two haven't left. They rarely go out and have been staying in the villa. Let's send someone to keep an eye on them. We'll talk if we discover anything. I'm tired, you can go now. Robert arrived in Hong Kong at the end of June. Tong Yu calculated the time and drove to the airport to pick him up. Robert knew that Tong Yu didn't like hugs, so he quickly extended his hand for a handshake. Welcome to Hong Kong. Get in the car, old Luo. Du Lingxiang drove, and Tong Yu and Robert sat in the back discussing directly, taking Robert to the entrance of a luxury hotel. Mr. Tong, here are the videotapes of Starship Troopers and the 2 Terminator films. I specially recorded them for you. Additionally, this bank draft is the balance from your previous royalties for Starship Troopers and the first Terminator, including copyright and box office shares. Thank you, old Luo. I have 3 sci-fi movie scripts here. This time, we won't release a novel. There are too many sci-fi novels out there, and readers can easily get fatigued. So, I suggest we directly make a movie. Take a look at the scripts I've written. Tong Yu took the bank draft and handed it directly to Du Lingxiang. The balance was not much, only a little over $10 million, which Tong Yu didn't mind. He then took out 3 Jurassic World scripts from his bag. Old Luo, we've cooperated so many times. We all trust each other, so we won't sign a contract this time. We'll just continue according to the original contract. Hearing that they wouldn't need to sign a contract this time, Robert was so happy that he danced around, immediately making an oath to the god in their Western hearts. At that moment, he recalled what his father had said about adhering to the spirit of the contract to cooperate with friends in the long term. And today he did just that. In the evening, Tong Yu treated Robert to a seafood feast, of course, at the Treasure Seafood restaurant. Robert had mostly eaten northern Shandong cuisine back in Beijing, but now in Hong Kong, not only did he enjoy a seafood feast, but he also tried some southern delicacies. Yi Tenglong asked the restaurant staff to listen to the language this foreigner was speaking to see which country he was from. Hearing the staff, Yi Tenglong thought to himself, even this handsome foreigner is trying to please Tong Yu. He must know Tong Yu's background. Should I check this foreigner? But he suddenly recalled his grandfather's words to avoid provoking such people, so he quickly dismissed that thought and waved the staff away. After Robert felt he had become friends with Tong Yu, he was in a very good mood. After 3 of them had 2 bottles of red wine. He felt it wasn't enough and insisted on drinking some Chinese white liquor. As a result, after just half a bottle of Finjiu, he got drunk, laying his head on the table and couldn't be awakened anymore. Dear, why didn't you sign a contract with Robert this time? Aren't you afraid he would see that he made more money and go back on his word? Tong Yu initially planned to invite lawyer Chun to sign the contract. But then he thought, since he was already at the foundation establishment stage, if Robert dared to go back on his word, he could just go to the beautiful country and kill him anytime, and he would also take all of Robert's property, making him pay for his greed. I'm testing him. If Robert dares to go back on his word, that would just give me a reason to kill him. If he can adhere to the spirit of the contract, then I can confidently cooperate with him in the future and make more money in the beautiful country. You have so many thoughts. Anyone who deals with you must cooperate sincerely, or else there will be life-threatening consequences. There's no helping it. I won't kill anyone without reason. But if someone dares to scheme against me, then I have no choice but to take action. I won't play tricks or scheme behind people's backs. That would be too exhausting. It's better to act directly. It's convenient and simple, and it can eliminate future troubles. After saying this, a hint of coldness flashed in Tong Yu's eyes, but when he looked at Du Lingxiang, his gaze was filled with love. After returning to their place, the two rolled together again. Afterward, Tong Yu felt that the true essence in his dantian had increased a bit more, and he was not far from breaking through to the mid-foundation stage. Watching Du Lingxiang, who was satisfied and asleep, Tong Yu stroked her hair, kissed her cherry lips, and fell asleep holding her. The next day, Robert woke up with a splitting headache. He quickly drank some water and washed his face, feeling a bit better. This Chinese white liquor is really powerful. I don't know where old Tong got it from. It's even stronger than rum. I can't drink white liquor again. It feels awful. Robert mumbled to himself while brewing coffee. After getting familiar with Tong Yu, he no longer called him Mr. Tong and directly called him Old Tong, even using Dragon Country's language. At noon, Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang came again. Old Luo, you drank too much last night. Let's drink some white liquor at noon today. You'll feel better, Tong Yu said as soon as he entered. I can't drink your Dragon Country's white liquor anymore. It feels like fire in my stomach. It's too strong. Spare me, please. Then let's just have a simple meal. Tong Yu saw Robert's hangover appearance and decided not to joke with him. He patted him on the shoulder, appearing very friendly, and secretly infused a trace of true essence into his body to help him adjust his condition. After all, he still needed to make money for himself. He couldn't let Robert's body break down. Chapter 117. Breakthrough to Mid-Foundation Establishment. Robert stayed in the port city for 2 days before returning. The second installment of Terminator was set to be released in July, and he needed to go back to oversee the film's production, as well as prepare for the filming of Jurassic World. Tong Yu advised him not to rush the third Terminator film, suggesting they first make Jurassic World to give audiences a change of visual taste. Otherwise, watching Terminator films back-to-back could lead to viewer fatigue, even if the plot was excellent. People might feel they were being milked. After Robert left the port city, Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang continued to cultivate there for a few more days. As the spiritual energy was refined into true essence, the true essence in his dantian accumulated more and more until it finally began to erupt. He guided this powerful true essence, circulating it through his meridians, and crashed through the barriers to reach mid-foundation establishment. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from within, as the accumulated powerful true essence shattered the barrier to mid-foundation establishment in one go. Trees, weeds, vines, and fallen branches on the deserted island were sent flying in all directions, marking his breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment. Once he expanded his consciousness, he tested his spiritual sensing range and found it had more than doubled from the initial stage of foundation establishment. Within 100 kilometers, everything was clear to him. When his spiritual sensing extended beyond the island, it reached into the ocean, allowing him to see various fish clearly. Since he was here, he decided to catch some seafood to take back. Seeing all sorts of fish, crabs, and lobsters in the sea, he thought about bringing some back. Tong Yu waved his hand, and these sea creatures instantly flew out of the water and into his ring. After collecting several tons of each type of seafood, he felt it was enough to take back to give to others, so he stepped onto his flying sword and returned to his villa. Before he even entered the villa, he noticed Du Lingshuang's consciousness searching for him. Upon seeing him return, she retracted her consciousness. When Du Lingshuang saw him back, she leaped into his arms, lightly punching his chest with her little fist, pouting and complaining. You broke through to mid-foundation establishment? How does it feel? How many times stronger are you than before? No, I don't believe what you say. I have to try it myself to know. Du Lingshuang clung to him, wrapping her long legs around his waist, casting a flirtatious glance towards the bedroom on the second floor. Well, this time it's a bit stronger, but just barely passing. I'm going to sleep now. On July 5th, they returned to the courtyard in Beijing. Their holiday was almost over, and they planned to visit relatives and friends for a few days before going back to work. The summer sun blazed, and the cicadas in the trees, having drunk the sap from the branches, shrieked desperately, making it hard for people to take a nap. Around 6 in the afternoon, Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang arrived at Du Guoqiang's house, carrying 2 large net bags, just as the family returned home from work. Due to the heat, the Du family men, including Guoqiang and his 2 grandsons, were shirtless, while the 2 sisters-in-law and his sister wore very light clothing. Second sister is here, and second brother-in-law too. Du Donghai spotted Du Lingshuang and Tong Yu entering the front yard and called out immediately. Tong Yu is here. Come sit down and have some tea. It's too hot. Let me fan you. Du Dongxing took the net bag from Tong Yu's hand and handed him a fan to cool off. Come, sit down. Have some tea. Seeing his 2 sons-in-law arrive, Du Guoqiang immediately smiled, and Du Dongfeng poured a cup of tea for him. Du Lingshuang noticed that everyone was attending to Tong Yu and ignored her, feeling quite pleased, as it showed her family respected Tong Yu, but her face still showed dissatisfaction. I brought so much stuff, and no one came to help me carry it. You all are something else. I'll help. Second sister. Give it to me. Du Dongpa hurriedly ran over to take the large net bag. What kind of fish are these? I've never seen them before. Du Dongpa asked while walking to the kitchen, looking at the sea fish in the net bag. Idiot. These are sea fish. We're having seafood tonight. Otherwise, in this hot weather, they would spoil if left out overnight. Eldest sister Du Yueshuang slapped her brother's head and took the large net bag to the kitchen. Tong Yu, have you arranged your work yet? Du Guoqiang asked as they sat under the grape trellis, starting casual conversations. I'm reporting to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in a few days. I don't know which department I'll be assigned to yet. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a good place. There are 16 departments. Once you get in, your rank is that of a level 26 clerk, and the benefits and welfare in this unit are substantial. Du Dongxing was quite knowledgeable about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as he had friends working in its subordinate units. When they gathered to chat, he had heard about the nature of the work from his friends. A level 26 clerk salary is over 40 yuan, right? Plus various benefits and allowances, it should be more than 50 yuan a month, and there are some vouchers and such. But this salary is of no concern to you. Second uncle Du Dongfeng was well aware of the unit's salary and teased Tong Yu a bit, knowing Tong Yu wasn't short on money. However, he didn't know exactly how much Tong Yu had. He hadn't asked, and Du Lingshuang hadn't mentioned it to her family. Anyway, everyone in the Du family knew Tong Yu was wealthy. Tong Yu wasn't interested in these details. He didn't care about his rank or how much salary he could take home each month. He was only focused on going abroad to look for cultivation resources. Everything else was secondary. That night, the Du family enjoyed a seafood feast, and everyone praised the meal. Du Lingshuang's 2 younger brothers and 2 nephews ate until they were round-bellied and couldn't sit down anymore. Although the seafood prepared by the women of the Du family wasn't as good as that from the Treasure Seafood restaurant in the port city, seafood naturally carried the salty and fishy taste of the sea, and after being cleaned, it didn't require much seasoning. Chapter 118. The explosive movie in the following days. Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang brought some seafood and gifts bought in the port city to her elder uncle Du Guoxuan's house, discussing matters related to Du Lingshuang's work. In the afternoon, they took the seafood to Guo Yunqing's house. Guo Yunqing wasn't shy with Tong Yu. He took the seafood from the net bag and tossed the crabs and lobsters into a large iron basin, filling it with water. If you two hadn't come, we wouldn't even finish one watermelon, Su Yue said while cutting the watermelon, chatting with Du Ling Xuan. Ever since old Gua had seafood, he's been so fierce. I can barely keep up. How are you and old Tong doing? Can you handle it? Well, I'm stronger than you. I dare to speak out, unlike you, who is all shy and reserved. But I bet you're just as eager inside. Let me see. I'll know for sure. This is your property deed, 2 19-story buildings, and 23 shops of over 100 square meters. If you lose out, that's on you. These are all yours. Guo Yunqing came out with a black synthetic leather bag, like one used for collecting utility bills, and took out a stack of property deeds to hand to Tong Yu. Tong Yu didn't even look at the property deeds, directly putting them into the bag, and then asked about Guo Yunqing's buildings. Tong Yu thought to himself, this guy's family truly lives up to its reputation for running a coal mine. Buying so many buildings and shops must cost a fortune. His father really dares to give him money, not afraid of it going to waste. It's okay, no matter where we are. The development speed of Deep City will definitely be faster than that of Beijing in the future, and we can definitely rent out the stores. You are right. You know about my family situation. I'm afraid that after the property is transferred to my dad, my sisters will find out and come to ask for the house. And then I would have bought it for nothing. What do you think about this? I will transfer all these houses and stores to you. Anyway, you won't be afraid of being investigated. Tong Yu was taken aback by this suggestion. Does Guo Yunqing really dare to do this? He must have a lot of confidence in himself. He didn't expect to hold such a high place in Guo Yunqing's heart. I believe in you. Your money is not less than mine, and it might even be more. Besides, with your character, you wouldn't do such a thing. To put it bluntly, if you were to take my house, it would just mean I misjudged a person, and you would lose me as a friend. Moreover, I'm not short of this little money. All right, I admire you. Thank you for believing in me. With a friend like you, my life is worthwhile. I'll go handle the transfer when I have time. Tong Yu didn't have many close classmates in Beijing. He had a few friends, but Li Jiangguo and the others were not in the city. Du Lingxiang had a good relationship with a few roommates, but they weren't particularly close. Only Lu Caixia was a bit closer to her. After Robert returned to the country, he didn't rush to release the second Terminator movie. Following Tong Yu's advice, he first contacted the director who filmed Jurassic World in his previous life and showed him the script of Jurassic World, quickly signing a contract. After finalizing the contract for Jurassic World, Robert announced in mid-July that the second Terminator movie would be released on the same day in several countries in Europe and America. The liquid robot featured in this movie had such a bizarre ability that it couldn't be killed no matter how hard one tried. And the plot kept the audience on the edge of their seats, with gasps of surprise from the viewers throughout the entire film. After watching the movie, the audience said it was even more thrilling and exciting than the first one, thanking Robert for providing them with a visual feast. The second Terminator movie caused a sensation upon its release in several European and American countries, becoming an instant hit on its first day, with people lining up to buy tickets at the cinema, causing traffic jams that even the police had to manage. Although Robert had anticipated that the second Terminator movie would definitely be more popular than the first, he didn't expect it to be such a huge success, leading to traffic congestion in the city. After reviewing the box office data from that day, Robert was overjoyed, celebrating with a bottle of red wine and excitedly drinking 2 liang of Beijing Erguo 2 before drunkenly falling asleep. At the end of July, Tong Yu rode his bicycle to report to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Director Wang personally took him to Minister Lu's office. Hello, Minister Lu, I'm Tong Yu. Here to report. Tong Yu, you finally reported. Good. Sit down quickly. Minister Lu was a robust old man, exuding an aura of authority. Upon seeing Tong Yu, a smile immediately appeared on his face. The secretary, noticing Minister Lu's warm reception of Tong Yu, thought he must be some third-generation heir reporting for duty, and quickly made tea for them. Although you haven't started working yet, we all know your abilities. So the ministry has decided to assign you to the North America and Oceania Division, with a rank of 21 staff member. Shaolin, take Tong Yu to complete the onboarding procedures. Thank you. Minister Lu, you continue with your work. I will go handle the onboarding. Tong Yu, having experiences from his previous life, knew that the current ranking would still follow the previous standards, and that new ranking rules wouldn't be issued until 1986. Being assigned as a rank 21 staff member was likely due to his status as a university student and his contributions to the country in generating foreign exchange, allowing him to skip the clerk level and move directly toward the deputy section level. His current job ranking was several levels higher than in his previous life. He remembered when he first entered the university, he was ranked at 27, earning only 46 yuan a month. Now, with a rank of 21, his salary was 67 yuan, plus some benefits, totaling around 80 yuan. After Tong Yu completed the onboarding procedures with Secretary Lin, he learned that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was the highest-ranked department in the country, and its salaries were higher than those of other institutions. Since it was also the end of the month, he received next month's salary, which was over 106 yuan, along with some vouchers. Chapter 119. Completing the onboarding procedures. After Tong Yu completed the onboarding procedures, he received his work ID from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, along with 2 suits, 2 sets of summer clothing, a woolen coat, ties, leather shoes, a briefcase, a fountain pen, a suitcase, and other items. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the country's external department, and its staff configuration is the best. Director Li was sitting behind his desk, carefully reviewing documents. He had just received a call from Minister Liu, stating that Tong Yu was assigned to his department, and he had also heard about Tong Yu's contributions to the country. Upon seeing Tong Yu enter, Director Li smiled warmly, stood up, and said, "Welcome, Xiao Tong. You are now part of our North America and Oceania family." Tong Yu noticed that Director Li was in his 50s, a bit thin but fit, and quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. "Hello, Director Li. I will work hard." He spoke clearly and logically, giving Tong Yu a preliminary understanding of the upcoming work. Tong Yu was slightly taken aback, then realized that Director Li might know about his actions in the port city. After all, entering such an important department as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs meant they would thoroughly check his background. "Please rest assured, Director Li, I will prioritize the interests of the country. Of course, I also have some personal interests. That is human nature. Thank you for the reminder. But this is just me talking to you. Once I step out that door, I will be speechless. Goodbye." Du Lingxiang also reported to the sub-bureau today. Du Guoxuan arranged for her to work at the Dongximen sub-bureau, which was close to where Tong Yu lived, only about a 5-minute bike ride away. When she arrived in the lobby of the sub-bureau, several young police officers noticed her. They had never seen such a beautiful girl before. One young officer quickly approached her and asked, "Comrade, what brings you here? Are you here to handle onboarding procedures? I know where to do that. I'll take you there. By the way, my name is Jin Xingli, and I work in the Criminal Investigation Department. I'm 23 this year. No need to be polite. We'll be colleagues from now on. Just call me if you need anything." When Jin Xingli heard Du Lingxiang's name, he smiled widely and winked at a few other colleagues, leading Du Lingxiang to handle her onboarding procedures. "Lu Jia, this is Comrade Du Lingxiang. She has come to report to our sub-bureau." "Hello, Director Lu. Here is my information." It was Du Lingxiang's first time meeting Lu Jia, and since she wasn't familiar with her, she hesitated before addressing her as Director Lu. Du Lingxiang had initially felt a bit favorable toward Jin Xingli, but since he didn't introduce Lu Jia's position, it made her feel awkward, leading her to develop a dislike for him. "Hello, Comrade Du Lingxiang. Just call me Lu Jia. Xiao Jin, you can go ahead and get busy." Lu Jia noticed the change in Du Lingxiang's expression and thought to herself that Jin Xingli really didn't know how to pursue girls. While he could be casual with her, he should have introduced his superior to someone who just came to report. After Jin Xingli left the office, he suddenly realized his mistake, smacking his forehead. He needed to find a way to correct this, or he wouldn't know how to pursue Du Lingxiang. Sister Lu looked at Du Lingxiang's information. She graduated from the finance department of Capital University, which is quite different from the nature of work in the public security department. She should be working in the finance department to match her major. "Comrade Du Lingxiang, please take a seat. I will make a call to ask how your work is arranged. If it were anyone else, Sister Lu could easily arrange which department they would work in, but Du Lingxiang is a university graduate from Capital University, and her major does not align with the public security department. Having worked in the public security department for over a decade, Sister Lu could tell from Du Lingxiang's information that someone from above had arranged this. She picked up the phone and dialed the director's number, mentioning Du Lingxiang's arrival. The branch director had already received a call from Deputy Minister Du Guoxuan, and after receiving Sister Lu's call, he directly told her to arrange Du Lingxiang in the finance department and to follow the regulations for public security employees without making any special arrangements. "Comrade Du Lingxiang, we will be colleagues from now on, so I will call you Xiao Du. Your work is arranged in our finance department as an administrative staff member at level 25. I don't have much to do right now, so I will take you over there. Let us go?" "Thank you, Sister Lu. Du Lingshuang was not concerned about her position or level. She just wanted a job after graduating from university. The head of the finance department, Director Chun, was an old man nearing retirement, wearing a pair of reading glasses. When he saw Sister Lu bringing Du Lingshuang over, he understood that Du Lingshuang must have connections. Otherwise, how would a political works section chief bring someone over? Director Chun, this is Comrade Du Lingshuang, who just joined us and is a top student from Capital University's finance department, assigned to your department. Welcome, Comrade Du Lingshuang. You are now one of us in the department. Xiaozhong, since it's the end of the month, go ahead and issue Comrade Du Lingshuang's salary first. She also needs to go to the logistics department to collect her uniforms. Comrade Du Lingshuang, come back to work the day after tomorrow. You can go home and get organized for now. Director Chun was a seasoned professional and a good person. He always gave new colleagues a couple of days off. Thank you, Director Chun. I won't disturb you any further. Please carry on with your work. After Du Lingshuang said this, she turned and went to Xiao Zhang's desk. The woman named Xiao Zhang was about 30 years old. But since Director Chun was the oldest in the finance department, he called her Xiao Zhang. Du Lingshuang was younger, so she called her Zhang Jie instead. When Zhang Jie saw that Section Chief Lu from the political work section personally brought Du Lingshuang over, she also understood that Du Lingshuang had connections. She quickly processed her salary, and after signing the payroll, Du Lingshuang received 46 yuan along with some receipts. After that, Sister Lu took Du Lingshuang to the logistics department, where she received 2 sets of winter clothing, 2 sets of spring and autumn clothing, 2 sets of summer clothing, a hat, a coat, and other police gear according to her size. Although the police were supposed to be issued guns, Du Lingshuang, being an internal staff member, did not receive one, but she would be issued a gun in case of emergencies. When Tong Yu rode his bicycle home, he saw Du Lingshuang had already returned and was washing the uniform she had just received in the washing machine. You're back so early? Was your onboarding smooth? I'm washing the uniforms I just received. My workplace is closer than yours, and the onboarding was quick. I didn't expect to receive so many uniforms. What did your unit issue? Chapter 120. Starting work, Du Lingshuang was surprised when she saw what Tong Yu had received. She didn't expect the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be so generous, issuing high-end suits, ties, leather shoes, and travel bags. These high-end suits couldn't be washed in a washing machine. The logistics unit under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had a special laundry for their clothing, which was essentially a dry cleaner, but at that time, there were no private dry cleaners yet. Tong Yu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but pounce on her. With a tearing sound, pieces of stockings were thrown onto the floor, like black petals blown down by the wind. Du Lingshuang playfully hit Tong Yu. You only know how to use brute force. You've torn so many stockings. I really don't understand why you like doing this. Once they started working, Tong Yu's job was quite easy. Now, Longhua and Piliangguo had reached several cooperation agreements, and both sides were actively promoting them, mainly due to the threat from the Bear Nation, which prompted these 2 countries to unite. The finance department originally had 3 people. Apart from Director Chun and Xiao Zhang, there was also Xiao Wang, who was over 30 and already married with children. Now, with Du Lingshuang added, the finance department had 4 people, making the workload quite light, though there were some inconveniences. Zhang Jie and Wang Jie both knew the intentions of several young colleagues who came to the finance department. The next morning, after Du Lingshuang went to work, Zhang Jie and Wang Jie became familiar with her and asked about her personal life. I'm already married, Zhang Jie. Ah, you're married? You look like you're not even 20 yet. I studied for 4 years in university and am 23 this year. I'm no longer in my 20s. My partner works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we were university classmates. Working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? That is a great unit. Where is your partner's family from? He is from a rural area in Jixing. He was able to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through his own efforts. A university student from a rural background who could enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is quite impressive. You have good taste. Wang Jie looked at Du Lingshuang with envy, thinking that this young girl had married well, much better than her own partner. The reason Du Lingshuang shared this information with them was to let them spread the news of her marriage, so that in the future, no one would come to the finance department looking for small talk. As Du Lingshuang had anticipated, within a couple of days, all the young colleagues in the branch who were not married learned that Du Lingshuang from the finance department was already married, and no one came to the finance department anymore, which left Zhang Jie and Wang Jie feeling a bit unaccustomed. Tong Yu's work now involved first checking foreign policies and then translating any documents or correspondence received, particularly those in less commonly used languages, before passing them to Director Li. He knew several languages, especially some less common ones, which Director Li had heard about from Director Wang when he was looking for temporary translators. Not only did Director Li from the North America and Oceania department know of his abilities, but several other directors were also aware of this university student who was proficient in translating documents in less commonly used languages. Every 2 weeks, Tong Yu had one-night shift duty, as the time difference between Longhua and Liangguo meant that someone needed to be on duty at night to handle documents coming in from North America. Ordinary work passed day by day, and soon it was September, with the weather gradually cooling down. On a Sunday off, Guo Yunxing rode his bicycle to bring Su Yiwei to his home, just as Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang were also home. Old Tong, Yiwei and I have decided to hold our wedding in our hometown on National Day. Do you have time to attend? I should have time. I don't know about Ling Shuang. You know her unit's nature. They are busiest when other units are resting. When Tong Yu heard that Guo Yunxing was getting married, he thought he should also give Du Ling Shuang a wedding, so he planned to hold their wedding on New Year's Day. I'll see how the unit arranges it. I will try to go with Tong Yu. Du Ling Shuang heard that Su Yiwei and the others were going to hold a wedding, and she thought about whether she and Tong Yu should also hold a wedding. She glanced at Tong Yu and found that he was also looking at her. Both of them got the answer from each other's gaze. Then it's settled. However, you need to go a day early. On September 30th, I will arrange for someone to pick you up at the station. After Guo Yunxing received Tong Yu's confirmed answer, his originally tense face immediately relaxed, revealing a happy smile. When he first came to Tong Yu's house, he was worried that Tong Yu wouldn't have time to attend. In the capital, Tong Yu was his best friend, and if he didn't attend their wedding, he felt it would leave a regret on his special day. You can rest assured, I will definitely go. It just depends on Ling Shuang's schedule. Tong Yu assured him again, saying that he wouldn't have to work night shifts during the National Day holiday, and besides, it would be a piece of cake for him to attend Guo Yunxing's wedding as he could just take the flying sword there. Ling Shuang, make sure to ask for leave in advance from your workplace. You are my only good friend, and if you don't attend our wedding, I will be very sad. Su Yiwei pleaded, pulling Du Ling Shuang's arm and pretending to look pitiful while shaking her arm back and forth. Stop with that. I already said I would try to take leave. Are you not satisfied with that? Do you want to force me to ask for leave right now? Asking for leave now would be fine. I could use your help to manage the dowry and also get your advice on what clothes look good on me. Su Yiwei immediately took it to heart and expressed her thoughts. Are you serious? There are still more than 10 days until National Day. Are you sure I'm not feverish? Du Ling Shuang said while touching Su Yiwei's forehead, looking very concerned. Why did you suddenly think about getting married? You never mentioned it before. Tong Yu now felt a bit strange. They almost gathered every Sunday to chat, drink tea, and have meals. Yet he hadn't heard Guo Yunxing and Su Yiwei say anything about holding a wedding. Could it be that Su Yiwei is pregnant? He felt embarrassed to use his spiritual sense to check on Su Yiwei and just guessed it out loud. Chapter 121. Guo Yunxing is having a wedding. Du Ling Shuang handed Su Yiwei an apple, but before she could eat it, she started to gag and rushed to the sink to rinse her mouth. You little vixen, are you pregnant? That's why you're in such a hurry to have a wedding. I was originally thinking of playing for a few more years, but who knew the precautions weren't done right, and now I have to give birth to the child. All right, stop pretending. Your words and heart don't match. There's an idiom that goes, mouth and heart not in agreement, and that's exactly you. Actually, I really envy you and old Tong. Look at how good you are now. You can play however you want. Now old Guo doesn't even dare to touch me. Su Yiwei looked at Du Ling Shuang with envy. Du Ling Shuang reached out and tapped Su Yiwei's forehead, using the opportunity to inject a bit of true essence into her body to ensure the fetus develops healthily. We plan to hold the wedding on New Year's Day, but we haven't decided whether it will be in the capital or back in his hometown. I have a lot of relatives in his family, and it wouldn't be convenient to travel back and forth. If you ask me, this is easy to handle. You can hold the wedding in his hometown and then come back to the capital for your homecoming. That way, the relatives from both sides don't have to run around, and it won't be so troublesome. Su Yiwei offered her suggestion. Then we can wait until the New Year holiday to go back for the homecoming. As long as you hold the wedding, the homecoming isn't that important. It can be any time. Old Guo and I plan to go back for the homecoming on New Year's Day. Otherwise, we wouldn't have enough time. When will we have our wedding? Is New Year's Day okay? Tong Yu asked Du Ling Shuang after Guo Yunxing and his wife left. I was thinking the same thing. Are we going to hold the wedding in your hometown or in the capital? Tong Yu had never been married in his previous life, and now suddenly being asked to decide where to hold the wedding caught him off guard. now that his hometown has lost his mother and younger brother. And he doesn't see anyone troubling him. He prefers to hold the wedding back in his hometown, letting those who gossip see that their past words, like needles, had pricked his heart, saying he had forgotten his roots after going to the big city and wouldn't return. Now, he has graduated from university, found a job, and has achieved some success in his career, and has found the wife he wants to spend his life with. In his previous life, when he left Yuha village, he thought this way, but unfortunately, he was always suppressed, framed, and later fled the capital in a panic until he was tortured to death. He never achieved it. In this life, he decided not to leave any regrets. No rush. It's still early until New Year's Day. We can talk about it anytime. Time flew by, and soon National Day arrived. Tong Yu had a normal holiday, and Du Lingshuang also asked for leave from Section Chief Chen. Although the Public Security Department was very busy during the holidays, she was an internal staff member and didn't need to be on duty. So it was easy to take leave. The two took the flying sword and appeared outside a train station in a city in Shaanxi province, used an invisibility technique, found a place where no one was paying attention, and revealed their figures. Guo Yunqing's arranged person was holding a sign made of cardboard at the train station square with his name written on it. Tong Yu took out a travel suitcase from his ring and walked with Du Lingshuang to the person holding the sign. I am Tong Yu, Guo Yunqing's friend. He sent you to pick us up, right? The young man holding the sign, seeing Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang appear, remembered Guo Yunqing's description of Tong Yu's appearance and immediately put down the sign. Yes, I'm here to pick you up. Please follow me. Next to the train station square, a Lada car was parked. After the three got into the car, the young man drove towards the outskirts of the city. The weather here was relatively cool, several degrees lower than in the capital, but the environment was poor, with black dust on the roads. Tong Yu knew that the local specialty was coal, and since it was located at the border with Inner Mongolia, there was a lot of wind, making it so that when the wind blew, they wouldn't dare to hang washed clothes outside. After more than 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of a large gate, with big red double happiness characters posted on both sides. So this must be Guo Yunqing's home. Old Tong is here, and Ling Shuang is here too. Good, good, good. Come in and sit down. Guo Yunqing had been waiting for them at the door, counting the train's arrival time. Congratulations, congratulations. Are you all ready? Tong Yu got out of the car, carrying the travel suitcase, while Du Lingshuang curiously looked at Guo Yunqing's home. My dad has been preparing for several days in advance. We've already had 2 days of banquet. Tong Yu followed Guo Yunqing into the courtyard, and in front of them was a shadow wall also decorated with big red double happiness characters. Beyond the shadow wall was a large courtyard, with an area of about 300 to 400 square meters. The main house was a row of 6 large tile-roofed rooms, with 3 east wing rooms. There were many people in the courtyard, men and women of all ages, some holding teacups drinking water, some smoking, some eating sunflower seeds, and chatting. By the southwest wall, there were several large cooking stoves with coal blocks burning fiercely. On top, there were dozens of layers of steamers, emitting hot steam and a fragrant aroma. When the relatives and friends in the courtyard saw Guo Yunqing bringing 2 young men and women in, they all looked over. These 2 must be Qingzi's classmates. They must be his classmates. It's National Day, and they specially came to attend the wedding. This girl is really beautiful, and that guy is quite handsome. They really match. I heard Qingzi works at the procuratorate. Are these 2 his colleagues? The people in the courtyard were discussing, while Guo Yunqing had already brought Tong Yu and the 2 to the main house's living room, which was also decorated festively. Dad, Mom, this is Tong Yu, my best friend, and this is his girlfriend Du Lingshuang, who is good friends with Yu Wei. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, congratulations. Tong Yu greeted them and shook hands with old Guo. Chapter 122. Conversation at the banquet. Guo Yunqing's mother held Du Lingshuang's hand and said, "This girl is really beautiful, like a painting. Aunt, you really know how to talk. Your daughter-in-law Yu Wei is even more beautiful than me. Why haven't I seen her?" Du Lingshuang was unaware of the tradition of matchmaking and only understood after Guo Yunqing's mother's explanation. Guo Yunqing then took Tong Yu and the others to visit his wedding room. As soon as they entered the wedding room, it felt like stepping into a red ocean. Everything was red. Bright red bed sheets, bright red bedding, bright red double happiness characters, bright red curtains, and even the furniture and appliances were covered with red fabric. There were also 2 doll paintings on the wall. Tong Yu couldn't help but admire Guo Yunqing's wedding room. "Qingzi, it's time to eat. Call your friends out for dinner." A woman's voice came from outside while they were talking inside. "Let's go. Try our local banquet and see for yourselves." Come, come, Tong Yu, sit down quickly. Seeing that the table was all men, Du Ling Shuang linked her arm with Guo Yunqing's mother and said, Aunt, let's sit together. All right, let's go sit over there and let them be here. Guo's mother happily took Du Ling Shuang away. Tong Yu, these are my good friends. All working in the city, Director Lin, Section Chief Liu, Director Li, and Director Jia. Hello, leaders. Tong Yu extended his hand to shake hands with several of them out of respect for Guo Yunqing. Upon hearing that Tong Yu worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, these men did not look down on him. They all stood up smiling to shake his hand. Old Guo noticed that these usually high-ranking individuals immediately smiled after hearing his introduction, with some even subtly trying to curry favor with Tong Yu, which made him very pleased. Look at you all. You thought you could look down on me, but now I have a backer. Director Lin, being the highest ranking among them, was the first to ask Tong Yu a question. As soon as Tong Yu heard Director Lin's words, he understood what he was trying to find out. However, some things could be said, and some could not. He glanced at Old Guo, who nodded, and Tong Yu understood. Director Lin, the country is currently preparing to vigorously support agriculture and plans to import a large quantity of diammonium phosphate from beautiful country. If you need diammonium phosphate, you can apply in advance to the Foreign Trade Department. Director Lin knew that the diammonium phosphate from beautiful country was a fundamental fertilizer for wheat, which could significantly increase wheat yields. Now that rural households had been contracted to individual farmers, everyone wanted higher yields. So many farmers were buying diammonium phosphate. But the quantity imported was limited, making it hard to get. The price of diammonium phosphate had reached 100 yuan per bag, and if they could apply for a quota, it would be a significant achievement, possibly leading to further advancement for him. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Comrade Tong Yu. Director Lin looked gratefully at Tong Yu, then raised his glass to Old Guo and said, Today is a joyous day. Congratulations, Old Guo. Seeing Director Lin proactively toast him, Old Guo, being a very intelligent person, instantly recognized that it was because of Tong Yu's influence and quickly raised his glass, sharing in the joy. The others at the table also heard Tong Yu's words and understood Director Lin's intentions. They were all part of a small group with him, and if he advanced, they would benefit too. So they all raised their glasses to congratulate Old Guo. The dishes at the banquet were served quickly, as Old Guo had invited several famous chefs. And the food was indeed very good. Everyone ate and drank, chatting happily. Director Jia sighed. The society is getting more chaotic. There are cases happening every day. We can't even keep up with arrests. My hair is almost gone. I wondered why old Jia was drinking. Turns out he is busy with these matters. I heard Deputy Mayor Liu called you again for people. I wonder if his son's case has been resolved. That wasteful son of his, if this continues, he'll end up getting shot. But the higher the official, the more pressure there is. We've arrested him a few times, but we can't just keep him. How else can I not worry? The group began discussing at the table, and Tong Yu knew that starting next year, there would be a crackdown. Not to mention the deputy mayor's son. Anyone even higher up could be taken down. Those who shouldn't be arrested would be arrested. And those who shouldn't be executed would be executed, with a strict crackdown on various criminals in society. Director Jia, hold on for now. Keep these people's criminal records well documented. Next year, you'll achieve great merit. Not to mention becoming a director. At least the position of deputy director is assured. Seeing Director Jia, who had thinning hair and dark circles under his eyes, Tong Yu reminded him out of respect for Old Guo. Oh, Brother Tong Yu, do you have any news? Please tell me. Director Jia, in his 30s, had already called Tong Yu brother at the table. Hearing Tong Yu's words, he was excited. Knowing that Tong Yu worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and might know of any significant movements, and quickly pressed for more information. This is all from my wife's uncle. Once I step out of this door, I want to admit it. Tong Yu's wife worked at the sub-bureau, and her uncle was the Deputy Minister of Public Security, so this information was definitely reliable. Guo Yunqing mentioned Tong Yu's connections to the others, and since these people were closely linked to his father, if they advanced, their coal mine would naturally make more money. The Deputy Minister of Public Security? My goodness. I didn't expect Brother Tong to have such deep connections. You must take care of me in the future, and of course, don't worry about anything happening here with Old Guo. Director Jia was shocked, realizing Tong Yu's connections were quite impressive, reaching high levels. And seeing Tong Yu looking at Old Guo, he quickly made a promise. Hearing Director Jia's words, Old Guo was even more delighted, realizing that his son had made the right friend, who would dare to mess with him in the future. Chapter 123. An unexpected friend. Tong Yu's words left everyone at the table in shock. If there was such a big movement, they needed to be prepared in advance. All these officials had children and relatives, and they had likely done illegal things under the cover of their positions. Guo Yunqing's 3 sisters, upon hearing from their mother that Du Ling Shuang was their brother's friend's girlfriend, treated her coldly, wearing fake smiles and speaking insincerely. Old Guo believed that once daughters were married off, it was like pouring water away, and he had given substantial dowries when they married, enough for them to live well in the future. Moreover, after his daughters got married, he told them not to worry about anything at home, as everything was left for his son. They were better off than families without money, who valued family ties more. Siblings would help each other in times of need, having all come from hard times, so they valued family bonds greatly. After Du Ling Shuang greeted Guo Yunqing's 3 sisters and 2 aunts, she stopped talking to them and focused on eating. Mom, you bought a gold bracelet for your daughter-in-law. You should buy one for us too. We are your real daughters. After all, a daughter-in-law is still just a daughter-in-law, right? Yes, we are your real daughters. Mom, don't be biased. That's right. When we were at home, you were closest to us, but now that there's a daughter-in-law, it seems like you don't care about your daughters anymore. Sister-in-law, that's where you're wrong. You can't favor your son and ignore your daughters. They are all your children. Besides, buying another gold bracelet wouldn't cost much. I think you should just give a few to the girls directly instead of going out to buy them. What are you talking about? The daughter-in-law is part of the Guo family. Are your children surnamed Guo? My daughter-in-law's children are surnamed Guo, and all day long, instead of doing anything, she just thinks about how to take things from her maternal family. A bunch of ingrates. If you want to eat, eat. If you don't want to eat, then get lost. Sit down, quickly sit down. Don't you see what is going on? You're making a fuss like this. Your dad would break your legs if he knew. Second Aunt Guo is a cultured and polite person. She works in the city and values her reputation. She quickly pulled Sister Guo down, forcing her to sit in a chair. What? My grandma told you to send us away? How could she be so heartless? Why didn't she send my 2 aunts away? That's because your grandma married your dad, so she didn't send your aunts away. When I gave birth to you, there was a famine. Your brother hadn't been born yet. And your grandma was afraid there wouldn't be enough food at home and that you would starve to death. Sending you away would allow you to survive. Your dad didn't agree, so he stole coal every night to raise you. Now you're not living poorly, are you? You still want to take things from the in-laws, even trying to snatch your sister-in-law's gold bracelet. I don't even know what to say to you. After the wedding in the city is over, don't come back home. After hearing their mother's words, the 3 sisters fell silent and quietly started eating. Du Ling Shuang didn't expect there were so many issues in Guo Yunqing's family. She didn't interrupt, pretending not to understand the dialect, and only ate the dishes she liked. Eating at a flowing banquet is all about speed. After one round of guests finished eating, the next round came in, with the same dishes and the same drinks. Tong Yu and Guo Yunqing sent Director Lin and the others to the gate. After seeing them leave, they returned to the living room. Without the officials present, there was no more banquet in the living room. Guo Yunqing brewed a pot of tea, and the 3 sat down to drink tea and chat. Thank you, Tong Yu, for being here today. With you by my side to accompany the drinks. Seeing those few people's expressions made me so happy, Guo's father said, taking out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and handing one to Tong Yu and another to his son. Guo Yunqing quickly took out a lighter to light them. Uncle Guo, you're too polite. Chengzi and I are good friends. We don't stand on ceremony with each other. Good, good, good. As long as Chengzi can have you as a friend, I can rest assured. In the future, you'll both be working in the capital. You need to help each other. Your uncle doesn't lack money. If you need any, just ask me how much you want. Guo's father was a bit tipsy today and spoke more boldly. Is this Guo Yunqing's house? Someone shouted loudly from outside, and it was heard in the living room. Brother, why are you all here? Hearing Du Ling Shuang's voice, Tong Yu looked over and was overjoyed. Chengzi, hurry up and come with me. Li Jiangguo and the others have arrived. Guo Yunqing was taken aback, quickly stood up, and ran out first. Li Jiangguo, Hu Fuqing, and Du Dongliang, all in military uniforms with holsters at their waists, were talking to Du Ling Shuang in the yard. Brother Li, brother Hu, brother Du. What brings you here? Didn't you go over there? Guo Yunqing ran over to greet the 3, and after calling out, he embraced them. Chengzi, you got married without telling us? We happened to be passing by here today and heard someone was getting married. After inquiring, we found out it was you. So we came to have a drink to celebrate. Hu Fuqing was still the same, speaking loudly and boisterously. Brother Li, brother Hu, brother Liang, you've come. Let us go inside and sit down. Tong Yu also walked over to greet the 3. Good brothers, We've missed you for a long time. I heard you married Ling Shuang. That's a closer bond with Liangzi. Haha. Hu Fuqing came over and patted Tong Yu on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Li Jiangguo and Du Dongliang also gave Tong Yu a pat, saying, "When did you charm my sister? I was still thinking of introducing her to you. I didn't expect you to act so fast." Du Dongliang patted Tong Yu on the shoulder. "Uncle and aunt, hello? We came in a hurry. Congratulations." After a few people entered the living room, it was still Hu Fuqing who spoke first, and then Li Jiangguo followed. "Dad, this is Li Jiangguo, Hu Fuqing, and Du Dongliang. We were classmates before, and later they went to join the army. Today, they happened to pass by here and found out I was getting married. Oh, I've heard about you for a long time. Come, sit down quickly. Old Zhang, serve the dishes." Chapter 124. Coincidentally meeting Li Jiangguo and the others under Gui's father's urging, the big round table in the living room was soon filled with food and drinks. The liquor was Maotai, and the cigarettes were Zhonghua. Tong Yu secretly asked Gui Yunqing to call Su Yue over for dinner. After Su Yue arrived, Gui Yunqing introduced her to everyone, and they all sat down to eat, drink, and chat. "Are you all going to the front lines again? The two-mountain rotation battle has already begun, and this time it's our military district's turn." Li Jiangguo didn't say much. "The military has confidentiality regulations. You can charge ahead without worry. I'll give you a few talismans later. As long as you're not near heavy artillery shells, you'll be fine." Du Dongliang had personally experienced this. A few enemy bullets had hit him, and he wasn't hurt at all. He even took the chance while the enemy was dazed to shoot down several of them, earning a third-class merit. Ever since Minister Li sent the talismans to Li Jiangguo and the others, the three, trusting Tong Yu, wore the talismans as he suggested. When Du Dongliang was hit by a bullet, they weren't together. Later, when Du Dongliang told them about the talisman's effects, they didn't believe him. Until one time when both of them were near a grenade explosion but weren't injured, they finally believed how important the talisman was. Du Dongliang was even thinking of writing a letter to his father to ask Tong Yu for a few more talismans. "Zhangwo, I remember Gui Yunqing's house is here, right? Isn't this kid getting married? We haven't seen him for a long time. Since we're here, let us stop by and take a look. Tong Yu and Gui Yunqing have a good relationship. He might be here too." As soon as the three arrived at Gui Yunqing's house, Hu Fuqing shouted, and Du Dongliang saw Du Ling Shuang coming over. They are distant cousins, so even though they're not very close, they do share blood ties. Du Ling Shuang greeted Du Dongliang. Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing had also seen Du Ling Shuang a few times, but they weren't very familiar with her. "I came with Tong Yu to attend the wedding, and by the way, I'm married to Tong Yu now." Hearing Du Ling Shuang say she was married to Tong Yu, Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing spoke more warmly. "Both of them are at the battalion level, and I'm at the company level. After going up here, I want to reach the regiment level, so little brother, you have to help me. My brother's future is in your hands." Hu Fuqing pleaded, pulling Tong Yu's arm. All right, stop talking. Let us drink. This is Chengzi's wedding wine. You all should drink a bit more." Yes, drink more today. After this wedding wine, you won't get to drink it again." Gui Yunqing quickly picked up his cup, and the few of them raised their glasses and drank it all at once. Since Li Jiangguo and his companions still had to return to the military camp, they didn't dare drink too much. Tong Yu remembered that he had brought a camcorder, so he took it out, connected it to the TV, and started playing the tape of the movie Starship Troopers. "Li Gu, give me your talismans. Just watch the TV for now, it will be ready soon." Tong Yu took the 3 talismans and went to the east wing of Gui Yunqing's house, where he refined the 3 talismans again. The previous talismans were made during his qi refining stage, capable of withstanding 5 attacks. Now that he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual power in his dantian had transformed into true essence. And the talismans he created this time could be considered permanent. They would only be destroyed if subjected to heavy artillery bombardment several times. The 3 tapes that Robert had given included Chinese subtitles, and as the tape played in the living room, many people gathered to watch. Although they couldn't understand the foreign language, they could read the subtitles or simply enjoy the spectacle. The viewers were shocked by the advanced weapons made of antimatter, interstellar warships traversing the void, and battles with alien creatures. In this era, martial arts films from Hong Kong and Taiwan had only just appeared and could only be seen in video halls near train stations. This was their first time watching a foreign sci-fi film. Even Li Jiangguo and his companions were stunned by the movie. The crowd in the living room grew larger, but there was no noise, only the sound coming from the television. Gui Yunqing, Su Yue. and Du Lingxiong were also watching the movie for the first time and were quickly drawn into the plot. Du Lingxiong remembered that Robert had given them the camcorder and 3 tapes, but after returning home from Port City, they had only been preoccupied with their intimate moments and forgotten to watch them, and Tong Yu had also forgotten to take them out. After the movie Starship Troopers finished, Li Jianguo and the others checked the time and prepared to take their leave. Before leaving, each of them took out 100 yuan as a gift for Guo Yunqing. Guo Yunqing didn't care about the amount of money. This gesture was important to him. He also loaded 2 boxes of Matai liquor and 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes onto their car. "Oh, Chengzi, look, we're here to congratulate you. And we're taking things with us. This is quite embarrassing. But you're such a good brother. Let's have a good gathering when we get to the capital." Hu Fuqing saw Guo Yunqing being so generous and understood his intention to befriend them. With Tong Yu's connection, he accepted Guo Yunqing as a friend. Guo's father didn't mind these things. Being able to befriend these third-generation youths meant that no one would dare to bully the Guo family anymore. And the Guo family would also have connections in the capital. Tong Yu handed the refined talismans to the 3 of them and reminded them once again. After watching them drive away, he returned with Guo Yunqing. "Old Tong, I didn't know your talismans were so powerful. Thank you." Guo Yunqing had heard what Hu Fuqing and the others said earlier. Bullets hit without causing any harm, and these talismans were worth their weight in gold. Tong Yu had easily given them away, leaving him extremely grateful. Chapter 125. Encountering a formation. The next morning, Guo Yunqing's house was bustling. Today they were going to pick up the bride, and the relatives and friends of the Guo family had arrived early. After breakfast, 12 Lada cars, 6 Polonez cars, 6 Volga cars, and more than 20 cars headed towards the hotel. Su Yue's parents, along with her brother and sister-in-law, had arrived a day earlier and were arranged to stay at the best hotel in the city. The bride and groom knelt to serve tea to Guo's father and mother, and Su Yue also called them dad and mom as she received the red envelopes from them. Then, Guo Yunqing also addressed Su's father and mother as dad and mom, and they gave him red envelopes in return. After the wedding banquet, Tong Yu and Du Lingxiong prepared to leave. He didn't take the camcorder with him, leaving it for Guo Yunqing and his wife to watch for a few days. It was the same young man who took them to the train station. Initially, the young man wanted to accompany them into the station, but Tong Yu refused, saying, "Brother, you've been busy for several days. Go home and rest early. Here, take these 2 packs of cigarettes for the road." Tong Yu insisted on tossing 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes into his car and closed the car door. The young man drove away with a grateful look. The National Day holiday lasted 3 days. It had only been 1 day so far, leaving 2 days of vacation. Tong Yu thought about going to Shenangjia tomorrow, where there were vast primitive forests that had not yet been developed, untouched by human footprints. He hoped to find some spiritual herbs there. Shenangjia, is that in Hubei province? Great. Then we'll go tomorrow, Du Lingxiong readily agreed, showing her understanding of the geography of Longhua. The next morning, the 2 of them set off on their flying sword towards Shenangjia. Although the reforms and opening up had begun, people living in mountainous areas were still generally poor. To change their lives, the country needed to become prosperous first, so that people would have money, and then the local government could develop tourism projects. The people in the mountains would get rich, improving their living conditions. They didn't enter the mountains through populated areas, but chose a different direction, stepping onto their flying swords and entering the depths of the primitive forest. They controlled the flying sword to fly slowly in the air, while also extending their consciousness to scan for any spiritual herbs within range. While flying, they suddenly felt the flying sword collide with an invisible barrier, making a dull thud sound. Both of them fell off the sword. When they landed, they were only surprised for a moment, then used the wind control technique to float down to the ground. Tong Yu swept the area with his flying sword, quickly clearing away the dead branches, fallen leaves, and creeping vines on the ground. Some insects living in damp areas also came out, but with a fireball, all the insects within a radius of several meters turned to ashes. Du Lingxiong took a few steps forward and felt an invisible barrier blocking her path. She raised her hand and slowly pushed forward, but after touching the invisible barrier, she started to exert force but found her hand couldn't penetrate even an inch further. This must be a formation. Tong Yu, quickly see if you can break it. I believe there must be good things inside this formation. In her urgency, Du Lingxiong dropped the term of endearment and directly called his name. Tong Yu didn't mind what she called him. He had already begun to investigate with his consciousness. When he studied formations, he learned that every formation has nodes, which are the connecting points of the formation patterns between 2 formation flags, known as nodes. Higher-level formation masters hide the nodes better when setting up advanced formations, making them harder to find. Tong Yu's consciousness scanned for a long time, but couldn't find the nodes of this formation. He couldn't even see the traces of the formation patterns. He was greatly shocked. Who had set up this formation? It had surpassed his formation level. He estimated it was at least level 7 or above. He decided to use brute force to attack the formation. During sect wars in the cultivation world, when one side attacked the other and couldn't break through the defensive formation, they would use brute force attacks, hoping that after continuous attacks, the nodes between the formation patterns would be revealed, making it much easier to break the formation. Tong Yu pulled Du Lingxiong back several feet, took out a genuine long sword, and said, "I can't find the nodes of this formation. I want to attack it first to see if there's any effect. Then be careful." Du Lingxiong was uncertain about the reaction of the attacking formation and showed a worried expression, reminding him, "Don't worry. Stay back." After Tang Yu finished speaking, he urged the true essence in his dantian, and the true weapon long sword in his hand erupted with several feet of sword light, striking towards the formation. With a loud bang, the formation was attacked, and ripples appeared in the void, but they disappeared after just a few seconds. When Tang Yu looked at the formation again, the ripples had vanished, leaving no traces of the formation patterns. He concluded that his violent attack was insignificant against this formation. Again, he shouted, and the true weapon long sword in his hand erupted with another thick sword light, carrying a fierce momentum, and struck violently at the formation once more. Another loud bang echoed in the void. Dust and debris flew as the ground shook, and like before, the formation only produced a few ripples before quickly disappearing. Damn! So powerful. Tang Yu reluctantly put away his true weapon long sword. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't shake this formation at all. Even with Du Lingxiong's attacks, it would likely be futile. What should we do? If it doesn't work, we can go somewhere else and come back to break this formation after our cultivation improves. It won't run away anyway. Chapter 126. The Unbreakable Formation. Upon hearing Du Lingxiong's advice, Tang Yu could only sigh. He estimated that he didn't have the abilities of a 7th-level formation master and couldn't break it, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. Suddenly, he thought, since there was a formation here, there must be spiritual energy supporting its operation. Why not check around the formation to see if there were areas with denser spiritual energy? Even if they couldn't break the formation, cultivating in areas with rich spiritual energy would save on spirit stones and help improve their cultivation, making the trip worthwhile. All right, but you have to be careful. I feel a bit scared here. Why don't you walk with me? Stay behind me. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Hee, you're the best, dear. Let's hurry. Tang Yu led the way with the true weapon long sword, while Du Lingxiong followed closely behind. Both walking along the outskirts of the formation, Tang Yu swung the true weapon long sword repeatedly, cutting through thorny vines blocking their path and occasionally reaching out to touch the invisible barrier of the formation, hoping to find a way inside. Unfortunately, after walking in circles, they returned to their original spot and found no areas with denser spiritual energy surrounding the formation. The formation spanned about a dozen miles, and the interior wasn't very large. It was unknown who had set up this formation here. It seemed that the Divine Dragon platform wasn't as mysterious as rumored. It was just a primeval forest, and they hadn't seen many ferocious beasts. However, there were plenty of wild animals, which were of little use to them. Tang Yu felt somewhat disheartened. He had originally hoped to find spiritual herbs in the Divine Dragon platform, but sadly, he hadn't discovered a single one. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but smile, realizing that he would definitely come back to break this formation. He would start studying formation techniques when he returned, striving to elevate his formation skills to that of a 7th-level formation master before coming back to break the formation. Fine, you can pick herbs if you want. We can dig up a couple of tea trees to take back. Neither Tang Yu nor Du Lingxiong had much knowledge about medicinal materials, but now that they were both in the foundation building stage, they could determine the medicinal properties of those herbs just by scanning them with their spiritual sense, knowing what ailments they could treat. The Divine Dragon platform had several precious medicinal materials, including lifespan grass, which primarily treated high blood pressure, neurasthenia, and external bleeding, among others. Additionally, there were other valuable herbs like Jiangbian Yibin water, Wenwang's pen, Tianma, Huangjing, and Zhongluo. Although digging for herbs was easy, the variety made it less so. The two of them worked hard for an afternoon, digging up over 1,000 precious herbs of various ages. At that moment, Tang Yu looked at the two wild tea trees in his hands and suddenly thought of the Biluakan tea he had drunk in his past life. Why not dig up a few from the Taihu Daunting Mountain? They would be much better than this wild tea. As for the fact that tea trees couldn't be planted in the north, that was no problem. He could easily set up a small formation to withstand the harsh winter. Let's go to Taihu and dig up a few tea trees. The tea there is delicious. I heard that Dahongpo is the best tea. My uncle used to give my grandfather 2 taels, and he was reluctant to drink it unless important guests came. Du Lingshuang's words reminded Tang Yu of the mountain Su Zhongli had taken him to in his past life, which seemed to be Waishan. Perhaps Su Zhongli had gone there to get Dahongpo trees. With his foundation building cultivation, he could easily plant a tea tree with just a branch. Then let's dig Biluakan tea trees first, then Dahongpo tea trees. Tang Yu decided to revisit the place where he had suffered and died in his past life. A few minutes later, the two landed on Daunting Mountain and saw not only tea trees, but also intertwined fruit trees like peach, plum, apricot, persimmon, orange, and pomegranate. Seeing such planting methods, Tang Yu understood that tea trees and fruit trees were interconnected, their roots communicating, allowing the tea to absorb the fragrance of the fruit and the flowers to enhance the tea flavor, making Biluakan tea uniquely fragrant and fruity. It seemed that the jasmine tea sold in the capital was made by scenting tea leaves with jasmine flowers. This method of processing was used to create jasmine tea. He didn't dig up any fruit trees, only 2 Biluakan tea trees. Now he was using true essence, and with a small rain transformation technique on the tea trees. The tea leaves would be much better than other fruity flavors. Dear, let's catch some crabs from the lake. I'm tired of eating sea crabs. And I've never had river crabs. Du Lingshuang said while Tang Yu was digging tea trees. She used her spiritual sense to scan Taihu and saw crabs and various fish in the lake, along with many sunken wooden ships at the bottom, all of which had decayed. She also spotted some rusty large knives, spears, and tattered armor, likely remnants of ancient wars. When Tang Yu heard her mention crabs, he thought of the Yangqing Lake hairy crabs from his past life, which weren't so famous back then, and transportation was not so convenient. The nearby fishermen brought them back mainly for sustenance. All right, we need to go to Yangqing Lake to catch river crabs. Their hairy crabs are quite famous. There are also several types of fish in Taihu, like silverfish, white shrimp, white fish, and mandarin fish. All of them are delicious. Since we're here, let's catch some to take back. The two stood in the middle of the lake, using their spiritual sense to cover the fish, rejecting those under 2 pounds, only wanting those over 2 pounds. The white shrimp were more casual. Du Lingshuang simply waved her hand, and several 100 pounds of white shrimp were collected into her ring. Afterwards, they went to Yangqing Lake, where it was the harvest season for hairy crabs. Unfortunately, the fishermen had nowhere to sell them. Nowadays, people weren't economically affluent, and everyone had a mental ledger. Eating meat was always more economical than eating crabs. Isn't it better to use money to buy meat? Why eat crabs, which have so little meat? Chapter 127. The Pearl of the Great Tao in the past life Waishan is located at the junction of Fujian and Jiangxi provinces, resembling a brilliant green pearl with towering peaks. This mountain range has 36 peaks, each with distinct shapes. Some resemble graceful young women, while others look like imposing generals. The majestic Dawang Peak stands tall, looking down on the other peaks, while the beautiful Yunu Peak is graceful and charming, like a fairy descending to earth. The mountains are shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, creating a dreamlike illusion, as if draping the peaks in a layer of mystery. The winding Juku stream at the foot of the mountain has crystal-clear water, allowing one to see the swimming fish and pebbles clearly. The green mountains on both banks are reflected in the water, making one feel as if they are in a flowing landscape painting. A few minutes later, Tang Yu and Du Lingshuang landed on a mountain peak among the Wui Mountains. After scanning with his spiritual sense, he quickly discovered the mountain peak where he had been tortured to death in his previous life. This life, the mountain peak still had a flat area of several dozen zhang, just like in his previous life, and there were still no weeds or vines growing. Du Lingshuang, not knowing why he had come here and not gone to dig tea trees, instead stood silently on this flat land, unaware of what he was thinking. But she did not disturb him. He soon found the location where he had been tortured to death in his past life, walked a few steps to the grave from his previous life, and thought to himself, Tang Yu, your great vengeance has been avenged in this life. You can rest in peace in your past life. He lifted his foot and saw a gray stone about the size of a walnut protruding below. He raised his hand, and this gray stone appeared in his hand. Feeling that the stone was somewhat strange, he scanned it with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the gray stone cracked open, revealing a gray bead the size of a juju pit, which suddenly erupted with a gray light and instantly drilled into his forehead. Du Ling Shuang was originally using her spiritual sense to search for the Dahong Pao Ti tree when she suddenly felt a gray light flash nearby. She looked over at Tong Yu, who was motionless, and hurriedly walked over to grab his arm and ask. She was greatly surprised and quickly communicated with the gray bead using her spiritual sense. Suddenly, the gray bead turned slightly, and immediately a message entered her sea of consciousness. After the Hongming universe shattered, countless Daos fell apart and scattered, but were absorbed by a bead in the void, continuously floating in the void. This gray bead burst out of the void, and, not knowing how many epochs had passed, landed on the blue star with a meteor. After digesting this message, Tong Yu understood why he could be reborn. It was because the spatial Tao was reversing time and space. Initially, he did not believe such an absurd thing. But now that he was a cultivator, what could be more absurd than this? Du Ling Shuang pulled Tong Yu's arm, but found he had no reaction at all. And even when she shook his arm, he remained silent, like a wooden puppet. She did not know what was going on, and her voice carried a hint of sobbing. Tong Yu decided not to tell Du Ling Shuang for now. He would wait until he understood the gray bead before telling her, lest she worry about him. The two also dug up the Dahong Pao Ti trees, and after breaking a few branches, they took their flying swords back to their courtyard home in the capital. Du Ling Shuang cooked some hairy crabs, steamed a few silver fish, and boiled a large plate of white shrimp. The two enjoyed a meal of crab, fish, and shrimp. And indeed, it tasted quite good. The food they were eating was mostly wild. The technology for artificial farming was still not mature, and even if it could be farmed, it could not be sold, as people had just solved their basic needs and had no money to buy such things. By the time they returned, it was already evening, and they did not plant tea trees. After performing a cleansing water technique and taking a bath, they did not cultivate and went to bed, pulled by Du Ling Shuang's impatience. After seeing Du Ling Shuang fall asleep with a satisfied smile, Tong Yu sat up and communicated with the gray bead in his purple mansion. With a thought, the gray bead appeared in his hand again. He scanned the inside of the bead with his spiritual sense, and a tremendous pulling force emanated from within, leaving him no chance to resist. Tong Yu felt he could not fight back. With a whoosh, he was sucked into the bead's interior, and he was greatly shocked. Just as he was about to struggle, he noticed the immense pull had vanished. He quickly began to check and found himself standing inside the bead, in a vast, boundless space that was all gray and misty, with no visible boundaries to his spiritual sense. The ground beneath him was gray-brown, and not far away was a small tree over a foot tall, its trunk, branches, and leaves a translucent emerald green, exuding vibrant life. This is the space inside the bead. I didn't expect it to be so large. Let me see if I can get out, Tong Yu thought to himself. Then, with a thought, he appeared back on his bed. He tried to bring the sleeping Du Ling Shuang into the bead as well, and they both instantly entered the bead's interior. Understanding that he could bring others into the bead, he then pulled Du Ling Shuang out, fearing she might be startled awake. After entering the bead again, Tong Yu walked to the small tree and touched a leaf with his finger. The small tree shook as if it liked his touch. And then a message entered his sea of consciousness. The master has finally come. Now you are the master of the Tao Pearl. I am the Tao tree condensed from the essence of the Tao. If the master needs help, just hold the tree trunk and transmit your thoughts to the heart of the tree, and you will receive answers. After digesting this message, Tong Yu was delighted. What he needed now was knowledge of formations and alchemy, and he did not need anything else for the time being. He sat down, held the trunk of the tree, and transmitted his thoughts to the heart of the tree. Sure enough, in just an instant, messages began to flow into his sea of consciousness again. Chapter 128. Transitioning to Tao techniques. After digesting these three messages, Tong Yu was overjoyed. The technique he practiced, the Tianyuan Ju, could only be cultivated to the Yuanying stage. He was currently only at the foundation establishment stage, far from the Yuanying stage, so he did not care much about the lack of subsequent techniques. With the mindset that there must be a way when the car reaches the mountain, he did not think much about the subsequent techniques. He decided to try cultivating the Tao techniques first and see how effective they were before passing them on to Du Ling Shuang. The operational method of the Tao technique was significantly different from that of the Tianyuan Ju. Tong Yu tried to run his true essence through the new meridians and acupoints until he became familiar with the operation method of the Dao technique after completing a full cycle. Once he started operating the Dao technique again, the gray mist inside the Dao pearl instantly enveloped him, and wisps of Dao essence formed a swirling mist vortex that drilled into his body and was refined by his technique. Tong Yu felt his cultivation level slowly dropping. The more Dao essence he refined, the faster his cultivation level fell, dropping from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the peak of the early foundation establishment stage, then to the late early foundation establishment stage, mid-early foundation establishment stage, and peak of the early foundation establishment stage, until it finally stopped at the early foundation establishment stage. The Dao Pearl seemed to understand his thoughts. After his cultivation level dropped to the early foundation establishment stage, it no longer fell and stabilized. As his technique operated, his cultivation level began to rise again. Mid-early foundation establishment stage, late early foundation establishment stage, peak of the early foundation establishment stage, boom. A loud sound came from within his body as he broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Du Lingshuang woke up the next morning and did not find Tong Yu. She did not mind and went to plant the 4 branches of the tea tree in the backyard. The tea tree branches began to grow like bamboo shoots after a rain, first rooting in the soil, then growing taller and thicker, branching out and continuing to grow until the tree reached over 2 meters in height and the thickness of a bowl, at which point the tea tree stopped growing. Du Lingshuang did not expect that this spiritual energy could stimulate plant growth, and so quickly too. She was overjoyed and hurriedly cast small rain techniques on the other 3 branches of the tea tree. Du Lingshuang saw the tinder buds on the tea tree branches. Although she didn't know how to process tea leaves, she knew that the tinder buds on this tea tree were good tea leaves. She quickly waved her hand, and the tinder leaves fell like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, which she then rolled up and put into a cloth bag. Thinking about processing the tea leaves, Du Lingshuang remembered that Tong Yu had not returned yet. She released her spiritual sense to check around the capital city, but found no trace of Tong Yu. She thought he must have gone far for some reason and figured he would be back soon. In the past, Tong Yu would always tell her where he was going. But this time he probably didn't wake her up because he saw she was asleep. Du Lingshuang wasn't worried about his safety. Tong Yu was a cultivator. And in this world, there was nothing that could threaten him. The grapevine grew at a visibly fast pace, first sprouting new tender leaves and then producing many grapes. Du Lingshuang looked at the grapes in surprise. She reached out and picked a bunch, popped one into her mouth, and the juice burst in her mouth, releasing a sweet and fresh flavor. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never tasted such delicious grapes before, Du Lingshuang exclaimed excitedly to herself, popping another grape into her mouth. Her pearly white teeth gently bit down, breaking the thin skin of the grape. With a pop, the juice splattered. And this sudden explosion gave her a delightful thrill as the fruity aroma rapidly filled her mouth. These grapes were so much better than the sour ones she had before. After busily working until noon, Du Lingshuang saw that Tong Yu still hadn't returned, but she wasn't anxious. She picked some grapes and took out a net bag to pack some hairy crabs before heading back to her family home. When Duke Wuqiang saw his second daughter had come, bringing grapes and crabs, he felt very touched. This daughter still cared about him. The boys had already run out after the holiday, and his eldest daughter would stay in the house all day if she didn't work, ignoring him, which left him feeling quite frustrated and helpless. These grapes are really big and delicious. Where did you get them at this time of year? Duke Wuqiang asked Du Lingshuang after tasting a grape the size of a ping-pong ball in astonishment. They were given by Tong Yu's classmate. I don't know where they got them from, but I saw there were quite a few, so I brought some for you to try, Du Lingshuang replied, not telling her father that these grapes were from her home, to avoid him worrying about it. It's already October, and the grapes in the north are all gone. How come yours are still growing? In the evening, while having dinner at home, Du Lingshuang still didn't see Tong Yu return and began to feel anxious. She lost her appetite and hurriedly ate a little before making an excuse to leave. I have to go back. We start work tomorrow. And Tong Yu still hasn't come back. This made Du Lingshuang restless. She knew Tong Yu was a steady person, not impulsive or reckless. But what was going on today? He hadn't shown up all day. Something must have happened. Du Lingshuang began to think of the worst. She flew on her sword to search for Tong Yu in the capital, and after scanning the entire city with her spiritual sense, she still found no trace of him. She then flew to Guo Yunqing's house, wondering if Tong Yu had gone there again. Chapter 129. Anxious Du Lingshuang searched all night. retracing the places they had been together, but still found no trace of Tong Yu. She became anxious to the point of almost crying. Since they started living together, they had never been apart for this long. Tong Yu would always take her with him wherever he went, and Du Lingshuang couldn't bear to be away from him. The next day at work, Du Lingshuang went to the bureau to ask Director Chen for leave, lying that she had urgent matters to attend to that might take a few days to resolve. After leaving the bureau, she went to find her cousin Du Guoxuan. Since Tong Yu worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it was most suitable for her cousin to help Tong Yu request leave. Lingshuang, what brings you here? Aren't you working today? Why do you look so pale? What happened? Where's Tong Yu? Uncle, I want you to help Tong Yu get a leave of absence. Just for a week. He has come home for a whole day and night, and I need to go out to find him. Tong Yu is missing? Did you two have a fight? Du Guoxuan was also taken aback. He had high hopes for Tong Yu, and how could Du Lingshuang fight with him? She really didn't understand. No, I didn't see him when I woke up. I thought he had gone out for something, but he hasn't shown up since yesterday. That's why I'm asking for leave to go find him. And I also want you to help him request leave from his workplace. Having experienced a lot, Du Guoxuan felt relieved when he heard that they hadn't fought. And after comforting Du Lingshuang, he picked up the phone and dialed Minister Liu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 3 days passed, and Tong Yu still hadn't returned home. Du Lingshuang spent those days in a daze, unable to focus on work. Liu Jie and Wang Jie noticed her heavy-hearted demeanor and tried to persuade her for a long time, but couldn't get her to reveal what was bothering her. Du Lingshuang mainly didn't know how to tell them, as she didn't want others to know about Tong Yu's disappearance. When Tong Yu broke through to the late Foundation establishment stage, he finally remembered that he was inside the Pearl of the Great Tao and didn't know how long he had been there. He realized that Du Lingshuang must be anxious since she couldn't see him outside. After stabilizing his cultivation, he flashed out of the Pearl of the Great Tao. However, when he scanned his spiritual sense outward, he was immediately startled. Originally, his spiritual sense could cover about 100 kilometers, but now it could extend over 500 kilometers. He knew that after breaking through to the late Foundation establishment stage, the range of his spiritual sense would definitely increase. But he didn't expect it to increase by so much. Du Lingshuang, in a daze, instinctively reached for Tong Yu's waist, feeling his warm body, and couldn't help but lean into his embrace, falling comfortably asleep, reflecting on the 3 days of his disappearance. He understood why there were tear stains on Du Lingshuang's face. She must have been searching for him outside, and her cultivation hadn't progressed at all. She probably didn't have the heart to practice, and he couldn't help but wrap his arms around her. Oh, Du Lingshuang had something on her mind and woke up early. Feeling herself lying in Tong Yu's arms and sensing his familiar scent, she thought she was still dreaming. When she suddenly opened her eyes, she saw Tong Yu really lying on the bed and couldn't help but shout, "Where have you been these 3 days? You disappeared without a word, and I searched so many places without finding you. I was so worried. You bad egg, and you're still smiling. I could just bite you to death." As soon as Du Lingshuang woke up, Tong Yu felt it. Hearing her words and seeing her relieved expression, Tong Yu smiled. He didn't expect that while Du Lingshuang said she would bite him to death, she kissed his lips instead. After more than 2 hours, Du Lingshuang lay weakly on the bed, saying feebly, "Darling, tell me where you've been these past few days. It's almost 8 o'clock. We have to go to work. We'll talk about it when we get home tonight. I have a surprise for you," Tong Yu said, patting her smooth back. With a thought, he donned his magical robe. Du Lingshuang also sat up, revealing her snowy white skin and 2 lovely peaks. Before Tong Yu could sneak an attack, she quickly put on her magical robe, which transformed into the style of a police uniform. "You must tell me when we get home tonight, or I'll make sure you can't get out of bed tomorrow." Du Lingshuang threatened Tong Yu as they left. "You don't know who won't be able to get out of bed. You always start strong, but end up giving up completely. How dare you threaten me? You are like this. I'm just giving you face hum." Du Lingshuang's face flushed red, and although she was already convinced in her heart, she didn't let him off easily with her words and rode away on her bicycle. After the morning's battle, she was deeply in love with Tong Yu. When Tong Yu arrived at the office, he first went to Director Li's office to report his leave. Minister Liu personally greeted him, and Director Li didn't ask him what he had been doing these past few days. As long as Tong Yu was transferred from the North America and Oceania department, it was fine. He knew Tong Yu would definitely achieve merits in the future, which would bring honor to their department, so Director Li asked him to continue with his previous work. Du Lingshuang went to work today, and both Sister Liu and Sister Wang clearly felt that she was different from usual, so they began to curiously question her. Today, Ling Shuang looked even more beautiful than yesterday, and her complexion had obviously improved a lot. The nourishment of love was significant. How long can you and your partner last? These middle-aged women, especially those who are married and have children, spoke without restraint, daring to say anything. Oh, Sister Wang, how can you say such a thing? Du Lingshuang's face turned crimson, and she thought to herself that these two women were even bolder than Su Yuwei, who only talked about such things with her familiar friends. These two women dared to speak up regardless of how well they knew her, as long as they were with other women. Chapter 130. The processed tea leaves. Du Lingshuang naturally wooed tea, answered the two women's questions, and pretended to be shy and silent. Seeing that she stubbornly refused to speak, Lu and Wang stopped pressing her. They knew Du Lingshuang was still thin-skinned, and once she had children, even if she didn't want to talk, she would voluntarily share with them. They had both gone through that stage. Dear, have you been back for a long time? Du Lingshuang locked her bicycle in the ring, secured the gate, and walked into the courtyard, where she saw Tong Yu sitting at a stone table eating grapes. When I woke up that day and didn't see you, I thought you had gone out, so I planted tea trees and harvested tea leaves. When I saw this grapevine, I decided to give it a try, and unexpectedly, it produced such large grapes. Don't change the subject. Tell me where you've been these past few days. Du Lingshuang recounted what happened that day and eagerly asked. Don't have any resistance. I'll take you to a place. After reminding her, Tong Yu wrapped his arm around Du Lingshuang's shoulders and swiftly entered the interior of the Pearl of the Great Tao. This is the interior of the Pearl of the Great Tao. I found this pearl on Wui Mountain. I was afraid of danger, so I didn't bring you in earlier and tried it myself. Tong Yu told her about finding the Pearl of the Great Tao and even shared the details about modifying the Great Tao cultivation method. But he didn't mention why he could be reborn. Only then did Du Lingshuang understand where Tong Yu had been during those days he was missing. It turned out he had been at home while she was searching everywhere for him. She blamed herself for being too impatient. I'll listen to you. I need to focus on cultivating these days, but let us wait until after today. I still want you. Let us go out. Du Lingshuang's eyes sparkled with charm. Her face flushed, and she hugged Tong Yu tightly. After Tong Yu finished his work, he found a book on processing tea leaves, read it, memorized the methods and steps. And during the lunch break when his colleagues were resting, he entered the Pearl of the Great Tao to start learning how to process tea leaves. A few minutes later, Tong Yu produced his first batch of tea leaves, weighing a little over half a pound, and hurriedly emerged from the Pearl of the Great Tao. After work in the afternoon, he took out some tea leaves and steeped them in a cup. The fresh aroma of the tea instantly filled the office, creating a pleasant fragrance. Indeed, the scent of this tea brings a refreshing feeling to the mind. Where did this aroma come from? Oh, it's from Tong Yu's tea. Come on, don't just drink it yourself. Share some with everyone so we can all taste it. Chen Qingwei and Zhao Huibin both came over with their cups. Tong Yu was generous and added a tea leaf to each of their cups. Hey. Put in more tea leaves. Why are you being so stingy? Lu Guimin was dissatisfied when he saw Tong Yu only giving one tea leaf. And since they were colleagues and familiar with each other, he reached out to grab Tong Yu's tea bag. Don't rush. Try one first. If you feel it's not enough, I can add more. I'm afraid if I put in too many leaves, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Tong Yu blocked his hand. The tea leaves contained spiritual energy and had been refined with the Dao Yuan fire. He was genuinely concerned that if he added too many leaves, these middle-aged men wouldn't be able to handle it. Exactly, old Lu. Why are you in such a hurry? Tong Yu wouldn't deceive you. Just try it first, and if it's not enough, he'll add more. Besides, he's not a stingy person. Chen Qingwei squeezed past Lu Guimin and poured hot water into his cup. Good job, old Chen. Pushing me aside just to use the hot water from the thermos. Don't pour it all out. Leave some for both of us. A few minutes later, the three of them opened their mouths wide and breathed in the fragrant aroma of the tea in the office before finally picking up their cups to savor the tea slowly. Good tea. This is really good tea. I've never had such delicious tea before. It's fragrant and sweet, with a long-lasting aftertaste. I feel clearer-headed and much more energized. Zhao Huibin praised after tasting the tea, his high education showing in his eloquent speech. Lu Guimin and Chen Qingwei nodded in agreement. Both busy drinking tea, leaving no time for conversation. The tea leaves remained a vibrant green even after steeping until the end of the workday, showing no signs of discoloration. The three of them were reluctant to discard it, taking their cups and riding their bicycles home to continue enjoying the tea. After returning home that night, neither of them felt the need to eat. Du Lingshuang had gone to cultivate early, and Tong Yu began processing tea leaves in the courtyard. From 6 bags of tea leaves, he produced 2 types of finished tea, each only about 20 pounds of dry tea. Tong Yu separated these 2 types of tea, stored them in his ring, and then went to the backyard. Seeing the tender buds of the tea trees just breaking through the surface, he lifted his hand and cast a small rain transformation technique, causing the buds to grow visibly. Once the tender leaves on the tea trees had grown sufficiently, he waved his hand, rolling up the tender leaves faster and cleaner than manual picking. After harvesting 6 more bags of tea leaves, Tong Yu took out the formation flags and set up an isolation formation in the backyard to keep out the cold, ensuring the tea trees wouldn't freeze to death in winter. He then processed the tea leaves again, stored them in his ring, and took out the jade stones he had collected earlier to refine a dozen jade bottles, placing the 2 types of tea into separate bottles for gifting. In this era, plastic was relatively scarce. The white garbage plastic bags that once filled the streets in his past life had not yet appeared on a large scale. Generally, things were packed in mesh bags, newspapers, or straw paper. Chapter 131. Tea leaves and grapes. What is going on with you 3? Why do you all have dark circles under your eyes? Tong Yu noticed their appearance and felt puzzled. Could it be that they played mahjong all night? It's not just me. My spouse didn't sleep all night either. After drinking some tea, she felt more energetic than I did and insisted I bring some back today. I'm fine. I was the only one home yesterday, and there was nothing good on TV, so I still couldn't sleep. I finished all the tea. With a rustling sound of tearing paper, Tong Yu said, "Today, I've prepared a couple of tails of tea leaves for each of you. Just a heads up, you can only steep 1 leaf at a time. If you put in too many tea leaves and can't sleep, don't come to complain to me." "Oh dear. Thank you so much, Tong Yu. I feel so embarrassed," Lu Guimin said politely, but his hands were quick, grabbing a bag of tea leaves and putting it into his briefcase. "Thank you, Tong Yu. I have 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes here. You know I don't smoke either, so it would be a waste to leave them." Zhao Huibin opened the locked drawer of his desk and took out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, placing them on Tong Yu's desk. You old Chen, give me a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. That box of Maotai liquor you mentioned, you took it from my house." No. That's because your wife doesn't allow you to drink, so I took that box of Maotai back. It's not like I stole it from you." Tong Yu watched the 2 argue, having grown used to it, and didn't mind Chen Qingwei taking the Zhonghua cigarettes. He brewed a cup of tea and sat down to work. Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang drank it. Although it didn't help their cultivation much, it was still much better than drinking other teas. Lingshuang, these grapes are so delicious. I want to take some home for the kids to try." After Lu Jie and Wang Jie each had a grape, they couldn't bear to eat more and quickly put the grapes into their bags. "Thank you, Section Chief Chen. Then we want to be polite." Lu Jie and Wang Jie were also not shy, picking the grapes from the desk to eat. They had worked with Section Chief Chen for many years and were already quite familiar with each other. Lu Jie and Wang Jie took good care of him. Whatever delicious or rare food they made at home, they would bring to the office for him. On Sunday, Gui Yunqing and his wife came again. Su Yue, seeing the grapes on the vine, was drooling, saying, "Honey, go pick some grapes and pick more to take home." "Old Tong, what variety of grapes do you have? How come there are still grapes now? Hurry up and press a grape branch for me. I'll plant it next year," Gui Yunqing ordered while picking grapes into a basket. "This grape branch probably won't survive when you take it back. It's because the soil here is good," Tong Yu said as he brewed tea for them, while Du Lingshuang reached out to touch Su Yue's small belly with envy. What are you touching? If you have the ability, get pregnant yourself, then you can touch whenever you want," Su Yue exclaimed, slapping away Du Lingshuang's wandering hand, her eyes shining with maternal warmth. "We're not in a hurry. Let us see how your child turns out after you give birth. If it's fun, then we'll decide whether to have a child. So you're using me as a test subject? I want to let you see the child after it's born." Su Yue angrily snatched the cushion from Du Lingshuang's hand and sat on the stone bench. Gui Yunqing washed the grapes, put them on a plate, and happily brought them over, saying, "Wife, eat up, eat more." What kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Is there more? Bring me some." Gui Yunqing, smelling the fragrance of the tea, felt energized. During this time, he had been busy taking care of pregnant Su Yue and had been feeling dizzy. But the fresh fragrance of the tea instantly cleared his mind. Tong Yu went inside and brought out half a pound of tea leaves wrapped in newspaper, handing it to him and saying, "Just brew 1 leaf each time. If you brew too much, you won't be able to sleep, so don't blame me. Rest assured, I know You only brewed one leaf this time, right? I'm not stupid. Gui Yunqing and Tong Yu had never known how to say polite words. Su Yue had a carefree personality and got along well with Du Lingshuang. Every time this couple came to his house, they would look for some things to take back. At noon, Du Lingshuang steamed some silver fish, white fish, boiled a large plate of white shrimp and hairy crabs, and made a vegetarian dish to entertain the couple. Su Yue was pregnant and wasn't allowed to eat cold foods like crabs and shrimp, so she could only eat vegetarian dishes and silver fish, which made her very unhappy. Blame you, you little rascal, making me unable to eat good food. Su Yue pouted, touching her small belly. Watching the three enjoy crabs and shrimp, making her eager to give birth to the child sooner. You gluttonous wife, I won't let you eat. After you give birth, we won't eat crabs and shrimp anymore, just to tease you. Du Lingshuang was intentionally trying to irritate her, and Su Yue wasn't really angry. Tong Yu and Gui Yunqing completely ignored the playful bickering between the two. They had been together for years and had long since gotten used to it. After Gui Yunqing and his wife were full and satisfied, they left with the things they had scavenged from Tong Yu's home. Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang then took a basket of grapes and 2 bottles of tea leaves as they headed out the door towards Du Guoxuan's house. Auntie, we came to see you. Du Lingshuang and Tong Yu entered without first calling out to Uncle, but instead called out to Auntie first. Du Lingshuang knew that although Uncle was a deputy minister, at home, Auntie had the final say. Auntie had also come from the military, but had been retired due to health reasons. Chapter 132, Preparations before the wedding. Du Guoxuan was very happy to see Tong Yu and his niece arrive. His daughters had all married and were busy with their own households, rarely coming to visit even on weekends, and their son was not around either. Only the old couple was at home on weekends, making it feel very empty. Uncle, I brought you some tea leaves. Just brew 1 leaf each time, or you won't be able to sleep if you brew too much. This tea is very good for refreshing the mind. Tong Yu took out 2 jade bottles containing half a pound of tea leaves and placed them on the coffee table. Du Guoxuan looked at the 2 exquisite jade bottles. The packaging was nice, but he didn't know if the tea was as good as Tong Yu said. This tea is not bad. Just smelling it makes me feel much more awake, better than the Dahongpo and Longjing that I usually drink. Du Guoxuan inhaled deeply, knowing it was good tea even before tasting it, and praised it repeatedly. Uncle, Ling Shuang and I plan to get married on New Year's Day. Hearing that they were getting married, Du Guoxuan was even happier. Once Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang got married, they would be family. I plan to go back to my hometown first to handle things, and when I come back, I'll hold a few tables of banquets in the courtyard. I don't have many friends in Beijing. By the way, a few days ago, I saw Liang Gu and Li Jiangguo on National Day. Where did you see those 3? Du Guoxuan quickly asked upon hearing about his son, and even Auntie, who was talking to Du Lingshuang, turned to look at Tong Yu. Tong Yu casually mentioned Gui Yunqing, hoping Du Guoxuan would remember the name, thinking that he might promote Gui Yunqing in the future. That little rascal. I haven't received a letter from him in a long time. It turns out he didn't write to us because he was afraid we'd worry. Auntie was also concerned about her son. Having experienced the cruelty of war, she knew her son was back on the front lines and began to worry. Seeing the worried expressions on the 2 elders' faces, Tong Yu told them about the talismans. Oh my, thank you so much, Tong Yu. When you get married, I must go and have a drink at your wedding. After spending more than an hour at Du Guoxuan's house, the 2 said their goodbyes. Auntie insisted that they stay for dinner, but Tong Yu declined, saying he had other matters to attend to. Hey, old Li, it's old Du. I just got the news that Zhang Wo and the others are back on the front line. But don't worry, Tong Yu gave them talismans again. Tell Lao Hu that Tong Yu is getting married after New Year's Day. Who is he marrying? Of course, it's my niece. Ha ha. Now you have something to talk about. Too bad I don't have a daughter that young. Otherwise, I would definitely snatch your niece away. On the other end of the phone was Li Jiangwo's father, who, thanks to his connections, had now been promoted to the Minister of Public Security. Minister Li and Hu Fuqing's father, Deputy Minister Hu of the Ministry of Industry, were comrades in arms. They both learned about the amulet from their son's letters and had long wanted to repay Tong Yu, but Tong Yu had no need for their help. So Minister Li told Du Guoxuan to inform him if Tong Yu needed anything. Today, Du Guoxuan learned that Tong Yu was getting married and quickly called Minister Li to first mention Li Jiangwo's situation before sharing the happy news about Tong Yu's wedding, even showing off his niece Du Lingxue in front of Minister Li. Du Lingshue's family had already discussed her marriage to Tong Yu during her last visit home with her father, brother, and sister. Originally, Tong Yu intended to talk to his father-in-law about it, But Du Lingxue said she had already informed her family and that they should tell her uncle. Tong Yu felt he still needed to visit his father-in-law as a matter of etiquette. It wouldn't be right to marry his daughter without saying hello. Moreover, he needed to discuss the bride price. Duke Wuqiang had long been looking forward to Tong Yu marrying his second daughter. If they got married, it would resolve one of his concerns. This time, when Tong Yu visited Du Lingxue's family, he brought quite a lot of gifts: various fruits, 2 cartons of cigarettes, 2 boxes of Maotai liquor, half a sheep, half a wild boar, and a pile of seafood. Uncle, Lingxue and I have decided to get married on New Year's Day. Do you have any requirements? And how much bride price should I prepare? No requirements, no requirements, as long as you live well together. Just give 20 yuan for the bride price. Duke Wuqiang saw that Tong Yu brought so many things, which proved that Tong Yu cared for his daughter. So he had no other demands. He only asked for a little bride price. If he asked for nothing, it would be embarrassing. Tong Yu didn't give more than what was needed. If his father-in-law asked for 20, he gave 20, as he couldn't break the local customs. If he gave too much, the men in the capital city would resent him. After the wedding was set, Tong Yu notified Li Jigang's family. He didn't have many friends in college, just a decent relationship with Li Jigang, and he didn't inform Tang Yueping and Sun Baojun, as he wasn't familiar with them. He also informed 3 colleagues from the office, as well as Director Li and Director Wang, but didn't mention it to Minister Liu, as his position was too high. Once everything was arranged in the capital, Tong Yu sent 1,000 yuan to his elder brother to help organize the wedding. Upon receiving his letter, his brother discussed it with their father. Dad, Xiaoye says he will return home for the wedding on New Year's Day. What should we prepare? When their father heard that Tong Yu was getting married at home, he took out more than 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to his eldest son. I have over 100 yuan here. Tomorrow when I go home to collect the land rent, I'll give you more. I'll also tidy up the house. I'll stay there for a while. And Xiaobao can come with me or stay in the city. Dad, take this money back. Xiaoye wrote to say he sent 1,000 yuan for the wedding. Once the money arrives, I'll go to the post office to pick it up. Where did he get so much money? Just take this first. Your mother and I owe him from before. This time he's getting married. I'll do everything I can to help him. Chapter 133. Father's marriage. After the National Day holiday, autumn gradually deepened. The weather became cooler, and the temperature dropped day by day as leaves began to fall from the branches. By November, winter quietly approached, and people on the streets wore more and thicker clothes. After Gui Yunqing learned that Tong Yu would return home for his wedding on New Year's Day, he planned to go back with Tong Yu to help, but was refused. Tong Yu wanted him to stay in the capital to take care of Su Yue and come back when the wedding was held there. Gui Yunqing knew that Tong Yu had little interaction with local officials, so it wasn't necessary to invite them to the wedding. Besides, how much influence could officials from a small county have? The most they could be was junior officials. Anyone from the capital would be at the bureau level or even higher. Tong Jun's mother was unfortunate. Look at Tong Jun's father. His life has been better since his wife passed away. That shouldn't be the case, right? Let me calculate. Tong Jun is 31 this year. And Tong Jingshan married at 20, had Tong Jun at 21. So Tong Jingshan must be at most 52 or 53. Why do you ask? Someone wants to introduce him a wife. There's a woman named Mu Hongmei in Lapupu, 45 years old, with only one daughter married off. I heard she had a severe hemorrhage during childbirth. Both mother and child survived, but she can't have any more. Sister Wei in the village is a matchmaker. She specializes in connecting people, knows many in the area, and if she successfully pairs someone, she gets some benefits. Poor ones give her a pound of steamed cake or half a pound of fruit candy, while better off ones might give her a couple of yuan. I think I should first discuss this with Tong Jingshan. If he agrees, then I'll say something. He will definitely be willing. An old bachelor. It's lonely sleeping alone at night. Besides, he is only in his 50s. I don't believe he doesn't want to do that. It must be tough for him. Sister Wei thought about the benefits she might get if this works out, listened to the gossip from several women, and immediately turned to leave. Aunt, what's going on? Tong Jingshan knew Sister Wei was a matchmaker, but he thought there was no suitable match to discuss at home. His second son was getting married, and his youngest son had already been sent to a juvenile detention center, and once he turns 18, he would be transferred to prison. No. I'm too old for that. People will laugh at me. Tong Jingshan didn't expect Sister Wei was there to discuss matchmaking and immediately refused. Besides, your eldest grandson has grown up. You can't stay in the city forever. Sooner or later, you'll have to return to the village. Your second son is in the capital, and your daughter is married off. Think about it. What will you do living alone at home without anyone to wash or cook for you? I'm doing this for your own good. Sister Wei's words made Tong Zhengshan ponder. He had already planned to return to his rural home once his eldest grandson started school. But living alone without knowing how to cook would be quite difficult for him. Brother Zhengshan, think carefully. We have a saying here, having many children and grandchildren is not as good as a couple in middle age. Your children have their own families. How will you live in the future? But I'm much older than her, and she may not even want to. What about Xiaojun and the others? Tong Zhengshan began to consider the future, and didn't he want to burden his children? Having a woman to help him with cooking and laundry would mean he had a home. However, he felt embarrassed to say this out loud, and found an excuse about age. This is easy. I'll talk to Xiaojun, and I'll also speak to Mu Hongmei. If this works out, Brother Zhengshan, you have to invite me to the wedding. When Sister Wei heard Tong Zhengshan's words, she knew her persuasion had touched his heart, but was worried that the children might disagree, which was why he and T agreed yet. When Tong Jun heard that Sister Wei was matchmaking for his father, he immediately agreed. Tong Jun often drove out for transport, had seen more of the world, and naturally had a more open-minded attitude than when he was in the countryside. Tong Shui heard that her father was going to arrange a marriage for her, and she had no objections. Her father was never very close to her. When she was a child, her mother would hit her, and her father would just watch without saying anything, simply because she was a girl and would eventually belong to another family. Wei Deseo handled things efficiently, and after securing the consent of the Tong family, she went to Liu Lipu and spoke to Mu Hongmei about it. After Mu Hongmei could no longer have children, she endured a lot of hardship in her in-law's home. Now that her husband had passed away, her mother-in-law and the family wanted to drive her away to take over her house and marry off her younger brother. After Wei Deseo told her about this, she immediately agreed. She had long wanted to leave that home, but going back to her own family, her parents were gone, and her brother's wives wouldn't agree either. So, before Tong Yu could hold his wedding, his father had already married a stepmother for him. When Tong Yu received a letter from his elder brother and learned about this matter, he actually thought it was a good thing. At least his father would have someone to take care of him, and he only needed to send money home every month. Du Lingxiang was even less concerned about this. The person she wanted to marry was Tong Yu. As long as his family could live well and not worry Tong Yu, that was enough. After all, they were not short on money now, and they could just send a little more money to his father every month. In late November, after more than half a month of cultivation, Du Lingxiang's true essence in her Dantian had completely transformed into Dao essence. Her cultivation level, which had initially dropped to the early stages of foundation establishment, had again broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. On the afternoon of the 30th, Du Lingxiang, along with her father, 2 brothers, and sister, took a train to Yi County train station. Tomorrow morning, Tong Yu would pick up the bride at the station, and after the wedding at noon, they would return to the capital in the afternoon, and the next morning they would go to work. This was unavoidable. Everyone had jobs, and there was only one day off for New Year's Day, so the schedule was tight and had to be arranged this way. In the afternoon, Tong Yu set off on his flying sword back home. When he arrived outside the village and saw no one around, he took out a pile of things from his ring, shouldered, and carried them into the village. Chapter 134. Tong Yu got married. Tong Yu didn't let them take his things. Instead, he quickly took out cigarettes, handed one to everyone, and said thank you for your hard work, urging them to drink more later before heading into the yard. There were quite a few people talking in the yard, and several stoves in the corner were steaming. When his second uncle returned, Dia was playing at the gate with some friends. She spotted Tong Yu first and called out, "Little Yu is back. Are you tired? Come in and rest for a bit." After seeing him, his sister pulled him into her new room. Upon entering his own room, Tong Yu saw a new light yellow writing desk, a wardrobe with a mirror, and a basin rack with a red basin adorned with a double happiness character on it. "Sister, is there something going on?" Tong Yu asked, noticing that his sister had pulled him into the room without saying a word, indicating she had something to discuss. "I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's this. Dad marrying a wife is a good thing. You won't have to run home anymore. Isn't it better to have someone take care of him? Is that really how you think? That's good. I was worried you wouldn't want Dad to remarry. Then go greet her." Father Tong Zhengshan still didn't know how to tell Tong Yu about marrying a wife. Although his eldest son had written to Tong Yu about it, he wasn't sure how Tong Yu would feel and worried he might not want his father to remarry. After Mu Hongmei married Tong Zhengshan, her days in the past few days had been better than those she had spent over the years. Although Tong Zhengshan didn't talk much, he kept the house clean and helped her cook, and he was very affectionate towards her at night. She felt very happy now. At least in these days, She hadn't seen Tong Jingshan lose his temper or hit her. After greeting his father, Tong Yu saw Mu Hongmei beside him. She was just an ordinary person, only in her 40s, but her hair was already starting to turn gray, clearly having lived a tough life. He casually took out 100 yuan and handed it to her. When Mu Hongmei saw Tong Yu dressed in wool clothes and calling Tong Jingshan dad, she guessed he was Tong Jingshan's second son, Tong Yu. She didn't know how to greet him, and just as she was at a loss, Tong Yu spoke to her first and even wanted to give her money, which made her even more unsure of how to respond, and she quickly refused. Aunt, just take it. It's only right for a younger generation like me to do this. Thank you, Tong Yu. Mu Hongmei was moved to tears. She had never had 10 yuan in her hands over the years. Just half a month after marrying Tong Jingshan, his 2 sons and daughter had already given her over 100 yuan. She understood that Tong Jingshan's children were giving her this money to help take care of their father. But even though the money was given with a purpose, she felt very content and happy, and she decided in her heart to take good care of Tong Jingshan. The villagers originally wanted to see Tong Yu return and make a fuss over his father, but unexpectedly, Tong Yu not only addressed Mu Hongmei as aunt, but also gave her money, which left the villagers a bit dumbfounded. In this era, when parents were married or were to marry, the children at home would generally not agree, feeling that their parents were embarrassing them and would make a scene to stop it. Tong Yu brought back some milk candies and biscuits, which he gave to his niece and nephew, and left some for his father as well. Additionally, he brought back some Zhonghua cigarettes, yin, and a few watches he got from the port city, which he gave to his sister, brother-in-law, and elder brother and sister-in-law. His elder brother and sister-in-law didn't skimp on him either, throwing the best wedding banquet in the village, buying plenty of cigarettes and liquor. Since their mother had passed away less than 3 years ago, they didn't put up any couplets for the celebration. But Tong Yu didn't care about such trivial matters. His uncle Tong Zhenghua was in charge of the arrangements and knew that Tong Yu was going to the train station to pick someone up the next morning. So he borrowed a few bicycles from the village. He also arranged for 6 unmarried young men, giving each a box of filter-tip cigarettes to hold while they set off firecrackers. That night, Tong Yu's home was lively. After the villagers had their meal, some went home, while others stayed to play poker and pai gow. The stakes were low, just a few cents, harmless, just for the fun of it. The next morning, Tong Yu rode a bicycle adorned with red flowers, followed by 5 other young men, to the train station. The 6 young men setting off firecrackers had already arrived early, letting off firecrackers while walking towards the train station. They didn't mind the long distance. In fact, they were very excited. At 7:10, when Du Lingxiang's family exited the train station, the 6 young men began setting off firecrackers. Tong Yu greeted his father-in-law, elder brother-in-law, and sister-in-law, then rode his bicycle with Du Lingxiang back to the village. The other young men took Du Lingxiang's father, 2 brothers, and sister towards Yuhe village. The firecracker boys had prepared in advance and ran faster than the bicycles. Duke Wuqiang's family had no complaints about Tong Yu's hometown. They all knew how wealthy Tong Yu was in the capital, and besides, in this era, rural areas were like this. Being able to ride a bicycle was already quite good. Tong Yu's sister and sister-in-law had been waiting at the village entrance with a big red jacket. And when they saw Tong Yu bringing Du Lingxiang over, they handed the big red jacket to her to wear before entering the house. It was Du Lingxiang's first time wearing a big red jacket, and she felt both excited and shy. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the one Su Yue wore, it was still red and counted as her wedding attire. The customs here were similar to those in Jin province. After the new bride entered the house, she also had to serve tea to her in-laws and change how she addressed them. At this moment, Mu Hongmei automatically stepped aside, while Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang knelt on the ground holding teacups, offering them to Tong Jingshan. "Dad, please drink tea." Tong Jingshan responded excitedly, his hand trembling slightly as he took the cup. Chapter 135. The shocked father. Before the banquet started, Tong Yu introduced his family members to those from Du Lingxiang's family, and the 2 families got acquainted. Duke Wuqiang did not look down on Tong Jingshan. Instead, they had a rather close conversation. Once the banquet was served, everyone enjoyed their food and drinks. Since they had to catch a train later, the people from the Du family did not drink much. After a hearty meal, they had some tea, and then Duke Wuqiang and the others needed to leave for the train station, as they had work the next day. The young men helping out rode bicycles to take the Du family to the train station, and Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang also went to see them off. Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang had their train the next morning, and today was their big day. The new bride had to stay at home for at least 1 day. as per the customs of Yuha village. Otherwise, it would imply that Du Lingxiang was not considered Tong Yu's wife. However, borrowing things for a wedding did not require repayment, while borrowing for a funeral required a small fee, as it was not acceptable to use things for free, or it would bring bad luck. Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang helped clean up, and with more hands, the yard was tidied up quickly. The weather was cold, and many unfinished dishes could be stored for a few days. Their father placed a ledger and a stack of money on the table. Tong Yu saw about 200 or 300 yuan. The gift money from the villagers was only about 100 yuan. The remaining money was what he had sent to his elder brother for the wedding, which hadn't been used up, and he hadn't taken it back. That's right, Dad. You keep it. We won't be home, and if there are any weddings or funerals in the village, just make sure to return it so that people don't say our family is stingy, his elder brother added from the side. We still need to work after your wedding. Come back and let Dad and Aunt Hongmei stay a few more days. Anyway, there's nothing going on at home right now. All right. Then you guys take a few more days off. You can play in the capital city too, Tong Yu said politely, knowing his elder brother could only manage to take 1 day off at most. That night, Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang returned to their wedding room. At this moment, Du Lingxiang felt a bit shy. Darling, today I finally married you. Let's hurry to the bridal chamber. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I can't wait any longer. Dad, Aunt Hongmei, we are leaving now. We will wait for you in the capital. After leaving the village, they looked around to see no one was watching, hopped on their bicycles, and returned to their home in the capital. Head of the family, what do you mean by me going to the capital with you? I think I should stay at home. Mu Hongmei saw Tong Zhengshan packing and felt reluctant to go, as she was a stepmother and felt it would not be proper for her to accompany them. What are you talking about? You are married to me now, so you have to follow me. Don't you understand the principle of marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog? Hurry up and pack. We are going to the capital tomorrow. A few days later, Tong Zhengshan decided to go to the capital first to help his son tidy up the house, in case they became too busy later. When the elder brother saw their father wanted to leave early, he quickly sent a telegram to Tong Yu, so that when their father arrived in the capital, he wouldn't be lost. In the following days, Tong Yu found several chefs from big restaurants, and under the lure of money, 2 chefs readily agreed to come, each bringing a few apprentices with them, which was convenient as it saved him from having to find waiters. For the wedding banquet in the capital, Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang prepared 6 tables, which should be enough for their invited guests. After receiving the telegram from his elder brother, Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang rode their bicycles to the train station. Trains coming into the capital are rarely delayed. Otherwise, if they do not arrive on time, the station staff would let the train wait while they attended to other arrivals, only signaling the delayed train to enter once they were finished. Therefore, train drivers also try their best to stay on schedule. They do not want their train to be left waiting on the side. Dad, over here. Tong Yu called out as he saw his father and Mu Hongmei exiting the station. Otherwise, his father would have been lost. Tong Zhengshan was not surprised to see Tong Yu, but when he saw his daughter-in-law in a police uniform, he felt a sense of pride and cast a proud glance at Mu Hongmei. This is the capital, the place where Chairman Mao lives. It really is different from our county. Tong Zhengshan sat on the back of the bicycle, admiring the buildings of the capital and the diverse people on the streets, unable to help but comment. Mu Hongmei was also surprised that Du Lingxiang, who she called Aunt at home, turned out to be a police officer. Sitting on Du Lingxiang's bicycle, she still found it hard to believe, but as her eyes took in the bustling streets of the capital, she quickly became mesmerized, never imagining she would come to the capital in her lifetime. This is your house. Do you both live here? Tong Zhengshan was astonished when he saw Tong Yu unlock the door, revealing the front yard. Passing through a flower-laden gate to see 3 large tiled rooms in the main courtyard, along with east and west wing rooms connected by a covered walkway. He was so shocked that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yes, this is my house. If you want to live here, that's fine too. Mu Hongmei was also stunned. Such a nice and spacious house was only occupied by Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang, which seemed a bit wasteful. Let's live in the east room. After looking around for a while, Tong Zhengshan did not request to stay in the main room. All right, you can live wherever you want. I have another courtyard elsewhere. If you want to move there, you can. Tong Yu thought about the other 2 courtyards that were unoccupied and decided to let them stay there if his father wanted to live in the capital, as a house with residents would be lively and less prone to decay. You have another house. Where did you get the house? Don't do anything illegal. Tong Zhengshan was taken aback by Tong Yu's words. He had not expected his second son to be doing so well in the capital. but he feared that the house might have been acquired illegally. We bought them all, with proper property certificates. This money was earned legitimately. I haven't done anything illegal. So don't worry. Tong Yu noticed the concern in his father's eyes and felt somewhat touched. After losing his mother, his father had been much nicer to him than before. Du Lingxiang took Mu Hongmei to the kitchen, showing her how to use the gas stove, while Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang went back to work. Chapter 136. The arrival of 4 ministers on Saturday afternoon. 2 chefs arrived at the courtyard with a few young men, and they began to get busy with a large pile of ingredients, some seafood needing to be prepared in advance for use the next day. The wedding banquet prepared by Tong Yu consisted of various wild game caught from the mountains, seafood from the ocean, along with some beef, lamb, and only vegetables like cabbage, potatoes, and radishes. In the morning, Du Lingxiang's brother and sister-in-law, along with their children and Tong Yu's siblings, all came to help. This isn't my first wedding. I have no experience, and I've forgotten so many things. My bad, please hurry up. What the heck? Are you planning to get married several times? Guo Yunqing was always one to stir up trouble and deliberately picked at Tong Yu's words. Tong Jun's family and Tong Shui's family also arrived, and Tong Jun did not let Tong Yu pick them up. He often corresponded with Tong Yu and knew their address, so he took the bus over. The little nephews and nieces were quite timid and had never seen so many people, clinging tightly to their mother's hands. Tong Yu looked at the time. It was past 10 o'clock, and the guests were about to arrive. He and Du Lingxiang went inside. Tong Yu transformed his spiritual attire into a Zhongshan suit, while Du Lingxiang donned a bright red dress. The two went to the entrance to welcome the guests. Lingxiang, you look really beautiful today. Congratulations, and happy wedding. Ever since she started cultivating, her skin had become fair, smooth, and delicate, resembling congealed fat with a soft glow, so tender that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Now, wearing a bright red outfit, the vibrant color was as eye-catching as a raging fire, further accentuating her skin's luster and fairness. Silly, what are you looking at? Someone's coming. Lu Gu, Chen Gu, Zhao Gu, please come in. Tong Yu's 3 colleagues arrived together, and upon seeing Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang, they quickly offered their congratulations. Congratulations, happy wedding. Lingxiang looks really beautiful today. Tong Yu, you better treat her well, otherwise I won't forgive you. You can't bully my daughter. Dad, uncle, auntie, please come in. Tong Yu had already changed how he addressed his relatives since marrying into their family. You all go in first. I'll wait for 2 old friends here. They don't know you. Du Guoxuan let his cousin Du Guoqiang and aunt go in first, while he, Tong Yu, and Du Lingxiang stood at the entrance waiting for others. Tong Yu was unsure who he was waiting for, but just as he was about to ask, he saw Du Guoxuan's eyes light up. Following his gaze, 3 middle-aged individuals walked down the alley, one of whom was Minister Lu from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Tong Yu, you got married without notifying me. Were you afraid I would drink your wedding wine? Minister Lu approached, complaining. How could that be? I was just worried you were busy. Minister Lu, please come in. So you are Tong Yu. I am Li Jiangwo's father, and this is Hu Fuqing's father. You did well, very good. Minister Li's stern face broke into a smile, and Minister Hu cheerfully patted Tong Yu on the shoulder. Work hard. It's up to your generation from now on. Minister Li, Minister Hu, it's quite an honor for you both to come. No need for formalities, from now on. Just call me Uncle Li and Uncle Hu. Jiang Wo and the others said you helped them a lot when they went to the countryside, and they didn't suffer much hardship. Thank you for that. Minister Li's face darkened slightly, pretending to be unhappy, urging Tong Yu to change how he addressed him. Okay, Uncle Li, Uncle Hu, please come in. Tong Yu didn't put on airs. He understood what Minister Li meant without needing to say more. People in the courtyard were chatting with those they were familiar with. Everyone had jobs in various fields, making it a good opportunity for networking. Section Chief Chun was talking to a few acquaintances when he saw his former superior, Minister Li, and Vice Minister Du arrive. Realizing that Du Lingxiang also had the surname Du, he quickly understood the connection. Director Wang knew that Minister Lu and Tong Yu were already acquainted, but the 3 colleagues of Tong Yu were unaware. Seeing their direct superiors arrive, they speculated that Tong Yu must have significant connections. When people in the courtyard saw the 4 enter, they quickly stood up to greet them. Minister Lu warmly shook hands and chatted with everyone. After shaking hands with the crowd, he spotted Tong Yu's father, the only man dressed like a farmer amidst the crowd, standing out distinctly. He walked up to Tong Zhongshan. You must be Tong Yu's father. I am Li Jiangwo's father. I want to express my gratitude. When Jiang Wo and the others went to the countryside, you helped them a lot, and spared them from much hardship. Thank you. After speaking, Minister Li saluted Tong Zhongshan and extended both hands to grasp his calloused ones. Oh, brotherly, that's too much. I'm just a farmer. Although Tong Zhongshan didn't know what department Minister Li was from, he could see the excitement in the eyes of those shaking hands with him. Realizing that Li Jiangwo's father must hold a significant position, what is there to fear as a farmer? My family also comes from a farming background. Most of the people here have ancestors who were farmers. It's just that their jobs have changed now, and there's no difference. After Minister Li finished speaking, the people in the courtyard started to applaud, clap, clap, clap. Today is the joyous day of Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang. We are all colleagues, friends, and relatives of the couple, and we all wish them a happy wedding. Minister Li started the applause, and everyone joined in, wishing Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang a happy wedding. Gui Yunqing met Li Jiangwo's father for the first time and learned from those beside him that he was the Minister of Public Security, while Du Ling Shuang's uncle was the Vice Minister of Public Security and Hu Fuqing's father was the Vice Minister of Industry. He was immediately shocked, thinking about how he could now build connections with the children of ministers, feeling both excited and thrilled. Tong Yu's big brother and brother-in-law were initially taken aback to see 4 ministers come to congratulate at Tong Yu's wedding, but they soon felt even prouder. They usually saw directors at work, but today they had the honor of meeting directors and ministers. What a privilege. Chapter 137. The shock after the wedding ended with much fanfare. Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang sent off the guests. Tang Yueping handed him the list of gifts and cash, then helped Li Jigang and Gui Yunqing clean up. Tong Yu didn't even look at the list of gifts and cash. He handed it directly to his father. He and Du Ling Shuang also let their 2 brothers-in-law and Li Jigang's family take the leftover items from the banquet. After being busy for over an hour, the courtyard was already clean, and Li Jigang, Tang Yueping, and Sun Baojun also took their leave. Du Ling Shuang's family had all left, and her big brothers and brother-in-law's families were also preparing to go home. Dia, study well when you get home. Once you get into high school, you can come to the capital and live at your second aunt's house for school. I will study hard. I also want to come to the capital for school. Second Ya, who was in elementary school, quickly chimed in when she heard her sister would be coming to the capital for school. You all study well at home first. Once you get into high school, you can all come to the capital for school. Our family has a place to stay. Du Ling Shuang promised the children. Xiaoyu, your friends gave such generous cash gifts. You must repay them in the future. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Tong Yu saw that each of the 4 ministers had given 100 yuan, the 2 directors 50 each, and the 3 colleagues 20 each. Li Jigang, Tang Yueping, and Sun Baojun also gave 100 each. Gui Yunqing, however, gave 1,000 yuan. When he got married, he had taken 808 for good luck, and since he wasn't short on money, he rounded it up to a nice figure. Then there was family. His brother-in-law gave 100, his big brother also 100. Du Ling Shuang's father gave 200, which also counted as part of Du Ling Shuang's dowry, and her 2 brothers and sister also gave 100 each. Tong Yu took a stack of cash and handed it to his father, giving the rest to Du Ling Shuang since it included her dowry. I still have money. I don't want it. You all live in the city. You'll need money for many things. Du Ling Shuang insisted on stuffing the money into his pocket. Tong Zhongshan felt awkward about arguing with his daughter-in-law and had to accept the money. Later that night, when it was just the 2 of them, Tong Zhongshan brought up the guests from today, which surprised her greatly. Head of the family, today I saw someone shake hands with you. What position did he hold? He looked more imposing than the secretary at the commune. Mu Hongmei's highest-ranking official encounter was with the commune secretary, and that was only because the commune secretary came to their village to handle affairs. She heard about it from others. What's a commune secretary? You know about the county head, right? The one who oversees the commune secretary. Tong Zhongshan shook his head disdainfully. I've heard of the county head. He manages the people of a county. That position must be quite significant. Mu Hongmei had also heard from the villagers that the county head held a high position, but she had never met one. The person shaking my hand is Minister Li, the Minister of Public Security, responsible for public security across the country. Just think about how high-ranking he is. And then there's Ling Shuang's uncle, who is the Deputy Minister of Public Security. Apart from Minister Li, his position is the highest. Such a high-ranking official. No wonder Ling Shuang can work in public security. Her uncle is a big shot. Mu Hongmei was taken aback. To oversee public security nationwide. What a significant position that must be. I heard from Xiaoya that Ling Shuang graduated from university and was assigned to the public security department. Not because of her uncle's connections. She earned it on her own. So what does Xiaoya's workplace do? She noticed that Minister Li seemed very close to him. Mu Hongmei asked again. Tong Jingshan had heard from Tong Jun about Tong Yu's job, but hadn't specifically asked Tong Yu. In his mind, he thought, why should I, an ordinary person, care about so many things? Xiaoya's job involves dealing with foreigners. He's only just started working, but will be going abroad in the future. Sigh. If I could also fly in an airplane once in my life, I wouldn't feel regret even if I died. Don't talk about death. What will I do if you die? I want to spend several more years with you, living a good life. But I believe Xiaoya will definitely fulfill that wish of yours. The next morning, Mu Hongmei got up early again and made breakfast. But neither Tong Yu nor Du Ling Shuang ate. They both rode their bicycles to work. This made Mu Hongmei start to overthink, wondering if her cooking was bad, which is why they didn't eat breakfast. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tong Jingshan had been living in the county town for a while and knew to brush his teeth in the morning. After washing up, he went to the kitchen and saw Mu Hongmei in tears, thinking something was wrong. Xiaoya and the others didn't eat breakfast. Do they think my cooking is bad? Is that what this is about? Xiaoya told me, but I forgot to mention it to you. They eat at work, and meals there are free. From now on, you can just cook for the two of us. Xiaoya and Du Ling Shuang had long since stopped eating. They didn't need to eat at all. To avoid deceiving his father, they had to say they ate at work for free. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to save so much money. After New Year's Day, it quickly entered the 12th lunar month, and the weather got colder. After a night of heavy snow, the entire capital was covered in snow, a vast expanse of white. Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang came out from the main street and heard the sound of snow being shoveled outside. They saw their father and Mu Hongmei already up, sweeping the snow in the yard with brooms. Dad, Aunt Hongmei, take a break. Let us shovel the snow. Tong Yu saw that his father and Mu Hongmei were already sweating, so he took the broom from his father's hands. And Du Ling Shuang took the broom from Mu Hongmei, urging them to go inside and cool off to avoid catching a cold. After seeing his father and Mu Hongmei go inside, the two of them waved their hands, sweeping the accumulated snow into the corner of the front yard. And then they also swept the snow off the roof and tossed it out. Less than half an hour after Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang left for work, someone knocked on the big door, shouting, Tong Yu, your telegram. Huh, who are you? The postman delivering the telegram saw an old man open the door. He didn't recognize him and had never seen Tong Jingshan. Chapter 138. Robert's telegram. In the afternoon when he returned home, his father handed him the telegram, saying, This is your telegram. The postman said it was sent from the beautiful country. Tong Yu took the telegram, tore it open, and saw it was from Robert. The content stated that the second installment of Terminator had already been released, with $320 million transferred to the designated account. Additionally, the first installment of Jurassic World was planned to be released on Christmas. The box office for this Jurassic World movie was estimated to be quite good. He just had to wait to collect the money. Next year would be 1983, and the time was getting closer to the Plaza Accord. He planned to use that money to short the yen, taking a big bite out of their small lives, making them feel the pain to the core. Dear, the new year is coming soon. Let's give some money to my parents. After all, with so much money, there's no place to spend it. Wow, you're quite generous. Go ahead and give it. But just so you know, it's your money. Du Ling Shuang, being a good person, took $500 and went to give it to Tong Jingshan. When Tong Jingshan saw Du Ling Shuang give him so much money, he was a bit stunned. Since coming to the capital, Du Ling Shuang had given him money several times, always $100 each time. Moreover, she secretly told him that since Aunt Hongmei was with him, he should buy her some clothes. Otherwise, why would she follow him? He was used to living a frugal life and was reluctant to spend money. After arriving in the capital, he bought Mu Hongmei a pair of socks, which were even defective items. The next morning, Tong Jingshan took Mu Hongmei to Wang Fujing department store, where he bought her a woolen outfit, leather shoes, and a scarf, which moved Mu Hongmei to tears. She hadn't worn new clothes in years. It was only when she married Tong Jingshan that she bought a piece of cloth to make a dress. After work, Du Ling Shuang also gave her father $500 for the new year and another $500 to her sister, Du Yueshuang. Du Yueshuang was now alone, earning enough to support herself and didn't want her sister's money. But Du Ling Shuang said, Sis, you're not young anymore. You should find someone to marry. Once you get married, you'll need money everywhere. Besides, in this family, it's just the two of us sisters. If you're doing well, I'll be happy too. Guo Yunxing wouldn't be going home this year. Su Yue's belly was getting bigger, making it inconvenient to travel, so his parents rushed over from their hometown. Tong Yu felt that driving to work would be too flashy, so he told his father, "Dad, you should go get a driver's license. Once you learn, you can drive around. Wife, let your father-in-law drive this car. He should know how to drive." "What car? Where did you get a car?" Du Ling Shuang, not knowing that Guo's father had sent a car, asked with some confusion. "No, Gui Yunqing's father came to the capital, and as soon as he arrived, he bought 2 Lada cars, giving us one. If we drive to work, it would be too flashy, so I thought of giving it to my father-in-law." That old man Guo really has too much money and doesn't know how to spend it. Let's take the car to deliver it to my dad." Du Guiqiang didn't expect that his son-in-law was so filial. Knowing how cold it is in winter to ride a bicycle to work, he actually gave him a small car, which moved him greatly. "Oh, how can I accept this? You should keep it." Du Guiqiang said words of refusal, but his hand accepted the car keys. After Guo's father arrived, upon hearing that Tong Yu's father was also in the capital, he came to find Tong Jingshan. Both of them came from farming backgrounds and weren't familiar at first, but within a few days, they became close and started calling each other brothers. Tong Yu's family didn't lack seafood, and Guo's father loved to eat seafood. That shameless Gui Yunqing directly let his father stay in the west wing of Tong Yu's house, and even brought his mother over. Now, for people had each other's company, drinking tea and playing mahjong at home every day, and occasionally the 4 of them would stroll down the street, with Guo's father always eager to pay. Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang didn't care about them, as long as they were happy. Seeing that the seafood and meat in the fridge had decreased, they took some out. After Guo's father and the others drank Tong Yu's tea, they felt much healthier than before, especially Guo's father, who was the most noticeable. He worked in a black coal mine, dealing with both the underworld and the law, and his body was not as strong as it used to be. Since drinking this tea, he no longer needed reading glasses, and his lumbar muscle strain felt significantly alleviated. Previously, he had to get up and walk around after sitting for half an hour, but now he could play mahjong for several hours without feeling tired. On boring Sundays, Tong Yu would invite Gui Yunqing and his wife, Li Jigang's family, and Tang Yueping and Sun Baojun to gather. He didn't have many friends in the capital, only these few people he got along with. Everyone usually worked during the week, so they only had time on Sundays. Sometimes, Du Ling Shuang would also invite her roommates Lu Caixiao and Fong Mining over to hang out. Lu Caixiao and Fong Mining knew she got married and didn't invite them to the wedding banquet, and they quarreled with Du Ling Shuang, saying she had forgotten her good friends and looked down on them. Du Ling Shuang explained herself, and the two finally let it go. But they insisted on giving her wedding gifts, otherwise, they would cut ties with her. Each of them gave 50 yuan, and Du Ling Shuang treated them to a seafood feast to smooth things over. Time passed quickly, and soon it was New Year's Eve. Gui Yunqing didn't mention bringing his parents home, but brought Su Yue to their house instead. "This year, we will have the New Year's Eve dinner at your house." "Old Tong, actually, you should feel honored. In the past, you two used to celebrate the New Year together, and look how lively it is now." With the festive atmosphere in the yard, Guo's father and mother knew that their son had the best relationship with Tong Yu, and that their daughter-in-law was also a good friend of Du Ling Shuang. The couple smiled without saying a word. Tong Jingshan also knew about the relationship between Gui Yunqing and Tong Yu, and he was happy for Tong Yu to have such a friend. Chapter 139. New Year's Eve Conversations on New Year's Eve. Du Ling Shuang and Tong Yu cooked a large table of sumptuous dishes and brought out a few bottles of Finjiu and 2 bottles of red wine. Su Yue, being pregnant, couldn't drink, so Du Ling Shuang specially made her a glass of grape juice. "Come on, let's all raise our glasses and toast to a happy new year," Tong Yu suggested. "Everyone should eat, don't just stand around." Gui Yunqing, acting like the host, first served Su Yue some slices of soy sauce beef before inviting everyone to start eating. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Gui Yunqing and Du Ling Shuang went outside to set off firecrackers. Guo's mother and Mu Hongmei stayed with Su Yue, while Tong Yu brewed a cup of regular tea for his father and the others, making sure they didn't drink Ling tea at night to avoid insomnia. "I let my sons-in-law take care of it. It counts as compensating them a bit since they are my daughters after all. Little Yu, have you had too much to drink?" Tong Jingshan was surprised to hear Tong Yu say such things, asking how much money he had. "Is that something you can say?" He quickly intervened to stop him. "Dad, I'm not drunk. Uncle Gui knows my drinking capacity." Tong Yu waved his hand, indicating it was fine. "I can take out over 200 million in cash now. If I need more, I'll have to sell a few mines, and I can probably gather around 500 million. Good. I'll listen to you. With so much money, it's enough for Qingzi, and we can prepare for retirement. When the time comes, we'll live in the port city for a while, Old Tong." Let's go together, see the sea there, fish a bit, play cards, and not worry about others' opinions. Tong Jingshan didn't expect Guo's father to trust Tong Yu so much, directly revealing his financial situation, making him feel like Tong Yu was just like old Guo's son. Guo's father was very happy today, having drunk quite a bit, and didn't notice Tong Yu's subtle hints, simply blurting it out. Really? Where did you get so much money? Did you buy a villa? What's that villa? Tong Jingshan was completely stunned. As a farmer, he spent all year working in the fields, tending to crops, hoping to harvest more grain, and had never even heard of a villa. Seeing Guo's father had already spoken, Tong Yu no longer concealed anything. There was no need to hide anymore, but he didn't want others to know. Tong Yu just briefly mentioned the source of his money, without going into details, and certainly didn't mention he had billions. Well, I don't understand these matters. Just do what you think is right. But don't do anything illegal, Tong Jingshan sighed, recalling how his wife had always treated Tong Yu poorly. If she knew about Tong Yu's capabilities, she would regret it to death. No, she was already dead, harmed by her pampered youngest son. At this moment, Tong Jingshan thought of many things. He understood why Tong Yu hadn't told him before. Although Tong Yu was now joking with him, there was still a barrier between them, as he hadn't stopped his wife from hitting him in the past. He then thought of his daughter, who was also indifferent to him. Although she cared for him, there was a barrier in her heart as well. All of this was caused by his mother, and he certainly had a responsibility too, having allowed her to beat and scold the siblings without intervening. Tong Jingshan had never thought about these things before, only focusing on farming and working to earn more points for grain distribution. Now that he had seen more of the world in the capital and often spent time with Guo's father, his mindset had broadened. On the morning of the first day of the new year, before breakfast, Guo Yunqing brought Su Yuwei over to pay New Year's greetings to Tong's father and Mu Hongmei. Uncle Tong, Aunt Hongmei, Happy New Year. We're here to wish you a Happy New Year. Good. Happy New Year. We'll have a meal soon. Tong Jingshan and Mu Hongmei were busy cooking dumplings in the kitchen. Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang hadn't practiced last night, and upon hearing Guo Yunqing's voice, they got up and went out. Uncle Guo, Aunt Guo, Happy New Year. We're here to pay our respects. Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang also went to the West Wing to greet Guo Yunqing's parents. Good. Happy New Year. Are you guys going out to pay New Year's visits later? Guo's father meant that they should socialize more in the capital and build relationships with leaders by paying New Year's visits during the festive season. Tong Yu didn't have many friends in the capital and didn't know where the leaders lived, and besides, those leaders' residences weren't places just anyone could enter. If we are going out to visit, let's do so after breakfast. Chengzi, we can go together. Tong Yu was thinking of visiting Li Jigang's home since his mother lived in the capital to pay a New Year's visit. However, Guo's father misunderstood Tong Yu, thinking he meant visiting leaders. Upon hearing Tong Yu say he would go out to pay New Year's visits with his son, he immediately smiled broadly and said, You should go. The four of them didn't ride bicycles. They went out and headed straight to Li Jigang's house. Li Jigang's wife, He Shuping, and his mother saw that Su Yuwei was pregnant and began sharing what to pay attention to during pregnancy and what foods to avoid, recounting their own experiences. Du Ling Shuang listened beside them, thinking that when she got pregnant in the future, she would need to pay attention to these things. Li Jigang, Tong Yu, and Guo Yunqing sat in the living room, drinking tea and chatting. You know Feng Jiantao, right? He was our roommate. Just before the new year, he was stabbed several times at the train station and died before reaching the hospital, Li Jigang mentioned casually, bringing up Feng Jiantao. Tong Yu remembered this person, who wasn't very talkative but was somewhat clever and knew how to plan for life. How did you find out? Guo Yunqing had also met Tong Yu's roommates, but he wasn't familiar with them. Li Jigang often interacted with Tong Yu, and the two gradually became closer. Chapter 140, Guo Yunqing's job transfer. Tong Yu knew that in August this year, there would be a nationwide crackdown, which would continue every year thereafter, leading to a significant decline in crime rates across the country and an improvement in public safety. The crackdown only ended in the late 1980s, but a few years later, a world-shocking battle occurred in Majingalar, prompting the authorities to hold a meeting and decide to implement a nationwide gun ban. After hearing that Feng Jiantao had been stabbed to death, Guo Yunqing felt a bit scared. He used to be fearless, but now he had a family and a child on the way, and he had to think not just for himself, but also for his child. Tong Yu patted him on the shoulder, jokingly mimicking a line from a play. Go away. I'm not afraid. I'm mainly worried about Ru Wei, who is pregnant. I care about her safety. When is her due date? Li Jigang asked Guo Yunqing with a smile. It's February now, and there are still 4 months left. You need to pay more attention during this time, for months will pass quickly. I can only do that. I originally wanted Ru Wei to take a leave and stay home to rest, but she didn't want to. She said she needed to stay active to make it easier to give birth. Li Jigang had experience. His wife had given birth half a month early, and he had to take her back to the county. The next day, on the second day of the Lunar New Year, it was Du Lingshuang's return home day, a day for married daughters to visit their birth families every year. Tong Yu took Gui Yunqing along, while Du Lingshuang didn't let Su Ru Wei come, fearing that too many people at home might accidentally bump into her, which made Su Ru Wei quite unhappy. However, she also understood that Du Lingshuang was concerned about her, given that she was pregnant. Old Tong, can you talk to Lingshuang's uncle and see if my job can be transferred to the Dongxiamen area? It would be more convenient for me to take care of Ru Wei. Sure, when I see her uncle, I'll mention it. I can't guarantee it will work. Tong Yu didn't make any absolute promises. Although he was confident he could help Gui Yunqing with the transfer, he was still wary of any unforeseen circumstances. As the eldest of the Du family, Du Guoxian sat in the main seat of the living room. After all, today was Du Guoqiang's daughter's return home day, and he couldn't overshadow Du Guoqiang. Tong Yu smiled and greeted everyone, following Du Lingshuang and calling the uncles. Du Guoxian's 3 daughters were also there. They used to look down on Du Lingshuang and her sister, but now, after being trained by their aunt, they were friendlier to Du Lingshuang than even their own sisters. Du Lingshuang knew the reason behind this, but she had no grievances with her cousins. Their relationship was just average. Since they were being so friendly, she couldn't show a sour face and engaged in polite banter. As the new son-in-law visiting for the first time, Tong Yu naturally sat at the main table. He even pulled Gui Yunqing over to sit with him, giving others the impression that Gui Yunqing had the best relationship with him. Although it was Gui Yunqing's second time meeting Du Guoxian, the Deputy Minister of Public Security, he still felt a bit intimidated. Tong Yu brought many gifts for this visit, including tea, cigarettes, alcohol, seafood, and game. Before the meal started, Tong Yu presented half a pound of tea to Du Guoxian and his 3 brothers. Du Guoxian had tasted this tea and knew how precious it was. His 3 brothers had also enjoyed it at his home and knew its benefits. They wanted to ask their elder brother for some of this tea, but Du Guoxian was quite stingy, giving them only a few pieces each, leaving the 3 sons-in-law to drink it at home. They had no chance of taking any back with them. Today, seeing Tong Yu so generous, giving each of them half a pound, the 3 were all smiles and very excited. This tea is better than Da Hong Pao. It not only has a fragrant aroma, but also a long-lasting aftertaste, leaving a pleasant scent in the mouth. After drinking it, I felt much better than before, and some minor ailments disappeared. Last time, my elder brother gave me 5 pieces. I was reluctant to drink them, and now I still have 2 pieces left. The second brother of the Du family opened the jade bottle, smelled the fragrance of the tea, and immediately closed the lid and put it in his pocket, praising the tea's benefits. Second brother, you still have 2 pieces left. I finished my few pieces long ago. Now I can only go to elder brother's house to mooch some tea. The third brother of the Du family looked enviously at the second brother, as he had already packed his portion of tea. I said you usually don't come to see me, but lately, you've been so diligent. It turns out you're thinking about my tea. Du Guoxian chuckled, prompting everyone to laugh heartily. Uncle, there's something I want to discuss with you. This is my friend Gui Yunqing, also my college classmate, who works at the West Jimen Procuratorate. His wife is pregnant. Tong Yu patted Gui Yunqing on the shoulder, indicating their close relationship, and took the opportunity to mention the job transfer while Du Guoxian was in a good mood. Gui Yunqing, I know you. Your buddy Liangzi has mentioned you to me. Since he's your friend, once I get back to the office, I'll make a call, and you can report to the Dongxiamen Procuratorate. Du Guoxian didn't say anything else. He gave Tong Yu face, and, with the connection to his son, he arranged Gui Yunqing's job. After hearing that his job transfer was confirmed, Gui Yunqing felt relieved and quickly stood up to express his gratitude. Thank you, Minister Du, for your trouble. Just do well and don't embarrass me. Du Guoxian waved his hand, signaling Gui Yunqing to sit down. He also wanted to connect with more young people, not for any other reason, but to consider his son's future career. Minister Li was about to get promoted. It was already confirmed that he would take over the position of the minister. According to Minister Li, this was because the higher-ups knew about his relationship with Tong Yu that he was promoted. Chapter 141, Du Lingshuang's Return Home Banquet. After Du Lingshuang returned to her family, since her mother passed away early and her aunt was the oldest, in the Du family's second household, the female side had the aunt sitting in the main seat, along with 3 aunts, 2 sisters-in-law, her sister, and 3 female cousins. Now that Ling Shuang is married, she shouldn't act spoiled at her in-laws' place. She should be filial to her parents-in-law and not do anything out of line that would embarrass our family. Du Lingshuang nodded. She had heard her aunt say this many times before, but it was always directed at her sister and cousins. Now it was her turn to be reminded. After the aunt spoke, she looked at Du Yueshuang, who was sitting next to her. Yueshuang, you're not young anymore. If you see someone suitable, start dating first. If it works out, then get married. This time, be sure to look for good character. Our family doesn't need to engage in arranged marriages or sacrifice the happiness of our daughters to maintain family interests. Now that the old master of the Du family had passed, the aunt was the most senior, and her words carried weight. She decided to eliminate the outdated practice of arranged marriages from the Du family. Whether others listened or not was their business. But she wouldn't force the daughters of the Du family into arranged marriages. Du Lingshuang's two younger brothers, Du Dongpa and Du Donghai, brought several plates of fruit to the table. Wow, these grapes are delicious. Lingshuang sent me a lot before. Everyone, please try some. The aunt called over several sisters-in-law as soon as she saw the grapes. After returning home, Guo Yunqing shared the news of his job transfer with Su Ruwei and his parents. Guo's parents were thrilled that their son would be able to commute to work with his wife and take care of her as well. Su Yuwei was happy that Guo Yunqing no longer had to cross the entire city to pick her up. She was also worried that over time, Guo Yunqing's health would not be able to handle it, and the journey was not safe either. Guo's father had deep feelings about being an official. No matter how rich he was, it could not compare to having power. The ingredients they had were all caught before and had been kept in the ring. Now that they no longer needed to eat, they decided to take them out and let the family enjoy them while they were all together. During the New Year celebrations, Tong Zhengshan and Mu Hongmei had eaten more good food than they had in decades. The ingredients in their rings were running low, and Tong Yu planned to clear out the remaining ingredients from the ring, then go to the small life to catch their Wagyu beef, rob their bank, and reclaim the things that had been stolen from them. Plus, drinking tea infused with spiritual energy every day, the wrinkles on their faces noticeably reduced, and their previously graying hair gradually turned black again. Mu Hongmei often thought about whether this life was really happening. It all felt like a dream. During this time, Su Yuwei was eating well and sleeping soundly, and her figure became more voluptuous. Du Lingshuang secretly checked the fetus in her belly with her spiritual sense, and it was developing well. Yuwei, do you know if it's a boy or a girl in there? Du Lingshuang asked, touching Su Yuwei's big belly, feeling like she was touching a bouncy balloon. No matter if it's a boy or a girl, as long as it is born safely, that's good. But I still want to have a boy. Otherwise, wouldn't all the family wealth go to outsiders? She continued. Besides, with the current family planning policy, people like us with jobs can only have one child. Exceeding that would result in losing our jobs. After getting pregnant, not only was her mother-in-law hoping for a boy, but even her own mother was wishing for a boy so that her status in the Guo family would be more secure. After all, a mother is valued by her child. Moreover, having a boy would allow him to inherit the Guo family's property. Don't worry. This time, you fulfilled your wish and made a great contribution to the Guo family. From my observations, you should be having twins this time. Otherwise, why would your belly be so big? Du Lingshuang said. And have you noticed? The movement in your belly is so large. It must be two boys. Only boys would be so lively. Really? Don't lie to make me happy, okay? Wait. You old hag. You're lying to me again. How would you know? You've never been pregnant. They say pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years, but after getting pregnant, Su Yuwei became even smarter. She quickly realized that Du Lingshuang was teasing her, even cursing in the local dialect she learned from classmates from Sichuan. This time I'm not lying to you. I'm sure you're having twins, and they're both boys. If you don't believe me, let us bet on it. If you lose, you have to call me sister and let one of your kids be my godson. If I lose, I'll call you sister and change your baby's diapers for a month. All right, I agree, but you better not go back on your word. We need to write it down. Su Yuwei was also bored at home, so she enjoyed teasing Du Lingshuang. After they all started working, Guo's mother worried that Su Yuwei wouldn't have food to eat after work, so she dragged Guo's father, who didn't want to leave, back home. Before leaving, Guo's father even said to Tong Zhengshan, Brother Tong, why don't you all stay at my place for a while? That way, we won't have to run back and forth when we go out to play. Oh, Brother Guo, that won't do. Isn't spring coming soon? We want to go back home to check on the crops. It's time to water, fertilize, and weed them. Tong Zhengshan promptly refused Guo's father's invitation. Still thinking about his crops at home. What are you still planting for? You have enough food at home now. I say you should rent the land to someone else. If you go back, how will others see Xiaoya? They will say he drove you away and call him an unfilial son. Guo's father's words made Tong Jingshan feel a bit uneasy. His relationship with his son had just improved, and now if he left, would his son be gossiped about? He couldn't let his son lose face now. Chapter 142. Director of the Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation Department that night. After Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang returned home, Tong Yu noticed his father was hesitant to speak, as if he had something to say. Dad, is there something you want to talk to me about? Oh, it's about this. You don't need to farm anymore. You work so hard and don't harvest much grain. Just live here. I can still support you for food and accommodation. If you don't want to stay here, you can live in that other courtyard, which is close to Guo Yunqing's family, and it can help me keep an eye on the house. You can grow vegetables in the courtyard. There's open space in the house over there, and you can plant more vegetables, so you won't have to go out to buy them. Tong Yu recalled the land deed he got from Su Zhongli, which included a 3-entry courtyard. Since he had that courtyard, he didn't bother to renovate the other house, so he just left it unused. Recently, after the snow, the front house collapsed halfway, so it was just right to let his father use it for planting. Hearing that he could grow vegetables, Tong Jingshan immediately agreed. With so much work, even a dozen workers will need a week to finish it. Tong Yu prepaid them some wages and left them to it, planning to come back for inspection after the work was completed. After the Lantern Festival, Tong Yu was working in the office one day when the security guard called to say someone from Shaanxi named Lin was looking for him. Spring had arrived, and some provinces would plant spring wheat, needing to apply fertilizer, and diammonium phosphate would be used. He just didn't know how effective it would be. This was something he had seen in some provinces in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that wheat could be planted in spring. Director Lin, hello? When did you arrive in Beijing? When Tong Yu reached the entrance, he saw it was indeed Director Lin and greeted him. Director Lin was accompanied by a young man. Upon seeing Tong Yu, he was delighted. Tong Yu was indeed working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He quickly extended his hand to shake Tong Yu's and introduced the young man, who must also have connections. Otherwise, Director Lin wouldn't have brought him along. Hello, Comrade Liu. Come with me. Tong Yu shook hands with Xiao Lu, greeted the security guard, and brought the two into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building. These are my two friends who came from Shaanxi. Lu, do you know which director is in charge of our Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation Department? What does he want with the Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation Department? Lu Guimin and the others belonged to the North America and Oceania Department and had almost no interactions with the Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation Department. You'll have to ask Minister Lu about that. We don't have much contact with the Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation Department. Our director Li probably knows him, but he is not as influential as Minister Lu. Just give Minister Lu a call, and this matter will be settled. Zhao Huibin chimed in with a suggestion, knowing that Minister Lu had attended Tong Yu's wedding. Why look for Minister Lu? Is this little matter worth bothering the minister? Go find Director Wang. I remember he knows you quite well, right? He has now been transferred to be the director of the Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation Department. Chen Qingwei stopped Tong Yu, who was about to make a call. He had seen Director Wang at Tong Yu's wedding, and as soon as he said that, Tong Yu immediately felt reassured and took Director Lin and the others to Director Wang's office. Oh, what a rare guest. What brings you here today? As soon as Director Wang saw Tong Yu, he smiled and stood up to welcome him. At Tong Yu's wedding, he personally witnessed Minister Li refer to Tong Yu as his nephew and even asked Tong Yu to call him Uncle Li. Now that Minister Li was entering the inner courtyard, he was part of Minister Li's faction, which made him even friendlier towards Tong Yu, treating him like one of his own, even changing how he addressed him. Brother Wang, these two are my friends from Jin Province. They came here to request a batch of diammonium phosphate. You see, Tong Yu and Director Wang are quite familiar, and since he addressed him as brother, Tong Yu also took the cue and called him Brother Wang directly. Diammonium phosphate. No problem. How much do you need? Director Wang dealt more with industrial materials. As the country is currently focusing on industrial development, he was more familiar with imported industrial materials and had less impression of agricultural materials. Director Lin didn't expect Tong Yu to be so chummy with a director from the Foreign Trade Department. Their conversation clearly showed they were quite close. Upon hearing Director Wang's question, he widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, so it's 10,000 tons. I'll write you a note. Go pay and pick up the goods. Director Wang wanted to chat with Tong Yu, but seeing Director Lin stammering, he knew their people often behave this way in the capital. He directly wrote the note and stamped it with the official seal. Tong Yu sensed Director Lin's intention. He wanted to say it was 1,000 tons. But Director Wang dealt with billions of tons of materials daily, so he didn't even blink at 1,000 tons and sent Director Lin away with the note. Thank you, Director Wang. You can get back to your work. We'll go arrange the payment now. Director Lin felt a bit dazed as he took the note, but fortunately, Xiao Lu nudged him, bringing him back to his senses, and he hurriedly took his leave. Brother Wang, have you finished the tea I brought last time? I've brought you another half a gene. Tong Yu signaled to Director Lin to leave first before pretending to take something from his pocket, pulling out a jade bottle and placing it on the desk. Oh, this is a good thing. The tea you gave me last time was all taken by a few old guys, leaving me with less than an ounce. I was going to ask you for more someday. Director Wang quickly put the jade bottle in the drawer and closed it, feeling relieved. Director Lin is a classmate from Tong Yu's university, and Tong Yu then explained Director Lin's background. Chapter 143. Surprise Director Lin. After Director Lin and Xiao Lu exited the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Xiao Lu let out a sigh of relief and self-mockingly said, "It's too oppressive in there. A small fry like me doesn't belong here." What small fry, big fry? Over time you'll adapt. Let's quickly send a telegram back and have Mayor Lu transfer the payment for the goods. We owe a lot to Tong Yu this time. If it were someone else, we wouldn't have seen anyone for at least 10 days or half a month. Director Lin, how can Tong Yu, who looks a few years younger than me, work here? Do you know? Tong Yu graduated from Capital University. He was one of the first batch of college students after the college entrance exam. You know Gui Yunqing, right? The one who got married last National Day and made quite a stir. He and Tong Yu are classmates. And I met Tong Yu at Gui Yunqing's wedding. I originally thought Tong Yu was just a minor clerk in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Having someone we know here is way better than being completely in the dark. I didn't expect Tong Yu not only knows several directors, but also the minister. It turns out having connections in the government makes things easier. Wow. So, Tong Yu got into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because of his wife? I guess his wife's not that great looking, otherwise, why would she marry him? What a pity. You really think too much. I dare say you can't find a girl more beautiful than Tong Yu's wife in the entire Jin province. She looks just like a fairy. At the banquet, Gui Yunqing mentioned that Tong Yu got into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs entirely on his own efforts, and had no connections with his wife's family at all, so that's how it is. A few of my classmates are like that. They don't care how ugly the girl is as long as she can help them climb the ranks. They marry her. Tong Yu was unaware that the two were talking about him. He returned to his office and continued his previous work, chatting and joking with 3 colleagues during his spare time, passing the day until it was time to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw Gui's father, Director Lin, and Xiao Lu, who were a short distance away having a smoke, clearly waiting for him to get off work. Old Lin and the others want to treat you to dinner. You helped them with such a big matter. They should at least thank you. Really, it's unnecessary. Given our relationship, I'll definitely help when I can. Tong Yu didn't want to go to dinner with them. He was already on a fasting regimen, and eating worldly food was of no use to him. It was better to return and cultivate. Director Lin exchanged glances with Gui's father, realizing that if they didn't treat Tong Yu to dinner, how would they interact with him in the future? They needed to establish this relationship. After sending the telegram back, Director Lin found Gui's father's home. It's not worth mentioning how they found it. Although Gui's father was not in his hometown, he still had connections with several officials back home due to the coal mine he operated. Upon arriving at the entrance of Quanjude, they saw Gui Yunqing talking to Du Lingxiang, mainly discussing Su Yuwei's pregnancy. Comrade Du, good evening. By this time, it was already dark, and Director Lin recognized that the police officer in uniform was Du Lingxiang, so he quickly greeted her. Hello, Director Lin. Welcome to the capital. Du Lingxiang also knew Director Lin. After they entered the private room, under the lights, Xiao Lu was almost mesmerized by Du Lingxiang's beauty. Director Lin nudged him and gave him a look that meant, "How about that? I wasn't lying to you." Xiao Lu nodded secretly. After seeing Du Lingxiang's appearance, he believed Director Lin's words. This Du Lingxiang was even more beautiful than a fairy. She really was Tong Yu's wife. Thanks to Tong Yu's help on this trip to the capital, otherwise, we wouldn't know who to turn to. Let us not just toast to you. Everyone raise your glasses. Xiao Lu poured Fingio for everyone, and since Director Lin knew the others present, especially Gui's father, an old friend, he didn't say too much in terms of pleasantries. All right, everyone raise your glasses. Cheers. Gui's father represented Gui Yunqing and Tong Yu, and everyone raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. Although Quanjude is famous for its roast duck, they also had many other dishes like tomato sardines, cold beef, cold sour fish, cold ham, and oil-braised shrimp. Director Lin, I want to ask, now farming uses diammonium phosphate as a base fertilizer, but that is only used when planting winter wheat. What do you need diammonium phosphate for now? After having a few drinks and a few bites of food, Tong Yu finally voiced his question. I didn't expect you to know that diammonium phosphate is used for winter wheat. You really are a top student. We grow more fruit trees in our area. The main components of diammonium phosphate are ammonium nitrate and ammonia. Ammonium nitrate contains nitrogen, which provides nutrients for plants. So many fruit farmers use diammonium phosphate as fertilizer. My family is from the countryside, so I know a bit about farming. I just didn't know fruit trees also need diammonium phosphate. It seems Director Lin has researched these crops. After hearing Director Lin's introduction, Tong Yu couldn't help but think highly of him. This Director Lin was truly knowledgeable and genuinely served the people, not just a mere talker. Director Lin felt a bit proud after receiving Tong Yu's praise. He was also from a rural background, and his knowledge came from books and field research, which is why he brought up the need for diammonium phosphate in the meeting. Du Lingshuang was listening to the conversation between Tong Yu and Director Lin beside them. Unable to interject, she placed the duck meat and green onions onto a thin pancake, spread some sauce, rolled it up, and handed it to Tong Yu. Xiao Lu, who was watching from the side, looked at Tong Yu with envy written all over his face. Chapter 144. Breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. The next day happened to be Sunday. As Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang just came out of the Pearl of the Great Tao, they heard his father's voice. After scanning with his divine sense, he saw that it was Master Wang Lianxi, the renovation foreman. Master Wang, is the house all tidied up? Tong Yu stepped out of the house and asked. Yes. Let's head over now. Dad, do you want to go take a look? The three of them walked out the front door without riding bicycles, heading towards the three-entry courtyard. This piece of land was probably over 3 mu, and there was also a well, which was perfect for growing vegetables without having to pay for water. Master Tong, the water quality of this well isn't good. It's fine for irrigation, but if you want to use it for cooking, you need to boil it first. Otherwise, drinking this raw water will upset your stomach. Tong Yu checked the house with his divine sense. It had been renovated mostly according to his wishes, and everything was done well. People in this era were quite reliable when it came to work. Master Wang, you did a good job, very authentic. Here is the remaining payment. I'll still look for you for the next job. Master Wang took the money, counted it, confirmed it was correct, thanked him, and left. Not bad, but this manure is a hassle. How am I supposed to fertilize the fields? Tong Jingshan looked at the toilet and couldn't find a place to scoop the manure, feeling a bit troubled. Tong Yu quickly stopped his father. This isn't our rural hometown. You still want to use manure? It would be strange if those old folks didn't come knocking on the door. Tong Yu invited Guo Yunqing and Li Jigang to help his father move. He went to the friendship store and used foreign exchange vouchers to buy a refrigerator, washing machine, and television. Here, you could buy things with foreign exchange vouchers, but you also needed various tickets to purchase these appliances in the mall. He called 2 delivery men at the store entrance, who helped carry these appliances to the courtyard. When Tong Yu returned, his father and the others had already finished moving. They didn't have much stuff, just some clothes and bedding. They planned to buy new things once they got settled here, especially Tong Jingshan, who felt deep regret for not taking better care of Tong Yu back then. Mu Hongmei didn't expect Tong Yu to be so filial to his father. After marrying Tong Jingshan, she felt like she had fallen into a nest of fortune. She had never worn leather shoes before, now she had them. She had seen a television she had never encountered, and now she was using a refrigerator and washing machine. What more could she ask for? She felt incredibly happy. A few days ago, Du Lingshuang even gave her a lady's watch, which made her so happy that she couldn't sleep at night. In her life, she never dared to imagine that she could wear a watch. After Guo Yunqing and Li Jigang helped finish moving, the two went to buy pots, bowls, plates, liquefied gas tanks, and kitchen utensils. By noon, the table was already filled with various dishes and seafood, and everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the housewarming. Guo's father and mother were all smiles. Now Tong Jingshan lived close to them, making it convenient for visiting and having lunch together. In the sunny March, the sunlight became particularly gentle, like a golden brocade covering the earth, complementing the blue sky and white clouds. The slender willow branches sprouted tender green buds, dancing in the warm spring breeze, while the pink peach blossoms bloomed and bees buzzed busily among the flowers. Tong Yu was now at the peak of the foundation establishment late stage, and the Dao Yuan in his dantian had been compressed to the extreme. He wasn't worried about the time it would take to break through. He had long since broken through to the golden core stage. Du Lingshuang had also cultivated to the peak of the foundation establishment middle stage and would soon break through to the late stage. After his father moved away, Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang no longer had to worry about being disturbed. They worked during the day and practiced cultivation at night, and after several days of this routine, Tong Yu felt he was about to break through. After finishing work on Saturday, as soon as Tong Yu returned home, Du Lingshuang came in. She knew Tong Yu was going to break through to the golden core stage today and hurried back after work. Let's go? When Tong Yu saw her return, he didn't say much. Are you ready? I saw in the jade slip that when breaking through to the golden core stage, there will be a thunder tribulation. Can you withstand the thunder tribulation? Du Lingshuang looked at him with worry, fearing that the thunder tribulation would strike him dead. You have to go through the tribulation to break through. You can't be afraid of it and stop cultivating. Besides, cultivation is inherently against the heavens. If there's a barrier in your heart, inner demons will appear, and they will affect the chances of success when crossing the tribulation. All right, then let's go. Du Lingshuang steeled her heart, thinking that if Tong Yu couldn't survive the thunder tribulation, she would follow him. If not, she would be left alone in this world and had no confidence to live on. The two of them went deep into the mountains again. Tong Yu took out the formation flags to set up a defensive formation and then took out spirit stones to arrange a spirit gathering formation. After sitting cross-legged, he immediately began to cultivate the Great Tao technique. Once the Great Tao technique started to operate, spiritual energy surged in from all directions. However, Tong Yu felt that after refining this spiritual energy, when it transformed into Dao Yuan, it was rejected by the Dao Yuan in his Dantian, unable to enter. This left him puzzled. He quickly flashed into the Pearl of the Great Tao, hoping to find answers on the Great Tao tree. However, as soon as he entered the Pearl of the Great Tao, the Dao Yuan in his Dantian erupted, rushing through the meridians towards the barrier of the golden core stage. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in his body, and a massive aura instantly radiated from him, spreading outwards. At that moment, his Dantian began to spin rapidly, gaining speed, almost like a blur. With the swift rotation of the Dantian, a round ball the size of a sesame seed quickly appeared inside. This round ball emitted golden light, and as it spun with the Dantian, it grew larger, from sesame seed to soybean, then from soybean to peanut, and from peanut to jujube, until it reached the size of a walnut, at which point the rotating Dantian slowly came to a stop. The gray mist inside the Pearl of the Great Tao formed whirlpools, entering his body and being refined into Dao Yuan, merging into the round ball. Tong Yu stared blankly at where his Dantian used to be. It had vanished, and in its place was a golden core shining with golden light. Was this his golden core? Why didn't the thunder tribulation come down? While he was puzzled, the Great Tao tree shook slightly, and then a message entered his sea of consciousness. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the golden core stage. Because of the Great Tao techniques you cultivate, you can ignore any rules of the universe. The heavenly path of this universe is too weak, which is why no thunder tribulation descended when you broke through. Moreover, since you broke through within the Pearl of the Great Tao, the heavenly path of this universe cannot even detect the presence of the Pearl of the Great Tao. Tong Yu felt a rush of joy in his heart, not expecting that cultivating the Great Tao techniques would have such benefits. He circulated his golden core, feeling a vast energy surging through his meridians, as if he could control this entire realm with a mere gesture. After stabilizing his cultivation for a moment, fearing that Du Lingshuang was worried about him outside, he quickly flashed out of the Pearl of the Great Tao. After removing the formation flags, he saw Du Lingshuang pacing back and forth in the distance, clearly worried about him. As soon as he revealed himself, she rushed over, her eyes filled with excitement and surprise upon seeing the drastic change in his aura. Did you break through to the golden core stage? Chapter 145. Powerful Divine. Since upon hearing his explanation, Du Lingshuang felt an overwhelming joy in her heart and immediately threw herself into his arms, excitedly pressing her cherry lips against his. After a long while, they finally separated. Now I don't have to worry anymore. So the Tao cultivation technique is so powerful that it can even disregard the heavenly Tao of this universe. When you were undergoing tribulation just now, I was still afraid that the lightning would strike you and leave you severely injured. How could such heavy injuries be treated? After tidying up the spirit stones here, the two of them once again boarded the flying sword and returned to the courtyard. Upon seeing Tong Yu had broken through to the golden core stage, Du Lingshuang began to feel anxious. Once home, she entered the Tao Pearl to cultivate. His divine sense, which could see over 500 kilometers during the Foundation establishment stage. Geometrically increased after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, reaching about 2,000 kilometers, allowing him to even see the Kaoshiman Wharf in Yuching. The Dao cultivation technique was indeed powerful. Not only was the Dao essence stronger than the true essence, but now even his divine sense was several times stronger than when he had true essence. In these 6 years without pills, relying solely on spirit stones to cultivate to the Golden Core stage, such a cultivation speed was something even the most talented in the cultivation world could hardly match. Reflecting on his experiences, this could be considered an opportunity brought by his rebirth. He then entered the Dao Pearl, sitting cross-legged beside the Dao tree, and began to cultivate. The next morning, the two embraced and kissed inside the main gate, exchanging smiles before opening the courtyard door and riding their bicycles to work. His 5 senses had also become more acute. Every subtle sound around him was within his perception, and even the dust's movement in the air was clearly visible in his line of sight. After finishing his work, he noticed the 3 were still busy, so he made himself a cup of tea and sat in a chair, thinking about the developments in the future. According to the historical timeline, a severe crackdown was to be launched this year domestically, and border skirmishes would continue. Next year, there would be several hard battles, with one particularly strange incident expected to occur. Now that he had broken through to the Golden Core stage, he just happened to be caught up in this war. He thought about going to the southern battlefield to see what the living biological weapons of the Moon Army were like, how they were made, and to conveniently take away their combat supplies. Without weapons, how would they fight? A colleague from the European department, holding a document, came to their office. Tong Yu and several colleagues from the European department all knew each other, as they worked on the same floor and met daily, exchanging greetings. This colleague was named Lu Shulin. Lu Shulin wasn't very proficient in German and worried about misunderstanding the content of the German document, so he would often come to Tong Yu for inquiries. After Lu Shulin corrected the errors on the document, he thanked Tong Yu a few times and hurriedly returned to his office with the document. The Santana car was about to be launched, marking a historically significant era for Longwa's automotive industry. However, for Tong Yu, it held no commemorative significance. It was merely a continuation of historical progress. As April approached, newspapers began to extensively promote the launch of the Santana car. Tong Yu glanced at the content in the newspaper and lost interest. In his previous life, he had seen better cars. To him, the Santana was just an ordinary means of transportation. He had witnessed sleek, high-tech supercars racing down the streets of bustling cities and had closely experienced luxury brand cars at high-end auto shows, noting their exquisite interiors and exceptional performance. In contrast, the current Santana car had a square, outdated design, lacking the agility and fashion of modern cars. Its interior was simple and crude, with a plastic-feeling center console and an old-fashioned dashboard that exuded no sense of technology. The power was also quite limited, producing a dull roar when starting. Yet, in this newly reformed era, the Santana car was a dream vehicle for many, symbolizing wealth and status. Driving this car would attract countless envious and jealous gazes. Watching his colleagues in the office praising and adoring the Santana car while holding newspapers, Tong Yu felt no stir in his heart. After hearing about the launch of the Santana car, his father wanted to buy one. However, the car had just been launched, and it was impossible to get one, with orders already booked until the end of the year. Tong Yu, I want to buy a Santana car. Can you see if you have any connections? After finding out the exact news, his father knew he couldn't buy the car on his own and came to Tong Yu. Uncle Gua, the Santana car is just okay. Why do you want to buy this car? Not only is it expensive, but it's also uncomfortable to sit in. Plus, you have to push the gear lever down to shift into reverse, which is more complicated than buying an imported car. Tong Yu had driven a Santana car in his previous life, and if someone unfamiliar tried to drive it, they might not even know how to shift into reverse. He found the gear design unreasonable and cumbersome, so he persuaded Gua's father to buy an imported car instead. Buy an imported car? Isn't the steering wheel on the right side? I'm not used to that. Gua's father had seen people driving imported cars, but at his age, he really wasn't accustomed to a right-hand drive vehicle. Tong Yu thought that there should be Mercedes cars available by now, but he wasn't sure what models existed in this era. The Tiger head Benz wouldn't appear in the country until the 1990s. But perhaps they had been available in Hong Kong much earlier. Chapter 146. Tong Yu knows traditional medicine after starting work at the unit. Tong Yu finished his tasks and remembered what Gua's father had said, so he went to Director Wang's office. You're not busy today? What brings you here? Director Wang was working, and upon seeing him enter, he put down his pen and asked, "You want to buy a car? But I advise you not to be too high profile. Everyone else rides bicycles to work, and you drive in. It's a bit." Tong Yu quickly explained, feeling grateful for Director Wang's reminder. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then it's no problem. I'll give you a note to pick up the car." Tong Yu didn't take it seriously. Although the Santana car was popular, he hadn't paid much attention to it. After receiving the note, Tong Yu casually picked up a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes from the desk and had just lit one when Director Wang mentioned the matter. "This is the script I wrote, but it wasn't published as a novel. It was directly adapted into a movie, so the share is much less than before." Both Tong Yu and Director Wang were under Minister Li, and although they had Elder Li's protection, they couldn't let others gossip about them, as it would negatively impact their reputation. Tong Yu now regretted having Robert sign the contract at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Too many people knew about it, including high-level officials, making it impossible to keep it under wraps. The capabilities of Longwa's spies were not to be underestimated. Even the CIA was afraid of them. When the king of Longwa's spies passed away, the CIA even celebrated with a 3-day holiday, highlighting how formidable Longwa's spies were. Thinking about this, Tong Yu felt a bit helpless. Although he was now powerful, he didn't want to go against the state. After all, this was the place that raised him. He quietly stood by the window, gazing at the familiar street scene outside, lost in thought. In the mundane world, money was of little use to him. What he needed were cultivation resources, not the gold and silver riches of the secular world. Reflecting on cultivation resources, he thought about the formations on the Shenlong shelf. It seemed he should study formations more in the future to avoid being entangled in worldly matters and break through that formation early to see what was inside. After work in the afternoon, he went to Gui Yunqing's house and saw that his father and Mu Hongmei were also having dinner there. The place was lively and bustling, giving off a strong sense of warmth and liveliness. "Uncle Gua, here is the approval slip. Take this slip, pay the money, and you can pick up the car." After sitting down, Tong Yu handed the slip to him. "Dad, what car are you planning to buy again?" Gui Yunqing saw his father smiling widely, carefully putting the slip into his pocket and patting it to make sure it was still there, and he began to ask, "Isn't the Santana car being launched?" "I was thinking of buying one, but after inquiring, I found out that the queue goes to the end of the year. So I had Xiaya come up with a solution." "What about your current car? You just bought it less than a year ago. Are you not going to use it anymore?" Gui Yunqing's eyes sparkled, thinking about his father's Lada car. "How about giving this car to your father-in-law? What do you think?" "Yue?" Uncle Gua had seen pictures of the Santana car, which looked much more impressive than the Lada, and he no longer wanted the Lada. Now that Gui Yunqing brought it up, he started to make plans. "Can my dad drive this? As someone who works, wouldn't that be too showy?" Su Yue also wanted her father to drive, but she was worried about what others might say. "What's the big deal? There are plenty of private cars outside now. Besides, your dad isn't young anymore. Riding a bicycle every day, in the wind and rain, especially with the cold weather there, driving to work would save him some trouble." Uncle Guo was really considering how to get rid of this car for the sake of his father-in-law. "That's perfect. I'll send them a telegram tomorrow, asking my mother-in-law to come along as well. Yue is about to give birth. She shouldn't have to run back and forth." Gui Yunqing knew that Su Yue missed her mother, and with the baby coming soon, she was scared and hoped her mother would be there to take care of her. "Yue, let me check your pulse." Tong Yu, who was with them, rarely used his spiritual sense to check on them. Today, seeing Su Yue's large belly, he was also worried about her giving birth. "When did you learn to check pulses?" Gui Yunqing was taken aback. He didn't know Tong Yu had this ability and had never heard that Tong Yu studied traditional Chinese medicine. At this moment, his father Tong Zhengshan said, "Tong Yu learned some medical skills from an old Taoist priest when he was a child. For minor ailments like headaches and fevers, he can brew some herbal medicine to help." The people present were surprised to hear that Tong Yu had studied medicine with an old Taoist priest. Almost everyone in Longwa knows that Taoists study a wide range of subjects, including astronomy, geography, medicine, fortune-telling, astrology, yin-yang, the 5 elements, exorcism, and ghost-catching. Su Yue, however, did not doubt Tong Yu's ability to check pulses. She extended her hand and placed it on the table. Tong Yu placed 2 fingers on her pulse, while his spiritual sense swept over her belly. "Uncle Gua, Aunt Gua, congratulations. Yue is pregnant with twins, and from the pulse, it looks like they are both boys." "Ah, is that true? Don't say that just to make us happy." Upon hearing this, Uncle Gua was overjoyed and stood up immediately, while Aunt Gua excitedly went to Su Yue's side, asking her how she was, looking at her as if she were a treasure. Su Yue remembered that Du Lingshuang had once told her she would give her a surprise. Could this be the surprise she meant? Chapter 147. Gui Yunxing has sons. Gui Yunxing acted quickly. His telegram was almost like a letter. His father-in-law arrived in the capital even faster. The day after receiving the telegram, he brought his mother-in-law onto the train and sent Gui Yunxing a telegram before boarding. Su's father and mother arrived in the capital almost simultaneously with the telegram. Gui Yunxing and Su Yue were both at work and had no time to pick them up from the station. Oh no, my father-in-law is here. Is Yue all right? Su's mother was worried about her daughter and quickly asked upon seeing Uncle Gua. Uncle Gua hurriedly reassured his mother-in-law and explained a bit to them. The three of them took a car back to the courtyard. Tong Yu did not inquire about Gui Yunxing's family matters. After work, he went home and entered the Pearl of the Great Tao with Du Lingshuang. While Du Lingshuang practiced nearby, he began to study array techniques. With a powerful inheritance in array techniques, he gained more insights into them and decided to start from scratch, erasing all the previous knowledge of arrays from his sea of consciousness. The arrays formed by these great rules encompassed a vast range, covering almost all array inheritances in the cultivation world. Among them was the Great Void technique, which gave rise to the void array patterns. One of the most powerful arrays that did not require any array flags. It was enough to carve the void array patterns to arrange various formations. This array, long lost in the cultivation world, could only be found within the Pearl of the Great Tao. Even if he managed to carve out the void array patterns, they would reveal flaws in the void, and cultivators would only need to sweep their spiritual sense across to find traces left by the void array patterns. After starting to study the array techniques, Tong Yu found it much more challenging than learning the formations in jade slips. So each day, he took array flags to set up formations. After failing once, he would sit down and continue to study array techniques, then take out the array flags to set up formations again. During this time, Du Lingshuang had been diligently cultivating, forgetting even to be affectionate with Tong Yu. Finally, on May 1st, she broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. After stabilizing her cultivation, she insisted on going out with Tong Yu. On this May Day, some workplaces had a day off, while some factories did not. The factory leaders would say that May Day is Labor Day, and we should work to celebrate the holiday. Aunt Gua and Su's mother went to the hospital every day, and Mu Hongmei, who was not busy, sometimes went along. Father Tong Jingshan planted several types of vegetables in the front yard, including beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, fennel, eggplants, and peppers. The vegetable garden was small and easy to manage. Usually, he and Mu Hongmei would weed and water it. Uncle Gua and Aunt Gua would sometimes come over to help, but after Su Yue was hospitalized, they rarely came by. On June 6th at noon, Su Yue gave birth to a pair of twins, and the combined weight of the two children was less than 8 pounds. Du Lingshuang visited her in the hospital, and when she got home, she told Tong Yu, "These two kids look so small and thin. I don't know if they can survive." Gui Yunxing's parents are so happy they can't stop smiling, and Su Yue's mother is also beaming. I infused a bit of Yuan power into Yue to help her recover from childbirth quickly, and then I came back. She gave birth to twins. It's normal for them to be small. Since she had them in the hospital, as long as the kids don't have any hereditary diseases, they should be fine. So don't worry. Tong Yu used his spiritual sense to check on the two children and found that they were both healthy. This was also due to Du Lingshuang often infusing a bit of spiritual power into Su Yue, which benefited the children as well. Although they were small, they were very healthy. When are we going to have a child too? Gui Yunxing is about the same age as you, and he already has 2 sons. What if he brags about it later? Du Lingshuang touched her small belly. Even though she knew she wasn't pregnant, she instinctively made the gesture. No rush. Wait until you reach the golden core stage before preparing for pregnancy. Otherwise, you won't be able to cultivate once you're pregnant. Plus, the higher your cultivation level, the longer the pregnancy will take. It could take 2 or 3 years to give birth. Pregnant for that long? Is that true? Then I wouldn't be able to cultivate for years. If I got pregnant in the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't the pregnancy be shorter? Du Lingshuang listened to Tong Yu's words and immediately decided to have the baby early. Otherwise, if she cultivated to the golden core stage, it would take so long to get pregnant. Just thinking about it made her a bit scared. Is this a little Neza she is going to carry? It would take several years. Tong Yu didn't know how long it would take for a cultivator to give birth, and the things he said to Du Lingshuang were all based on what he had read in cultivation novels in his past life. Although he didn't fully believe it, there was some basis in the books. Just look at the immortals and mythological legends. Many of them don't have children. And those who do have kids are quite rare. It should take less time, right? But he didn't know exactly how long it would take. Tong Yu stammered, unsure how to explain. Then you still say it takes 2 or 3 years to get pregnant. After all this, you don't even know. You scared me to death. No way. You have to compensate me. After Du Ling Shuang finished speaking, her spiritual clothing disappeared in an instant, and without feeling shy at all, she directly pushed Tong Yu onto the bed. On Sunday, Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang brought some fruits to the hospital to visit Su Yuwei. The doctor originally wanted them to discharge, but the old Foxgua father directly slipped the doctor a red envelope, allowing Su Yuwei to stay a few more days. Wow. These 2 little ones look much better than when they were just born. Du Ling Shuang looked at the 2 children, her eyes revealing a hint of maternal brilliance. Are you envious? Jealous? If you have the ability, hurry up and have one too. Su Yuei's body had already recovered well with Du Ling Shuang's Yuan power treatment, and she also wanted to be discharged early. But several elders at home insisted she stay a few more days. Chapter 148. Emptying the underground vault. The weather was getting hotter day by day, and the temperature was rising. The vegetables planted by Tong Yu's father were starting to be harvested, with beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, and so on being sent to Tong Yu and the others every day. The 2 of them didn't even cook. The vegetables sent by his father were all stored in the ring, waiting to be taken out in winter. Thinking of the vegetables that would be scarce in the north during winter, Tong Yu thought of greenhouses from his past life. It was only June now, and he would have to wait until after autumn to build greenhouses. Anyway, there was no rush. He continued to study the array path in the Pearl of the Great Tao every day. After all, her cultivation time was still short, by all accounts. It was less than 4 years, and her cultivation speed was even faster than Tong Yu's, which showed how extraordinary her spiritual route was. During this time at work, Tong Yu asked a few colleagues, but couldn't he find a place that sold plastic sheets? He didn't want to bother Director Wang over such a small matter. So he decided to go to the Chicken Basin Kingdom on Sunday to scour around. Moreover, people from the Chicken Basin Kingdom boasted that if they sold Tokyo, they could buy the whole beautiful country, showing how wealthy the Chicken Basin Kingdom was in this era. On Saturday, after getting off work, Tong Yu told Du Ling Shuang about his plan, and unexpectedly she wanted to go that night, even giving reasons for why it was inconvenient to act during the day. All right, let's go now. Tong Yu thought it made sense. It would be more convenient to act at night without needing to use the invisibility technique during the day. A few minutes later, the 2 appeared in the sky above the Chicken Basin Kingdom. After sweeping their consciousness, they quickly found several banks' underground vaults. Tong Yu explained his plan and specifically instructed Du Ling Shuang to find plastic sheets. Du Ling Shuang didn't know what he needed the plastic sheets for, and Tong Yu didn't explain. Tong Yu used a teleportation technique to enter the underground vault. He swept his consciousness through the vault and easily avoided the alarm system inside. He picked up a gold brick, knowing that gold has a high density, and this one weighed 10 pounds. There were 5 rectangular gold bricks here, adding up to hundreds of tons. On one side of the rectangular gold bricks were neatly stacked Japanese yen, and on the other side were neatly stacked US dollars, protecting the rectangular gold bricks in the middle. Looking at the gold bricks and dollars before him, Tong Yu regretfully slapped his forehead, releasing his consciousness to envelop the 5 rectangular gold bricks along with the yen and dollars, waving his hand to store them in his storage ring. He waved his hand again to put these items into the Pearl of the Great Tao, where the space was larger, and he could control the flow of time inside to be the same as outside. The underground vault was now completely empty, and he used a teleportation technique to go directly to the next bank's underground vault. Du Ling Shuang also entered an underground vault. This bank's vault didn't have many gold bricks, about a dozen tons, but there were a lot of paper currencies from various countries, amounting to tens to hundreds of billions. Seeing so many gold bricks and currencies, she happily waved her hand, collecting everything in the vault into her ring. After emptying the underground vaults of 5 banks, it took only a few minutes. The 2 stood on the rooftop of a building. Darling, what else are we going to get? I haven't found the plastic sheets yet. Du Ling Shuang excitedly linked her arm with Tong Yu, resting her little head on his shoulder, asking him while scanning with her consciousness. Let us go to the museum and the car manufacturing plant. Collect back the antiques they stole, and take the cars too. When we leave, we'll set them on fire. All right, let us do it. I'll transfer the items in my ring to you first, otherwise, I won't have enough space in my ring. After Du Ling Shuang finished speaking, she waved her hand, placing the collected items on the rooftop, and Tong Yu casually stored them in the Pearl of the Great Tao. The The two separated again to act. Du Lingshuang flew to the museum on her sword, while Tong Yu flashed to Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. The alarm system in the museum was just a decoration in front of Du Lingshuang. Once she entered, she saw many antique calligraphy and paintings, most of which were from the Dragon Kingdom, all taken by the Japanese during the war and displayed in the museum. Du Lingshuang released her consciousness to envelop the entire museum, waving her hand to collect everything from the three-story museum into her ring, not even leaving the stands for the antiques behind. Tong Yu arrived at the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries base in Kyoto and saw various large excavators, bulldozers, heavy cranes, rollers, and thousands of trucks in the parking lot. He didn't bother to check the quantities carefully, but directly stored them in the Pearl of the Great Tao. Then he released his consciousness to scan again and found several other car manufacturing plant bases in Kyoto. He pushed through Toyota, Mazda, Crown, Honda, and other cars, storing them all in the Pearl of the Great Tao as soon as he discovered them. In the suburbs of Kyoto, he found a factory producing urea, which had a large amount of plastic sheets and mountains of urea. Finally found the plastic sheets, and so much urea, enough for my dad to grow vegetables. Tong Yu, seeing so many plastic sheets and tens of thousands of tons of urea, was delighted and waved his hand to store them in the Pearl of the Great Tao. After finding the plastic sheets, he intended to return since this trip was originally just to find plastic sheets. Collecting other items was just a bonus. Chapter 149. The world-shocking fire. On the way to reunite with Du Lingshuang, Tong Yu also conveniently emptied a few large shopping malls, and the two finally met up. Let us stop messing around here. Let us go to Hokkaido and get some Wagyu beef to take back. This breeding base had over 600 Wagyu cows, more than 100 of which were female, and over 300 were adult Wagyu cows, with the rest being calves. Tong Yu directly stored all the more than 300 adult Wagyu cows into the Pearl of the Great Tao. Tong Yu took the Wagyu beef and stepped onto his flying sword again to arrive over Kyoto, throwing out a dozen fireballs that landed on several buildings. Du Lingshuang directly threw a few fireballs at the Locust Palace and the Divine Toilet. She hated these Japanese invaders even more than Tong Yu. Now that she had the chance to avenge her countrymen, she naturally wouldn't let it go. At this time, Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang had already returned to the courtyard and were engaging in activities not suitable for children on the bed, celebrating for several hours. The great fire in the country of Foot Basin Chicken burned for 5 whole days. Firefighters used various methods to extinguish the fire: soap water, laundry powder water, foam extinguishers, dirt and sand, seawater. Almost every conceivable method was employed, but they found that they simply could not extinguish the flames. It was only after the Dao Yuan energy emitted by Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang evaporated that the flames in the country of Foot Basin Chicken gradually extinguished on their own. This massive fire in Foot Basin Chicken was initially estimated to have caused losses of hundreds of billions of yen, with 5 large banks burned down and gold bars and treasures from the underground vault disappearing without a trace. The legend spread more widely, and the citizens of Foot Basin Chicken began to hold large-scale parades, demanding that the beautiful country's army roll out. They did not need their protection. The next day was Sunday. Du Lingshuang got up, stretched her almost falling apart body, and after a week of circulation, she was radiant again. She kissed Tong Yu and expressed her satisfaction. After Du Lingshuang fell asleep the previous night, Tong Yu went deep into the mountains to retrieve the Wagyu from the Pearl of the Great Way and kill it. Du Lingshuang brought 2 boxes of baby formula, a dozen pieces of baby clothes, 2 pairs of gold bracelets for children, and 2 longevity locks. These items were all things she had scavenged from the mall. She was willing to give away free things. "Oh, I said I was going to buy baby formula, and you just delivered it. Thank you. Thank you." Guo Yunqing saw the two bringing things in and quickly took the 2 boxes of formula, opening one to prepare a bottle. "You have a conscience. Take out your milk and let my sons drink." Su Yue slapped away Du Lingshuang's hand and went to touch her large headlights. "So big and so plump. I believe there must be plenty of milk inside." "Huh, this is for my sons to drink. You handle your own sons." Du Lingshuang swatted her mischievous hand away, taking out 2 pairs of gold bracelets and 2 longevity locks from her pocket. "Here, put these on my godsons so that they both live long lives." Gui's mother and Su's mother watched the two playfully, both smiling broadly, and when they saw Du Lingshuang take out more gold bracelets and longevity locks, they smiled even wider. Tong Yu sat on a stone bench under the grape trellis outside, drinking tea and chatting with Gui's father. Gui's father was overjoyed after Su Yue gave birth to 2 boys. Their family had been all sons for generations, and now they finally had 2 grandsons. He was so happy he couldn't sleep at night. Xiaoyu, I plan to go back to my hometown to hold a full-month banquet for these 2 grandsons when they turn 1 month old. You must come. Uncle Gua, aren't you holding it here in the capital? Yue and Qingzi's colleagues and friends are waiting to celebrate the children's joy. Besides, the weather is so hot right now, it's not convenient to take the kids back. I think it's better to wait until the weather cools down to hold the 100-day banquet. What you said makes sense. Don't let my grandsons get too hot. Then let us hold the 100-day banquet. That idea is good. I was just so happy that I didn't think about how hot it is at this time. Gui's father looked as if he had just realized something. Feeling grateful to Tong Yu for considering this issue. After Gui Yunxing opened the formula, he saw that the can was printed with Japanese, but he didn't mind it. After all, Tong Yu worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so it was normal to get formula from another country. After the 2 little ones drank the formula, they quickly fell asleep. Du Lingshuang used her spiritual sense to check Su Yue's milk and found no problems. These 2 children had their bodies refined by Du Lingshuang's spiritual energy, and now their health was excellent. Moreover, both children had hearty appetites, and her milk simply wasn't enough for them. Fortunately, with the formula to supplement the lack of milk, the 2 children wouldn't cry from hunger anymore. Ling Shuang and Tong Yu are really great. Having friends like you is a great fortune in life. Su's mother, a former teacher, spoke with a literary tone. After Du Ling Shuang and Tong Yu left, she began to talk to her daughter. Ling Shuang used to be cold and indifferent to everyone at school. Later I found out she was just pretending to avoid being disturbed by her classmates. Later, Qingzi told me that Ling Shuang and Tong Yu were dating. And I didn't believe it at first. With Ling Shuang's cold personality, how could she date someone? It wasn't until we went out to dinner, and Tong Yu brought Ling Shuang along that I finally believed they were really dating. Su Yue then talked to her mother about Tong Yu and Du Ling Shuang's relationship. Chapter 150. Du Ling Shuang achieved meritorious service. Tong Yu didn't pay attention to the events in the country of Foot Basin Chicken. The newspapers in Long Country reported an article expressing condolences to the country of Foot Basin Chicken. The people of Long Country, however, were overjoyed. The young people were beating drums and celebrating, while the elderly went to temples and Taoist temples to burn incense and pray, hoping that the flames in Foot Basin Chicken would never extinguish. Preferably burning for 49 years or even 81 years would be acceptable. Some even directly prayed to the fire god to keep burning. Du Ling Shuang also got busy, staying in the sub-bureau all day without time to go home. One criminal after another was arrested and taken away, swiftly and severely. From arrest to sentencing, it took no more than a week. This crackdown was like a strong breeze, quickly dispersing the shadows of social security issues. The security situation in various parts of the country improved at a visibly rapid pace, and the sense of safety in streets and alleys significantly increased. The once nerve-wracking nights were gone forever. Now, when night fell, the streets were still brightly lit, and people no longer worried. Instead, they strolled leisurely, enjoying life. Whether in cities or rural areas, there was an atmosphere of harmony and peace. Moreover, the national cohesion was further strengthened in this process. People united more closely, and their sense of identity and belonging to the country grew stronger. Everyone understood that only under the strong protection of the country could they have such a stable life. A criminal who had been captured at the sub-bureau somehow managed to untie the ropes binding him and was holding a sharp piece of broken bowl, taking a staff member hostage. Everyone stepped back. Hurry up, or I'll kill him. This criminal knew he was facing a death sentence, so he was always looking for a chance to escape. And now he finally found an opportunity, becoming even more frenzied. Du Ling Shuang was organizing the criminal records in the interrogation room when she heard the shouting outside and quickly ran out. She saw that a dozen police officers surrounded a shouting criminal with guns drawn. She punched the criminal, sending him flying more than 3 meters away. And his arm holding the bowl piece immediately suffered a shattering fracture, causing him to scream in pain and faint. Several police officers rushed over to subdue him. And seeing his injuries, they knew that even without ropes, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, the staff member who had been taken hostage had a bleeding wound on his neck, and everyone quickly sent him to a nearby hospital. Du Ling Shuang could break a person's shoulder with one punch and send them flying 3 meters away. Her colleagues in the criminal investigation team knew that this was not something one could achieve without over a decade of hard training. Du Lingshuang captured criminals and rescued her colleague, earning recognition from the leaders who decided to award her a third-class merit medal and an honorary certificate. The nationwide crackdown had little impact on Tong Yu's work, and he was not worried about Du Lingshuang's safety. Now, apart from himself, no one in this world could threaten her. At the beginning of September, Tong Yu was supposed to attend Gui Yunqing's son's 100-day banquet and had already taken leave in advance. However, a document from the department required all staff to be on standby. Since Tong Yu did not receive a task, he had to cancel his attendance at the banquet held in Gui Yunqing's hometown, which Gui Yunqing understood, as they both worked in the same unit. During this period of strict enforcement, Gui Yunqing was also extremely busy, as the prosecutor's office he worked in was reviewing criminal cases every day. He only took 2 days off for his son's banquet and even swapped shifts with a colleague, planning to return to work afterward. Fortunately, there were several elderly people at home to help take care of Su Yue and his 2 sons. Otherwise, Su Yue alone would not be able to manage everything. On September 5th, 4 countries signed a cooperation agreement for oil exploration in the South China Sea in the capital, attended by the directors and staff from the Asian, European, and North American and Oceania departments at the State Guest House. This was Tong Yu's first time attending such a signing ceremony, and he knew his qualifications were limited and his work experience short. He was only responsible for translating the documents from various countries and submitting them, while the representatives of the countries would sign the agreements. After 4 to 5 days of continuous work, the agreements among the 4 countries were finalized, and Tong Yu and his colleagues were finally free to ride their bicycles home. During this time, Du Lingshuang had been busy at the sub-bureau and had not returned home for over 10 days. When she thought of Tong Yu, she would use her divine sense to send him greetings, knowing he had also been busy with the signing agreements. Following the signing of the cooperation agreement, the leaders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs decided, after a meeting, to install telephones in the homes of the staff for the convenience of their work. Since Tong Yu had to work the next day, he went to the courtyard to find his father. "Dad, don't work the fields tomorrow. Go to my house and wait for the telephone installation staff to arrive." Tong Zhengshan pulled out the vegetable seedlings, dried them, burned them in a fire, and mixed the ashes into the soil while he was turning the soil with a shovel. Mu Hongmei was weaving straw mats to prepare for growing vegetables in the greenhouse when Tong Yu arrived, and the two were chatting while working. Chapter 151. Back to Port City on Sunday. During his day off, Tong Yu brought back a batch of bamboo from the south, roasted it into a semicircular shape with a torch, and helped his father set up the greenhouse, covering it with plastic sheets and straw mats. He left the remaining tasks to his father. His father, looking at the large greenhouse in the yard, became confident and busily started working. Mu Hongmei and Guo's father also entered the greenhouse to help with watering, fertilizing, and planting vegetables, all hoping to have vegetables to eat in winter. "Uncle, I have something to discuss with you. There is a batch of trucks and several types of heavy construction vehicles, such as excavators, road rollers, and heavy-duty cranes, all produced by the Chicken Foot Basin country at an extremely low price. Should our country consider it?" Upon hearing Tong Yu's words, he realized this was likely to be a smuggling operation back to the country and that Tong Yu might be involved. "I need to consult with the higher-ups about this. Please provide me with the specific prices of these vehicles so that I can report it." $2 million? So cheap? Where's the delivery? Du Guixuan was stunned. Over 3,000 vehicles for only $2 million was almost like giving them away. Tong Yu rambled on, as there were too many things in his treasure trove that he had no use for, and it was better to sell them cheaply to the country, which could be seen as indirect support for the nation. "I will report this in person tomorrow. I will leave this matter in your hands. With this achievement, your rank can also be elevated." The next day, Tong Yu returned to work. In the afternoon, Minister Liu personally called him to come to the office. Minister Liu didn't waste time with small talk. When Tong Yu arrived at his office, he directly handed him the task. "Rest assured, leader. I guarantee I will complete the task." Tong Yu took the note from Minister Liu, which contained the contact information for the charter ship King. Tong Yu did not take a plane. He directly hopped on a flying sword and arrived at Port City. After scanning with his divine sense, he quickly found the location of the charter ship King. Tong Yu greatly admired the charter ship King's life. He had never had any scandals, loved only his wife throughout his life, and there were no rumors of illegitimate children, which was very rare in that era. In Port City, he admired 3 people the most: the old master Hua, the old master Zhuang who established a bank for the country, and the charter ship King. "Hello, Mr. Bao. I am Tong Yu from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Longhua," here to discuss the transportation of vehicles with you. Upon seeing the charter ship king, Tong Yu explained his purpose. Welcome, Mr. Tong, to Port City. Please, have a seat. Seeing Tong Yu was so young, the charter ship king felt somewhat displeased. Thinking he was likely the child of some leader from Longhua, taking this opportunity to gain some experience in Port City, Tong Yu ignored the charter ship king's coldness. Knowing he was probably misunderstanding him, but he didn't explain. He was there to work, not to show off his capabilities. Besides, he preferred to keep a low profile whenever possible. In their subsequent conversation, Tong Yu still admired the charter ship king. He had considered all aspects, such as inspections at the port, difficulties from Port City, and obstacles from local gangs. Mr. Bao, you just need to tell me which ships at the port belong to you, and I will handle the loading. You only need to manage the transportation. Tong Yu had no intention of negotiating with the Port City side. He would load the cars and construction vehicles onto the ships, and anyone who dared to obstruct him would be dealt with. With his strong capabilities, he no longer needed to care about the opinions of ordinary people. That would be a disgrace to a cultivator. You have a way to load the ships? That's good. It saves me trouble. My ships are at dock number 3. With a total of 30 ships arranged. You can go load the ships. The charter ship king felt even more displeased with Tong Yu's words. This young man did not understand the rules of Port City and was asking him to load the ships. If he was obstructed later, he should not come to ask for help. All right, then Mr. Bao, let's prepare to set sail tonight. The rest is my responsibility. Goodbye. Tong Yu no longer wasted words with him, stood up and said, and turned to leave the villa. The charter ship king did not expect this young man to be so resolute. He was working for the country, not a time to be stubborn, and quickly sent someone to stop him. However, a few minutes later, the person he sent out returned, looking shocked. Mr. Bao, that young man can fly. What? Can fly? The charter ship king was startled and immediately stood up from the sofa. If it weren't for this person who had followed him for over 10 years, he would have kicked him out long ago. It's true. When I went out, I saw that young man didn't take the main road but jumped straight down from the mountain, flying over 100 meters in the air and landing easily at the foot of the mountain, then walked toward the port. Hiss, this is a master with extraordinary skills. No wonder they sent him over. I didn't even think of this layer. What a mistake. The charter ship king regretfully slapped his forehead, realizing he had wasted such a good opportunity to meet a high-level person, and instead of believing in him, he had treated him coldly. Tong Yu intentionally revealed a bit of his skills for the people of the charter king to see. Otherwise, he could have simply used an invisibility technique. Not to mention an ordinary person, even radar would not be able to detect his presence. Chapter 152. 30 transport ships since he arrived at the port city. Tong Yu deposited the dollars and yen he had gathered into the bank. While depositing, he specifically used his divine sense to check the banknotes, which were not in sequence. They were all randomly stacked together. The yen would appreciate in value in 2 years, so depositing yen now could be exchanged for dollars, pounds, or euros. And even exchanging for Hong Kong dollars would be worth more than yen. He was busy until several banks closed, and he only managed to deposit over 200 million yen. He decided to go with Du Lingxiang to various countries to deposit money on Sunday. Boss, do you have any Chinese version videotapes here? Tong Yu asked the boss specifically, fearing they might not understand Cantonese. Yes. You must be from the mainland. I have the Chinese versions of Shanghai Bond, Hua Yuanjia, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Chun Jun, Going to the Tiger Mountain Again, and The Return of the Condor Heroes. All right, I'll take these few tapes you mentioned. Tong Yu paid, and the boss packed the tapes into a bag, casually saying, welcome to come again next time. He then realized that the charter king was also afraid that having too many ships would raise suspicion, so he planned to transport them in 2 batches. The crew on the transport ships had all gone to rest, but 2 were still on duty. Tong Yu used an invisibility technique to approach the 2 from behind and gently pressed on the back of their necks, causing them to faint instantly. He then went to another transport ship, used the same method to knock out 2 duty personnel, and placed 50 cars into the cargo hold. Who are you? What do you want? There were 3 middle-aged men in the duty room. Upon seeing him enter, they quickly grabbed an iron rod and asked, tell Mr. Bao that the ship is fully loaded and ready to sail. Oh, then let's set sail. When Tong Yu heard that the charter king had already called, he knew that he had revealed his capabilities outside the villa, making the king believe in his strength. I'll be right back. Tong Yu understood the situation. The duty personnel he had knocked out earlier had not yet woken up, while those he had just knocked out were still unconscious. He exited the duty room, quickly leaped onto the transport ship, entered the cockpit, woke up the two duty personnel, and then went to the next transport ship to wake the personnel again. Such amazing lightness of step. After a while, someone finally came back to their senses and exclaimed, waking the other two. With this kind of lightness and speed, he could probably dodge bullets. I need to report to the boss quickly. The three middle-aged men working at the dock were not ordinary people. Each was ruthless and had some martial arts skills, or else they would have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish long ago. When the charter king received the call from the dock, he was surprised to hear that the cargo was fully loaded. It was not even 9 o'clock yet, and all 30 transport ships were ready. Moreover, the duty personnel at the dock had not discovered how the cars were loaded onto the ship, which made him think further. This young man named Tong, you did not seem like an ordinary person, and he should make an effort to befriend him when the opportunity arises. After Tong, you left the port city with the transport ships and entered the waters of Longhua. He was met by the Navy for support before stepping on his flying sword to return to the courtyard. The transport ships were slow. It would take about 3 to 4 days to travel from the port city to Tianjin port, and adding in unloading time, the round trip would take about a week. He could practice at home for 5 or 6 days without needing to go to work. Tong Yu sat cross-legged beside the tree of the Great Way, practicing while deducing the array. Du Lingxiang had been busy at work and did not know that Tong Yu had gone to the port city. She also did not have time to use her divine sense to send greetings to him. Recently, they had captured too many people, and even the internal staff had been called to help out. Although the young people in the unit knew she was married, they still enjoyed talking and joking with her. Du Lingxiang always appeared cold at work, only joking with Lu Jie and Wang Jie in the office. A staff member named Xie Qingdong from the Internal Affairs Department, who had just transferred from another bureau this year, had never seen Du Lingxiang before. Today he was also called to help and was taken aback upon seeing her. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl, so he hurried over to talk to her. Hello, comrade. My name is Xie Qingdong, from the Internal Affairs Department. May I ask which department you are from? How should I address you? Du Lingxiang didn't even look at him and simply replied, I'm already married. Ah, married? But that doesn't matter. Being married doesn't prevent us from getting to know each other. Xie Qingdong was momentarily stunned upon hearing Du Lingxiang was married, but he thought such a beautiful girl being married was no problem, as long as he pursued her. Perhaps she would consider divorce. Besides, he didn't mind if she had been divorced, after all. Such a beautiful woman would definitely have many suitors even if she were divorced. I still have work to do. I don't have time to get to know you. After Du Lingxiang finished speaking, she went back to her work. Xie Qingdong, with thick skin and seeing Du Lingxiang's cold demeanor, didn't care and followed her into the interrogation room. Comrade Xie, there are already 3 people in the interrogation room. You can go do something else. He had just pushed open the door to the interrogation room when he was chased out by the comrades inside. Xie Qingdong had no choice but to go do something else, but he was absent-minded, occasionally stealing glances at the interrogation room, waiting for Du Lingxiang to come out. During lunch at the cafeteria, he didn't see Du Lingxiang and, after inquiring a few colleagues, learned that she often ate in the office and didn't go to the cafeteria. Xie Qingdong saw this as an opportunity and took 2 portions of food, carrying the lunchbox to the finance department. He knocked on the door, but no one responded, so he pushed on the door hard, only to find it locked. He had no choice but to return to the cafeteria with the lunchbox. After work in the afternoon, he still didn't see Du Lingxiang come to eat. So he took 2 more portions of food and headed to the finance department again. After finishing her work, Du Lingxiang was preparing to go home. She had missed Tong Yu a bit since she hadn't seen him for so long. In the changing room, she switched from her police uniform to ordinary clothes and opened the door, only to see Xie Qingdong coming with a lunchbox. Comrade Du, I brought you lunch. Please eat. Xie Qingdong quickly handed her the lunchbox when he saw Du Lingxiang open the door. I'm going home. My husband is waiting for me to cook. Thank you. Du Lingxiang politely declined and left the finance department, going downstairs to ride her bicycle home. Chapter 153. Shattering the maritime surveillance ship Hong Lu was involved in the black market business, and he often had conflicts with Lu Wu over the control of the black market, leading to frequent violent encounters. His subordinates were all ruthless people, and in their last confrontation, Lu Wu inflicted heavy losses on him. The reason was that Lu Wu was invulnerable to knives and guns, single-handedly taking down several of his capable brothers, prompting Hong Lu to withdraw from the black market. Unexpectedly, the other side did not play by the rules and directly reported to the police. Coincidentally, during this period, there was a crackdown, and while they were fleeing, Hong Lu's brother, Hong Si, was shot in the back by the police and died on the spot. After Du Lingxiang rode her bicycle out, Hong Lu saw her as an ordinary woman and didn't pay much attention. However, shortly after, a police officer also rode a bicycle heading east. Hong Lu saw the lone police officer and felt a surge of joy. He had finally waited for this moment. Fourth brother, today I will avenge you. Thud. With a crash, the officer fell to the ground, his face scraping along the ground for over half a meter, blood splattering everywhere. The injury wasn't too severe. Mainly, he was dazed from the fall. Before he could get up, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and someone stepped on the back of his head. Then several sharp blades pierced his flesh. Hong Lu stabbed this police officer 4 times. Since his brother was the 4th, he had to stab 4 times to truly avenge Hong Si. Du Lingxiang didn't know that Xie Qingdong had already been stabbed to death. While riding her bicycle, she used her spiritual sense to send a message to Tong Yu. After not receiving a response, she checked her home with her spiritual sense and found no trace of Tong Yu. She then checked his workplace with her spiritual sense and still found nothing. When Du Lingxiang returned home and sensed Tong Yu's presence, she finally felt relieved. She knew he had gone into the pearl of the great way to cultivate. Wife, you're finally back to quench my thirst. I've missed you to death, Tong Yu thought, and his clothes instantly vanished. He embraced Du Lingxiang, and they rolled onto the bed. Director Song of the Sub-Bureau received a call and immediately convened an emergency meeting. Why did Xie Qingdong leave his post without permission? Who allowed him to go out? Who did he ask for leave? Several deputy directors and department heads, including the captain of the criminal police team, had not approved Xie Qingdong's outing, so naturally, they wouldn't know. Soon, someone from the Sub-Bureau reported that Xie Qingdong had acted unusually today. He had taken 2 meals at noon and another 2 meals in the evening. He had also gone to the finance department, and after seeing Du Lingxiang leave, he threw a lunchbox to a colleague and then rode his bicycle out without asking any leader for leave. The next day, Du Lingxiang learned that Xie Qingdong had been stabbed to death. Upon hearing the reason for his murder, she understood that this person had ill intentions towards her. She thought to herself, fortunately, you were stabbed to death. Otherwise, I would have made him suffer even worse, spending the rest of his life in bed. Tong Yu had been cultivating at home for 5 days. After scanning with his spiritual sense, he saw that the transport ship had returned to the port city. He went to Dock 3 of the port city again. The shipping king received the call about the transport ship's return and immediately rushed to the dock. Seeing Tong Yu walking over from a distance, he hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Tong, hello. I was out of line last time. Please forgive me. Mr. Bao, about what happened last time, it was also my fault for not clarifying. There's no need for forgiveness. I should thank you for your contributions to the country. I will report this matter to higher authorities. Tong Yu, having a bit of goodwill towards him, did not hold a grudge for his previous coldness. After all, this shipping king was patriotic and was currently working for the country. This is what I should do. Besides, doing such small things for the country is not worth mentioning. Mr. Tong, please don't take it to heart. The shipping king spoke very humbly, but Tong Yu did not think so. He didn't take a penny for transportation costs, and even had to subsidize the ship and workers. This shipping king's generosity was worthy of respect. For the second transport, the shipping king dispatched 10 transport ships, making a total of 40 transport ships, enough to load all the vehicles. The shipping king knew that Tong Yu had secrets and didn't want to be discovered. So he specifically arranged for the crew members to eat in the restaurant at the dock, leaving only Tong Yu alone at Dock 3. By not having to knock out those crew members, Tong Yu saved a lot of time, and his speed in placing the cars increased. In less than half an hour, all 40 transport ships were fully loaded. After the crew finished their meals, the shipping king ordered the ships to set sail immediately. Since the port city was not yet under the jurisdiction of Long Country, it was better to avoid unnecessary delays. Mr. Bao, thank you, goodbye. Tong Yu stood on the deck and bid farewell to the shipping king. Mr. Tong, have a safe journey. We will meet again soon. The shipping king waved goodbye to Tong Yu from the dock. Watching the transport ships leave the dock, he no longer worried about inspections in the port city. Once the transport ships left the dock, they accelerated towards the sea. As long as they exited the waters near the port city, the Navy of Long Country would be there to escort the fleet, ensuring their safe return. At this moment, a maritime patrol vessel sped over from Dock 2 and quickly caught up with the fleet. We are the Royal Maritime Patrol Guard. Stop the ship for inspection. A voice blared from the loudspeaker of the patrol vessel, followed by a repeat in English. Mr. Tong, the maritime patrol ship is asking us to stop for inspection. What should we do? The captain of the transport ship having received instructions from the shipping king at the dock, was told to follow Tong Yu's orders. Do not stop the ship, continue forward. Tong Yu's spiritual sense had already detected that there were over a dozen foreigners on the patrol ship, along with several members of Long Country's team. It was clear they were using the inspection as an excuse to extort bribes. Seeing that the transport ship showed no signs of stopping and was instead maintaining speed, the foreigners immediately became furious. They had always been arrogant and reckless, taking advantage of their control over the port city. Usually, they strutted around the streets of the port city in neatly tailored suits and exquisite top hats, their eyes filled with contempt for the land and its people. In shopping malls, they carelessly selected expensive goods and ordered shop assistants around, cursing at the slightest dissatisfaction. While the already struggling staff could only endure their anger with forced smiles and apologies. At the port, they monopolized the docks, driving local workers away and depriving them of their livelihoods. They also established various unfair rules in the port city, allowing only themselves to enjoy privileges. Now, seeing the transport ship not complying, they immediately drew their guns and fired warning shots at the transport ship. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the hull of the transport ship, creating sparks. Tong Yu observed the arrogant expressions of the foreigners, while several members of Long Country's team on the patrol ship were still smiling at the foreigners, only to turn around and curse at the transport ship. Where are the doglegs? Go feed the fish. Tong Yu raised his hand and shot a punch at the patrol ship 100 meters away. With a loud bang, the punch, carrying a terrifying pressure, struck the patrol ship, which was cruising on the water, instantly smashing it to pieces like it had been hit by a giant rock, scattering steel fragments everywhere. Chapter 154. The Legend of the 100-Step Divine Fist. The captain watched in astonishment as he saw Tong Yu punch the patrol ship. He thought Tong Yu was merely venting his frustrations, but he never expected that the patrol ship on the water would produce a loud sound and then turn into steel fragments. He was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, "The 100-Step Divine Fist? Isn't Mr. Tong practicing the 100-Step Divine Fist?" The captain's face was filled with fear, and he trembled as he spoke. Tong Yu found it curious. This captain was just an ordinary person, and he didn't seem like someone who practiced martial arts. How could he mention the 100-Step Divine Fist? I also heard about the legend. Practicing the 100-Step Divine Fist requires a virgin girl who is over 18 years old and must be born at the hour. Once mastered, one can shatter stones the size of millstones with a punch within 100 steps. Since Mr. Tong was able to smash the patrol ship, he must not be practicing the 100-Step Divine Fist. I misunderstood earlier. In this age, there were people everywhere, and many ventured out at night. Even if someone obtained this technique, it would be hard to find an 18-year-old virgin born at the hour. Moreover, if a person went missing, the police would be searching. So there is such a legend. I estimate that those who practice the 100-Step Divine Fist are inhumane scum, tossing people into wells and using their vengeful spirits to cultivate. That is truly vicious. You thought I also practiced this kind of skill, right? It's okay. Don't take it to heart. It was just a misunderstanding. I believe Mr. Tong practices authentic Taoist martial arts, as he carries a strong aura of righteousness. I was reminded of that legend and shouted in a moment of urgency. The two then chatted for a while. The captain shared his experiences at sea, and Tong Yu listened intently, gaining some understanding of maritime matters. Mr. Tong, our navy has arrived, so there's no need to worry now. Tong Yu initially intended to return home to cultivate after the transport ship entered the Dragon Kingdom's waters, but the captain kept talking, and he couldn't find an excuse to leave. Moreover, since the transport ship was sailing on the sea, he would have to fly with his sword to leave, which would expose his secret. Other things could be concealed with Taoist spells, but once sword flight was revealed, he would be just an ordinary person, and everyone would know he was cultivating immortality. He then told the captain, "I'm going to the warship now. You should rest too." After saying that, he used his wind control technique and landed on the deck of the warship in one smooth motion. The Navy soldiers were on alert, and when a figure suddenly dropped from the sky, it startled them, causing them to raise their guns and aim at Tong Yu. "I am Tong Yu from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Here is my work ID." Tong Yu knew he couldn't move recklessly to avoid misunderstandings. Although he wasn't worried about the bullets harming him, revealing that he could dodge bullets would expose his secret. So he raised his hand and pointed to his jacket pocket, saying to the surrounding soldiers. A middle-aged man, looking like an officer, waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately turned around and resumed their vigilance. "Comrade Tong Yu, hello. I received orders from above and know your workplace. so there's no need to check your ID. Thank you for your hard work. The captain first saluted him and then extended his hand to shake Tong Yu's. Hello, comrade. You all are the ones truly working hard. The country's maritime territory is so vast, and it's all thanks to you for protecting the national maritime defense. Seeing the captain extend his hand, Tong Yu quickly reached out to shake it. The captain of the transport ship was astonished to see Tong Yu fly from the transport ship to the warship. Mr. Tong's lightness skill was impressive, flying over 100 meters. Indeed, there are many high-level practitioners on the mainland. Those who know martial arts in the port city are probably just bragging. Tong Yu expressed his desire to tour the warship, and the captain immediately agreed, showing him around. Currently, the Navy's warships, in terms of weaponry and various equipment, are still relatively outdated compared to warships in later times, with a significant gap. He also saw the Navy's food and living quarters, which were quite simple. The rest quarters were very basic, with only a single bed. And there was no entertainment on the warship, just a few decks of playing cards for the soldiers to pass time. 3 days later, the transport ship arrived at Tianjin port. Tong Yu waved goodbye to the captain and, after disembarking, didn't greet the person in charge of the reception vehicles. He knew he wasn't needed here and was too lazy to inquire about the country's arrangements, so he left directly from the dock. Du Lingxiang hadn't been home for several days. She knew Tong Yu had gone to the port city again. After returning home, she was all alone, and it was better to work overtime at the office, helping to organize the criminals' materials. Tong Yu returned home around 3 in the afternoon and sent a message to Du Lingxiang, letting her know he was back. He then entered the Pearl of the Great Tao and began cultivating while deducing the formation. Du Lingxiang's overtime was voluntary. At the beginning of the crackdown, the Sub-Bureau issued a directive prohibiting any leave and requiring everyone to work overtime. Now that the crackdown had passed, the internal staff at the Sub-Bureau could either voluntarily work overtime or not. Some staff members, due to poor family conditions, would actively request to work overtime to earn extra pay. Lingxiang, you're not working overtime today? Lu Jie saw Du Lingxiang packing up, looking like she was preparing to go home. She knew that Du Lingxiang and her husband had high salaries and didn't need to work overtime. Du Lingxiang had been working overtime because Tong Yu was not home. Yes, Tong Yu is back from his business trip, so I'm going home to cook for him. You two have such a good relationship. You're truly a model couple. When the next selection comes around, I'll definitely vote for you. Thank you, Lu Jie. Your family is doing well too. I heard your husband got a raise, so your life is getting better. As they chatted, they walked out of the finance department with their net bags, greeting colleagues along the way. Just as they reached the yard and were about to go to the bike shed, they saw a dark object thrown from outside. Although Du Lingxiang didn't eat at the Sub-Bureau, she brought a lunchbox to appear like she did. After her spiritual sense scanned, she saw it was a brick falling toward Lu Jie's head. Chapter 155. Mentioning deputy section level, several staff members in the yard looked over at the sound. And Lu Jie screamed, "Ah!" After throwing the net bag, Du Lingxiang rushed out the door in a few steps. Her spiritual sense had already spotted the person who threw the brick. It was a young man wearing a blue worker's cap. Bang! Thud! The young man let out a scream as he fell off his bicycle, which also toppled over and landed on him. At that moment, several colleagues from the Sub-Bureau ran over. Seeing Du Lingxiang had caught a young man, they didn't ask him questions outside, but immediately dragged him into the Sub-Bureau. With one colleague pushing his bicycle, Du Lingxiang picked up the brick and followed them into the Sub-Bureau. That was really dangerous. If it weren't for your quick reaction, I would have been hit on the head by that brick. Who is this person, so bold as to throw bricks here? He really doesn't want to live. It's okay now, Lu Jie. The person has been caught. Let's go home. Dear, I'm back. Du Lingxiang shouted as she entered the main courtyard. Having not seen Tong Yu for several days, she was already feeling eager and rushed into the bedroom, where her garments instantly disappeared, and she fell into Tong Yu's arms. Over 2 hours later, Du Lingxiang, with a flush on her face, lay in Tong Yu's embrace. Now she remembered to ask about this matter. Earlier, they had been too wrapped up in their passionate exchanges to think about mundane topics. I heard there are still those videotapes for sale in the port city. Our Sub-Bureau has confiscated quite a few, claiming they were all destroyed, but I saw some people took theirs back. Do you want to buy a few to watch together and learn from them? Huh. You also want to watch those videotapes? No wonder Su Yue mentioned you. What did Su Yue say about me? She's even more daring. She's the one who led me astray. I used to be so innocent that my heart would race and my face would burn just thinking about these things. Now, I can't believe I've turned into this. I can't hold back anymore. I still want. Tong Yu knew that the car had been received, and the country was going to reward him. He didn't care much about these rewards. Being able to hand over these items to the country was also a way of fulfilling his duty. Tongyu, you've done very well in this mission. Here is a check for $2 million. Additionally, after research, we've decided to promote your rank by 2 levels, granting you the treatment of a level 19 Deputy Section Chief. Thank you, leader. This is what I should do. Also, I've already discussed it with them. This time, there's no need for dollars. Just convert the amount according to the dollar exchange rate and give it in Dragon Kingdom currency. That's really great. It saves the country a lot of foreign exchange. Shaolin, go arrange for someone to transfer money to Tongyu's account. Minister Lu knows there are over 10 billion in his account, and that's after he donated a few billion. Otherwise, he would have over 20 billion Longwa coins. After Director Li brought Tongyu to Minister Lu's office, he went out to attend to work, leaving only Tongyu and Minister Lu in the office. As soon as Tongyu mentioned these 3 words, Minister Lu raised his hand to stop him, saying that when there is no one around, he should just call him Uncle Lu. We're all on old Li's side now, so we can speak freely. All right, Uncle Lu, I want to donate some more money. Otherwise, with so much money in my hands, I'm afraid someone might use this as an excuse. Tongyu already has over $1 billion in his account in the port city, and he also has a large amount of yen, dollars, pounds, and yuan in his ring, totaling several $billion. He has long since lost interest in the more than 10 billion Longwa coins in his account and is thinking of donating a portion to give old Li more say. Great. This way, our influence will be even more significant in the future, and no one will use this against us. How much are you planning to donate? And to which department? Minister Lu immediately understood Tongyu's intention when he heard he wanted to donate again. It was essentially a way to help them gain more power from above, indirectly supporting old Li. I'm planning to donate 1 billion to the military. Only when our army is strong can we enjoy life peacefully in the rear, and our position in the international arena will be more important. Our diplomats will also have more confidence when speaking internationally. Good. That's a great idea. It's true that only when the military is strong can we have more weight in international discussions. Let's discuss this tonight. And the department has decided to give you 3 days off to rest well. After leaving Minister Lu's office, Tongyu went to the logistics department to report the promotion. And next month's salary will increase by a few dozen yuan. He didn't care much about the extra salary. The main thing was to report his resume. And the logistics department would notify the labor department, ensuring his records were kept in the unit's archives. Since Minister Lu gave him 3 days off, Tongyu decided to go to the port city to find Lawyer Chun to sell the appliances he had on hand and buy a few tapes for Du Lingxiang, adding some fun to their life together. A few minutes later, Tongyu appeared in the villa at Deepwater Bay, picked up the phone in the living room, and dialed Lawyer Chen's number. Lawyer Chen had already finished decorating several villas for Gui Yunqing and had been looking forward to Tongyu and the others coming over. However, after hearing about the crackdown in the country, he guessed they must be busy and would take some time to come to the port city. When he received Tongyu's call today, Lawyer Chen jumped for joy and immediately drove to the Deepwater Bay villa area. Mr. Tong, are you busy? I heard there was a crackdown in the country recently, Lawyer Chen asked as he entered the villa. You've heard about it. The crackdown hasn't affected our work much. I've been busy hosting some foreign guests during this time. I have a batch of appliances, refrigerators, washing machines, TVs, VCRs, camcorders, etc., all new products from Japan, about 400,000 units. Can you find someone to take this batch? Tongyu was straightforward, directly stating the types and quantities. Japanese products? From there? No problem. I'll contact someone immediately. Chapter 156. Selling various appliances. Lawyer Chun was quick in his work. He left at noon and had news by the afternoon. Several large shopping malls in the port city had taken the batch of goods. The main reason was that the prices of these appliances were about half cheaper than the sourcing channels. Businessmen seek profits, as long as there's money to be made. They don't care where the products come from. Besides, this is the port city, which isn't under the jurisdiction of the Foot Basin Chicken Country. The remaining appliances were those in Du Lingxiang's ring. She planned to give her appliances to relatives and friends, not intending to sell them. Mr. Bao, I don't have much to give you. This is a little tea I refined. Please accept it. Given your age, just brew a leaf each time you drink tea. Tongyu borrowed someone's dock and had to show his gratitude. He might use Captain Bao's dock again in the future, so he sent him 2 jade bottles of tea. Captain Bao became interested upon hearing it was tea refined by Tongyu. If it were other types of tea, he wouldn't be as interested. Even the best Longjing or Dehongpo he had drunk before. Captain Bao had not tasted this tea yet, but smelled a rich and refreshing aroma. After taking a sip, he felt nourished by the tea, his mind clearer, and his spirits lifted. I'm glad you like it. Once this tea is finished, I'll refine some more for you. I have a few other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Captain Bao nodded, and someone immediately brought 6 boxes of red wine to load onto Tong Yu's car. Thank you, Mr. Bao. Goodbye. Tong Yu didn't refuse. Even if he didn't drink the red wine, he could give it away. He planned to sell those cars next year. Otherwise, selling appliances now and cars again would easily raise suspicions from the Foot Basin Chicken Country. It's possible that the appliances he sold in the port city had already drawn their suspicion. He wasn't afraid of the Foot Basin Chicken Country. But if the domestic side found out, it would be hard to explain. After all, the country is currently reforming and opening up, vigorously developing the economy. It's better to avoid trouble. Yes, yes, yes. I have as many as you want, ensuring clear images without any blank tapes. I have Wu Zetian, Yang Fei, Dream of the Red Chamber, Journey to the West, Jean Ping Mei, Female Secretary, Meet Pu Tuan. Tong Yu knew that selling such tapes in this era in the port city was quite normal, and there were even stars specifically filming these kinds of videos here. The prices of these tapes were the same as other tapes. They weren't more expensive because they were special. After paying, the owner packed several tapes into a bag. When he got to a place with fewer people, he used his invisibility technique and stepped on his flying sword to return to the courtyard. This trip to the port city took just 1 day, and he still had 2 days of vacation left. So he entered the Avenue of Pearls to continue practicing array techniques. In the evening, after Du Lingxiang got off work and returned home, she saw a dozen tapes on the table and felt delighted. She picked up one tape, put it in the VCR, turned on the TV, and started playing it. After just a few minutes, her face turned as red as if she had drunk alcohol, and she felt restless. Just then, Tong Yu came out from the Avenue of Pearls, and she pounced on him like a hungry wolf seeing fresh meat, her eyes sparkling. The images on the TV were clear and continued to play, and the two watched and learned together until the tape finished. Du Lingxiang was left wanting more. So she switched to another tape to continue. Darling, it's so good to have you. I love you to death. Shall we finish all these tapes? Du Lingxiang casually lay on the carpet, her hands not idle. Are you going to work tomorrow? If we want to finish all these tapes, it will take until tomorrow afternoon. I have 2 days off, but you haven't asked for leave yet. Then we'll continue tomorrow night. Right now, I need to cultivate and recover my lost energy. For 2 consecutive days, Du Lingxiang lost interest in those videotapes, and she gave the ring she received to Su Yuwei. According to her, these things are just the same back and forth. There's only a feeling at the beginning, and later it loses its novelty. Besides, she has learned everything that can be learned. After Su Yuwei's body recovered, she pulled Guo Yuncheng to do things, saying she wanted him to make up for the time she missed while pregnant. Later, after Du Lingxiang gave Su Yuwei the videotapes, she dragged Guo Yuncheng to watch the tapes every night. At first, they were both very passionate. But later Guo Yuncheng couldn't take it anymore. The saying, only a tired ox plows the field, not a damaged one, finally manifested in him. Old Tong, where is your wife? I don't know where she got some of those videotapes and gave them to Yu Wei. Look at me now. I'm so thin I'm just skin and bones. You've got to think of a way for me. Tong Yu saw that Guo Yuncheng had dark circles under his eyes and was noticeably thinner than before. His legs trembled when he walked, as if he might fall at any moment. Just throw away the videotapes or give them to your colleagues. I'll prescribe you some medicine. Otherwise, if you keep going like this, I estimate you won't live past your father's age. That's too harsh. Tong Yu patted his shoulder and injected a bit of Dao Yuan power into him to help restore his severely depleted energy. I can't give them away. If Yu Wei finds out, it would be a disaster. Right now, she is a valuable member of our family. Her status is even higher than mine. Just prescribe me some medicine. Also, tell your wife not to always think about harming me. Before leaving, Guo Yuncheng specifically reminded Tong Yu to keep an eye on Du Lingxiang. After he left, Tong Yu looked at the herbs in the ring and formulated a recipe for tonifying yang and nourishing the kidneys based on the properties of these herbs. Chapter 157. Du Lingxiang's request. The vegetables that father planted in the greenhouse had varying growth. Some were thriving, while others failed. The cucumbers and tomatoes were frozen to death, while the leeks, beans, eggplants, and green peppers were growing well. Tong Yu knew that his father could grow vegetables and crops, but he was uneducated and didn't understand scientific planting. Even if he bought books for him, he wouldn't recognize many characters, let alone understand their meanings. He needed someone to explain them slowly until he could comprehend. Just when Su Yui's maternity leave had ended, Tong Yu had her take books on how to plant greenhouse vegetables to explain to his father. Especially Gua's mother, watching her two grandsons. Didn't he know how to kiss them? Every time she rushed to change diapers, not caring about the dirt. Su's mother didn't even get the chance to wash the diapers and could only sneak off to do it when her mother-in-law wasn't paying attention. Although Su Yue studied architecture, she had strong comprehension skills and could analyze agricultural books after reading them. After the new year, the national police began to change uniforms, with the capital city first switching to olive green police uniforms, featuring red collar insignia, shoulder badges on both sides, and police written on the arm badges, with hats also changed to wide-brimmed ones. Tong Yu was also asked by Director Li to write a party application. As his introducer, he signed the application. A heavy snowfall last night indicated that winter had arrived, so people on the streets and alleys wore thick cotton coats, cotton hats, and cotton shoes. After reading his brother's letter, Tong Yu didn't consult his father and directly replied that his father was planting vegetables here and wouldn't be going home for the new year, asking him to lock the door of their old home. Later, although he learned how to control the temperature in the greenhouse from Su Yue and understood the role of the straw curtain, the vegetables just planted had only recently sprouted, and it would probably be spring before they could be eaten. The vegetables planted this year in the greenhouse were just enough to feed these few families. Du Shuang was introduced to a man named Tian Jianyong, who worked at the District Armed Forces Department. Tian Jianyong had spent all his savings and borrowed a lot of money from colleagues, only to be deceived by the other party. After learning the reason, Tian Jianyong was furious and reported the family of his father-in-law for marriage fraud. Moreover, his wife hadn't gone for a hospital checkup. She just felt unwell and found an old Chinese medicine doctor nearby to treat her. This old doctor had excellent medical skills and diagnosed her just by feeling her pulse. After losing the lawsuit, Tian Jianyong worked hard for a few more years. But when someone introduced him to a partner, he dared not meet her. He still had outstanding debts and was afraid others would say he had no money to marry, not wanting his partner to come over and help him pay off debts. His old leader was concerned about his marriage and had his wife, who worked at the street office, introduce him to a suitable partner. The old leader's wife, Director Liu, had her eye on Du Shuang from the unit. Du Shuang was happy for her sister's upcoming marriage. She had met Tian Jianyong once at her family home and felt he was practical and responsible, much better than the previous Liang Jianxi. Hearing Du Shuang say her sister was getting married, Tong Yu didn't ask who the person was or what job they did. He just had his wife look after sending some gifts to her sister, as he generally wouldn't participate in matters concerning his father-in-law's family. He preferred to spend time cultivating instead. Now, his formation path had upgraded to the second-level formation master realm, and his cultivation was nearing the peak of the initial stage of the golden core, estimating that by spring next year, he would likely break through to the mid-stage of the golden core. Although he had advanced to the second-level formation master, Tong Yu still aimed to break the formation at the divine dragon rack. He planned to elevate his formation path realm to the third-level formation master before attempting to break that formation. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, which happened to be a Sunday, Du Shuang got married, and her two brothers and two younger brothers escorted her to Tian Jianyong's home. Du Shuang and her father, Du Guochang, watched their eldest daughter leave, shedding tears. Although both Tian Jianyong and Du Shuang were on their second marriages, they were fortunate that they had no children from previous relationships, and the wedding was quite lively. Tian Jianyong's family consisted of two sisters and a brother, with the two sisters already married, plus his parents, making it a household of 6. They lived in 2 rooms with an external kitchen, which felt a bit cramped. After the wedding, Tian Jianyong's brother was moved to share a room with their parents. Before getting married, Tian Jianyong applied for housing at his unit. But housing in the city was very tight. Some families lived in a single room with 3 generations, and there were no vacant houses available at the unit. So his application was not approved, and he could only wait for a vacant house to be arranged for him later. Du Shuang wanted her sister to live comfortably. So in the past few days after work, she worked hard to make Tong Yu comfortable. You're sucking and licking again, and you're so proactive every time. You didn't used to do this much. Why are you so enthusiastic these days? I feel like you're a bit abnormal. Tong Yu felt that Du Shuang was acting unusually these days, being too gentle and compliant, doing whatever he said, and being very proactive, speaking softly, which didn't seem like her usual character. There must be something going on. Dear, don't you like it? Du Shuang extended her little tongue and licked away a trace from the corner of her mouth. This enticing action made Tong Yu erupt again. More than 2 hours later, Du Ling Shuang, with a flushed face, lay in Tong Yu's arms, saying, "Dear, I want to talk to you about something. Can I let my sister and them live in my father's yard until they get a house, and then move out? What do you think?" Upon hearing that Du Ling Shuang had such plans, Tong Yu understood why she had been more gentle and compliant these days. She must have been working hard to persuade him not to disagree. "Dear, say something. Do you not want my sister to live there?" Du Ling Shuang saw Tong Yu not speaking and thought he disagreed, so she started to act cute. "So you have a purpose for doing this. I didn't know you were so scheming, even playing tricks on me. You deserve a spanking." Chapter 158. Du Yu Shuang moves the next morning. Du Ling Shuang covered her buttocks, feeling a bit sore while walking. She looked at Tong Yu with a resentful expression, thinking, "This bastard, so heartless. Hitting so hard that there are handprints on her bottom, and not allowing her to use her energy to recover." Not only did he check on her in the morning, but he also had to check again when she got home in the evening. Otherwise, he would continue to hit her. "This is a lesson for you, little girl. If I don't hit you for 3 days, you dare to climb on the roof and play tricks on me. Let's see if you dare to do that again." Du Ling Shuang rode her bicycle, too scared to sit on the saddle, so she had to stand while riding. People on the street found it strange, wondering why this girl was riding a bicycle like that. Did she have hemorrhoids? "Ling Shuang, why are you standing? Aren't you tired?" Lu Jia asked in confusion when she saw her standing while filling out a report. Du Ling Shuang quickly made up an excuse and lied a bit. Wang Jia experienced. Guessed something was up when she saw Du Ling Shuang frowning occasionally, but she didn't know that Du Ling Shuang's butt was swollen. "No, it's not like that, Wang Jia. I accidentally fell this morning, and my butt hurts so much that I can't sit." When Lu Jia heard this, she thought there was nothing to be embarrassed about and approached with concern, wanting to check her pants. After work in the afternoon, Du Ling Shuang rode her bike home while standing again. When she arrived home, she saw Tong Yu had already returned, and her heart sank. "Come here. Let me check you." Seeing her condition, Tong Yu knew she hadn't dared to use her energy to recover. He grabbed her arm and took her to the bedroom. Du Ling Shuang automatically tucked away her law robes, revealing her fair skin, but there were still a few bruises on her, but that hadn't faded, making her look quite pitiful. The next morning, Du Ling Shuang got out of bed with a flushed face, kissed Tong Yu, and said, "Dear, thank you. I'm going to talk to Dad first, then I'll go to my sister's house." Both of them had sisters, and their sisters were good to them, so naturally, they wanted to help in times of need. Tong Yu also understood Du Ling Shuang's intentions and was happy to enjoy it a bit more. This was also a fun way to spice up their marital life, so he intentionally slapped Du Ling Shuang's butt a few times. Believing that hitting is a form of affection, Du Ling Shuang cooperated well, and after a day of play, the matter passed. "Dad, Aunt Hongmei, I'm bringing you some beef and canned goods. They're from the unit, and we can't finish them, so I brought them over." Tong Jingshan saw his daughter-in-law coming with things and quickly signaled Mu Hongmei to take the bag. He felt embarrassed to take it himself since she was his daughter-in-law, and accepting things would inevitably involve hand contact, which he was still quite traditional about. "Ling Shuang, you keep them. If we have guests at home, we will have something to entertain them with. Why send us anything?" Mu Hongmei accepted the bag from Du Ling Shuang's hand and politely said a few words. Now that she was well-fed and well-dressed, she had little to do except tend to the small vegetable garden, and life was much better than before. "Dad, I want to tell you something. My sister's current place is too small, and I want her and her family to move here. They can stay until their unit allocates them a house. What do you think?" Du Ling Shuang had previously sweet-talked Tong Yu, and now came to her father-in-law to discuss this matter. She had to do this for her sister because her sister had been good to her in the past. If it were 2 brothers or a younger brother, she wouldn't exert so much effort. Come on. We have so many rooms here. Let them live wherever they want. It's good to have someone to talk to, and it will be livelier with more people around. This courtyard will have more of a lively atmosphere." This 3-entry 4-courtyard house, although the front yard had been completely demolished, still had the main courtyard and the back courtyard, with plenty of empty rooms. When Tong Jingshan heard it was Du Ling Shuang's sister moving in, he immediately agreed, especially since the house wasn't his, and Du Ling Shuang had a say in it. "All right, I'll go tell my sister. Since it's Sunday, they aren't working and have time to move. Then you go ahead. I'll tidy up the house for them. They can stay in the east wing first. It's warmer when the sun is out in the afternoon." Tong Jingshan put down his work, and he and Mu Hongmei went to tidy up the east wing. Du Ling Shuang then went to her sister's house, which was a large shared courtyard with several families living there, quite lively with many elderly and children. Tian Jianyang's family lived in the west room, close to the north wall, and they had built a small kitchen. With many households in the courtyard, they had to keep quiet at night to avoid being overheard. Sister, brother-in-law, uncle, aunt, are you all home? Du Ling Shuang greeted several people after arriving at the shared courtyard. Xiao Shuang, why do you have time to come over today? Don't you have overtime? Du Yu Shuang asked when she saw her sister arrive, thinking she might have to work due to the recent crackdown before the new year. Xiao Shuang, come in and sit. It's cold outside. Xiao Shan, go get some water for your sister Ling Shuang. Tian's father and mother saw their daughter-in-law's sister arrive, and even though she didn't bring anything, they didn't mind and quickly directed their younger son. Uncle, no need to fuss. I'm here to discuss something with my sister. My brother-in-law said I want my sister and brother-in-law to move to my father-in-law's house. There are more rooms there, and once my sister and the others move out, Xiao Shan can also come back to live. Ah, that's great. Jianyong, what do you think? Du Yu Shuang was delighted to hear they wanted to move, as she and Tian Jianyong had to be quiet at night after getting married, which was quite difficult. Tian Jianyong always listened to Du Yu Shuang, but since their parents were still at home, he looked to them for their opinions. Tian's father and mother were also happy to hear their eldest son was moving out, as it wasn't convenient for the younger son to live with them. Xiao Shan was in high school and needed to study at night, with his parents nagging beside him. He couldn't focus, so he was happier than anyone else to hear his brother was moving out. He would finally have his own room without anyone bothering him while he studied. Thank you so much for letting them stay at your father-in-law's house. Xiao Yong, once you get there, be diligent. Xiao Shuang's father-in-law is older, so help out with anything. Chapter 159. Teaching Su Yue a lesson. Tian Jianyang's family found a cart to carry bedding and clothes, but they didn't need to move furniture or kitchenware. When the Tian family arrived at the 3-entry 4-courtyard house, they saw a large greenhouse covered with plastic in the front yard, not knowing what it was for. But they didn't have time to check and pushed the cart to the main courtyard. It was also Du Yu Shuang's first time visiting this 3-entry 4-courtyard house. She didn't know Tong Yu had another one here, thinking they only had that 2-entry 4-courtyard house. Sister, brother-in-law, this is my dad, and this is Aunt Hongmei. My dad has already tidied up the east wing for you. You can stay here. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Sorry for the trouble. If we do anything wrong in the future, please forgive us. What are you talking about? Here, we are all one family. With you here, it will be livelier. Tian's father walked over to shake hands with Tong's father and thought for a moment before saying this. My brother is right. We are also in-laws. Let's have lunch at home today. Nobody can leave. Today, we're officially acquainted. Later, we'll have a couple of drinks. Hongmei, go cook. I'll help. Mother Tian wanted to talk more with Mu Hongmei to see what kind of woman she is, whether she is easy to talk to, so that her daughter-in-law wouldn't suffer. She saw Mu Hongmei take a large piece of meat out of the big freezer, and then some green beans, eggplants, and chives from the big fridge. These vegetables looked very fresh. How could there be vegetables at this time of year? Sister, where did you buy these vegetables? They're so fresh, it's rare to see. These are vegetables we grew ourselves. That big greenhouse in the front yard is where we grow them. Mother Tian was surprised. She had never seen greenhouse vegetables before, which is why she was so astonished. At first, we had no experience. The cucumbers and tomatoes we planted were all frozen to death. Later, it was that girl Rui Wei who explained it to us, and we understood how to grow vegetables. Now, the cucumbers and tomatoes have sprouted, but we have to wait until next year for them to bear fruit. The variety of dishes made for lunch was not many, but the portions were generous. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, green beans stir-fried with shredded meat, chives scrambled with eggs, potatoes stewed with beef, and cabbage tofu soup. Wife. We've been married for a while now, but I haven't met my brother-in-law yet. What is he busy with? He didn't come over even on Sunday. After Tian Jianyong and his wife tidied up the house, Du Yu Shuang made him a cup of tea to wake him up from his drunkenness. And only then did Tian Jianyong start asking questions. Tong Yu works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He might have been a bit busy before the new year. They've both been busy with work, and even after being married for so long, they don't have a child yet. The family is worried about them. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is indeed a good unit, and it's normal to be busy before the new year. However, since they don't have children, it's likely they aren't thinking about it yet. They're both still young and probably want to enjoy a few more years. Although Tian Jianyong is honest and doesn't talk much, he is not foolish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a squad leader in the army. Every time I talk to Xiao Shuang about having kids, she says she is not in a hurry. Maybe they have their own plans. This isn't something I can manage. Let us not talk about them. You should rest for a bit. I'll see if there's anything outside I can help with. After Tong Yu got up, he used his spiritual sense to check and realized that his sister-in-law's family had moved in. So he didn't pay much attention and quickly entered the Pearl of the Great Tao to continue studying the formation path. He thought about leveling up to a third-level formation master as soon as possible so that he could go to Shenlongjia. That formation had always been on his mind, and he imagined what treasures might be inside: spirit herbs, spirit fruits, or other treasures. After leaving the courtyard, Du Lingshuang went to see Su Ruiwei. Now that Su Ruiwei's maternity leave was over, she had started going back to work. Her 2 children were both 6 months old, and since they were fed breast milk and formula every day, both were plump and healthy. It said that babies can roll over after 3 months and can sit up by 6 months. But these 2 were so chubby that they couldn't even sit up properly. If you made them sit, they would just fall over. I heard from my husband Tong Yu that your old Gua came to him asking for medicine. You little vixen, you just recovered and can't sit still. And you even sold me out. Just wait, I want to give you anything. Du Lingshuang began to scold Su Ruiwei when she saw that there were only the 2 of them in the room. Me a vixen? I learned it from you. You're even more of a vixen than I am. Otherwise, how could you have so many videotapes? Some of them are really disgusting. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. As Su Ruiwei spoke, she seemed to recall something and suddenly started to vomit. You're not pregnant again, are you? Come here. Let me check your pulse and see if you are. Du Lingshuang grabbed her wrist. What are you talking about? It's hard to get pregnant while breastfeeding. I'm telling you, you wouldn't understand since you've never had a child. Su Ruiwei shook off her hand. Who says you can't get pregnant while breastfeeding? Maybe you have a high fertility rate. You've been busy during this time. I heard from my husband Tong Yu that old Gua is almost so thin he looks like a stick. He is too embarrassed to say anything and had to send me instead. You little vixen, all you think about is this stuff. You don't know how to restrain yourself. If you go too hard, I wonder how you'll live the rest of your life. Ouch. Sister, don't hit me anymore. It hurts so much. My butt hurts. I'll definitely restrain myself from now on. I'll cut it down to 5 times a week. No, 3 times, just 3 times is good. Du Lingshuang vented her frustration about Tong Yu smacking her own, but onto Su Ruiwei, giving her a few slaps on the butt until Su Ruiwei begged for mercy and finally called her sister. That's really too harsh. Are you hitting an enemy? My Qingzi has never hit me like that. Just wait. I'll have my Qingzi go complain to your old Tong and see if he doesn't make your butt swell. Su Ruiwei covered her butt, feeling that it must be bruised. Looking at Du Lingshuang, who had already escaped to the yard, she vowed fiercely. Chapter 160. A new year has arrived on the afternoon of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Most units in Sijiacheng had already gone on holiday. Except for those on duty, everyone else had gone home to prepare for the new year. The streets and alleys were filled with various aromas, and the market was bustling with people buying New Year goods, with sellers calling out and haggling echoing through the various New Year markets in the capital. The reform and opening up policies had been in place for several years, and people's living standards were gradually improving, with more and more wealthy individuals. On his way home from work, Tong Yu passed by a market that had formed spontaneously a year ago. He pushed his bicycle through the market and saw more and more New Year goods appearing, knowing that the country was developing better and better, and in the future, there would be southern fruits and greenhouse vegetables. Dear, your dad wants us to go over there for New Year's Eve dinner tonight. You see what we should bring. Just take whatever you think is good. Tong Yu didn't care much about having New Year's Eve dinner. He just wanted to avoid these customs living in the mundane world. Du Lingshuang's unit gave out a bag of 40 pounds of flour, 2 bottles of sesame oil, and a bonus of 50 yuan, which was not as good as Tong Yu's unit benefits, but was still decent compared to other units. They didn't need to eat out, so they prepared to take these things to her father's place, and Du Lingshuang planned to bring some beef offal, and some seafood as well. Gua Yunqing's family hadn't gone back to their hometown for the new year either. Their 2 children were still small, and the weather outside was cold, so they were afraid of freezing the kids. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was again spent together by the 2 families, this time at her father's place, where there were vegetables in the greenhouse to eat. Du Yueshuang and Tian Jianyong went back to the Tian family for the New Year's Eve dinner. After all, it was time for family reunions. Tong Yu glanced at Gua Yunqing's health, which was much better than when he last saw him. That's not for me. It's for one of my direct leaders. He is under a lot of work pressure. He is only in his 40s and can't handle it anymore. His wife complains every day, and he doesn't take it for free. He pays for it, 10 yuan a piece. I'm not taking money. I'll give it to you. Damn, I'm not a medicine seller. Are you starting a business? No. Could you do me a favor? Isn't it also to build a good relationship with the leaders? Forget it. Forget it. I want to take the money. I'll give you 10 pieces. If you want more, go to the Chinese medicine shop to buy the herbs. I've told you the prescription. You can just go to the Chinese medicine shop to make the pills. Otherwise, how could I say you're my buddy? If you don't help me, you want to feel good about it. After Gui Yunqing took the porcelain bottle, he said something that made Tong Yu want to kick him. It reminded him of a skit he had seen in his past life, which spoke of such words. Two families had a lively reunion dinner for the new year. Gui Yunqing had 2 sons and chose not to set off firecrackers, fearing it might scare the children. Du Lingxue wasn't in the mood to set off firecrackers alone. And Tong Yu wasn't interested either. He thought the sound of firecrackers was too soft and quite noisy. Since last year, there has been the first Spring Festival Gala on national television, and this year, after finishing their New Year's Eve dinner, everyone went to watch the gala. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Tong Yu and Du Lingxue visited their father and Mu Hongmei to wish them a happy new year, then went to Gui Yunqing's home to pay their respects to Gui's parents, and finally visited Li Jigang's house to wish his mother well. They didn't visit other families, as they had gotten used to not going. Otherwise, if they went this year but not next year, it would seem inconsiderate. After paying their respects, they had lunch at their father's place. It is customary to have a meal with family on the first day of the new year. In the past, it was fine that he didn't return to his hometown, but now that his father was in the capital, they came over. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Du Lingxue was returning to her family home, which was also the day for Du Yueshuang to visit her parents. Tong Yu and Du Lingxue went back early to help. Du Yueshuang's visit felt much quieter since it was her second marriage, so Du Guiqiang didn't invite many people. However, out of a sense of face, the Du family still came. Du Guoxuan and Auntie greeted Tong Yu with smiles. Last year, Du Lingxue and Tong Yu had given them dozens of pounds of beef, a pound of tea, and some rare seafood. Auntie had always thought highly of Tong Yu and was now friendly towards Du Lingxue as well. Tong Yu is here, come sit over here. Du Guoxuan pointed to the chair beside him for Tong Yu to sit down. Xiaoshuang, come here, let's talk. Auntie sent her daughter away so Du Lingxue could sit next to her. The Du family knew that Tong Yu was favored by Du Guoxuan, but they were not jealous. Instead, they envied him. They were all drinking Tong Yu's tea, and everyone smiled when they saw him. Du Yueshuang returned early today, while Tian Jianyong would come later. The custom here is for the new son-in-law to arrive late and be accompanied by a leader. When Tong Yu returned to visit, it was Gui Yunqing who came with him, as he had no other relatives in the capital, only this friend. Tian Jianyong was brought by his former leader, who was also the district's armed forces minister, a regiment-level official. In ordinary families, this rank is not small, giving the in-laws face. Elder brother-in-law is here. Du Dongpa and his brother waited at the gate, and when they saw Tian Jianyong and a middle-aged man riding a bicycle, they shouted while running into the courtyard. The Du family stood up to greet them, regardless of ranks. It was a matter of etiquette. Hey, you're the old squad leader? Salute. District Armed Forces Minister Lu Dongliang, seeing Du Guoxuan in the crowd, was surprised and immediately stood up straight to salute. Oh, it's Xiao Lu. Today you are a guest. Please come in. Please come in. Du Guoxuan habitually raised his hand in return, smiling as he pulled Lu Dongliang's hand. He hadn't expected today would be the day Lu brought his new son-in-law. Chapter 161. Tong Yu's request. Once everyone was seated, Du Guoqiang began introducing the new son-in-law. This is your elder uncle. This is your second uncle. This is your third uncle. This is your fourth uncle. And finally introduced Tong Yu since he was the youngest at the table. This is Tong Yu, Lingshua's partner. It was also Tong Yu's first time meeting Tian Jianyong, making them brothers-in-law. Hello, hello. I've heard about you for a long time, but never met you until today. Now that Yueshuang is settled, Guoqiang can rest assured. With these 2 sons-in-law, life will surely be good. Du Guoxuan looked at the 2 sons-in-law. Tian Jianyong was steady, and Tong Yu was capable and wealthy. Recently, he donated 10 billion long country dollars, significantly increasing their family's influence, and those following them benefited greatly. Tong Yu hadn't received a promotion, but others had. In the military, Li Jiangguo, Hu Fuqing, and Du Dongliang had all been promoted to deputy regiment level. Minister Lu Dongliang was in a great mood today after seeing his old leader and drank quite a bit at the banquet. When he first arrived, he didn't know Tian Jianyong's father-in-law was related to Du Guoxuan. He thought it was just an ordinary family, and didn't connect the dots since many people shared the surname Du. He also didn't expect Tian Jianyong to have ties to Du Guoxuan. Lu Dongliang brought Tian Jianyong to visit the Du family to see what they were like. After all, Tian Jianyong had been deceived once and couldn't be fooled again. Tong Yu didn't drink much. He wasn't the main character today. He had a simple meal and had a couple of drinks with the Du family before sitting aside to listen to their conversations, occasionally offering cigarettes to those at the table. At the banquet, aside from drinking, they mostly smoked, with little food on the table. After more than an hour, the banquet concluded. Lu Dongliang was a bit tipsy, and Tian Jianyong and Du Dongxing sent him home. I'm sorry, Yue Shuang. It's all my fault for being weak. Tong Yu saw Du Guoxuan out the door, said goodbye to Du Lingxue, and headed home first. Du Lingxue needed to help her family tidy up before she could return. In the following days of the holiday, the two focused on their training in the Pearl of the Great Road. Days passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the first month. After entering March, the weather began to warm up, and spring returned, followed closely by sandstorms that ravaged the entire capital. Tong Yu was calculating the time, preparing to go to the southern battlefield. He knew there would be a fierce battle this year, but many soldiers would sacrifice their lives. Since he had foreseen this battle and had gained powerful abilities, he felt he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. It would be unworthy of his cultivation. However, he needed to figure out how to request leave to go to the southern battlefield and would have to discuss it with Minister Lu. Even asking for leave from the unit required a valid reason. The next day at work, Tong Yu went directly to Minister Lu's office. Tong Yu, what brings you here? Minister Lu knew Tong Yu wouldn't come to his office without a reason. I would like to request leave to go to the southern battlefield. I've been looking at some internal references these days, and I feel there will be a major battle this year, so I want to participate at the front lines. I hope Uncle Lu can approve my request. You want to go to the front lines? Tong Yu, I know your skills are good, but bullets don't have eyes. No matter how skilled you are, you can't stop bullets. You should just focus on your work and not act on a moment of impulsive bravery to head to the front lines. Uncle Lu, my abilities have greatly increased now. Ordinary bullets can hardly hit me. This time, the enemy is mobilizing elite troops. Moreover, they've been fighting since the 1970s. Their soldiers have rich combat experience, and they have officers who graduated from our side directing them, well-versed in our military theories, perhaps even more proficient than our commanders. During the tense moments of confrontation on the battlefield, our every move seems to be anticipated by the enemy. Just like mentioned in the internal references, before a certain battle, we meticulously planned an ambush. Our troops, following the established plan, lay in wait on both sides of the enemy's path under the cover of night, quietly waiting for the prey to arrive. However, when the enemy finally appeared in our sight, their marching formation put our troops on high alert. They did not enter the ambush zone unprepared as before, but maintained a high level of vigilance, with every soldier's movement showcasing well-trained discipline. Just as we were about to take action, the enemy suddenly changed direction, avoiding our ambush point and taking another route. It turned out that the enemy had long since seen through our plans, and our ambush mission ended in failure. After Tong Yu finished speaking, he took out a confidential report from his pocket, pointed at the content, and placed it on Minister Lu's desk. Minister Lu picked up the report, read it carefully, and after a moment of contemplation, slowly said, I will call Old Li to discuss your request. You can go about your business for now. I will inform you once I have news. After Tong Yu left, Minister Lu pondered whether to send Tong Yu to the front lines. If something happened to Tong Yu at the front, he would lose a capable assistant. Tong Yu had generated a significant amount of foreign exchange for the country. Sending him to the front lines now would be reckless. A civil servant going to the front lines, even for a morale-boosting visit, was unnecessary. Old Li, I need to discuss something with you. Tong Yu came to see me today. Minister Lu dialed the phone number of Li Jiangwo's father and explained the situation. After listening to Minister Lu, Li Jiangwo's father immediately agreed without hesitation. He had received a letter from his son before the new year, which indicated how powerful the protective talisman Tong Yu had given them was. Let him go with thee. I will arrange a military direct pass for him, so he can act freely once he gets to the southern border. Don't worry, old Lu. I have confidence in him. After work, Tong Yu told Du Lingshuang about his plan to go to the front lines. He knew Minister Lu would speak to Li Jiangwo's father about it, and his father would surely agree. Chapter 162. Taking the train to the southwest, Du Lingshuang was not surprised when she heard Tong Yu say he was going to the southern border, knowing that there was fighting there. However, she was not worried about Tong Yu's safety. She was no longer a novice in the cultivation world and understood how powerful cultivators could be. If Tong Yu, a golden core stage cultivator, were injured by mundane weapons, it would mean they were both practicing false cultivation. Du Lingshuang felt eager, and a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Although she had never killed anyone, she had seen many executions and had become accustomed to it over time. The two spent another passionate night together and continued to work refreshed the next day. Tongyu, there is a going to the southern border, leaving tomorrow. You should go with them. Here is your special pass. You can present it if necessary to prove your identity. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I will definitely make you proud this time. Just wait for the good news. He added, let other departments see that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not just talk. We have powerful military strength to conquer the world. After returning home that evening, Tongyu informed Du Lingshuang that he would be departing the next day and gathering at the train station. Will you come back tomorrow night? I can't sleep without you by my side. How about I find you on the way after work and return in the morning? The next day, Tongyu arrived at Yongdingmen train station and saw a group of about 60 soldiers with various musical instruments lined up on the platform. This must be the welcome. Reporter Tong, I am Lu Quanmin, the captain leading this. A middle-aged soldier wearing glasses approached, saluted, and shook Tongyu's hand. The further was quite good. The railway had specially allocated them a carriage. Once everyone boarded, the female team members chattered excitedly, while the male members took out various instruments to maintain them. The train rattled rhythmically along the tracks as Tongyu put away his camera and gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, his thoughts drifting to memories of his past life. In his previous life, he was still a teacher at school during this time, and he only learned about this war years later through snippets he found online. Now that he was here in this life, and with such powerful cultivation, he was determined not to let tragedy happen again. He decided that once he arrived in the southern border, he would directly implement a decapitation operation. Reporter Tong, can you take a few photos of us? A clear and pleasant voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The voice belonged to a short-haired girl who wasn't particularly beautiful, but was quite pleasant to the eye, especially in her military uniform, which made her look spirited, though not as pretty as Du Lingshuang. Moreover, she carried a vibe that suggested she was already married. The captain had introduced her on the platform. Her name was Li Xining, a singer in the... Sure, where should I take them? Tongyu did not refuse her request. After all, these female team members had the courage to volunteer for the front lines, which deserved his respect. Right here in the carriage, with my sisters, Li Xining said with a smile. Soon, several other female team members in military uniforms gathered around, standing in position with youthful smiles on their faces. Tongyu raised his camera and clicked several photos in quick succession, capturing this beautiful moment. The female team members leaned in to look at the photos on his camera, chattering excitedly as the train continued to rattle along. In this era, trains hadn't yet sped up. They only traveled at a little over 60 kilometers per hour. Once they entered the mountainous areas, the speed dropped to around 40 kilometers. The distance from the capital to Kuan City was over 2,000 kilometers. And with multiple stops along the way, even taking the express train would take about 2 to 3 days. Tongyu clearly remembered a train journey he took to the south after resigning from school in his previous life. His legs had swollen from sitting for so long, and since then, he had tried to minimize his travel, fearing he would have to ride trains again, which left him with a psychological shadow. By evening, after the team members finished their meals in the carriage, they were exhausted. Fortunately, there were many empty seats, and some male team members offered their 3-person seats to the female members so they could lie down and rest. Tongyu pretended to go to the restroom, opened the door, and quickly scanned with his consciousness, soon spotting Du Lingshuang flying over on her sword. Wife, I'm off work, Tongyu communicated with her through his consciousness. Du Lingshuang quickly stepped into the restroom, and Tongyu transported her into the Pearl of the Great Tao. After leaving the restroom, he found a seat away from everyone, checked that no one was paying attention, and also entered the Pearl of the Great Tao. Inside the Pearl of the Great Tao, Du Lingshuang had already set up a bed and was sitting on it waiting for him. When she saw him enter, she immediately leaped into his arms and kissed him passionately. How much longer until we reach Kuan City? She asked while lying in his embrace after they finished. We should arrive the day after tomorrow. Once we get there, we will take action. For now, let's cultivate. I feel you are about to break through. From the aura emanating from Du Lingshuang, Tongyu sensed that she was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and was not far from breaking through to the golden core stage. The next morning, Tongyu took the opportunity of going to the restroom to let Du Lingshuang leave. Over the next 2 days, Du Lingshuang visited him every night, leaving each morning with a satisfied expression. 3 days later, the train arrived in Kuan City, where several military vehicles were already waiting to pick up the. Chapter 163. Seizing the armory, the person in charge of receiving the at the military camp was Political Commissar Wang. Seeing the team members disembark, each looking tired and worn out, he understood that they had been on the train for so long, and, combined with the bumpy ride, they were exhausted. He arranged for them to freshen up first and have dinner before resting. Comrades, you have worked hard. After eating, you should take a good rest. We will discuss your arrangements tomorrow. Thank you, Political Commissar Wang. We will have a brief rehearsal tomorrow morning and in the afternoon. We will first perform in the military camp and then go to the front line for a performance. All right, the soldiers have been looking forward to your arrival. Thank you. Political Commissar Wang shook hands with Captain Liu, expressed his gratitude, and then went off to attend to other work. Tong Yu was assigned to a 4-person room in the barracks, and currently, there were only him and Captain Liu in the room. Captain Liu, I have to carry out a mission. I wish you a successful performance. Captain Liu, being a soldier, naturally knew how strict the guard was at the military camp at night. If Tong Yu went out now, he might be discovered. This was not the mainland, where the guarding soldiers would first warn with a shot, but rather they would shoot to kill directly. Captain Liu, don't worry, goodbye. What amazing lightness of foot. Captain Liu exclaimed in surprise. He saw that Tong Yu was determined to leave, so he followed him out the door. Unexpectedly, Tong Yu jumped directly onto the roof. Although this was a temporary military camp and the roof was not very high, it was still over 3 meters. Tong Yu surprisingly jumped up without any assistance, showing how impressive his lightness of foot was. After work, Du Lingshuang took her flying sword to this place. However, upon seeing Tong Yu and the team members sitting in a truck, she decided to first go to the front line to take a look. When she arrived at the front line, she realized how tough the soldiers had it. The damp and suffocating cat ear holes, the trenches mixed with mud and water, and the soldiers wearing only a pair of underwear, with some wrapping cloth around themselves, as if wearing a skirt. Du Lingshuang was deeply shocked. What kind of soldiers were they? They endured hardships and sacrifices for the sake of the people in the rear of the country to live in peace and contentment. Her eyes turned red, as she had never expected to see such resilient soldiers in such harsh conditions. I felt your position and came over. The soldiers here are indeed admirable. Tong Yu's spiritual sense also saw the soldiers here. His eyes filled with respect. Is there anything we can do for them? Du Lingshuang raised her hand to wipe her glasses. In the subtropical rainforest, not only were there various poisonous creatures hiding in the jungle, but there were also enemies planting various landmines and branches concealed with grenades, which could easily lead to falling into swamps. At the foot of a large mountain, about tens of thousands of troops had gathered, with many enemy troops still on their way to the assembly point. There was a huge munitions depot inside the mountain, which had been hollowed out by the enemy, containing a large number of various firearms and ammunition, as well as machine guns, light artillery, mortars, heavy artillery, tanks, trucks, and jeeps. The perimeter of the mountain was heavily guarded, with sentries every 3 steps and watch posts every 5 steps. The enemy was also afraid that our reconnaissance troops would infiltrate and blow up this munitions depot. Such strict vigilance was very effective against reconnaissance troops, but it had no effect on Tong Yu and his partner, who were cultivators. The two used invisibility techniques to easily enter the interior of the munitions depot. The slaughter began. Not a single enemy here should be spared. We'll split up, Tong Yu transmitted to Du Lingshuang. Then he released his spiritual sense, enveloping all the weapons and strategic supplies inside the munitions depot, waving his hand to collect them into the Pearl of the Great Way. There was a whole battalion of enemy troops in the depot, some on guard, some organizing weapons and ammunition, and some logistical officers holding documents, directing soldiers to distribute weapons to each unit. These enemy troops were busy, suddenly realizing that all the weapons, ammunition, and strategic supplies in the munitions depot had disappeared, and they all exclaimed loudly. The guards were also taken aback, quickly looking around, hoping to find the missing munitions. As these enemy troops were in a panic, 2 beams of white light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, decapitating the heads of the enemy soldiers. In an instant, heads rolled in the cave, and corpses littered the ground. The guards didn't even have time to shoot before being completely slaughtered by the 2 beams of white light. In less than 5 seconds, the entire battalion of guards, over 300 soldiers, had been wiped out. Tong Yu collected the flying sword, waved his hand, and stored the weapons from the guards and the grenades they carried into his ring. Du Lingshuang raised her hand to cast several flames, turning the bodies into ashes, and the cave was immediately filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Let us go. We can head back. Tong Yu knew that without these weapons and ammunition, it would be difficult for the enemy to organize a counterattack. Du Lingshuang was still a bit reluctant, wanting to kill more enemies. But Tong Yu knew that if they continued, this book would be blocked. The two used invisibility techniques to leave the cave. And after reaching the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, in an open area, Tong Yu waved his hand to place all the weapons, ammunition, vehicles, artillery, and tanks from the Pearl of the Great Way onto the ground, knowing that someone would discover these weapons and strategic supplies tomorrow. Then the two took their flying swords back to the courtyard. Chapter 164. Du Lingshuang is pregnant. After Tong Yu returned home, he didn't go to work. He wanted to stay at home to cultivate for a few days, calculating the time the train would be on the road, before reporting back to the unit. For these few days, he continued to derive array techniques within the Pearl of the Great Way. He felt that he was close to a breakthrough in array techniques. The patterns for the third-level array had already been carved out, but there were still some flaws when connecting with other patterns, lacking completeness and smoothness. Just as Du Lingshuang was about to break through to the Golden Core stage, she discovered that she was actually pregnant. After vomiting for a long time, she only expelled some sour water. She was now practicing fasting and not eating anything, so naturally, she couldn't bring anything else up. Lingshuang, are you pregnant? When I was pregnant, I had the same symptoms as you. After work at noon, go to the hospital for a checkup. No way. We have been taking precautions. Du Lingshuang was half convinced. After hearing Sister Wang's words, she didn't dare to use her energy anymore. If she accidentally refined her child, it would be difficult to conceive again in the future. Today, she didn't even dare to use her spiritual sense, planning to have Tong Yu check on her when she got home in the afternoon, which she thought would be more accurate than going to the hospital. There's nothing impossible about it. No matter how good the precautions are, there can still be mistakes. Both I and your sister Wang have had a few abortions. Sometimes I really think about getting sterilized to avoid the pain of abortion. After work at noon, go to the hospital for a checkup. This is your first child. You must be careful. The country is also implementing family planning, so you need to pay attention. Du Lingshuang's head was spinning. She couldn't focus on her work and kept thinking about whether she was pregnant and whether to keep the child. She didn't go to the hospital for a checkup at noon and told Sister Wang and Sister Lu that she would observe for a few days and go to the hospital for a checkup on Sunday. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu quickly scanned Du Lingshuang's lower abdomen with his spiritual sense and indeed saw the embryo developing in her uterus. Does that mean I can't cultivate anymore? Do I have to wait until the child is born? Hearing Tong Yu confirm, Du Lingshuang was both surprised and delighted. She was shocked that she wouldn't be able to cultivate in the future, but delighted that she finally had a child. Every time she saw Su Yue's two children, she thought about when she could have a child, even if it was just one. Otherwise, after she broke through to the Golden Core stage, if she wanted to conceive later, it would require a few years of pregnancy, and she wouldn't be able to cultivate, living like an ordinary person, which she couldn't accept. Just make your decision, and I will always be with you. Whatever you want to eat, just tell me. As long as you can say it, I will get it for you. Tong Yu had no children in his previous life, but now he had a child in this life, which filled him with immense joy. Previously, when he saw Gui Yunqing's child, he didn't feel much. But now that he saw Du Lingshuang pregnant, his thoughts immediately changed, and he didn't know how to treat Du Lingshuang. After their surprise, they began to discuss. Wife, let's not tell anyone about your pregnancy for now. We don't know how long it will take to give birth after getting pregnant during the foundation building stage. If it takes more than a year, people might think the child is abnormal. I understand. When I get to work, I'll tell Sister Lu and the others that I caught a cold, and after the hospital checkup, we'll find out it was just a false alarm. Du Lingshuang also thought of a way to handle it. If someone asked, she would say it was due to eating something cold and would try her best to hold back her nausea. That night, while resting, it was the first time they didn't engage in their usual activities, except for Du Lingshuang's menstrual period. Du Lingshuang was still a bit unaccustomed to it. But for the sake of the child, she had to endure it. She was afraid that Tong Yu's key might be too long and damage the lock. The next day at work, Du Lingshuang didn't mention what had happened the previous day, with 2 days left until Sunday. When Sister Lu and Sister Wang saw that Du Lingshuang wasn't feeling nauseous anymore, they didn't ask further. Tong Yu had been cultivating at home for a few days. His formation path hadn't yet advanced to a level 3 formation master, but his cultivation level had broken through to the peak of the early Golden Core stage today. He estimated that with some more cultivation, he would soon break into the mid-Golden Core stage. On Saturday, Tong Yu calculated the train's arrival time and went to work. He went directly to the minister's office. Minister Liu had already received the news that a large amount of weapons and ammunition had suddenly appeared in a vacant area behind, along with various types of artillery, trucks, tanks, and mountains of strategic supplies, some provided by the old Russians and others previously supported by their side. With so many weapons and equipment, their combat power had greatly increased, and without these weapons and strategic materials, the enemy could no longer organize large-scale counteroffensive plans. Now, the higher-ups also speculated that Tong Yu belonged to the category of extraordinary talents. Otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't have such great capabilities. Director Zhang of the Archives Department of the Special Operations Bureau tapped his fingers on the desk, looking at some documents that recorded Tong Yu's achievements. We should transfer Comrade Tong Yu to work in our Special Operations Bureau. Having him work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be a waste of his talents. Director Zhang muttered to himself. After lighting a cigarette and taking a deep puff, he picked up the red telephone on his desk and dialed a number. Chapter 165. The recruitment of the Special Operations Bureau. Tong Yu was taken aback when he heard he was going to be transferred to the Special Operations Bureau. Although he didn't know what the bureau was for, he guessed it was definitely not an ordinary department. It should be like the hidden hand of the state, specifically dealing with mysterious and supernatural events in the country, similar to the unit he had seen in the movie 749 Bureau in his previous life. He recalled a scene from the movie, where in the depths of the old district stood a gray building covered in ivy, with a bronze plaque reading 7th Archives above the door, blending in with the surrounding shoe repair shops and grocery stores. No one would expect that behind this faded wooden door lay the nation's most secretive cleanup crew. In the adjacent laboratory, a young man in a white lab coat was adjusting a device resembling a radio, with the screen displaying waveforms corresponding to abnormal magnetic fields around the city. The outdoor team leader, Old Joe, who had just wrapped up the Dunhuang mural's abnormal wriggling incident, grabbed a brown paper bag from the desk and headed out. The bag contained a light-sensitive bronze ding sent by a university's archaeology department, with the Taotai pattern inside changing shape at night, causing the researchers' eyes to start seeing double. The mechanic at the alley's repair stall looked up, his sharp gaze reflecting the dim light bulb behind his reading glasses. At 5 in the morning, as the first bus passed along Chang'an Street, the iron gate of the 7th Archives quietly closed. The elderly who were exercising wouldn't know that the brief thunderstorm outside the 3rd Ring Road last night was actually the energy disruptor clearing the time-space folds in a certain office building. As Tong Yu's thoughts turned, many scenes from movies flashed quickly through his mind. Although he wrote so much, only a few seconds had passed outside. Our suggestion is for you to go to the Special Operations Bureau, where you can better utilize your talents and fit your abilities. Uncle Liu, what does the Special Operations Bureau do? Tong Yu wanted to find out more to see if this unit was like the 749 Bureau. Minister Liu patiently explained. With your capabilities, the Internal Affairs Department will definitely need you. Tong Yu nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the Special Operations Bureau in his heart. Minister Liu smiled. The specific work will depend on your arrangements after you join, but it is highly likely you will participate in investigations and handling of supernatural events, such as the previous occurrences of evil disturbances, time-space disruptions, etc., which require personnel from the Internal Affairs Department to resolve. All right, Uncle Liu, I am willing to go to the Special Operations Bureau. Tong Yu thought about how he wouldn't have to commute daily and would have plenty of time to cultivate, so he readily agreed. Minister Liu nodded in satisfaction. Good, I will arrange it now. You go back and pack up. Wait for the notification to report. Tong Yu, do you have something on your mind? Why are you smoking? It's nothing, Brother Liu. I might be transferring jobs, and I don't know what the new unit will be like. Just thinking about some things. You are transferring jobs? To what unit? Can you tell us? The other two people in the office turned around in their chairs to look at him. I might be transferring to work at the Special Operations Bureau. I heard they need a translator there, and I will be translating documents. Tong Yu knew that those working in the Foreign Affairs Department were aware of the Special Operations Bureau, but he naturally wouldn't tell them his real job. The Special Operations Bureau. That unit is good. I heard the benefits there are great, and the work is much easier than here. You're getting a promotion again. Tonight. We will send you off. After work, let's go to Peking Duck. Old Chun, Old Zhao, and Old Liu exchanged glances, and Old Liu spoke directly. Then thank you, brothers. I will bring you some tea leaves tomorrow, since I won't be here anymore. If you want tea, just go to my house to get it. Tong Yu had worked with these three for over a year and felt they were all good people, with no office intrigues or petty schemes. Just your words are enough. Brother, we were still thinking that once you leave, we won't have tea to drink anymore. How will we find you then? As soon as the three heard Tong Yu's words, they immediately felt relieved. Old Lu was even happier to grab Tong Yu's cigarette and share it with the other two. They sat together, drinking tea and smoking, and soon the office was filled with smoke, permeated with the smell of tobacco. After work, Tong Yu didn't refuse the three's invitation and went to Peking Duck with them, enjoyed a meal, drank a few bottles of wine, chatted a bit, and then headed home, each returning to their own place. Du Lingxiang received Tong Yu's message and knew he was eating out that night, so she made a bowl of beef noodles at home. After she stopped cultivating, she lacked the spiritual energy to nourish her body, so she needed to eat something to maintain her health. Wife, I brought you half a roast duck. Hurry and eat it while it's warm. After Tong Yu returned home, he took out the sliced roast duck wrapped in lotus leaves, along with steaming lotus leaf pancakes and sauce. I just had a bowl of beef noodles, so I'm not very hungry now. I'll eat it later. Du Lingxiang touched her small belly, where a little life was being nurtured. Seeing Tong Yu care for her so much made her feel sweet inside, and she smiled, asking Tong Yu to put away the roast duck first. Chapter 166. Transferred to the Special Operations Bureau. Du Lingxiang had heard of the Special Operations Bureau, but she wasn't very concerned about this unit. When she heard that Tong Yu was to be transferred there, she didn't show much surprise. She had heard people at work mention the Special Operations Bureau, but didn't inquire about what they did. However, just from the name, it sounded quite powerful. How cheesy. Du Lingxiang lightly punched Tong Yu, but she was very happy inside, leaning against his embrace, her thoughts drifting. All right, I'll listen to my wife. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Tong Yu picked her up and gently placed her on the bed. Since Du Lingxiang stopped her practice, she didn't dare use her divine sense, fearing it might affect the baby, so she changed into the ordinary uniform issued by the unit. Tong Yu went to Minister Lu's office and saw two middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits sitting on the sofa, their temples slightly bulging, indicating they were likely seasoned masters. Minister Lu introduced the two middle-aged men to Tong Yu without mentioning their names, only stating their positions. Hello, Director Zhang. Hello, Team Leader Wang. Tong Yu extended his hand. The two middle-aged men, upon seeing Tong Yu, felt he was quite ordinary and his aura was unremarkable. However, they had already investigated Tong Yu's actions and knew he might be a master, so they quickly shook hands with him, considering they were also working for the country. Tong Yu didn't retaliate. Otherwise, Team Leader Wang would have been reduced to a pile of rubble. Outside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a jeep was parked, and Tong Yu noticed a red special character on the license plate, similar to the black embassy character on embassy vehicles. The driver was a young man. After the three got into the car, Team Leader Wang sat in the passenger seat, while Tong Yu and Director Zhang sat in the back. The young man started the jeep and drove straight to the city center. Seeing a few people enter without greeting, Tong Yu noticed a glimmer in an old man's eyes, realizing he was also a martial arts master. Unfortunately, he was missing his right arm. During his practice, his right arm's meridians were severed, preventing him from performing the circulatory cycle. Otherwise, he would have been even more powerful than Team Leader Wang. In his youth, he had studied traditional medicine with an old Taoist priest and learned some Taoist martial arts. After taking the college entrance examination in 1977, he was admitted to a university in the capital and wrote a book about special operations, earning several million yuan. Director Zhang sat in the office, holding a document and reading it while glancing at Tong Yu, almost recounting his entire life history. Of course, he didn't mention the incident with the jewelry box or the record of killing Su Zhongli and destroying the Su family. You don't have a job yet, so take some time to familiarize yourself. When we need you, we'll notify you. Our Special Operations Bureau serves the country, so we naturally need to understand the background of our recruits. I think you should understand this. As for the secrets you carry, we won't investigate. Everyone here has their secrets, and the only requirement for personnel recruited by the Special Operations Bureau is that they cannot betray the country. Everything is for the country's interests, even if it means sacrificing oneself to protect those interests. Tong Yu didn't expect to one day serve the country. He felt a bit proud, yet self-deprecating, reflecting on his actions and feeling somewhat conflicted. After Director Zhang finished introducing him, he took Tong Yu to the backyard, to Director Lu's office. Your rank is Deputy Section Chief, but here it is equivalent to a regiment-level military rank. This is your uniform and officer's certificate, along with your gun carry permit. The serial number of this gun is already recorded in the files. Try not to use it unless absolutely necessary. It can be used for deterrence. Director Lu, dressed in military uniform, with white hair, looked vigorous and healthy, his complexion rosy, and he wore glasses. Upon seeing Tong Yu enter, he took out a bag he had prepared from the filing cabinet and placed it on the desk. You've prepared all this? What if I don't agree to transfer? Tong Yu asked directly, seeing Director Lu's amiable demeanor. As long as our Special Operations Bureau needs personnel, no unit dares to refuse. Even if you don't agree to the transfer, your original unit will have to send you over. How's that for being overbearing? Our Special Operations Bureau is that strong. So don't embarrass us when you go out later. Director Lu explained with a smile. And Tong Yu instantly felt that working in this unit meant he could show off in the future. Yes, rest assured, Director, I definitely won't embarrass the Special Operations Bureau. Tong Yu gave a somewhat unstandard military salute, but he had learned it well enough. Tong Yu, look at how good I am to you just because you arrived. Shouldn't you take out some tea leaves to show respect to this old man? I've had the tea you sent at Mr. Lee's house. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu thought to himself, no wonder you speak so kindly to a novice like me. You had this planned all along. However, considering that he could drink tea with Grandpa Lee, it indicated a good relationship with the old man, so giving him some tea leaves was acceptable. You're joking. I'll bring the tea leaves tomorrow, but I want to apply for a driver's license. Where can I do that? Tong Yu took the opportunity to ask Director Lu for a favor. The driver's license is easy. I'll have someone take care of it for you right away. You can get it tomorrow. If you have any other requests, feel free to tell me. Director Lu was very agreeable when he heard that Tong Yu just wanted a driver's license and asked if he had any other requests. If possible, could you also get a driver's license for my wife? She can drive too. Chapter 167. New job position. Tong Yu didn't expect that one day he would become an officer, and a regiment level 1 at that. After being reborn in this life, he not only changed his own destiny, but also many others. The Special Operations Bureau has 6 teams, 3 in the Foreign Affairs Department and 3 in the Internal Affairs Department, with each team consisting of 12 members. Tong Yu was assigned to Team Leader Wang's group, which is why he followed Director Zhang to assess Tong Yu's abilities before deciding whether to let him join the group. The Internal Affairs Department lost several team members over the years. Although they later replenished a few, their combat effectiveness had significantly declined. Comrade Tong Yu, come to work tomorrow to get to know the members of our team. You will report to the unit every Monday, except during missions. At other times, you can move freely. If a task arises, you must appear at the unit as soon as you receive the notification. This made Tong Yu very happy. He wouldn't have to come to the unit every day, and this job was much freer than at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He quickly nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation for his future work. That evening, Tong Yu prepared 3 dishes and a soup for Du Lingshuang. After watching her eat her fill, he cleared away the leftovers, gave her a bath using the water cleansing technique, and then held her to bed. Du Lingshuang enjoyed Tong Yu's care throughout, feeling delighted, and rewarded him by asking him to use his divine sense to check on their situation, allowing their minds and bodies to ascend once again. Lying in Tong Yu's arms, Du Lingshuang casually drew patterns on his chest with her fingers and began to ask questions. Tong Yu stroked her silky hair and recounted the working hours at the Special Operations Bureau. You will have plenty of time to cultivate in the future. Your unit is really good. Ask Uncle to transfer me over as well. I want a son. Otherwise, won't our family's wealth just benefit outsiders? Once we have a son, I'll give you a daughter, so you'll have both a son and a daughter, and there will be no regrets. Tong Yu was somewhat surprised. According to Du Lingshuang's plan, she was supposed to break through to the Golden Core stage before having children. It was surprising to hear her say this today, making him feel that this was somewhat unlike Du Lingshuang. Why rush with my cultivation? I was thinking about it at the unit today. We can live for over 200 years, so why not take advantage of the fact that my cultivation level isn't high now? The pregnancy period isn't long either. I'm thinking of having 2 children for you first, and later I will have plenty of time to cultivate. Wife, you think so far ahead. In the future, our family will always be together. The next day, Tong Yu arrived at the unit on time and first went to Director Lu's office. Director, this is tea for you. He took out 2 jade bottles and placed them on the desk. Yes, this is the tea. Good, good, good. I can invite old Master Li over for tea now. No more having to see him roll his eyes, haha. Director Lu opened the lid and inhaled the familiar fragrance of the tea, laughing several times. Tong Yu didn't know that his tea had already become a treasure in the eyes of the leaders, but he didn't pay attention to it. Brewing this tea was just a matter of minutes for him. It was a trivial task. After leaving Director Lu's office, Tong Yu put the 2 driving licenses into his ring and went to Team Leader Wang's office. Tong Yu is here. Let us go to the conference room. They've been waiting. When Team Leader Wang saw him, A smile immediately appeared on his face as he warmly stood up and led him to the adjacent conference room. The conference room was not small, about 100 square meters, with several long tables in the middle and rows of chairs beside them, which seemed to be a place where the prince used to entertain guests. More than 10 people were sitting in chairs, smoking, drinking tea, and chatting, with smoke swirling in the room. Tong Yu knew that many people smoked in this era, and he was used to it. Comrades, this is our group's new member. Please welcome him. Team leader Wang introduced Tong Yu to everyone present and started clapping. Hello everyone, my name is Tong Yu. I just transferred here today, and I will be a member of our group from now on. Please take care of me. Comrade Tong Yu, I'm Liang Jia. I'm Chen Shijun, welcome. I'm Zhu Weiguo, welcome. I'm Wang Xianyang, welcome. I'm Zhou Hailong, welcome. I'm Han Xuanqing, welcome. I'm Chen Zhangbing, welcome. I'm Lin Jinshan, welcome. I'm Li Yuhao, welcome. I'm Xia Baojun, welcome. I'm Zhao Shuqiang, welcome. After hearing Tong Yu's self-introduction, the seated members didn't wait for team leader Wang to introduce them and stood up to introduce themselves. All right, everyone, please sit down. Here. We don't have too many military rules, but we can't be casual when executing missions. Team leader Wang spoke to his subordinates with a smile, very approachable. Like an older brother in a family, the team members were not too reserved around him. They would occasionally joke with him, and it seemed their relationship was quite good. Tong Yu, your specialty is being proficient in the languages of various countries. From now on, you will be responsible for translation in the group. When executing missions, if we capture foreign infiltrators, you will interrogate them to uncover their motives. Chapter 168. The team members shocked Tong Yu didn't mind his work arrangement. But the other team members were delighted to hear that Tong Yu was proficient in several languages. Their group was lacking such talent. A previous member who was proficient in 4 languages had sacrificed during a mission. The other members also wanted to know which languages Tong Yu was proficient in. Team leader Wang only knew that he had worked as a translator during university and learned from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that he was proficient in 3 or 4 languages, which was why he temporarily arranged for him to do this translation work, but he didn't know the specifics. Tong Yu thought about the languages he knew and then told everyone, 8 or 9 languages. My goodness, old Wang, you are really something. You managed to bring a treasure to our group. In the future, when we capture those hostile elements, we won't be left helpless, running around looking for translators to interrogate them. The other team members showed incredulous expressions, but they wouldn't doubt Tong Yu's words. How about that? I've brought you a talent. Tong Yu is not only proficient in so many languages, but his strength is also formidable. So, you all better work hard in the future. Team leader Wang proudly patted Chen Shijun on the shoulder and then left the conference room. After team leader Wang left, a team member began to ask questions. I thought so. I can see you don't have calluses on your hands, and your knuckles aren't thick, just delicate skin. Turns out you practice internal martial arts. The team member Zhao Shuqiang, who had asked Tong Yu earlier, pretended to suddenly realize and teased him a bit. The team members had observed him closely since Tong Yu entered with team leader Wang. The team member Han Xuanqing, who was closest to him, patted his shoulder and then walked out of the conference room. With no tasks at hand, the other team members dispersed, and 2 of them followed Tong Yu, presumably to the shooting range. Han Xuanqing headed towards the backyard after exiting the conference room. Tong Yu scanned with his divine sense and saw a large shooting range about 10 meters underground, brightly lit as if it were daytime, with several people shooting inside. Walking down the steps to the underground, there was a thick door. Upon opening the door, a series of gunshots echoed from within. This was also why he didn't want to know too much about this place. If it were anywhere else, he would have already checked it thoroughly with his divine sense. The underground shooting range had target papers for practicing handguns and a range for practicing rifles. But he didn't see machine guns or other heavy weapons, presumably because they weren't needed during missions, or maybe heavy weapons were not located in this underground shooting range. Tong Yu, first familiarize yourself with the handgun. There are 8 bullets in a magazine. As long as you can hit a 10 ring, you'll pass. Han Xuanqing tossed a Type 54 pistol to Tong Yu, pointing to the target paper 50 meters away, and explained the shooting requirements. Tong Yu had used a Browning pistol before, and he still had quite a few weapons in his ring. After raiding the ammunition depot in the southern border, he didn't take everything out. He kept some weapons and ammunition for himself, including light and heavy machine guns, a Gatling gun, AK-47 submachine guns, and several countries' handguns. After taking the pistol, he checked it with his divine sense, disengaged the safety, chambered around, and fired 8 shots at the target paper 50 meters away with one hand. Bang, 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 clack, clack. The sound of the empty chamber came. and then he released the trigger. Good shooting skill. You have the potential to be a sniper. In the future, let Old Wang assign you a sniper rifle for missions. Han Xuanqing and the other 2 team members were all astonished to see that all 8 bullets shot by Tong Yu landed in the center of the target paper. Lin Jinshan, after putting down his binoculars, directly proposed his suggestion to Han Xuanqing. Just now, the 3 of them saw Tong Yu holding a gun with one hand and immediately knew he was a novice. The recoil of the Type 54 pistol is significant, and the gun itself weighs over a kilogram. Firing one-handed can easily injure the wrist due to the strong recoil, and the bullets are also likely to miss the target. They were about to remind him to use both hands, but unexpectedly, he fired directly. When they saw Tong Yu effortlessly hit all 8 bullets into the 10 ring, the 3 of them immediately became unsettled, thinking to themselves that this guy Tong Yu was quite skilled. Tong Yu smiled and said, "Back when I was in my hometown, I practiced shooting with the militia in the village, but it was all with rifles. It wasn't until I went to university that I shot a pistol during military training. Oh, let's try this sniper rifle." Team member Chen Zhanbing took out a Type 81 sniper rifle along with matching ammunition from the gun cabinet. This was a replica made after capturing a sniper rifle from the old Russians on the battlefield in the southern region. Previously, the Dragon Country didn't have sniper rifles at all. The sharpshooters of the past were either naturally gifted or trained with scarce ammunition, so most of them had shooting talent. And at that time, the Dragon Country didn't have scopes and used only iron sights. Tong Yu took the sniper rifle, checked it with his mental awareness, and immediately realized the scope was misaligned. He casually adjusted the scope. Bang, bang, bang. 5 bullets consecutively hit the target paper at a distance of 200 meters. Tong Yu's bolt action speed was extremely fast. Han Xuanqing and the others barely saw the interval between bullets being chambered and only noticed the shells ejecting as the bullets hit the target. "Old Han, is this comrade from your team? His shooting skills are incredible. I think his firing speed rivals Lao Wei's. I wonder if he can reload with one hand." Several other team members practicing nearby gathered to watch Tong Yu shoot, and they were all astonished by the speed of the bullets being chambered with the sniper rifle. "This is our team member Tong Yu. Not only is he a great shot, but he also speaks several languages and graduated from a university in the capital. He hasn't practiced reloading with one hand yet, but I estimate he'll master it quickly." After the shock, Han Xuanqing started bragging to Lu Guichen, a member of Team 2, who was speaking with him. Chapter 169. Advancing to Level 3 Array Master. Tong Yu didn't attempt to practice reloading with one hand. He wasn't very interested in firearms. No bullet could match the speed of his flying sword, and the lethality of a flying sword far surpassed that of a bullet. After leaving the shooting range, Han Xuanqing and the others went to report to Team Leader Wang. Tong Yu scanned with his mental awareness and noticed that the other team members were no longer at the unit. Presumably, after meeting him, they had all gotten busy with their own affairs. Passing by the guardhouse, Tong Yu took out a pack of cigarettes and tossed it to the one-armed old man who was drinking tea. The old man's expression changed, and he quickly stood up, stretching his head out of the window. After seeing that Tong Yu had exited the main gate, he slowly sat back down in his chair and quietly said, "What profound inner strength. At such a young age, how did he cultivate it?" After returning to the courtyard, Tong Yu entered the Pearl of the Great Way to study array techniques. To be able to hear the phone ring, he deliberately left a small gap open in the Pearl of the Great Way to catch sounds from outside. Every day, he calculated the time for Du Lingshuang to finish work, preparing dinner for her, and in the morning he would go out to buy breakfast and make some millet porridge, served with pickles from Lu Biju, to ensure that Du Lingshuang was happy for their child. Another half-month passed, and Tong Yu finally succeeded in raising his array level to that of a Level 3 Array Master. He wanted to see if he could break the array at Shenlanjia. He decided to tell Du Lingshuang about going to Shenlanjia after she returned home in the evening, when suddenly the phone in the living room rang. After putting down the receiver, Tong Yu cursed under his breath, "Damn it! Why does the mission come just when I'm about to go to Shenlanjia? Get in the car. Hurry up." As soon as Tong Yu arrived at the unit's entrance, he heard Team Leader Wang shouting from the vehicle. Tong Yu pushed his bicycle into the courtyard and got into the back seat of the Jeep, noticing that 2 team members were already sitting in the back. The roar of the Jeep's engine sounded, and it shot out suddenly. "You two stop talking. Suck it up and move faster. Honk the horn and overtake." Team Leader Wang turned around and shouted at the 2 in the back, then turned back to urge the driver, Zhu Weigua. "Damn it! If the horn is broken, at least fix it. How are you even a driver?" Zhu Weigua complained while driving, but Team Leader Wang ignored him, banging on the car door and shouting, "Make way." Make way. Sitting in the back seat, Tong Yu had already scanned ahead with his mental awareness. Near the newly constructed third ring road to the north, he saw two corpses lying on the grass, with several police officers maintaining order. A crowd had gathered to watch the commotion, some leaning on bicycles, others pulling carts. And a few were pointing at the location of the bodies, talking about something. A group of people nearby seemed to be listening to them, presumably the witnesses. After about 10 minutes, the jeep stopped by the roadside, and team leader Wang jumped out of the car. Tong Yu followed the others out and walked towards the grass, where team leader Wang was already speaking with the leading police officer. The deceased were nationals from the Chicken Basin country, discovered by morning exercise participants. They had both been stabbed twice, once in the heart and once in the throat, initially estimated to have been killed in the middle of the night. The team leader was Captain Gua from the criminal police team of the North District Bureau, who informed team leader Wang of the deceased's identities. Since the deceased were involved with foreigners, they contacted the Special Operations Bureau. Old Zhou, go check the deceased. Old Wang, take notes. Tong Yu, come along to see what clues are available. Team leader Wang immediately instructed his team members after listening to Captain Gua's briefing. After scanning with his mental awareness, Tong Yu had already seen the deceased's bodies clearly. He walked over and tore open the deceased's pants, revealing the underwear worn underneath. This isn't a national from the Chicken Basin. Judging by the material of the underwear, it seems to be southern silk. Check the identity of this deceased. Zhu Weigua and others saw Tong Yu's actions and also pulled down the pants of the other deceased, exposing the fabric they wore underneath. Captain Gua and several police officers he brought quickly approached to examine the bodies and soon reached a conclusion. The deceased wearing silk underwear showed no signs of ever wearing the traditional cloth. They speculated that he might not be from the Chicken Basin, but he was carrying identification from there. The group exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "This deceased may be a lurking enemy agent who has adapted to life in the Dragon Country for a long time, but he could also be a traitor. Captain Gua, please investigate the identity of this deceased first and notify us later," Team Leader Wang said after discussing with Captain Gua, leading Tong Yu and the others away. These guys really are something. They haven't even confirmed the deceased's identity and still called us over, thinking it might spark an international dispute. After getting in the car, Zhou Hailong started complaining, clearly having dealt with similar situations before. It's not entirely their fault. After all, one of the deceased is a foreigner. Tong Yu, how did you figure out that the other deceased wasn't from the Chicken Basin? Wang Xiangyang defended Captain Gua before turning to Tong Yu with a question. Tong Yu smiled and said, "It's actually quite simple. I noticed that nationals from the Chicken Basin have specific characteristics in their skeletal and muscular structure due to long-term living habits. So, I pulled down his pants for inspection. The deceased wearing silk underwear didn't match, and the traditional way of wearing cloth would leave distinct traces on the body, but he had none. Additionally, the silk-making craftsmanship of the Foot Basin Chicken Country has subtle differences from our southern silk craftsmanship. I have done some research on the silk of various countries, and I can tell at a glance that the fabric of those underwear is southern silk. Considering all this, I concluded that he is not from the Foot Basin Chicken Country." After hearing Tong Yu's explanation, everyone showed expressions of realization and admired Tong Yu's keen observation and extensive knowledge. Team leader Wang turned around and said to him, "Well done, Tong Yu. With you here, we have more confidence in solving cases." Chapter 170. Subtropical Fruits. After a few people returned to the unit, Team leader Wang recorded the incident and waited for Captain Gua and their team to clarify the identity of the deceased before making a decision. This incident forced Tong Yu to delay his plan to go to Shenlongjia. Otherwise, if he went there, Team leader Wang would definitely not be able to find him. As he is now a working person, it was already early summer, and after Tong Yu prepared dinner, Du Lingxiang also returned home from work. As Du Lingxiang ate the dishes made by Tong Yu, she looked at him with affectionate eyes. These dishes contained spiritual energy, which could somewhat supplement the spiritual energy that Du Lingxiang lacked in her body. "What are you talking about? You are my wife, and now that you are pregnant, isn't it my duty to take care of you? I plan to plant a few fruit trees in the yard. What fruits do you want to eat? I'll go get the saplings and water them with spiritual water, and we can eat them soon." Du Lingxiang thought for a moment and named a few fruits she liked. Now, she didn't dare to use her divine sense for fear of affecting the fetus. Even though she had those fruits in her ring, she couldn't take them out without using her divine sense. Tong Yu thought about going to those subtropical countries this time to collect more tropical fruits to keep in the ring, so he could take them out for Du Lingxiang to eat anytime. After Du Lingxiang finished her meal, She went to the living room to watch TV. After Tong Yu cleaned up the kitchen, he said to her, "Wife, you watch TV. I'll be back soon." Du Lingxiang sat on the sofa, munching on snacks. As soon as she sat down, she wanted to eat something, and the house was stocked with plenty of snacks. This wasn't the territory of the Dragon Country, so Tong Yu felt no pressure in collecting fruit. He waved his hand, and large jackfruits were stored in his ring. He then went to the durian planting area, waved his hand again, and collected all the durians there. After that, he swept through the fruit planting areas in this country. Seeing the mountains of various fruits piled up in his ring, he also collected 3 mango trees, lychee trees, and orange trees as thick as his arms. He then stepped onto his flying sword and returned home to the courtyard, taking just over half an hour. "Dear, you're back. Quickly take out the fruits. Let me see what you brought." Tong Yu took out a few of each type of fruit and placed them on the coffee table, leaving the large jackfruit behind because eating too sweet at night wasn't good. "Wow, dear, you brought back so much fruit. That's wonderful. I'll put some in the fridge, and when you want to eat, just take them out. I brought back a lot this time." Tong Yu affectionately kissed her forehead, while Du Lingxiang was eating fruit. Tong Yu went to the front yard, chose a spot, and planted the 3 fruit trees. He then cast a few small rain techniques to water these trees. After receiving the nourishment of the spiritual water, the 3 fruit trees began to grow at a visible speed. The trunks that were originally as thick as his arms quickly grew to the thickness of his thighs and over 2 meters tall, while also blooming and bearing large fruits. Soon, the yard was filled with the fragrance of ripe fruits. Tong Yu took out a few formation flags and set up a protective formation around the 3 fruit trees to maintain the temperature needed for the trees to avoid freezing to death in winter. He then refined a jade token for Du Lingxiang to wear so she could enter the protective formation and pick the fruits. The next morning, after Du Lingxiang had breakfast, she packed some fruit in her lunchbox and rode her bicycle to work. Tong Yu first released his divine sense to scan the special police department, and after checking, he found no other team members around. Only team leader Wang was in the office looking at documents. He knew the police investigation results hadn't come out yet, so he didn't pay further attention. Riding his bicycle to his father's place, he took out a cloth bag filled with various fruits and placed it on the back seat, holding a jackfruit weighing over 10 kilograms in his arms as he pushed open the door to the yard. "Dad, Aunt Hongmei, here are some fruits from a friend. I brought them for you to taste. Why are you bringing us these?" "Keep them for Lingxiang." His father and Mu Hongmei were busy in the greenhouse. Hearing his shout, they walked out and saw so many fruits he brought. They said no, but there was a hint of a smile in their eyes. Since moving to the capital and having something to do with planting vegetables, his father no longer thought about returning to his hometown. Here, the food is good, and the living conditions are good. Plus, Tong Yu and Du Lingxiang often sent him money and things, and Guo's father frequently invited him for drinks and chats. Why go back home to suffer when he has such a good life here? Although Tong Zhongshan was honest and dull, he was not a fool. He knew that life here was much better than in his hometown, so why go back? That would just be making things difficult for himself. "Oh, what is this big thing?" Mu Hongmei saw him pushing the bicycle while holding an unfamiliar large fruit and hurriedly took the jackfruit from Tong Yu's hands. "This is jackfruit, a fruit only found in the south. We don't sell it in the north, so I brought it for you to try. I saved some at home." His father and Mu Hongmei had never seen jackfruit before. They had only heard of it, and it was the first time they heard Tong Yu mention such a fruit. They didn't know how to open and eat it. Tong Yu remembered that when he was a child, he had never seen a banana. A fake Lenin got a banana from somewhere, thought it was a rare thing, and gave it to him to eat without telling him how. In fact, the fake Lenin didn't know how to eat it either. He directly ate it with the peel, finding it hard to swallow. Later, it was only when Tong Zhenghua saw him eating a banana and laughed that he told him that bananas had to be peeled before eating. But by then, he had eaten more than half of the banana with the skin on, leaving only a small piece. Chapter 171, Collecting Ownerless Items. 3 days later, Tong Yu received another call from team leader Wang at home. This time, his tone was not as urgent as before. The result from the last time came out. The deceased was a businessman named Li Xingji from the south, who came to the capital, and he had no contact with the person from the Foot Basin Chicken Country. It was initially estimated that he was mistakenly killed. Additionally, the person from the Foot Basin Chicken Country was named Samujiro. On the surface, he was part of an investigation team from the Foot Basin Chicken Country to examine investment opportunities in the Dragon Country, but behind the scenes, he was the financial director responsible for the Yamaguchi Gumi. Later, he was chased and killed by members of the Yamaguchi Gumi. And the reason they wanted to kill him was likely because someone did not want him to return alive. In the conference room, team leader Wang held the documents and explained everything to the team members. Old Wang, what should we do? Are we going to catch the murderer? Zhu Weigui asked. Of course, we must catch the murderer. No matter where they escaped to, we must bring them back. How dare they commit murder in our country? They have no regard for the laws of the Dragon Country. Team leader Wang's eyes were firm, and since this involved transnational crime and gang conspiracies, they must give the deceased and the public an explanation. Team leader Wang's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Tongyu, you and Zhu Weigui go to the bank to investigate if there has been a large influx of funds. Liangjie, you and the other comrades contact our colleagues in Jiao, Penjigua to see if you can gather more intelligence about the Yamaguchi-gumi. In this era of unmonitored networks, it will take a long time to trace the flow of these funds before we can get any results. Liangjie and the other team members quickly got in touch with their foreign colleagues, and a transnational investigation began. They also contacted their comrades in Jiao Penjigua, but similarly received no concrete responses. Team leader Wang had no choice but to set this matter aside. These treasures were hidden in secret rooms of abandoned courtyards and basements of large compound buildings. Tongyu first checked the residents of the large compound to confirm that they were not the owners of the treasures. That night, he used a stealth technique to take the treasures away. Otherwise, when the area was demolished in the future, he wouldn't know who would benefit from it. Though he no longer cared about these treasures, having seen them, he still wanted to gather these ownerless items, a remnant of his past fear of poverty. The next morning, after sending Du Ling Shuang off, Tongyu organized the haul from last night at home, sorting the large yellow fish, small yellow fish, gold ingots, silver bars, cash dollars, and various gemstones into categories. After sorting these ownerless items, Tongyu found that there were 325 large yellow fish, 267 small yellow fish, 89 gold ingots, 134 silver bars, over 2,000 cash dollars, and more than 500 various colored gemstones, along with over 100 jade pendants and ornaments. Indeed, it was a prime location. The sheer amount of abandoned items was astounding, and during wartime, the number of stolen or taken treasures must have been even more staggering. After reviewing the previous night's haul, Tongyu couldn't help but sigh. These items were no longer of use to him, but he didn't know how to deal with them. Based on current jewelry and gemstone prices, selling them wouldn't fetch a good price. They'd only be valuable in 10 years or so. However, he wasn't short on money now or in the future, which left him in a bit of a dilemma. In the end, he decided to store these items in a corner for later use. It was impossible for him to donate them, with memories from his past life. He knew that donated antiques and paintings would end up in the hands of some unscrupulous individuals. It was better to keep them himself. Even if he wanted to do charity in the future, at least he would know where the money was going, ensuring it wouldn't be embezzled by those parasites. Old Tong, what are you doing at home? I heard your job has changed again. Wow, what is this? Mangoes, lychees, oranges? Where did you get them? Hurry up and pick some. Your two nephews are waiting to eat. Guo Yunxing, who had the day off, ran to Tong Yu's house to ask for grapes. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted loudly and quickly spotted the fruit trees in the front yard. Why are you shouting? Are you afraid I won't know you're here? Don't pick from the trees. We have plenty at home. Tong Yu walked to the door and saw Guo Yunxing heading toward the fruit trees, quickly stopping him. Otherwise, he would be blocked by the array. He knew Guo Yunxing's character. As long as he mentioned that there was fruit at home, he would never bother to pick it himself. I heard from Uncle Tong that your job has changed again. I asked him, but he didn't know which unit you were transferred to, just that you changed jobs. Chapter 172. Hosting a martial arts competition. Tong Yu looked at the guy sitting on the sofa, devouring fruit without any courtesy. He had 2 children now, but his character hadn't changed at all. I transferred to the Special Operations Bureau, holding a battalion-level military rank. How about that? I outrank you. You transferred to the Special Operations Bureau? What's the job? Catching spies or? Tong Yu hadn't interrogated a foreign criminal since transferring to the Special Operations Bureau. He could only tell Guo Yunxing that this was his job. Oh, I see. I thought you would be on duty. But with your skills, those foreigners are probably no match for you. Is your job still busy? Finally finished up? Good grief. Those bastards have been committing crimes for years. It's impossible to document everything. They received heavy sentences, and they spend the rest of their lives in the Gobi Desert. A few hundred were executed. Guo Yunxing spoke with a look of anger on his face, clearly shocked by those cases. After taking a sip of water to calm himself, he added, "Those bastards' methods are extremely cruel. Robbery, murder, and sexual assault. They deserve severe punishment. However, did you encounter any tricky situations during the prosecution process? Guo Yunqing shook his head with a bitter smile. There were certainly tricky situations. Some criminals had powerful backing and would do everything possible to interfere with the trial. But we would never let them succeed. Justice might be delayed, but it will never be absent. I won't discuss this issue with you. I can't win an argument against you. Just do your job well. Give me some fruit. I'll take it home for my sons. Tong Yu had seen comments online in his past life about delayed justice, and this topic had many opinions from netizens. Du Lingshuang's father, Duke Wuqiang, had retired this year, and he was often helping out at his father's place, planting vegetables. Seeing Duke Wuqiang alone at home, without anyone to talk to, Tong's father decided to let him stay in the courtyard, as having an extra pair of chopsticks at mealtime was no big deal. After all, there was no shortage of food and drink, and Duke Wuqiang was not an outsider. Du Yueshuang and her husband also lived there, making the courtyard increasingly lively. After learning that her father was living there, Du Lingshuang felt very happy. Her father had something to do in retirement. Otherwise, she truly feared he would get into trouble from idleness. Today, Tong Yu received another call from team leader Wang, asking him to come to the unit. After hanging up, Tong Yu rode out of the courtyard. In response to the martial arts community's request, the country decided to hold the first martial arts competition this year at Wudong Mountain in Yi Province. Major martial arts schools and families from the Dragon Kingdom would participate. To avoid the bloody incidents that occurred during previous martial arts competitions, our Special Operations Bureau would go to maintain order. Everyone should bring weapons and gather at the Yangdingmen train station at 9 a.m. tomorrow. After team leader Wang explained the task in the meeting room, he announced the meeting's adjournment and told the team members to prepare. It was time for another martial arts competition. Hopefully, this time there wouldn't be any accidental injuries. I heard that when the country was just established, there was also a martial arts competition where over a dozen martial arts masters from different schools were injured or killed. I heard that too. More than 10 people were killed or injured. Later, the country terminated that competition. It's likely that new regulations have been put in place to prevent such incidents from happening again. Martial arts are killing techniques. The moves may not look good, but their lethality is immense, unlike the flashy performances we see. After team leader Wang announced the end of the meeting, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Tong Yu remained silent. In his previous life, he had watched a martial arts competition video online, and those who participated practiced real skills: choking, eye-poking, and high kicks. Using every means possible, all emphasizing a deadly strike. It wasn't like the action scenes in movies where they fought for a long time without anyone getting hurt, let alone killed. I heard that recently a Qigong master claimed he could retrieve objects from a distance, turn stone into gold, hear words with his ears, and open his third eye, which garnered much public attention, with many people lining up to pay to learn Qigong. Xie Baojun suddenly said this, and everyone present was taken aback. I have seen it myself. In several parks, alleys, and on the streets, there are elderly people practicing Qigong. But I don't know if it's real. Zhao Shuqing then spoke up, sharing what he had seen. These Qigong masters are all frauds. We should inform the police to arrest them. With memories from his past life, Tong Yu naturally knew about the Qigong craze from the 1980s to early 1990s, which deceived many out of their money. Many people went to learn Qigong, but now that these Qigong masters are just starting to boast and have not yet grown powerful, they should be eliminated in their infancy. How do you know these Qigong masters are frauds? Zhou Hailong, noticing Tong Yu's resolute tone, couldn't help but ask. There aren't that many Qigong masters in the world. They are using some tricks, people's illusions, combined with various misleading and psychological suggestions to gain people's trust. Any Qigong master who charges money is a fraud. True Qigong masters wouldn't charge and certainly wouldn't hold special ability training classes. Tong Yu recalled the Great Fire in the 1980s when a Qigong master boasted that he could remotely extinguish flames with his mind and became the focus of media reports. In the end, this master's scam was exposed, and he ended up in prison. Chapter 173, Wudong Mountain Arena Competition. After discussing for a long time in the conference room, someone went to find team leader Wang. Tong Yu also went to Director Lu's office to prevent the masses from being misled by fraudsters. Tong Yu, why are you here? Is there something wrong? Director Lu, you know about the current Qigong craze outside. Those Qigong masters are all frauds. Initially, these frauds wouldn't deceive many people. It's the television and media that mislead the public. It is their propaganda and misguidance that allow these fraudsters to succeed. I believe you know how to handle this matter. After listening to Tong Yu, Director Liu immediately became interested. After work, he had also heard his wife talk about the Qigong masters. These Qigong masters are using tricks, misleading, and suggesting. Bang! After hearing Tong Yu's account, Director Liu slapped the desk. Hey, is this old Wang from the Special Operations Bureau? What kind of nonsense are you all doing? Promoting these ridiculous Qigong masters? If they were real masters, it would be fine, but they are all frauds. I'm giving you a heads up. Stop promoting these Qigong masters immediately. Otherwise, when we catch these frauds, you won't escape responsibility either. After hearing the content of Director Liu's call, Tong Yu knew that the television and media would no longer promote these Qigong masters. He considered himself to have helped those who had been deceived and did not say goodbye to Director Liu, turning and leaving the office. In the afternoon, after Du Lingshuang got off work and returned home, Tong Yu informed her about his upcoming business trip and found a place for them to eat. Upon hearing that he was going on a business trip, a hint of reluctance appeared on her face. Since they had started living together, they hadn't been apart for such a long time. No matter how many days it is, as long as I have free time at night, I will come back and go over in the morning. It has been over 2 months since Du Lingshuang became pregnant, but her belly doesn't look very obvious. And the people at work and her family don't know she is pregnant. Tong Yu has arrived. Wait here for a moment. I estimate they will be here soon. Team leader Wang looked at his watch. Tong Yu arrived half an hour early. The train departs at 9:16, so he asked the team members to gather at the train station by 9 o'clock. As Tong Yu approached, he heard Zhao Shuqing discussing the Qigong masters with a few team members. Seeing Tong Yu come over, Zhao Shuqing began to speak to him again. Actually, these Qigong masters aren't famous. They only attracted people's attention after being promoted by television and newspapers. Last night, I watched the news, and the television station also responded, urging the public not to believe in Qigong masters. If you find any Qigong master charging fees for teaching Qigong or special abilities, report them to the police promptly to avoid being deceived. Lin Jinshan, standing in the crowd, also recounted the news he saw on television. The television stations and newspapers are just bored. Before reporting such things, they should check if they are true. Instead, they just spread rumors. Those reporters and hosts should be arrested too. Let's go. Let's go. All our people are here. Team leader Wang called out to the discussing team members. The few people from Tong Yu's side saw that the other team members had arrived, and someone glanced at the time. It was only 8:50, 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Team leader Wang led everyone to the entrance. 2 railway police officers who had been notified were already waiting for them, allowing them to enter the station through the side door. Team leader Wang, the station master arranged your sleeping arrangements in soft sleeper compartment number 7 on this train. I wish you a smooth journey. When they arrived by the train, one of the railway police pointed to the soft sleeper compartment number 7, saluted team leader Wang and the others, and after another officer saluted, they turned and left. The train conductor had already been informed of their identities in advance and arranged 3 soft sleeper compartments for the 11 of them. Tong Yu, Zhao Shuqing, Zhou Hailong, and Chen Zhanbing shared one compartment. After opening the compartment door, they saw 4 sleeping berths, with ample space in the upper and lower berths. Not as cramped as hard sleeper compartments. From the capital to Wudong Mountain in Hubei province is over 100 kilometers. And this express train takes 2 days and 2 nights to reach its destination. Inside the compartment, the small group discussed the topic of Qigong masters. And Tong Yu occasionally chimed in, but most of the time he lay on the upper berth, contemplating his array. On the first night, everyone was very spirited, talking all the time. Tong Yu didn't find an opportunity to return home, and by the second night, everyone was tired from the journey and lost interest in talking. So they all went to sleep early. Only then did Tong Yu use a technique to leave the compartment and set off on his flying sword. Darling, you found a chance to come out? Du Lingshuang, seeing him return, happily hugged him. Last night, Tong Yu wasn't home, and she felt restless sleeping, feeling empty inside. Waking up in the middle of the night and not feeling Tong Yu beside her made her feel too lonely. Chapter 174, The Sacred Ground of Taoism. Wudong Mountain, located in the northwest of Hubei province, is the birthplace of Taoism in the Dragon Country. Since the movie Shaolin Temple caused a sensation, directors in the country began to follow suit and have been making martial arts movies in recent years, among which is the film Wudong. After team leader Wang and Tong Yu and others got off the train at the exit, several local police leaders were already waiting to receive them. The middle-aged police officer at the forefront seemed to know team leader Wang, and upon seeing them exit the station, he hurried over to greet them. Tong Yu sat by the window, looking at the scenery near Wudong Mountain in early summer through the car window. This area is still undeveloped, with lush green mountains and clear waters along the way, and the fresh air seemed to seep into the car. The bus wound its way along the mountain road, and Tong Yu's gaze was drawn to the ancient Taoist temples that occasionally flashed by on the roadside. Although these temples had weathered the years, they still emanated a mysterious and solemn aura. Team leader Wang led everyone up the mountain, and along the way, they occasionally saw Taoist priests in robes. They walked steadily and appeared serene, greeting the group with a Taoist gesture and saying, "Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan, Wudong Mountain welcomes you, lay practitioners." Finally, they reached the summit, where the majestic Jinwu Hall came into view. The hall had flying eaves and bracket sets, solemn and dignified, and housed a statue of Emperor Jinwu, whose imposing presence inspired reverence. Team leader Wang had everyone stand outside the hall when an elderly Taoist priest dressed in a purple robe, with white hair, yet in good spirits, came out with a dozen middle-aged priests from Jinwu Hall. The headmaster personally came to greet them, and Wang and the others felt honored. Although team leader, Wang held an official position. He often interacted with people from the martial world and returned the greeting according to the customs of the martial community. Everyone followed the headmaster to the side hall, where the headmaster proudly introduced the history and culture of Wudong Mountain. Upon arriving at the side hall, everyone took their seats, and the young Taoists served fragrant tea, filling the air with its aroma. Tong Yu took a light sip and felt a warm flow seep into his heart. Team leader Wang nodded in agreement, saying, "Headmaster, you are too polite. We feel this is already wonderful. Since the martial arts competition is being held here, you, as the host, must have a lot to attend to. So please don't mind us and go ahead with your business." Suddenly, he sensed a faint aura from outside the hall, seemingly imbued with a hint of spirituality. It was not the right moment to use his spiritual sense to investigate, so he decided to wait until everyone had rested before exploring further. Perhaps there were unknown wonders on this Wudong Mountain. The air here was much better than in the capital. Just one breath felt refreshing. The tea was also quite good, better than what was sold in Zhang Yuan and Wu Yute's shops. If he could live here, it would definitely prolong his life. Why don't we go out for a stroll? This is my first time at Wudong Mountain. I checked some information before coming. There's the Jinwu Hall and a large number of ancient buildings, as well as 72 peaks, with Taihe Palace, Zixiao Palace, and the Golden Hall built on these peaks, along with 36 rocks, 24 ravines, and 11 caves, among others. As everyone walked to the square outside, they saw a group of people coming out from the right side hall, dressed in various outfits. Some looked like old farmers, others like ancient warriors, some wore tang suits, while others were in long robes, and some were monks and kasayas. These individuals were from various sects and martial arts families participating in the competition, staying in the side halls on the right, while their disciples resided at the halfway point in the Jiejian pool. Zhu Weiguo was well informed about the situation here and explained as they walked. The martial arts competition will take place in 3 days. I heard that people from the Chicken Basin Kingdom have also come, as well as masters from the South Bang Kingdom and the Tai Kingdom, to watch the match. Tong Yu was about 100 meters away from this group and overheard an elderly man in a tang suit speaking to them. Are these foreigners really here to watch? I think their true intention is to learn our martial arts, especially the Japanese and Koreans. Karate and Taekwondo were adapted from our Dragon Nation's teachings. They might even want to challenge us in the next match. If they win, they brag about their skills. If they lose, they claim it was just a friendly exchange. These bastards have no good intentions. Unfortunately, there are too many rules for this competition, and killing is prohibited. Otherwise, I would just slap them all to death. The rules are dead, but people are alive. Tell our disciples to find an excuse to go all out and severely injure these bastards. Although the major sects of the Dragon Nation do not acknowledge each other, that's just internal conflict. They fight among themselves when there are no external enemies. Once there is an outside threat, the leaders of the major sects unite against a common foe. Ba, may all benefactors have compassion and not harbor malicious thoughts. Damn, I forgot about you, bald donkey. Masters, our plan has been overheard by this bald donkey. Should we deal with him first to prevent the plan from leaking? A middle-aged man in the crowd spoke, and his aura surged, his bones cracking. As his hands turned deep red, he practiced the red sand palm technique. Ba, benefactors, my senior brother did not mean it that way. We swear to the Buddha that we will not leak a word of today's events. If we do, we will never attain rebirth. A middle-aged monk standing beside the old monk quickly joined his palms and made a vow. knowing well that the sect leaders would dare to take action against them. Another middle-aged monk on the old monk's other side also had a rising aura, his monk robe puffing up and his fingers shaped like dragon claws, clearly indicating he practiced dragon claw hand. Among the crowd were two other middle-aged monks, also exuding fierce intent, staring at the three monks beside the old monk, waiting for the man practicing the red sand palm to strike and eliminate them. It was evident there was animosity between the monks of these two sections. Chapter 175. The Deeds of Taoist Disciples. When everyone saw the compassionate monk also making a vow, they retracted their auras, but the two middle-aged monks still showed disappointment in their eyes. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan, esteemed lay practitioners, such elegance. Senior Brother Liaokong, how have you and Junior Brother Liaoyue been lately? These three monks were from Shaolin Temple, and everyone knew what they did during the War of Resistance. The two middle-aged monks were from Wutai Mountain, and back then, during the War of Resistance, Taoist disciples and the monks from Wutai Mountain had united in the fight, with many monks and Taoists from both sides having died. Ba, I have seen Junior Brother Qingya. How is Uncle Xianen's health? Has his old injury been controlled? The two middle-aged monks who had just shown fierce intent immediately smiled upon seeing Taoist Qingya, joining their palms in greeting and inquiring about the health of Taoist Xianen. Showing concern in their eyes, Zhu Weiguo continued to explain to everyone, as he was well-versed in the internal affairs of the major sects of the Dragon Nation. Of course, these matters were public knowledge. He was unaware of any internal secrets. Mr. Lu Sun once remarked about the thriving Buddhist sects. In a prosperous world, the Buddhist sect flourishes, while Taoism hides in the deep mountains. In chaotic times, the Bodhisattva does not intervene, and the old lord wields a sword to save the people. As a native religion of the Dragon Nation, Taoism's tenet is to love the country, the people, and the teachings. A tree without roots cannot thrive, and a person without a country cannot stand. A reporter asked the old Taoist priest, "Old Taoist, why is there only you in such a large temple?" I remember asking my master when he would return. He said he would come back after defeating the Japanese. If he doesn't return, then he doesn't. I waited and waited, standing at the temple gate every day, hoping my master and brothers would come back. But I waited until I grew old and still did not see them return. Seeing the Taoist disciples emerge today, Tong Yu was suddenly reminded of many deeds of Taoist disciples. Other Taoist leaders, upon seeing the two monks from Wutai Mountain, also greeted them, clearly aware of their contributions during the War of Resistance. No one paid attention to the three monks from the Shaolin Temple, all feeling ashamed of their actions. The three monks also felt embarrassed, so they turned around to talk to the martial arts sect members, hoping to avoid the awkward situation. In the evening, a Taoist boy came to take them to the dining hall for dinner, and after that, everyone followed team leader Wang back to the side hall. With 2 days left until the martial arts competition, there wasn't much to do, so everyone began to move freely around Wudong Mountain. The next morning, Tong Yu stepped out of the side hall and saw the Taoist temple ahead with smoke curling up. The Taoist boys, dressed in blue robes, were methodically sweeping the courtyard. He was a casual cultivator, and seeing this serene scene, he paused to observe. The sound of the morning bell echoed from the temple, distant and long, resonating in the valley. A group of Taoists, holding dusters, walked slowly towards the main hall to begin reciting the morning scriptures. The chant was uniform and harmonious, exuding a sense of tranquility and peace. Hearing the familiar verses of the Tao Te Ching, Tong Yu felt a stir in his heart. The cultivation method he practiced emphasized the unity of heaven and earth, the resonance of the universe, and sought to transcend the mundane and achieve the highest state of oneness with the Tao. Although the Taoists before him could not tread the path to immortality, they were nonetheless practicing the principles of the Tao day after day. Their cultivation, perhaps not as profound as his in terms of the laws of heaven and earth, held a simple yet steadfast adherence to the Tao. The sound of scripture recitation filled the hall. Tong Yu felt a slight ripple in his internal Tao essence in tune with the rhythm of the scriptures, creating a wonderful resonance with the verses. He understood that whether it was the pursuit of immortality or mundane cultivation, they ultimately led to the same destination, all in search of the original Tao. He smiled faintly. The thought of merely passing through gradually faded from his mind. He walked slowly toward the temple gate, where a young Taoist boy, seeing his extraordinary demeanor, quickly approached to bow and greet him. Tong Yu gently nodded, saying, "I was passing by with nothing to do, heard the fellow Taoists reciting scriptures, and felt moved. So I came to listen." The young Taoist, sensing his impressive bearing and the faint aura of transcendence about him, did not dare to neglect him and hurried inside to report. Before long, a middle-aged Taoist dressed in a blue robe came out, clasping his hands in greeting and smiling. "Esteemed guest, my apologies for not welcoming you properly." Tong Yu returned the gesture, saying, "Taoist, you are too polite. I was just touched by the fellow Taoist's recitation, so I came uninvited. I hope for your understanding." The middle-aged Taoist smiled and said, "It is indeed our fortune for you to come. Please come in. I have prepared some tea, and we can discuss the Tao while enjoying it together." Tong Yu followed the Taoist into the main hall. Looking at the familiar Taoist decor and smelling the faint sandalwood fragrance, a long-lost sense of belonging surged within him. This unexpected encounter today might be a guiding of the Tao, providing him with further insights on his path of seeking the great Tao. Inside the hall, the Taoists were sitting on cushions, engaging in morning lessons, reciting the scriptures of the Tao. Tong Yu saw not only the Taoists from Wudong Mountain, but also the leaders of other sects he had seen in the square yesterday, all gathered in the hall. The middle-aged Taoist led him into a simple room on the side of the hall, which contained only a table and a few teacups, with several cushions on the floor. The middle-aged Taoist, known as Real Person Ningyang, appeared to be middle-aged but was actually over 80 years old. He practiced the internal family cultivation of Wudong, which naturally included a beauty-preserving technique, making him look like a middle-aged man to outsiders. "Esteemed guest, are you also practicing internal family techniques?" Real Person Ningyang asked after pouring a cup of tea and sitting cross-legged on a cushion. The Taoist techniques are not about incense offerings in a shrine, nor do they require hand seals or chants. I simply emulate the form of the clouds in my breathing, letting my lungs fill with the essence of mountain mists and the richness of pine resin. Sometimes, after the wind passes through the treetops, I sway my limbs with its force, not needing to adhere to the forms of white crane spreads its wings or wild horse parts its mane. My joints naturally find their rhythm in the sound of the pines. Hearing Real Person Ningyang's question, Tong Yu combined what he had learned from the ancient books he had gathered from Su Zhongli and organized his thoughts before responding. Upon hearing his words, Real Person Ningyang's face immediately showed shock, and he eagerly asked again, "Are you practicing the long-lost preaching chi refiner's techniques?" "I don't know the specifics. I have a few ancient books that I unintentionally exchanged for in the black market. Out of boredom, I followed the instructions in the books to practice." "Please take a look, Taoist." Real Person Ningyang's eyes lit up upon seeing the ancient books, and without bothering to clean his hands, he wiped them on his robe and, with a look of reverence, accepted the books Tong Yu handed him. Seeing his reaction, Tong Yu secretly laughed. These books might be treasures in their eyes, but to him, they were of no use, so he might as well give them to him. "My name is Tong Yu, from the Special Operations Bureau. It's a pleasure to meet Real Person Ningyang," Tong Yu said, cupping his fists in greeting. Real Person Ningyang didn't mind where Tong Yu was from, as it was an undeniable fact that Taoism, Buddhism, and various martial arts sects were all under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the state had stopped repressing these religions and was now advocating for freedom of belief, allowing Buddhism to flourish. "Thank you very much for your generous gift, esteemed guest. I am truly grateful. I see that the cultivation method you practice is closely related to our Taoism. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting our scripture repository to see Wudong's collection?" Tong Yu was also curious about the treasures of this Taoist holy land, so he immediately stood up and said, "Then I thank you, Taoist." He followed Real Person Ningyang out of the main hall, passing through several side halls. The two quickly arrived in front of a large hall, where two middle-aged Taoists were sitting cross-legged on cushions, practicing. Upon hearing their footsteps and seeing Real Person Ningyang, the two quickly stood up and bowed. "Esteemed guest, this is our Wudong scripture repository. Please, follow me inside," Real Person Ningyang said with a smile, gesturing. "Please don't be polite here, esteemed guest. I must thank you again for the books," Real Person Ningyang said, noticing Tong Yu's hesitation to enter and not insisting further. He stepped into the hall. After seeing the senior master enter, Tong Yu noticed there were 4 other middle-aged Taoists inside, each with a reserved energy, their temples slightly bulging. Clearly experts in internal family techniques. Upon seeing Real Person Ningyang enter, they quickly bowed. "You all continue to guard here. Esteemed guest, please follow me." Real Person Ningyang nodded to the 4 and gestured to Tong Yu. Although Tong Yu did not use his spiritual sense to investigate, he could feel the faint sounds of breathing around the hall, indicating that there were Taoists hidden inside. This showed how much importance Wudong placed on their scripture repository. So he followed real person Ningyang to the back hall. Upon reaching the back hall, he saw rows of bookshelves resembling a bookstore. Glancing at the shelves, he noticed they were made of rosewood and had been specially treated to prevent moisture, insects, and rodents. These are the scriptures and martial arts techniques collected by our Wudong ancestors and elders. Please feel free to browse, esteemed guest. I must excuse myself. Real person Ningyang pointed to the bookshelves in the back hall, briefly introduced them, bowed, and then left. Taoist, please go about your business, Tong Yu replied with a bow. After real person Ningyang left, he walked to the nearest row of shelves and casually picked up a thin book. He saw 5 traditional Chinese characters on the cover, Wudong Hunyuan Gong. Flipping the pages from right to left, he noticed that the text was also in traditional Chinese characters and needed to be read vertically from right to left. He didn't pay any attention to these martial arts techniques. Originally, he followed Master Ningyang to the Sutra repository to learn about the cultural heritage of Taoism. After seeing this Hunyuan Gong method, he didn't flip through the pages one by one, but directly released his spirit sense to scan the book. In the blink of an eye, he finished reading the entire Wudong Hunyuan Gong, and then his spirit sense swept over the bookshelf in the back hall, reviewing all the Taoist scriptures and martial arts techniques on it. Chapter 177, The Ancient Evil Weapon, the Divine Knife. After Tong Yu saw the items in the secret chamber, he didn't think about claiming the gold ingots for himself. These gold ingots were likely collected by the then master of Wudong during the Qing dynasty when Wudong Mountain suffered from the ravages of war. The Qing rulers favored Buddhism and neglected Taoism, which led to Taoism being heavily suppressed during the Qing dynasty and gradually declining. By the time of the Republic of China, warlords were rampant, further contributing to the decline of Taoism during that period. This short knife had no sheath, but a talisman was affixed to the blade, emanating a hint of ancient aura. Perhaps due to the attention from Master Ningyang, no one paid attention to him, and he immediately used a technique to enter the underground secret chamber. Once inside, he didn't waste time and directly pulled out the short knife from the compartment, tossing it into his ring casually. Clank! With a crisp sound, the short knife fell onto the ground's bluestone slab. What was going on? This short knife couldn't be stored in the ring. Whoosh! Just as this thought crossed his mind, the short knife was absorbed into the pearl of the Tao. He was momentarily stunned and didn't have time to ponder the reason before using a technique to return to the original spot in the back hall. In the corner of the main beam, Taoist Yuan, he was meditating and practicing his Wudong Tiyun Zone lightness skill. While on duty guarding the Sutra repository, he used his lightness skill to hide in the corner of the beam. Upon seeing Master Ningyang enter with a young man, he subtly glanced at his hiding spot and spoke a few words with the young man before leaving the Sutra repository. When Yuan he completed a small cycle of his technique and opened his eyes again, he felt a blur in his vision, as if the young man had suddenly emerged from the ground. He quickly raised his hand to rub his eyes and saw that the young man was still flipping through the book. Could it be that I saw it wrong? He put down the book in his hand and casually picked up another one. In Yuan he's eyes, as well as in the eyes of other guarding Taoists, it appeared that the young man was reading, but they didn't know that Tong Yu's spirit sense had already been examining the interior of the pearl of the Tao. The violent, murderous intent was instantly dissolved by the Tao energy within the pearl of the Tao, becoming a rule within the pearl, and was absorbed by the Tao tree. Tong Yu's spirit sense saw a 3-foot-long purple-long knife appear inside the pearl of the Tao. This purple-long knife was embedded about half a foot into the ground, with a handle over a foot long, emanating a chilling, murderous aura that continuously flowed along the blade but could not be released from it. After thinking for a long time without understanding, he casually put down the book, his mind lingering on the knife within the pearl of the Tao, and he lost interest in continuing to read the scriptures and techniques. After flipping through a few more books, he turned and left the Sutra repository. Although the reform and opening up had begun, Wudong Mountain was not as famous as in his previous life, and tourists were scarce. There were not many Taoists on Wudong Mountain either, so these collapsed buildings had not been rebuilt. Tong Yu found a relatively flat large stone nearby, waved his hand to clear the leaves off it, and sat cross-legged on the stone, sending his spirit sense into the pearl of the Tao to examine the long knife. The Tao tree sensed his spirit sense entering and shook slightly, sending a message into his sea of consciousness. The divine knife was made from the bones of a brother of one of the 9 generations of Pangu ancestors, refined through 81 times of heavenly fire tempering. What the heck? This knife is actually the divine knife? One of the 10 evil weapons from ancient legends. No wonder my ring couldn't store this knife. It turns out this knife is the divine knife, and its grade is too high, exceeding that of the ring. Tong Yu exclaimed. He knew that this ring was a storage ring used by cultivators in the cultivation world, capable of storing items from both the cultivation world and the secular world, but items that exceeded the cultivation world could not be stored. Now that he realized this knife was the divine knife, he no longer dwelled on the issue. He recalled seeing records about the divine knife in the ancient books he had plundered from Su Zhongli. According to legend, Pangu fought for the throne, and the brother of the ninth-generation ancestor was defeated. The ninth-generation ancestor placed his brother's bones into the heavenly furnace, and after 81 times of heavenly fire tempering, the divine knife was forged from his brother's bones. After obtaining the divine knife, the ninth-generation ancestor became even more formidable, slaughtering countless deities under its blade. The divine knife also absorbed the souls of these deities, transforming their souls into murderous intent and Tao rhythm, including the 3 great demon gods under the demon ancestor Lu, who were slain by the divine knife's murderous intent. Even the innate treasure in the hands of the demon ancestor Lu, the killing god spear, had most of its murderous intent absorbed by the divine knife during the battle, and the divine knife had surpassed the category of innate treasures. Thinking of this, Tong Yu decided not to move the divine knife for the time being, allowing it to stay within the Pearl of the Tao. After the martial arts competition ended and he returned home to the capital, he would have plenty of time to enter the Pearl of the Tao and refine the divine knife. Chapter 178. The martial arts competition begins. The martial arts competition at Wudong Mountain began, since it was the first time being held there. The local government wanted to make it successful, learning from the lessons of the previous competition held in Huhai, establishing several rules. No vicious techniques were allowed, such as throat locks, eye pokes, or groin kicks. No strikes to vital points like the temples, heart, or Bai point were permitted, and hidden weapons could not be used during the competition. Sitting at the front were the master of Wudong Mountain, several elders, and the leaders of the organizing committee, including team leader Wang and director Fan. Tong Yu and his team members stood around, with security maintaining order in the periphery. The audience came from various parts of the country, mostly residents near major sects and martial arts families. They only came to watch after hearing about the martial arts competition. Everyone knows the rules of the competition, and I hope everyone will abide by them. Now, I declare the Wudong Mountain Martial Arts Competition to begin. Liao Dongpa from the Xingyi sect is here. Who will challenge him? After Mr. Li Ningshan stepped down, a middle-aged man immediately leaped onto the stage and bowed to the surroundings, calling out a challenge. I'll come. Zhang Weiqiang from the Bagua Palm will challenge. This martial arts competition was not a performance-type martial arts contest, but real combat. There were no flashy performance moves, nor were there rounds of back and forth. Both fighters tested each other's defenses, waiting for an opportunity to strike decisively. Due to the restrictions of this competition, neither of them dared to use vicious or underhanded moves, making the competition appear somewhat stiff. The two fought on the stage for over 10 minutes, and in the end, Liao Dongpa from the Xingyi sect was struck in the left rib by Zhang Weiqiang from the Bagua Palm, falling to the ground and unable to get up, his face showing pain. Although his ribs weren't broken, he was significantly injured and had no choice but to concede. Red Sand Palm's Tao Taiju challenged the monk Qi to a duel. Who has the courage to come and fight with me? Tong Yu recognized the middle-aged man. He was the one he had seen practicing the Red Sand Palm in the square on the first day. That day, he had a conflict with a monk from Shaolin Temple, who practiced the Dragon Claw hand and wanted to compete with him, but was stopped by the old monk Zhishan. Now that he had the opportunity, Tao Taiju immediately stepped onto the stage to challenge Monk Zhichu. Monk Zhichu, being called out for a challenge, felt his anger rise and proclaimed himself as Buddha with a loud voice, which made everyone look down on him. Was he even a monk? He seemed more like a rough man from the rivers and lakes. In fact, this matter started because of the grandson of old Master Gu, who, I heard, had bullied others due to his family background. Monk Zhichu couldn't stand it and ended up injuring him, but the method was too ruthless, as he used the eagle claw technique to crush the limbs of old Master Ji's grandson, rendering him disabled and leading to his subsequent depression. Anyone would find it hard to swallow this grievance. I heard that Monk Zhichu almost always used heavy hands when fighting, leaving his opponents severely injured or maimed. You may not know this yet, but Tao Tieju's brother was severely injured by Monk Zhichu, and Tao Taiju had been to Shaolin Temple several times, only to be beaten back by the monks. Now that he had the chance for a one-on-one challenge, he couldn't possibly let Monk Zhichu off the hook. The crowd below was abuzz with discussions, while the fight on the stage was fierce. Tao Tieju's palms had turned blood red, each strike aimed at Monk Jichu's vital points. Monk Jichu realized that things couldn't end peacefully today, so he combined the eagle claw technique with the Shaolin dragon claw technique. Producing sounds like eagle cries and dragon roars as he struck, his claws like lightning aimed at Tao Tieju's arms. The sounds of tearing fabric echoed as Tao Tieju's sleeves were shredded, falling to the ground in tatters, revealing deep wounds on his arms. With blood gushing out like a spring, the spectators, seeing the blood, were stirred up and cheered loudly. These people from the rivers and lakes thrived on the thrill of dangerous encounters. If there were no injuries or bloodshed in a match, they would find it lacking in excitement. In the hearts of these martial artists, a competition was meant to determine superiority and even life and death. Otherwise, why practice martial arts at all? They might as well just learn to shoot, as even the highest martial skill could be defeated by a single bullet. Tao Tieju's arm muscles were shredded, causing him great pain and a change in his expression. At this point, he should have conceded, but for the sake of avenging his brother and not wanting to give up this rare opportunity, he endured the excruciating pain in his arms and continued to attack Monk Jichu. Elderly Ningxuan, watching from below, saw that both men were fighting fiercely and fearing mutual severe injuries, hurried to the stage to stop them. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud echoed from the stage, followed by several crisp sounds of bones cracking. Monk Jichu spat out a mouthful of blood and then collapsed onto the stage, unconscious. Tao Taiju, enduring the intense pain from his shredded right calf muscle, struck Monk Jichu in the chest, sending him flying over 2 meters and causing him to fall unconscious. Thousand Leaf Palm. A loud shout came from below, as another monk, Jiji, seeing Tao Taiju approaching Monk Jichu, obviously intending to kill him with a strike, shouted and leaped onto the stage. Countless palm shadows attacked Tao Taiju, ostensibly to stop him, but in reality, Jiji aimed to seriously injure Tao Taiju as well. Chapter 179. The martial arts competition continues. Thud. Thud. The sounds of impact echoed on the stage as the two had exchanged dozens of blows before finally striking each other with a palm. Both being sent flying several meters away, flipping in midair before landing steadily at the edge of the stage. Good skills. The Win's family Tai Chi truly lived up to its reputation, able to even block the thousand-leaf palm. While the crowd below discussed, elderly Ningxuan had already stopped Tao Taiju, and several doctors and nurses helped him down to treat his injuries, while other doctors and nurses carried Monk Jichu off to the hospital. A middle-aged man, Zhao Zhanpeng, who had flown in from the left, bowed to Monk Jiji. He was a friend of Tao Taiju and had been watching the monks from Shaolin Temple since the fight began, not even noticing when Tao Taiju got injured. Your opponent is me. Chun Shigong from Qinjiagu Tai Chi seeks guidance from Wenshi Tai Chi Amit Ba. Please, 2 benefactors. Seeing someone come up, Jiji joined his hands in prayer and turned to leave the stage. Both practiced Tai Chi, and there was no animosity between them. The fight was not dangerous and far less exciting than the battle between Tao Taiju and Monk Jichu, but those knowledgeable recognized the skill involved, while the laymen were just there for the spectacle. Pop, pop. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the two exchanged a punch and a palm, then separated several meters. The hard wooden stage bore the marks of their feet, leaving half-inch deep footprints. I concede. Brother Zhao, if you have time, we should exchange more. Chun Shigong's sleeves also turned to shreds, but he had retreated a step less than Zhao Zhanping, thus deciding the victor. With no interest left in watching the competition, he stood there bored and released his spiritual sense, sweeping across the entire Wudong mountain area. Tong Yu's spiritual sense swept over and noticed 4 small cars coming from the distant road. The front 2 cars had 6 people from the Foot Basin Chicken Country, while the back 2 cars had 6 people from the Cornstick Country. What are these little guys doing together with the Cornstick people? Aren't they supposed to be enemies? Or is it just a coincidence? The competition on the stage continued, with one being a Hongquan air and the other a Tan Tue air. One practiced southern fists and the other northern kicks, and they were fighting vigorously, with cheers erupting from the stage. At this moment, 6 middle-aged men in Taekwondo uniforms, all with black belts, got out of the back cars. Tong Yu knew that the short knives from the Foot Basin Chicken Country were specifically for seppuku, while the black belts from the Cornstick Country were used to distinguish Taekwondo ranks. Who are you? Earlier, police officers had approached to inquire about these individuals, and some drew their pistols, aiming at them. We are warriors from the Foot Basin Chicken Country, here to watch the martial arts competition. The snotty middle-aged man, Suzuki Ichiro. Seeing the police officers with guns nearby, no longer dared to act arrogantly. If a shot were fired, he wouldn't be able to dodge the bullet. First, he bowed 90 degrees to the questioning police and spoke in fluent Dragon Country dialect about their purpose. We are Taekwondo masters from the Great Cornstick Country. Also here to watch the martial arts competition. Please allow us to pass. The leader, Park Ji-hyo, also bowed to the questioning police officer, not forgetting to boast about their country's large land area, adding a grade in front. It was unclear who gave these two fools the courage and confidence. But his Dragon Country dialect was not very standard, barely understandable by the police. You are guests from afar, but we still hope you will follow the rules of the martial arts competition. No loud noise, no random shouting, no embarrassing behavior. And don't say anything about being big when it's actually small. Please go in. The purpose of these two groups was to challenge the major sects of the Dragon Country, and they did not understand the police's dialect, so they readily agreed. At this moment, two more people came up to the ring, one using the Bagua Yulong palm and the other using the iron wire fist, and their fight was dazzling. Is this a competition? To me, it looked like kids playing house. The Foot Basin Chicken Country's warrior standing below the ring had a disdainful expression. Haha. Is that little Japanese melon coming? Do you dare to compete with Grandpa? This Foot Basin Chicken Country's martial artist was overheard by a middle-aged man nearby, who turned around, saw it was someone from the Foot Basin Chicken Country, and immediately became interested, challenging him to a duel. Good. After they finish, we will have a match. What weapon will you use? Grandpa is from the Five Tigers Breaking the Door Knife School, just right to chop you, little Japanese melon. The two fighters on the ring then decided the winner, with the Bagua Yulong Palm inheritor defeating the Iron Wire Fist inheritor. After elderly Ningshan announced the result, the man practicing the Five Tigers Breaking the Door Knife jumped onto the ring with a ghost head big knife. I am Nyo Biao, a disciple of the Five Tigers Breaking the Door Knife, challenging the little Japanese melon. If you have the guts, come up and settle the score. Also determining life and death. Warrior Nyo, you cannot injure anyone in a duel. It would ruin the rules of the grand tournament. Elderly Ningshan quickly stopped him, knowing that the ghost head big knife weighed about 10 pounds and was clearly a deadly weapon. If he really killed someone from the Foot Basin Chicken Country, it would cause an international dispute. I can set up a life and death agreement with you. Regardless of life or death, neither side's country will interfere. Do you dare agree? The warrior from the Foot Basin Chicken Country also came up to the ring with a samurai sword, looking fierce at Nyo Biao, while his subordinate quickly threw away the sword sheath, and the samurai sword slashed towards Nyo Biao with a glint. Grandpa knew you would act despicably, and had long been prepared for your sneak attack. Watch the knife. Chapter 180. Karate vs. Taekwondo. Nyo Biao's Five Tigers Breaking the Door Knife technique was executed, targeting the vital points on the little Japanese melon. The samurai sword and the ghost head knife collided repeatedly, sparks flying, forcing the little Japanese melon to continuously retreat. His samurai sword was already nicked like a saw blade, and if he continued to chop, the samurai sword would surely be cut in half by the ghost head big knife. Bang! With a muffled sound, the little Japanese melon did not expect a sudden kick, breaking several ribs and causing clear cracking sounds. He was sent flying 2 to 3 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, collapsing on the ground, his face turning pale. And the saw-like samurai sword fell to the side. Well done, old Nyo, you're a real man. Brother Nyo is mighty. Nyo Biao laughed heartily, not bothering with other duels, and walked down from the ring. The crowd below surrounded him to congratulate him. The doctors and nurses from Dragon Country finally sluggishly came over to check the little Japanese melon warrior's condition, loading him into an ambulance, which made the sound of ouch ouch as it headed to a nearby hospital. A corn stick extended its pinky finger to the Foot Basin Chicken Country warrior, then flipped it down. After saying that, he took a few steps back and leaped, wanting to jump onto the ring. Tong Yu saw the corn stick flying up and pointed at his body, a trace of Dao Yuan power hitting his waist. Haha, Yoshi. The crowd immediately erupted in laughter at this scene. Even several warriors from the Foot Basin Chicken Country joined in the laughter. Ouch ouch, the ambulance made that sound again, taking the big pancake face away. Who wants to fight my big corn stick? This corn stick also had a big pancake face, with a small nose pinched by his face, and if you didn't look closely, you couldn't see his nostrils. I'll do it. With a loud shout, the crowd saw a warrior from the Foot Basin Chicken Country go up. What the hell? What is this noise about seizing the main stage? What's seizing the main stage? This is turning the tables. Here we are, and it has become their ring. If I go up, I will definitely knock them all down. Old Lu, Wait a minute. Let us just watch the fun from below. Let these two bastards fight it out. It would be best if they both perish together. Someone immediately pulled the middle-aged man who wanted to go up to the ring. Oh, is this really happening? Hurry, let us see who can kill whom. Baka, the leader of the Foot Basin Chicken Country, Souza Zhulang, saw his people going up and cursed loudly. We came here for the Dragon Country people to compete. Why is this guy going to fight the corn stick? Even if he wins, it won't show the might of our Foot Basin Chicken Country. Park Qingxiao also glanced at Souza Zhulang with dissatisfaction. They shared the same thought, wanting to make a name for themselves in the competition. After Xiaotaro got on the ring, he first placed his samurai sword and ribs in the corner, then walked over to the big pancake-faced corn stick and bowed, saying, "Please take care of me." The pancake-faced guy, with his pinched nose, did not expect someone from the Foot Basin Chicken Country to come up. But since the other party was polite, he couldn't be rude and also bowed his head in return. Yet before he could lift his head, Xiaotaro kicked him on the shoulder. Despicable and shameless. The pancake-faced guy was kicked back a few steps, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, but fortunately, his shoulder bone wasn't broken. He cursed loudly and leaped up, kicking towards Xiaotaro's neck. What the hell? The Foot Basin Chicken Country is so despicable. First bowing politely, looking very civilized, but then looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. Don't you know? The respectful bow from the Foot Basin Chicken Country is a farewell ceremony for the dead. Right. So that's how it is. No wonder their attitude is so respectful. They were already planning to kill you, and this is just a farewell gift before you die. Bang bang bang. The two on the ring fought fiercely. One practicing karate and the other taekwondo, exchanging blows, fists connecting with flesh, and kicks never leaving each other's body. Bang. Xiaotaro was kicked on the chin by the pancake-faced guy, feeling several teeth getting knocked out, and he flipped backward, falling onto the ring. The pancake-faced guy, seeing he had knocked down Xiaotaro, became even more confident, taking a few steps to run and leaping up, his right leg kicking towards the head of Xiaotaro, who had just sat up. Xiaotaro saw the pancake-faced guy's right leg coming at him, knowing that if he got kicked in the head, he would definitely be seriously injured. He quickly rolled to the side, and his hand just happened to touch the samurai sword and ribs he had placed in the corner earlier. Clang! With a crisp sound, the samurai sword was drawn from the sheath, and he said, "You won with fists and kicks. Now let's compare sword techniques." The pancake-faced guy saw Xiaotaro draw the samurai sword, and he had no weapon in hand, yet Xiaotaro said he wanted to compare sword techniques. So he hurriedly retreated. But at that moment, Xiaotaro's samurai sword had already slashed down on his back with 2 strikes. Although the cuts weren't deep, the white taekwondo uniform was stained red with blood, causing him to scream in pain. Ah, despicable and shameless. Then, a monk from Wutai Mountain threw a wooden stick to him. "Thank you, you're a good person." The pancake-faced guy took the wooden stick and, wanting to appear polite, didn't forget to express his gratitude. No need to be polite, this is just right for you. Chapter 181. The martial arts competition. Instong Yu saw that these two bastards were both using weapons to fight, and he felt a movement in his heart. He pointed at the two on the ring twice. The big pancake face with a flat nose blocked the samurai sword with a wooden stick, smashing towards Onotaro's head with a gust of wind. Onotaro instinctively reacted to block the wooden stick with his samurai sword, but at that moment, his hand suddenly did not obey his brain's command. The samurai sword in his hand turned into a flash of cold light and directly chopped towards the neck of the big pancake face. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and the wooden stick smashed Onotaro's head. Thud! Thud! 2 bodies fell to the ground on the ring with a dull sound, hitting the wooden boards. Damn, this works too. Impressive. I really admire their spirit. Today, why am I so eloquent? Let them perish together, and they all die. Did the 3 pure ones open their eyes? Ah, someone died. Their brain matter is splattered out. Ugh, half of this person's head is gone. My goodness, so disgusting, wow. The 2 sides immediately started fighting on the ring, the little Japanese with their samurai swords, while the big pancake faces without weapons were immediately injured. The cornstick people, having obtained handy wooden sticks, immediately became like tigers with wings, swinging their sticks and engaging in a melee with the little Japanese. The disciples from various sects and martial arts families shouted loudly, cheering for those on the ring. Bang bang bang. Director Fan drew his pistol and fired a few shots into the air, instantly silencing the chaotic scene. But only Su Sasuke Ichiro and Park Qingxiao were left standing on the ring, while the others from both sides were severely injured and unable to get up. Ouch, ouch, the distinctive sounds of several ambulances rang out, taking away the severely injured from both the foot basin chicken and the corn stick. There were a total of 12 people from both sides when they arrived, and now only the two leaders remained standing. Both sides had lost 3 people and had 2 severely injured, a perfect match. After these two leaders signed a death waiver with Director Fan, they compensated the event organizers for their losses and left with their subordinates' bodies, looking disheveled. This martial arts competition was held very well, giving us a lively show. These little Japanese and corn stick people were really chopping and stabbing. We should thank the monks from Wutai Mountain. Without their supportive wooden sticks, we wouldn't have seen such a good show. The wooden sticks, sharpened to a slant, were as sharp as the tip of a gun, definitely capable of killing someone when used to stab. The corn stick people should also be grateful to the monks from Wutai Mountain for their mercy, otherwise, they would have been completely wiped out. After both sides started to mix it up, Tong Yu took the opportunity to secretly release a trace of Dao Yuan power to restrict their movements. Those who should dodge couldn't, and those who should strike couldn't move, which led to heavy casualties on the ring. Subsequently, the martial arts competition continued. When comrades sparred against each other, it wasn't very interesting. Despite the lively fighting on the ring, due to the limitations on the competition rules, only minor injuries occurred, and no severe injuries were reported. It was far from the spectacularness of the fight between the Foot Basin Chicken Country and the Corn Stick people. The martial arts competition lasted for 3 days and concluded perfectly and smoothly, with the Wudong sect as the host, taking first place, the Wutai sect taking second, and Sangzhou, as a martial arts hometown, winning third place. The remaining sects and martial arts families also achieved rankings, receiving trophies and honor certificates. After saying goodbye to Group Leader Wang and Director Fan, the members of Tong Yu's small team boarded the train back to the capital, returning to Beijing 2 days later. The reason we participated in this martial arts competition was that we had received news in advance to prevent conflicts between the Foot Basin Chicken Country and the Corn Stick people. Unexpectedly, a conflict broke out between them, so we had no issues. We just considered it a trip. Everyone was tired from the journey, so let's go back and rest. If there are tasks, wait for a phone call to notify. If there are matters, please request leave in advance, and don't let anyone be untraceable later. After getting off the train in the capital, Group Leader Wang explained to the team members why they had to carry out this mission while on the platform. After Tong Yu separated from the group at the exit, he did not take the bus but walked down the street, observing the construction everywhere in the city. Large trucks carried materials and debris back and forth. The places that needed to be demolished had all been torn down, and the people who needed to be relocated had also moved out. Due to the excessive and dense population in the city, the planning bureau of the capital had planned to expand outward, and the third ring road was almost completed. It was now 1984, and the changes across the country were tremendous. There were more small cars running on the streets than before, and people's living standards were quietly rising. When he returned to the courtyard, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Tong Yu began to cook for Du Lingxue. During the past few days on Wudong Mountain, he had been finding opportunities to return home every night to accompany Du Lingxue. Du Lingxue was nearly 3 months pregnant. Aside from a few days of morning sickness earlier, there had been no further signs, and she was worried about any issues. Every day, she had Tong Yu check her abdomen, and only after confirming everything was normal could she relax. "Dear, I'm back," Du Lingxue said happily when she returned home after work and saw that the courtyard door was unlocked, knowing Tong Yu was back from his business trip. Chapter 182. Refining the Divine Blade. The next day, after Du Lingxue went to work, Tong Yu sent her out the door, locked the courtyard gate from the outside, and then jumped back in from the wall, returning to the main house to enter the Pearl of the Tao. Seeing the Divine Blade still stuck in the ground, he went to its position, sat cross-legged, and sprayed a blood arrow onto the Divine Blade while operating the Tao technique to begin refining this Divine Blade. Tong Yu felt no killing intent from the Divine Blade at all, and did not know that he had almost been shattered by the frenzied killing intent on the blade. He continued to operate the Tao technique to refine this Divine Blade. After the killing intent on the blade erupted dozens of times, it was cleared away by the Tao energy. Once the last trace of killing intent was eliminated, it had no choice but to obediently be refined by Tong Yu. When Tong Yu began refining this Divine Blade, he also sensed its potential resistance, making no progress at all. After digesting the information from the Pearl of the Tao, he knew this Divine Blade was an ancient evil weapon, and refining it would certainly be challenging. He was prepared and would never give up. He was suddenly overjoyed. Since the blade had no resistance, he accelerated the operation of the Dao technique, forcefully infusing his blood essence into the blade. With each drop of blood essence that penetrated, there was more progress in the refinement. The divine blade stuck in the ground emitted a crisp ringing sound, and a purple light flashed as the divine blade flew from the ground into the air. The dirt that had been stuck to the blade fell off in an instant, and the divine blade shone with purple light, over 3 feet long, emanating a piercing cold light, suspended in midair within the pearl of the Tao. Now, he had only refined the first restriction on the divine blade, and there were still 107 restrictions waiting for him to refine. With his level as a third-level Tao Array Master, he certainly could not refine all the restrictions on this divine blade. He would likely need to elevate his array mastery to the extreme to refine all the restrictions. After understanding this, he knew it would not be a matter of 1 or 2 days. He continued to operate the Tao technique to refine this divine blade, while also learning about the restrictions on it. Upon entering the main house, he indeed found Tong Yu practicing in the Pearl of the Tao. She did not disturb him and went to prepare dinner herself. The next morning, after Du Lingshuang woke up, she still did not see Tong Yu's shadow. She knew he was still cultivating and might have forgotten to come out of the Pearl of the Great Tao because he was at a critical point in his training. She was too lazy to make breakfast, so she locked the courtyard door and went to the breakfast stall outside to eat before heading to work. This continued for 5 days, until Sunday evening when Du Lingshuang had gotten used to it. After returning home from work and while cooking, Tong Yu finally emerged from the Pearl of the Great Tao. I haven't broken through yet, but I'm close. How many days have I been in there? I went on a business trip to Wudong Mountain and discovered a secret chamber beneath the scripture pavilion. You've been in the Pearl of the Great Tao for 6 days. The Zunshin sword? Is it one of the legendary top 10 fierce weapons? Du Lingshuang first told him how long he had been inside before asking about the Zunshin sword's origins. Whenever she had free time, she often read records in ancient books and knew some ancient legends. It is indeed the legendary Zunshin sword. I have already refined 12 prohibitions, but when I tried to refine the 13th, I found no progress and realized that my formation realm is not sufficient. Tong Yu told Du Lingshuang about refining the Zunshin sword. In the past few days, he had refined 12 prohibitions on the Zunshin sword, and with the prohibitions to support him, his formation realm had also risen to a 4th-level formation master. His cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the late Golden Core stage. As long as he continued to cultivate for a few more months and compress the Dao Yuan in the Golden Core to the extreme, he might break through to the nascent soul stage this year. Now he understood that once the Great Dao energy in the Pearl of the Great Dao was refined into Dao Yuan, as long as the Dao Yuan in the Golden Core could no longer be contained, he could break through without needing pills. This shows how powerful the Dao Yuan force is. However, he still wanted to follow the previous method and try to compress the Dao Yuan force in the Golden Core as much as possible before breaking through. Can you take out the Zunshin sword for me to see? I've never seen one of the legendary top 10 fierce weapons before. After hearing about the Zunshin sword, Du Lingshuang's eyes showed a hopeful gleam, and she rubbed her chest against Tong Yu. Then come with me. Tong Yu reacted to her rubbing and thought about tidying her up after seeing the Zunshin sword. He immediately hugged her and swiftly entered the Pearl of the Great Tao. Once inside the Pearl of the Great Tao, Tong Yu used his spiritual consciousness to communicate with the Zunshin sword that had been nurtured in the Purple Palace. A purple light flashed, and the Zunshin sword appeared in his hand, emitting a sharp cold light. Du Lingshuang saw that the Zunshin sword was over 3 feet long, with a purple blade radiating a piercing cold light. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it, just as her fingers were about to touch the blade. The Zunshin sword suddenly buzzed, and a sharp sword light burst forth, rushing towards Du Lingshuang. Tong Yu was taken aback, but fortunately, he reacted quickly, pulling Du Lingshuang behind him in an instant. He immediately communicated with the Zunshin sword using his spiritual consciousness and activated the Great Dao technique, releasing a force of the Great Dao to block the sharp sword light. This sword has a spirit and seems to dislike being touched. Du Lingshuang patted her chest, still feeling a bit scared. Tong Yu nodded. After all, this was an ancient fierce weapon. Even though he had refined 12 prohibitions, he hadn't completely refined it yet, and it still had remnants of consciousness. Next, he needed to find a way to improve his formation realm to continue refining it. Chapter 183. The World Beneath the Jade Mine. The next day was Sunday. After a night of labor, Du Lingshuang didn't feel like moving when she woke up. She couldn't use her techniques to resist Tong Yu's attacks, but she had a strong craving and missed him after not seeing him for many days. So she finally got out of bed. While Tong Yu was busy, his spiritual consciousness had never left Du Lingshuang's lower abdomen, controlling the key to unlock her. She felt sweet in her heart, thinking that marrying Tong Yu was the wisest choice she had ever made and the happiest decision of her life. Okay, you sleep. I'll make lunch for you in a bit, and I'll make a few more dishes today to make you plump and healthy. Tong Yu kissed Du Lingshuang and turned to leave with a plate and bowl, but she hooked his neck and pressed her cherry lips against his. Tong Yu smiled slightly and checked Du Lingshuang's lower abdomen with his spiritual consciousness before leaving the bedroom with the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that there were not many jade bottles left in the ring, he realized that the tea leaves he had given to friends and family had made them reluctant to return the beautiful jade bottles, and he was running low. Tong Yu thought about where to get some jade back to refine more jade bottles to avoid running out of containers for tea when gifting. When he thought about where to find jade, he remembered Kunlun Mountain, which had many jade mines, including white jade, green jade, black jade, red jade, Hetian jade, and mutton fat white jade. He used an invisibility technique, hopped on his flying sword, and vanished. With the golden core stage's sword flight ability, he arrived thousands of miles away in an instant. A few seconds later, Tong Yu reached the depths of Kunlun Mountain. He landed on a snow-covered mountain peak. And as soon as he released his spiritual consciousness, he quickly found more than a dozen jade mines nearby, including white jade, green jade, red jade, mutton fat white jade, Hetian jade, and black jade. Due to this area being deep in the Kunlun Mountains, there were no signs of human footprints. The climate was changeable, with interference from thunder fields and magnetic fields. It was said to be the most mysterious place, where humans dared not tread. However, after Tong Yu scanned with his spiritual consciousness, he guessed that this was due to the inaccessibility to humans and the changeable climate, along with the magnetic interference, added an extra layer of mystery, leading to these myths and legends. Among these jade mines, he chose the largest mutton fat white jade mine, used a concealment technique to reach the deepest part of the jade mine, took out a spiritual tool long sword, and casually made a few cuts. A piece of mutton fat white jade weighing over 10 tons was cut open, and he waved his hand to store it in the ring. Once he entered the underground jade mine, Tong Yu never came out again, directly moving through the underground jade mine, cutting down one piece after another of several tons of jade and storing them in the ring. After he stored a piece of several tons of black jade, he noticed a glimmer of light ahead. He quickly used his concealment technique to check, only to find that the light was at the top of a large mountain, where it was bright outside, and the temperature was much higher than here, like spring. What is this place? Tong Yu wondered in his heart, and then he made a few more cuts with the spiritual tool long sword at the gap, widening the original gap to over half a meter. He lifted his leg and walked out from the opening. His eyes brightened as he landed on solid ground. Looking back, he saw that he had emerged from a huge stone that had been cut open with an opening large enough for an adult to fit through. He glanced at his standing position and realized he was on the peak of a large mountain, with the entry gap also at the top. He felt that this place was unusual, and for safety's sake, he released his spiritual consciousness to scan the area. Wow, is this a paradise? His spiritual consciousness saw that at the foot of this large mountain was a plain with many houses, surrounded by city walls. It looked like an ancient town, and there were many people in ancient clothing moving about in the town. Looking down at the large mountain beneath him, it was at least 10,000 meters high, 2,000 to 3,000 meters taller than the highest peak on Blue Star, Mount Everest. However, the climate at the mountain peak was very mild, and he did not see any traces of snow. The vegetation on this large mountain was also very lush, with towering trees thick enough for 7 or 8 people to hug, more numerous than cattle on this mountain. Among these towering trees, a burst of sandalwood fragrance wafted through the air. His consciousness swept across the area and saw that among the towering trees, there were quite a few rosewood trees as thick as several people hugging them. Goodness, so many rosewood trees. I can take some back to make furniture and build a wooden villa to place in the Pearl of the Great Tao. Then I can rest there in the future. He mumbled to himself, and his consciousness swept to another area to check. Soon, on the shady side of the mountainside, he spotted a patch of ginseng forest. From the ginseng's roots, he could see numerous scars, known as root bowls, indicating that the ginseng was at least a few hundred years old, with some reaching 1,000 years of growth. Tong Yu had studied ginseng before. Initially, he thought of using ginseng for alchemy, but later realized that ginseng was not a spiritual herb but a common tonic used by ordinary people. The spiritual energy contained in ginseng was also relatively sparse. He knew that wild ginseng sheds its leaves and stems once a year, leaving a scar on the root after each shedding, which could be used to determine the age of the ginseng. Seeing so much ginseng, although it had no effect on his cultivation, he was, after all, born an ordinary person and naturally had a desire to possess these precious medicinal materials. He jumped down to the shady area on the mountainside, wielded his spiritual sword to make a circle around the hundreds of ginseng plants, and waved his hand to collect them into the pearl of the great Tao. He then gathered a few more patches of ginseng from the ground, totaling about 1,000 or 2,000 plants, which were enough for him to give to others. As for the remaining ginseng, he did not touch them again. After collecting the ginseng, he used his spiritual sword to cut down a dozen or so rosewood trees as thick as several people hugging them, removed the branches from the trunks, and stored the trunks in his ring. He originally thought about going down to the town to take a look, but he was afraid it would delay his cooking for Du Lingxiong, so he decided to come back later when he had time to check out what this place was. Chapter 184. The topic of women with a sense of curiosity. Tong Yu returned to the courtyard and saw Du Lingxiong already up, sitting under the grape trellis reading, with several fruit plates on the stone table containing various cleaned fruits. Wife, let me tell you something. Today I went to Kunlun Mountain to dig jade. So you went to a paradise? Did you really discover a paradise? Really, but I don't know if it's the so-called paradise. When I have time, I plan to go back and confirm it. Dear, can you take me with you? I also want to go take a look. No. You're pregnant now. You can't go to these unfamiliar places. If you get infected by something, it would be troublesome for our child. After I investigate clearly, I'll take you to see. After hearing Tong Yu's words, Du Lingxiong felt a bit scared. Her fetus was more important than anything else. Then it's settled. You have to take me to see it later. I'll let it go this time. Moi? Du Lingxiong kissed him. All right, I want to eat shredded beef with celery, steamed base, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised eggplant, tomato and egg soup, and rice. Just then, the sound of children came from outside, followed by the door being pushed open. Su Yue pushed in a bamboo baby stroller. Now both little ones were a year old, and due to excellent nutrition, they had become quite chubby. They hadn't learned to walk yet, and were babbling incomprehensibly. Upon seeing Du Lingxiong, the two little ones in the stroller began to dance with excitement. You silly wife, you didn't even peel the grapes for my son to eat. Su Yue hurriedly stopped Du Lingxiong's hand, picked up a bunch of grapes, peeled them, and then fed them to the two children. Du Lingxiong knew that the grape skin contained spiritual water, and after the two little ones ate the skin, their bodies would become stronger. But Su Yue didn't know that, and thought Du Lingxiong was doing it on purpose. Then why did you spit out all the grape skins, you black-hearted little woman? Su Yue pointed at the peeled grape skins on the stone table, asking her with an unhappy expression. Pa, you're just making excuses. I was wondering why you've been so muddled lately. Could it be that you're pregnant? Come, let me touch and see. Go away, you rogue woman. If you touch me again, I'll take your clothes off. Du Lingxiong swatted Su Yue's mischievous hand away. It didn't feel comfortable at all, and she felt a bit itchy, far from the passion she felt when Tong Yu touched her. Come on. Speaking of taking off clothes, my sons are weaned now. They've been lifting my clothes looking for milk to drink. I'm here to get some milk powder to take back, so I don't have to bother Tong Yu when he brings milk powder for my sons, which delays my time with you. Don't you think I deserve some gratitude? Like a little gift or some fruit? Pa. You want me to give you things and then thank you? Is there any justice in that? You make me so angry, you stinky woman. The two of them played around in the courtyard while the two children ate their fruits, not paying any attention to them. I'm almost a month pregnant. I just found out at the hospital this morning. Unlike you, who doesn't know how to take care of yourself. I haven't felt any reactions during my pregnancy. After some playful banter, they finally got to serious talk. Du Lingxiong didn't tell her that she was already 3 months pregnant, only saying she just found out, and casually looked down on Su Yue. You really are pregnant. You have to take care of your health, don't fall or get hurt. Also, don't ride a bike to work, just walk. It's safer and can exercise your body. That way, giving birth will be smoother. If you fall off the bike, it could be troublesome. When Su Yue heard that she was pregnant, she stopped the playful banter and hurriedly shared her own experiences during pregnancy with Du Lingxiong. Although the two often joked and teased each other, that was because they had a good relationship. If someone else spoke to them like that, it wouldn't work. Du Lingxiong always maintained a cold and distant demeanor with strangers. Su Yue, on the other hand, would pick a fight at the slightest disagreement, displaying the fierce nature of a northeastern woman. Once she exploded, even men would be afraid. Even Guo Yunqing, who practiced martial arts, didn't dare to provoke his wife, as Su Yue had given birth to 2 sons for the Guo family, and her contributions were evident. Now, Guo Yunqing's status at home had plummeted. Before he got married, he was the darling of the family, and his 3 sisters wouldn't dare to make him angry. Now, with these 2 grandsons, Guo's parents treated them like treasures and had long sidelined their precious son Guo Yunqing. Even Su Yue was more favored than Guo Yunqing. Why didn't your old Guo come along? Usually, it was Guo Yunqing and his wife bringing the kids to Tong Yu's house to play. Today, Du Lingxiong noticed Guo Yunqing wasn't with them and felt a bit strange. He's at home washing diapers. My mother-in-law went to the hospital for a checkup today, and my father-in-law and my mom went with her. There was no one to wash the kids' diapers, so he had to go. What's wrong with your mother-in-law? If the hospital can't help, let my husband take a look. He's really good. He learned from an old Taoist priest and practices Tao medicine. Do you know what Tao medicine is? It's specialized in treating diseases that hospitals can't handle, the ones that leave hospitals helpless. My husband can cure them. How about that? Impressive, right? You are bragging about your man again, afraid that others don't know you married a man. You frequently show off your man. Do you have no shame? Chapter 185. A big incident in the Guo family. Su Yue took a box of milk powder and a bag of various fruits, pushing a stroller as she left. Du Lingshuang asked her to eat before leaving, but Su Yue couldn't rest easy about Guo Yunqing because he couldn't cook. She needed to go back and let Guo Yunqing take care of the 2 children while she prepared dinner. After lunch, Du Lingshuang went to rest. And after Tong Yu cleaned the kitchen, he entered the Pearl of the Great Way, cutting some large pieces of jade to start refining jade bottles. After refining the jade bottles and jade boxes, he planted the ginseng inside the Pearl of the Great Way, ready to dig it out when needed. With this busy work, the whole afternoon passed. When he came out of the Pearl of the Great Way, he saw the sun had already set. Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? It's hot. Let's have sesame noodles. Now that summer had arrived, there were isolation arrays arranged by Tong Yu around the grape trellis, keeping the temperature around 20 degrees. When someone arrived, Du Lingshuang would remove the array, and when she wanted to sit there again, she would open the array, making the grape trellis feel as if it had air conditioning, cool and comfortable, with no mosquitoes biting. Tong Yu opened the freezer in the fridge, took out the handmade noodles sent by Mu Hongmei, added water to the pot, and lit the fire, then took out a bottle of sesame sauce. Added water to mix it well, and set it aside. He took out a cucumber from his ring, sliced it into cucumber shreds, and smashed a few cloves of garlic to mix in with the cucumber shreds. Darling, you've worked hard. Du Lingshuang's belly was full after eating. She put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and gave Tong Yu a kiss. Seeing her eat comfortably made Tong Yu very happy. After cleaning up the dishes, the 2 went into the house and sat on the sofa to watch TV. When Su Yue returned home, Guo Yunqing had already washed the diapers. Seeing her bring back so much fruit and milk powder, he knew these things were taken from Tong Yu's house. What? Du Lingshuang is pregnant? We should celebrate with old Guo. Let's go drink with him next Sunday. All you care about is drinking. You don't even check on your mother-in-law. How is her health? Keep an eye on them while I go make dinner. Su Yue shot him a glance, took a few lychees, and turned to the kitchen. It was introduced to the country in the 1980s, and the price is very high. Making a full set costs several thousand yuan. In an era where the monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan, ordinary people really couldn't afford it unless it was reimbursed by a unit. But it also required the signature of the union chairman. Otherwise, it was very difficult to get reimbursement from the finance department. I'm just a family member of the patient. Doctor, how's the examination result? The examination result came out, and the preliminary judgment was early-stage stomach cancer, possibly mid-stage. It was recommended to undergo surgery as soon as possible. You need to make a decision. After the doctor finished speaking, Guo Father's face changed dramatically. Even though he had seen big storms, he felt uneasy inside. Trembling, he took the film, stood up to compose himself, and only then walked out of the doctor's office. He didn't dare to tell his wife this bad news and decided to keep it from her and discuss it with his son first. What did the examination say? Guo Mother saw Guo Father come out of the doctor's office holding a bag and quickly asked, It's nothing, just a minor issue. Your stomach has been bad for a long time. It's just acting up again. Just go back and take the old medicine. Guo Father spoke lightly, still smiling, trying to reassure his wife. You can't hide it from me anymore. You always smile like that when you lie. After so many years together. I know your behavior very well. Guo Mother immediately exposed Guo Father's lie. She knew she must have a serious illness, guessing it might be cancer or something similar. Otherwise, her husband wouldn't lie to her. Let us talk about it when we get home. It's really nothing, Just relax. Guo father hurriedly covered up and even gave Su mother a look, and Su mother also started to persuade her. Mother-in-law, don't you believe your father-in-law? There's definitely nothing serious. What? My mother has stomach cancer? Guo Yunqing's face changed dramatically upon hearing his father's mention of his mother's examination results, and he jumped up. Don't speak loudly. If your mother hears it, she'll be under more pressure. Dad, we should let Tong Yu take a look at her. When I went to find Ling Shuang today, she said Tong Yu learned medicine from an old Taoist, specializing in treating illnesses that hospitals can't cure. Su Yue, hearing about her mother-in-law's illness, recounted what Ling Shuang said today. I'll go ask old Guo. Guo Yunqing didn't have many close friends in Beijing. He would tell Tong Yu everything, and Tong Yu always had the right words. Knock, knock, knock. Old Guo, hurry up and open the door. Guo Yunqing quickly rode his bicycle to Tong Yu's house, but Tong Yu had already locked the door and was inside watching TV with Ling Shuang. What's the rush at this late hour? My mother has been diagnosed with stomach cancer. Do you have any way to treat it? Guo Yunqing didn't bother explaining why he came so late and directly told him about his mother's condition, then looked at Tong Yu with hopeful eyes. Your aunt has stomach cancer? That's nothing serious. Let me talk to Ling Shuang, and I'll go with you to take a look. It'll be treated quickly. After saying this, Tong Yu went to the bedroom in the main courtyard. Wife, Guo Yunqing's mother has stomach cancer. I'm going to take a look. Are you staying here to watch TV? Or coming with me? So it's really a serious illness. This morning, Yue said her mother-in-law went to the hospital for a checkup. I'll go with you. Chapter 186, Treating Guo Mother's Stomach Cancer. The three of them rode their bicycles and quickly arrived at Guo Yunqing's house. Just in time for Guo father and Mu Hongmei to come over to deliver vegetables to old Guo and also to inquire about Guo mother's examination results. Guo mother had felt stomach pain while helping old Guo and the others plant vegetables the day before, which is why she decided to go to the hospital the next day for a checkup, and the old folks all knew about this. We came to bring you vegetables and to ask about your aunt's examination results. We didn't expect such a diagnosis, sigh. In this era, once cancer was diagnosed, it was basically untreatable. Even in previous lifetimes, cancer was only managed with medication, and the final outcome was still death. If someone didn't die, it meant the hospital had misdiagnosed, but there was no evidence to prove the misdiagnosis, and ordinary people didn't understand these things. They just listened to what the doctor said. Dad, Hameani, how are you? Don't work too hard. As long as we have enough vegetables to eat, it's fine. We know, planting this little bit of vegetables isn't tiring. Is your work going well? Mu Hongmei also liked Ling Shuang and often brought her handmade noodles because she knew Ling Shuang loved them. I'll go check on Aunt. You all rest here. It'll be treated quickly. Guo father was pouring water inside. It was hot. So he placed the cup under the electric fan to cool it down for Guo mother to take her medicine. I can't be cured. Don't bother with me. Shall you? Sit down. Guo mother lay on the bed, her face pale, covering her stomach with her hand, showing signs of pain from time to time. It's okay, Aunt. Move your hand. I'll take your pulse. Doctors say that early or mid-stage cancer is often undetectable by the time the examination results come out. The patient is usually already in the late stage of cancer. In a previous life, Tong Yu remembered a report about an elderly man in his 90s who was diagnosed with cancer and chose to forego treatment. The hospital claimed that his children were unfilial for not getting him treated. Upon hearing this, the elderly man became furious and personally went to the hospital to berate them, saying, I've lived for over 90 years. Why should I still undergo treatment? Can you really cure this cancer for me? Isn't it just to make me spend more money in your hospital? There's no medical ethics left. Today's hospitals are filled with heartless beasts. A few minutes later, Tong Yu released Guo's mother's hand and took out a needle box from his pocket, which contained a dozen silver needles of various sizes. Tong Yu pretended to take out 7 silver needles and turned to Guo's father and Guo Yunqing, saying, This is the 7-star life-continuing needle method, which requires internal energy assistance. Don't tell anyone else, or everyone will come to me for treatment, and I won't have enough internal energy. Don't worry, old Tong. I definitely won't tell anyone. I'm not foolish, Guo's father assured him. Right? Shall you? You can rest assured, I won't spread it either. If I ever get cancer, I'll come to you for treatment. Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Who curses themselves to get cancer? You seem to be getting crazier as you age. Guo's mother angrily pointed at Guo's father, her face reddening from the excitement. That's right, Dad. Can't you say something nice? Even if old Tong could treat cancer, you shouldn't say that, Guo Yunqing said disdainfully to his father. What are you talking about? All right, I won't say anything more. Let us just watch how you treat your mother. Guo's father quickly admitted his fault under the pressure from the mother and son, then shifted the topic back to Tong Yu. Tong Yu didn't bother with the two of them, and inserted the silver needles into Guo's mother's stomach area. While inserting the needles, he used his Taoist energy to envelop and destroy the cancer cells. After the 7 silver needles were inserted, they began to vibrate on their own, producing a slight shaking sound. Tong Yu also forced out some sweat using his Taoist energy, making Guo's father and Guo Yunqing see that he was expending a lot of internal energy. A few minutes later, after confirming that all the cancer cells in Guo's mother's stomach were eradicated, he cleaned her stomach with his Taoist energy and then waved his hand to collect the silver needles. All right, it's all good now, Uncle Guo. Tomorrow, take Auntie to another hospital for a checkup. Otherwise, the doctors from the hospital today will be suspicious. Guo's mother felt a gentle energy enveloping her stomach and thought, is this Tong Yu's internal energy? It feels really good. How did he learn to do this? She had watched martial arts shows where people used internal energy to heal injuries and always thought it was fake. Today, after hearing Tong Yu say he could use internal energy to treat gastric cancer, she truly felt the gentle energy within her, realizing it was indeed from Tong Yu. Oh my stomach doesn't hurt at all anymore. It feels so comfortable. I'm already healed. Thank you so much, Xiao Yu. Guo's mother sat up from the bed, her complexion looking much better, and her spirit was more vibrant. The previous sickly appearance had vanished completely. Old lady, you really feel better? Guo's father excitedly grabbed Guo's mother's hand. Since marrying him, she had endured hardships alongside him, and they had supported each other to get to where they were now. He truly felt heartbroken for his old partner who had just started to enjoy a good life after so many struggles, only to be struck by gastric cancer. Old man, would I lie to you? Look, I'm not touching my earlobe. Guo's mother replied. I only touch my earlobe when I'm lying. Have you forgotten? Really didn't touch your earlobe this time. You're not lying to me. Xiao Yu, thank you. Guo's father confirmed that Guo's mother was not deceiving him and turned to Tong Yu to express his gratitude repeatedly. All right, since you've been cured, you two can go home. By the way, Ui said Ling Shuang is pregnant, so you have to treat us. The relationship between Guo Yunqing and Tong Yu did not require thanks. Such a great favor was already remembered in his heart, and seeing his mother's illness cured, he began to urge Tong Yu to leave. Chapter 187. Guo mother's checkup results when Tong Yu came out. The 3 members of the Guo family also exited the bedroom. Those in the living room saw Guo's mother come out, and her complexion was noticeably much better than before. Mom, is your illness cured? Su Yui was the first to speak. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Guo's father immediately asked. Du Lingshuang smiled, but did not speak. She knew that Tong Yu could easily treat cancer. My illness was never a big deal. Xiao Yu gave me a few needles, and I've never felt this comfortable in my life. After chatting for a while at the Guo family, Tong Yu and Du Lingshuang checked the time and saw it was almost 10 o'clock, so they bid farewell to the Guo family and headed home. Accompanied by Tong Yu's father and Mu Hongmei. It was indeed gastric cancer. I gave her a few needles to control the spread of cancer cells. After taking a few herbal prescriptions, I estimate the cancer cells will gradually be eradicated. Dad, Aunt Hongmei, please don't tell anyone about this. I'm afraid of trouble. Can you really cure gastric cancer? Tong Jingshan and Mu Hongmei were astonished by Tong Yu's words. The idea that cancer could be cured seemed incredible. I heard that treating illnesses requires qualifications. Do you have that certification? If not, you shouldn't treat others. Don't worry. I'm not a doctor. I only treated Guo Yunqing's mother. I wouldn't treat anyone else. Tong Yu felt a bit touched by his father's concern. Since arriving in the capital, his father had become more talkative and expressed concern for him, unlike when they were in the village where he hardly spoke to him. Tong's father was so focused on worrying about Tong Yu that he forgot to ask about Du Lingshuang's pregnancy. Hearing Mu Hongmei mention it, he turned to look at Du Lingshuang. Tong Yu didn't know that Du Lingshuang had already told Su Yui about her pregnancy. When he heard Mu Hongmei ask, he was unsure how to respond, but Du Lingshuang spoke up. Then you should take care of yourself. Don't ride a bike to work, and be careful walking. Don't fall. After hearing that Du Lingshuang was really pregnant, Mu Hongmei also offered her advice. The next morning, Guo's father took Guo's mother to another hospital for a checkup. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Guo's father and mother returned home happily. As soon as they entered, they began talking to Su's mother. Mother-in-law, the checkup results are out. The doctor said my health is great, and I don't have gastric cancer at all. Xiao Yu is really amazing. Guo's mother began to speak, but stopped when she remembered Tong Yu's reminder about not revealing too much. Xiao Yu really has great skills. I believe that in the future, if I get sick, I'll first go to the hospital for a checkup to confirm what the illness is, and then go see a Chinese medicine doctor. Guo's father followed up, summarizing some experiences about seeking medical treatment. Traditional Chinese medicine is the foundation of our country. Western medicine only diagnoses with instruments. Without instruments, they can't identify any illnesses. Sue's mother, being a teacher and often reading various books, had a better understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Mother-in-law is right. But traditional Chinese medicine is hard to learn and requires nurturing from a young age and talent. There are very few smart people like Xiao Yu, Guo's father nodded. First discussing some topics related to traditional Chinese medicine before bringing up Tong Yu. Xiao Yu studies Taoist medicine. I heard that many Taoists in ancient times could treat illnesses. Guo's mother, hearing the mention of studying traditional Chinese medicine, immediately corrected Guo's father's statement. Yes, the Taoist physicians are quite impressive. They understand everything. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements. Astronomy and geography, star signs and feng shui, healing and exorcism. There is nothing they cannot do. As the 3 of them talked, the topic drifted off course. It was Guo Yunqing and Su Yuwu returning home from work that interrupted their conversation, leaving them unsure of where the topic was headed. Mom, how did the test results turn out? Before Guo Yunqing could speak, Su Yuwu asked first, which showed how filial she was as a daughter-in-law. Guo Yunqing didn't ask further and just looked at his mother. It's fine now, I'm better. You should thank Xiaoya. It's all thanks to her. Otherwise, I would have had to undergo surgery. That's great. Lao Tong is fine too. He is treating us to dinner this Sunday. Hearing his mother say she was better, Guo Yunqing felt relieved. He waved his hand dismissively. There was no need to thank Tong Yu for their relationship. If he were to express gratitude, it would seem like they were distant. By the way, I was so focused on your mother's illness that I almost forgot to mention, I heard Du Lingxue is pregnant. Guo's father remembered this when he heard his son mention Tong Yu treating them to dinner. Yes, I went to find Lingxue for baby formula yesterday, and she told me. Su Yuwu took over the conversation, mentioning Du Lingxue's pregnancy. That's wonderful. If Xiaoya has a daughter, you should arrange a betrothal. If it's a boy, you can become sworn siblings. That way, their next generation will maintain a connection. Guo's father brought up the old-fashioned idea of betrothal to strengthen ties with Tong Yu. Let us forget about betrothal. Today, as young people believe in free love. Besides, if the betrothal made in childhood doesn't work out when they grow up, it might affect my relationship with Lao Tong. Becoming sworn siblings is fine. My son has already recognized Du Lingxue as a godmother. Guo Yunqing immediately opposed his father's suggestion, adding that they didn't even know yet if Du Lingxue was having a boy or a girl. If Du Lingxue had a girl, and the children grew up with mutual feelings, that would be fine. But if one side was unwilling, it would create awkwardness for both him and Tong Yu. Chapter 188. Income of over $300 million the next morning, around 6. Mu Hongmei brought a basket of freshly picked vegetables to Tong Yu's home. Lingxue is pregnant. If she feels nauseous and can't eat anything else, she should eat more fresh vegetables. We can't help much, but I will bring you fresh vegetables every morning. Aunt Hongmei, you don't have to work so hard. We eat at work and only cook dinner at home. It's fine to bring vegetables every few days. You can take some fruits back to eat. We don't have time to deliver them to you. She felt more favorably towards Tong Yu's stepmother, Mu Hongmei, than she did towards her deceased mother-in-law. She remembered the first time she visited Tong Yu's home, seeing the forced smile of her mother-in-law, who barely spoke a few words. Although Mu Hongmei was a stepmother, she treated both her and Tong Yu well. Knowing that she liked handmade noodles, Mu Hongmei often prepared them and sent some over. If Tong's father were to leave early, who would she rely on? If the Tong family's descendants abandoned her, she wouldn't have anyone to turn to, after all. She was a stepmother and had no blood ties to the Tong family. Oh dear, the fruits I took home last time aren't finished yet. You should keep them. Seeing the full basket of fruits, Mu Hongmei quickly refused. Du Lingxue told a little lie to explain, shoving the basket into Mu Hongmei's hands. Tong Yu felt that transferring to the Special Operations Bureau was the right decision. Not only did his salary increase by a few $dozen compared to his previous job at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but he also found the work much easier, allowing him plenty of time to practice and take care of Du Lingxue. In August, Robert sent him a telegram detailing the income from the movie Jurassic World, which amounted to a share of $320 million. Robert mentioned that the third Terminator film had finished shooting and was in post-production for special effects, set to be released in October. After reading the telegram, Tong Yu calculated in his mind, it was only August, and there was still over a year until the Plaza Agreement. He hoped to make a significant profit from the Foot Basin Chicken Country, preferably with Robert leading the charge. As he was an American and wouldn't he have to worry about suspicion from the Foot Basin Chicken Country reaching the Dragon Kingdom. Looks like you haven't forgotten your brother. You came back to check in. Didn't I just go to Wudong Mountain? After returning, my wife is pregnant. So I stayed home to take care of her for a few days. Oh, congratulations. I happen to have some supplements here. You can take them back for your sister-in-law. Director Wong quickly put away the tea leaves into a drawer, stood up, and opened the filing cabinet behind him, pulling out a bag. He could hear the clinking sound inside, likely some nutritional supplements someone had given him. Thank you, brother. Tong, you didn't refuse if he turned down these items. It might make Director Wong feel distant. It's nothing. We're all family. As long as I have it, it's not a problem. If there is something I don't have, I'll find a way to help you out, haha. Seeing that Tong Yu accepted his gifts so readily, Director Wong knew Tong Yu didn't see him as an outsider and laughed happily. The embassy of the beautiful country sent a remittance yesterday. Minister Liu asked me to give it to you. You did well this time. It has also stopped others from having ideas. As he spoke, Director Wong opened the drawer of his desk and handed him a remittance slip. Thanks to your reminder, there is no problem with this money. If you ever need it, don't hesitate to ask, whether it's hundreds or millions. Good. As long as I have you, brother. I'll come to you when I need money in the future. By the way, take these cigarettes with you. Your sister-in-law doesn't let me smoke at home. Director Wong opened the lower cabinet of the filing cabinet and took out a small box, placing it on the desk. It was probably some cigarettes someone had given him. Tong Yu didn't hold back and took them directly. He didn't have a strong smoking habit and only smoked occasionally. But he could take them home for his father. Brother, I want to donate all this money to the military. I heard many soldiers are sacrificing and getting injured on the battlefield. With this money, their families will have a better life. Tong Yu didn't take the remittance slip. Based on the current bank exchange rate, $25 million could be exchanged for over 50 million Dragon Kingdom currency. Although this money wasn't a lot for those who sacrificed or were injured, it would still help their families and prevent them from suffering. In his past life, people from the Dragon Kingdom would criticize anyone online, but he never heard of anyone being dissatisfied with the soldiers. Everyone knew only the soldiers could provide them with a stable life. Whenever a disaster occurred anywhere in the Dragon Kingdom, the soldiers would be the first to arrive. When the common people saw the soldiers coming, they felt reassured, knowing the soldiers were there to save them. Whether in his past life or this life, Tong Yu held deep respect for soldiers, which is why he always donated to the military. That is wonderful. I'll call Minister Li right away to report. Chapter 189 Transparent Jade Lotus. Tong Yu came out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and went directly to the courtyard where his father lived, handing over the nutritional supplements and cigarettes he had in his hands to his father. Du Lingxiang didn't need these supplements. With the spiritual energy provided by Tong Yu, it was better than any nutritional product. However, since Director Wong had given them to him, he couldn't just discard them, so he decided to give them to his father. His father took out a bunch of nutritional products from the bag. He had been learning to grow vegetables with Su Yue and had read some books, so he could now recognize the words written on these supplements. Du Lingxiang's father, Du Guiqiang, also lived here now. This old man couldn't stay idle. He didn't know how to grow vegetables and often caused trouble, so Tong's father kicked him out of the greenhouse. He then went to the alley to find retired old men to play chess with. Today, after Mu Hongmei returned with a basket of fruits, she told Du Guiqiang that Du Lingxiang was pregnant. After breakfast, Du Guiqiang went to Tong Yu's house, but by then, Tong Yu and his wife had already left. When Du Guiqiang saw the front gate locked, he had nothing else to do, so he wandered to Du Lingxiang's workplace. It's nothing. I just heard from my mother-in-law that you're pregnant, so I came to check on you. Maybe I came too late, and there was no one at your home. So I ended up here. Du Lingxiang felt a bit touched by her father's concern for her and told him about her situation. After giving a few reminders, Du Guiqiang left. As a father, there were some things he felt embarrassed to discuss with his daughter. So he planned to talk to his elder daughter when he got back. Sister, why are you here? Just in time for dinner. Let us eat together. Tong Yu, you go make a few more dishes. There's no rush to eat. I heard from Dad that you're pregnant. Is it true? Du Yueshuang finally had the chance to speak and quickly asked. He treats me very well, much better than that other guy. After living together for a while, I feel that Tian Jianyong is reliable and a responsible man, so we're planning to have a child. Tian Jianyong understood her well, and their relationship was getting better. He cared for her more in daily life, and Du Yueshuang noticed all this, which is why she decided to prepare for pregnancy. That's great. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law are both very down-to-earth. They have no other hobbies and spend every day busy with those vegetables in the greenhouse. Since we moved over there, we haven't bought any vegetables. Ever since Dad moved over, they also occasionally drink a bit, and their relationship is very good. Yes, my father-in-law and mother-in-law are honest people. They don't speak pretty words, but they have kind hearts. Du Yueshuang saw Tong Yu preparing a plate of braised beef, a plate of sugar-dressed tomatoes, a plate of cold tripe, and a plate of cucumber with vermicelli. Her appetite was stimulated, and she began to eat without reservation. Brother-in-law, your cooking skills are really good. Xiaoshuang is lucky. You need to take care of your health during pregnancy. You can't eat too many cold things, seafood, or anything too stimulating. Du Yueshuang praised Tong Yu while eating and reminded her sister about some things to pay attention to in daily life. Oh, I know all that. Just eat your food. Du Lingxiang said. Su Yue already told me. This braised beef is delicious. You should eat more, and also this cold tripe. She spoke while serving her sister more dishes. At the end of the month, Tong Yu received a call from team leader Wang. After the call connected, he began to complain. Tong Yu, if you don't come to work, are you not going to get paid? The wages are being distributed at the unit today. I have no obligation to keep your wages for you. After hanging up the phone, Tong Yu found a few large brown paper envelopes, packed several bags of tea, and rode his bicycle to the unit. As he passed the gatekeeper, he tossed a pack of cigarettes to the one-armed old man. Hey, wait a moment. The one-armed old man saw a pack of cigarettes thrown through the window, lightly landing on the table. He immediately opened the door and called out to stop Tong Yu, who was about to walk away. What's the matter? Tong Yu stopped, noticing that the one-armed old man had some skills, and he admired him, thinking that his arm was likely injured while on duty, which was why he gave him cigarettes. You never say a word when you come, just give me cigarettes. And I feel embarrassed to always take your things. I happen to have something for you. Come in and get it. Tong Yu was taken aback. He wanted to see what the one-armed old man wanted to give him, so he followed him into the gatehouse. The one-armed old man took out a small metal box from under the bed, which seemed like a toolbox for repairing vehicles. After opening the lid, he took out something wrapped in old newspapers. After tearing open the newspaper, inside was a transparent, colorless jade lotus. After Tong Yu scanned it with his spiritual sense, he immediately felt that his spiritual sense was blocked, and he was taken aback. Something that could block his spiritual sense was definitely not an ordinary item. I found this when I was on a mission once, under a cliff. There was a poisonous snake guarding this lotus at that time. I shot and killed the snake before I could bring this lotus back. I've studied it for over a decade and still don't know what it is. It's of no use to me, and since you often give me cigarettes, I'll give this to you. The one-armed old man explained the origin of the lotus, but didn't mention how he lost his arm, picking up the jade lotus and handing it to him. Thank you, brother. I have some tea here, given to me by friends from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I rarely drink it, so I'll give it to you. Tong Yu suppressed his excitement, took out 2 envelopes of tea, placed them on the table, and then told the one-armed old man that he only needed to put 1 piece when brewing the tea. Chapter 190 Pure World White Lotus. Tong Yu first went to Director Lu's office to give him 2 jade jars of tea. Tong Yu, I heard your wife is pregnant. We want to arrange any work for you during this time. Just stay home and take care of her. I'll call Team Leader Wang in a bit and let him know you should give him some tea too. Old Wang has contributed a lot to the country over the years. The tea that Tong Yu gave him was a good thing, better than Dahong Pao and Premium Longjing. Later, when he was chatting with Minister Li, Minister Du, and Minister Lu, he learned that they had also tasted this tea, all given to them by Tong Yu. Okay, Director Lu, you take care of your business first. I'll go find Team Leader Wang now. Tong Yu was pleased to find this good fortune. He knew that Director Lu was looking out for him. After leaving Director Lu's office, he went to Team Leader Wang's office. Tea. You can fry tea. Go get your salary from the finance department first. The finance department has called me to hurry you up. You guys really know how to take your time. You even have no time to come pick up your wages. Just try 1 piece of tea first. Don't put in too much, or you won't be able to sleep, and don't blame me. Tong Yu specifically reminded Team Leader Wang because this guy was different from others. He usually didn't listen to what others said, had his own ideas, and after finishing, he went to the finance department to collect his salary. After Tong Yu collected his salary from the finance department, he returned to Team Leader Wang's office and saw Zhu Weigua and Chen Zhangbing both holding a teacup, trying to flatter Team Leader Wang. Now you know what it means to share blessings and bear hardships together? When we were chased by zombies, you both left me and ran away, even letting me hold the rear. Why didn't you say anything about sharing hardships then? Hey, We were just afraid that if something really happened to us, it would still be your responsibility. We managed to escape safely, and if they investigate later, you won't have any responsibility, right? This is all for your leadership position. Damn, you two are driving me crazy. Just take a piece of tea and get lost. This is the first time I've seen you all abandon your own people and escape in different directions while speaking so righteously. Two shameless scoundrels, get lost. Hee hee. Old Wong, you're pretending again on purpose. After so many years as brothers, who doesn't know who? Don't give us this act. Chun Zhanbing and Zhu Weiguo took a piece of tea leaf and put it in a teacup, and before leaving, both of them glanced disdainfully at team leader Wong. Having just received their salaries, the two old brothers waved the envelope containing money that Tong Yu was holding in front of them. It's fine, it's fine. We're going to get water to brew tea first. Old Wong is in the room. Let me tell you, he has good tea. Go get some. After Chun Zhanbing shouted this loudly, he leaned over and whispered next to Tong Yu. Tong Yu, this tea of yours is really good. After drinking a sip, I feel comfortable all over, my spirits are boosted, and my mind is clearer. You're about to become a dad. Go back and take care of your siblings. By the way, the director just called me and said that your job from now on is to collect more tea leaves. As long as you can bring in 2 or 3 pounds of this kind of tea every month, it doesn't matter if you come to the office or not. When Tong Yu went to collect his salary, Director Liu had already called team leader Wang to discuss Tong Yu's matter. After some discussion, they arranged a job for him to collect tea leaves. When the time comes, when Tong Yu brings out this tea, the members of the group will also get some tea, and as long as everyone drinks this tea, I believe there will be no complaints. I really appreciate Team Leader Wang's care. I'm going to collect tea leaves right away, and I guarantee I will deliver 3 pounds of tea to the group every month. Although Tong Yu had long known that Director Liu would call Team Leader Wang about this, he wasn't very familiar with Team Leader Wang. Now hearing the job arrangement from Team Leader Wang, he immediately agreed and thanked him for his care before leaving his office. Tong Yu has quite a powerful background. The director is looking out for him in every way. However, this guy is also capable. This kind of tea is even better than the special supply tea. I have to hide this half a pound of tea well, otherwise, when those guys find out, they will definitely come to ask me for tea. The little bit of tea I have in hand will be consumed by them in no time. After Tong Yu left, team leader Wang mumbled to himself, then remembered the tea Tong Yu had given him. He quickly opened the drawer, took out the tea, and put it in his pocket. When Tong Yu returned to the courtyard, he swiftly entered the Pearl of the Great Way. Once inside, he was taken aback to see a transparent lotus platform about a foot square resting next to the tree of the Great Way. Is this the transparent jade lotus? How did it get so big? At this moment, the tree of the Great Way shook, and a message entered his mind. The colorless white lotus is a product that differentiated from one of the lotus seeds after the chaos blue lotus shattered, also known as the 12-grade pure white lotus. The so-called pure white lotus purifies all living beings in the universe.